What is the most crucial aspect of life? Is it wealth? Is it power? Neither. The most important thing is people. Family, loved ones that I in the imperial capital, at the central hospital. Yi Fan, I like you. I've always liked you. I don't want to die. I don't want to leave you if there's a next life. Will you marry me? Beep beep. In the emergency room, the shrill sound of medical equipment pierced the air. As he gazed at the lifeless Ning Shi on the rescue table, tears streamed down Yi Fan's face. 3 years ago, when his mother passed away, he was abroad for a business negotiation. Upon receiving the news of her death, it felt as though the entire world had turned black. Ning Shi was the sole beacon of light in his dark existence. 3 years of heartfelt companionship had led him to fall for this innocent, lovely, and kind-hearted girl. Yet, Yi Fan dared not reveal his feelings to Ning Shi, fearing that a rejection would cost him even their friendship. Only today did he realize that Ning Shi had feelings for him as well. It is often said that once affection exists, it cannot be contained, it will inevitably escape through one's eyes. Yet he remained oblivious to the signals of affection that Ning Shi had shown him. An overwhelming wave of regret engulfed him. Every moment they shared replayed like vivid images in his mind. Brother, it's getting cold, remember to wear more clothes. Brother, don't you know that staying up late is harmful? Go home and sleep right now. Brother, do you think my clothes look pretty today? Yi Fan felt hatred. Hatred for being so oblivious. Hatred for not realizing sooner. Ning Shi had liked him for so long, yet she awaited an answer that never came. The most tragic thing in the world is such a reality. Pitiful, lamentable, regrettable. Half an hour ago, during a business negotiation, their car had broken down. Just as they got out, a large truck came barreling towards them. In a split second, Ning Shi recklessly pushed Yi Fan aside, her petite body being violently thrown away. Ning Shi's final words echoed endlessly in Yi Fan's ears. Helplessness, remorse, and pain, these emotions shattered him, leaving no desire to cling to the world. Yi Fan trembled as he approached the rescue table, caressing Ning Shi's small face, his eyes filled with a whirlpool of affection. Xiao Shi, I will accompany you, wait for me. With those words, Yi Fan laid down beside Ning Shi, grasping her cold hand, while his other hand grasped the scalpel on the table, plunging it into his own heart without hesitation. In an instant, his consciousness was engulfed by endless darkness. Heaven will bestow great responsibilities upon a person. First must they endure hardships, labor their muscles and bones, hunger their bodies, impoverish their means, and disrupt their actions. Thus, they may temper their will and enhance their capabilities. Yi Fan was awakened by a voice reading aloud, his hazy consciousness gradually returning to his body. A sharp pain surged through his head, causing him to gasp. Had he not already died? Why did he still feel pain? Struggling to open his eyes, he was met with a face ravaged by time. Wrinkles abound, as if narrating tales of lost years. Pang Wenjian squinted his eyes, gritting his teeth as he inquired, "Did you sleep well?" "Quite well," Yi Fan instinctively nodded. "Ha." The reading in the classroom came to an abrupt halt, followed by a chorus of laughter from the students. Yi Fan. Pang Wenjian's face hardened, his right hand thumping on the desk, glaring at Yi Fan with frustration. "Do you know what time it is? Senior year, skipping class to surf the internet, brawling, sleeping in class, you have done it all. You are truly a hopeless case." Ignoring Pang Wenjian's reprimands, Yi Fan scanned the classroom, and when his eyes fell upon the tattered calendar on the wall, his pupils dilated and his body involuntarily trembled. March 18th, 2010? This was the year he turned 17. Familiar faces, a classroom filled with memories from senior year. Everything snapped Yi Fan's hazy consciousness into sharp clarity. He had been reborn. Reborn 10 years into the past, to his senior year. Absurd, bizarre, unbelievable. These emotions coursed through Yi Fan, swiftly followed by an overwhelming elation. Being reborn 10 years meant he could see Ning Shi again. He and Ning Shi had met in 2015 at this moment. There were still 5 years until their first encounter. Having lost everything, now everything could begin anew. Unless one experiences it firsthand, it is difficult to fathom the depth of such feelings. "Are you deaf?" Seeing Yi Fan silent, Pang Wenjian slammed the desk in frustration, his face livid. "Come with me to the principal's office, get ready to pack your things, and leave, you toxic weed. What are you staring at? Focus on your self-study." Many students shrank back in their seats, sitting up straight, fearing that this erupting volcano would turn its wrath upon them. Yi Fan regained his composure, his gaze deep and mysterious as the night sky. Since heaven had granted him a chance to start anew, he would seek out his girl and protect her with his life. Yet the more nonchalant Yi Fan appeared, the angrier Pang Wenjian became. To him, Yi Fan's demeanor was a deliberate challenge to his authority as a homeroom teacher. In an instant, his face flushed red with rage. He shouted, "Just wait to be expelled." Under the scrutiny of dozens of eyes, Yi Fan stood and walked toward the classroom door. What was he about to do? Yi Fan turned his head slightly and nodded at the bewildered Pang Wenjian. "Teacher, let's go." Everyone in the classroom was left in disarray, including Pang Wenjian himself. In this day and age, someone was actually eager to be expelled? Insanity. In the principal's office, Yi Fan and Pang Wenjian stood in stark contrast. One was calm and collected. The other was a volcano ready to erupt. Wang Maomin, with his silver hair and white beard, rubbed his temples in exasperation. "Pang, teacher, a student sleeping in class shouldn't warrant expulsion, right?" "Of course it should. The principal, you must expel Yi Fan today this month alone. He's been caught sleeping in class, skipping classes to surf the internet, being late, and fighting he has not missed a single offense." According to the statistics from the Academic Affairs Office, Yi Fan has received 2 minor demerits and 3 warnings this month. According to school regulations, 3 warnings count as 1 minor demerit, and 3 minor demerits count as 1 major demerit, while a student with a major demerit is directly expelled. Pang Wenjian passionately argued. "He cannot be expelled." A middle-aged woman burst into the office, her face showing signs of age, yet still revealing traces of past beauty. Upon recognizing the woman, Yi Fan's eyes instantly reddened as he strode forward to embrace her tightly, his lips trembling as he managed to utter, "Mom." Yi Xian stood frozen in place. In her memories, since remarrying, her son had never embraced her again. The matter of her remarriage had created an insurmountable rift between them. "It's all right." Yi Xian gently patted her son's back, her gaze fixed anxiously on Wang Maoyan. "Principal Wang, no matter what mistakes Xiao Fan has made, he cannot be expelled. If even the school gives up on him, what will become of this child in the future?" Wang Maoyan cast a sidelong glance at Pang Wenjian and sighed softly. "Ms. Yi, please do not rush. How can I not be anxious?" "This M.O.M. Yi Fan interjected, his expression calm and unperturbed. "In terms of reason and fairness, the school has every right to expel me." Yi Huixin's mouth fell open in disbelief as she looked at her son, astonished. "Xiao Fan, do you realize what you are saying?" "I do." Through the window, Yi Fan's gaze drifted into the distance, a slight smile playing at the corners of his lips. "Mom, I want to transfer schools." At the school gate, seeing her son carrying a multitude of bags, Yi Xian felt a wave of complex emotions that a flicker of hesitation crossed her face as she tentatively asked, "Son, why do you suddenly want to transfer?" "It's nothing much. I just feel too despondent." Yi Fan paused, fabricating a benign lie. "Since it's already the senior year, a change of environment and mood is necessary. I don't want to continue drifting aimlessly." "It's wonderful that you can think this way." Observing her son's newfound maturity, Yi Xian felt a tumult of emotions and slowly spoke. "Today is your uncle's birthday, and I've specially prepared your favorite sweet and sour ribs. Would you like to come home for dinner?" Her tone carried a hint of pleading. Since Yi Fan entered high school, his visits home had become infrequent. Yi Xian had silently wiped away countless tears over this. Fully aware of her son's feelings, she simply wished to avoid seeing that person. Seeing his mother in such a state, Yi Fan's heart tightened, guilt flooding his eyes. In his previous life, he had made far too many mistakes. In this life, he must make amends. With this thought, clarity washed over Yi Fan. "I'm actually quite hungry. I plan to indulge in a great feast later." This simple statement left Yi Xian momentarily stunned, her voice tinged with uncertainty. "Xiao Fan, you're willing to come home for dinner?" Yi Fan smiled. He approached a red sedan parked by the roadside, opened the trunk, and placed his luggage inside. Then, he simply got into the car. Witnessing this scene, Yi Xian felt as if she were in a dream, discreetly wiping the moisture from her eyes, a long-lost smile emerging on her face. Her son seemed to have grown up. On the way home, Yi Xian drove, softly stating, "Son, I have a request upon our return. Please try not to argue with your uncle Luo Shan. He has his own struggles." In the past, such situations had occurred too many times. Without a few reminders, she truly could not rest easy. Yi Fan offered a barely perceptible bitter smile, nodding silently, Mom. Just focus on driving. In the past, I lacked understanding that will not be the case anymore. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian felt a pang in her heart, a heavy weight finally lifting. Yi Fan yawned and said, Mom, I didn't sleep well at school last night. I'll take a quick nap. With that, he closed his eyes. Though appearing to sleep, he was far from it. At this moment, a series of sounds echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have bound the all-purpose system. This voice was gentle and melodious, like a refreshing spring breeze. In his previous life, Yi Fan had encountered numerous online tales and was no stranger to the concept of a golden finger. Even the absurdity of reincarnation had befallen him. A system? This was not beyond his comprehension. After a brief moment of shock, he accepted it all and inwardly inquired, could you explain what the all-purpose system entails? Academically proficient in astronomy and geography, knowledgeable in interpersonal dynamics, enlightened in the yin and yang, versed in the 8 trigrams, and aware of the elusive arts, martially capable of slaying a man from 10 paces and leaving no trace over 1,000 miles, medically adept at healing the sick and alleviating suffering, intellectually capable of strategizing within the confines of the tent while securing victory from afar, comparable to the wisdom of Guanzhong and Lu Yi, sitting with arms crossed and laughing amidst the winds and moon, determining the fate of the world before even stepping out of the door. Fulfillment of these 4 points constitutes all-purpose. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Yi Fan, with his eyes closed, felt the corners of his mouth twitch slightly. Yi Xian, driving, remained oblivious to her son's peculiar behavior. Yi Fan internally scoffed, such a thing cannot possibly exist in this world. The 4 aspects mentioned by the system, if anyone could achieve even one, would undoubtedly be considered a living deity. As for accomplishing all, nonsense. System. Knowledge is the fundamental element of human wisdom. As long as the host acquires sufficient knowledge, one may also become all-purpose. No sooner had the words left its virtual mouth than a holographic page materialized in Yi Fan's mind. Host, Yi Fan. Knowledge. Level 1, 30,100. Intelligence. Level 1, 20,100. Martial skill. Level 1, 10,100. Medical skill. Level 1, 0, 100. Merit points, 0. Experience points, 0. Seeing the uniform level 1 status, Yi Fan felt a surge of frustration. Goodness, not even a single level 2? Damn, a type of plant. Despite the complaints, Yi Fan quickly identified the crux of the matter. He inquired within, system, can experience points be used to upgrade these abilities? System, exactly. Yi Fan continued. How does one acquire experience? System, there are 2 methods. First, the host can gain experience by learning various forms of knowledge, which can then be used to elevate each ability's level, with the maximum level being 10. Second, on the 1st of every month, the system will issue tasks. Completing these tasks will yield random experience rewards. The 1st of every month? Today is the 18th, leaving nearly half a month to wait. Yi Fan could only place his hopes on the first method, pressing further in his mind. How do I learn various forms of knowledge? Please clarify. Read books. The system's response was remarkably clear. 20 minutes later, the car stopped in front of a detached villa. Yi Xian gently shook Yi Fan's shoulder, her voice tender. Xiao Fan, we're home. Wake up. Yi Fan rubbed his eyes, feigning the appearance of just waking, grabbed his luggage, and followed his mother into the villa. Upon entering, the images from his memories perfectly converged with reality, stirring deep emotions within Yi Fan. In his previous life, he harbored a profound disdain for Luo Shan until his mother fell ill, during which Luo Shan meticulously cared for her for over a year, his genuine affection. Unmistakable. It was from that time onward that Yi Fan began to accept Luo Shan. As they stepped into the living room, a middle-aged man emerged from the kitchen, of average height and square face, not handsome, yet not unattractive either. Xiao Fan has returned as well. Upon the first sight of Yi Fan, a flicker of delight crossed Luo Shan's face as he warmly called out, "Quickly wash your hands, you must try the braised pork I prepared." "Thank you, uncle," Yi Fan replied with a slight nod. This seemingly ordinary exchange left 2 individuals in their 40s momentarily speechless. Luo Shan's face flushed slightly, his hands fidgeting as if unsure where to place them. Overwhelmed with excitement, his speech faltered. You, my child, why be so polite with your uncle? Since marrying Yi Xian, this was the first time Yi Fan had addressed him as uncle. It was no wonder he felt exhilarated. Tears streamed down Yi Xian's cheeks as she realized she would experience such a rare warmth in her lifetime. Noticing his mother in tears, Yi Fan instinctively moved to comfort her. Yet, before he could act, someone else took the initiative. Luo Shan clumsily retrieved a tissue, gently wiping away the tears from Yi Xian's face. Why are you crying? Stop now, please. His tone resembled that of a parent soothing a child. Yi Xian's shoulders trembled slightly as she choked out, I'm just so happy. Indeed, as she expressed, these were tears of joy. Hearing this, Yi Fan felt an overwhelming sense of guilt, chastising himself internally. During the meal, Yi Xian recounted the events of the day in detail to Luo Shan. When Luo Shan learned of Yi Fan's desire to transfer schools, he did not question her reasoning, but instead asked directly, Xiao Fan, which school do you wish to transfer to? Your uncle has some connections that could be of assistance. Yi Fan set down his chopsticks and replied, Jinhua Middle School in the capital. He spoke the name Jinhua Middle School. A subtle tenderness graced his features. Ningxi was there. What? Yi Xian sprang to her feet, astonished. You want to attend school in the capital? Yes, Yi Fan affirmed, nodding seriously. Mom, please do not try to persuade me otherwise. This is a decision I have pondered deeply, and I hope you can support it. His words left Yi Xian momentarily speechless. She gazed at her resolute son and ultimately relinquished her efforts to dissuade him. Did she not know her son's character well enough? He was unwavering. While she accepted his choice, Yi Xian felt a pang of sorrow. The capital was so far away, and she was reluctant to let him go. Luo Shan understood his wife's feelings at that moment. He gently patted her hand, offering reassurance. Xiao Fan has grown. It's a good thing. He has his own aspirations. Moreover, Jinhua Middle School is a prestigious institution, far superior to his current school. Thank you for your understanding. Uncle, Yi Fan expressed his gratitude. Of course it's nothing. Sensing his wife's discontented gaze, Luo Shan offered a sheepish smile and quickly fell silent. Yi Fan, engrossed in his meal, harbored profound emotions within his deep-set eyes. Jinhua Middle School, Ningxi. Chapter 3. Entrance Examination. After dinner, Yi Fan returned to his room. In his previous life, he had heard Ningxi mention certain matters regarding Jinhua. It appeared that to transfer to Jinhua, one must pass an examination. However, the specifics of this assessment eluded him, for even Ningxi was unaware. Nevertheless, she had once confided that no one had ever entered Jinhua as a transfer student. Never. This clearly indicated that the difficulty of the examination was of infernal proportions. Given his current academic standing, the prospect of passing this examination seemed akin to chasing a mirage. At present, his foremost priority was to elevate his grades across all subjects. Otherwise, even with Luo Shan's formidable connections, it would likely prove futile. Yi Fan pondered internally. System, what level does a secondary knowledge rating represent? System, above 700 points in the college entrance examination. And what about the tertiary level? System, an exemplary graduate from Tsinghua University across all subjects. This was indeed manageable. Yi Fan had already formulated a plan in his mind. He approached the solid wood bookshelf and picked up a volume titled Advanced Mathematical Analysis. As he delved into its pages, he became deeply engrossed. The previously obscure and convoluted knowledge seemed to spring to life, flooding his mind with clarity. Before long, he found himself immersed in the ocean of knowledge. As time slipped by, the system's prompt echoed in his ears intermittently. 10 minutes of reading, experience points 1. 10 minutes of reading, experience points 1. 3 hours vanished in an instant. Upon finishing the last page of Advanced Mathematical Analysis, the system's prompt chimed once more. Completion of reading, experience points 5. Adding the 18 experience points accrued over the 3 hours, he had amassed a total of 23 experience points. This seemed quite promising. Yi Fan grasped the water cup on his desk and took several hearty gulps before calling forth his attribute panel to review. Host, Yi Fan Knowledge, Level 1, 30100. Intelligence, Level 1, 20100. Strength, Level 1, 10100. Medical Skill, Level 1, 0100. Merit Points, 0 experience points. 23 to elevate his knowledge to Level 2. 70 experience points were required. At the current rate of gaining experience, It would take approximately 6 more hours. Glancing at the clock on the wall, he noted it was nearing 8 p.m. Yifan's objective was straightforward: to elevate his knowledge to level 2 by tonight, and to reach level 3 before entering Jinhua. This way, no matter how formidable the examination at Jinhua might be, he would be well equipped to face it. With this thought in mind, Yifan wasted no time and retrieved another book, Physics Analysis, along with New Concept English, and focused intently on his studies. Time was of the essence, and the task was immense. As the minutes passed, his experience points continued to surge upward. At precisely 2:10 in the morning, the sound of a system notification echoed in Yifan's mind. After reading for 10 minutes, he had gained 1 experience point. With his experience points reaching 70, he met the conditions for upgrading knowledge. Would he like to proceed with the upgrade? Without hesitation, Yifan affirmed his choice. As he did so, a profound clarity washed over him, a sensation so extraordinary that it eluded verbal description. It was, in essence, enigmatic. Once this remarkable feeling subsided, Yifan accessed his attribute panel once more. Host: Yifan Knowledge, Level 2, 0500. Intelligence, Level 1, 20100. Strength, Level 1, 10100. Medical skill, Level 1, 0100. Merit points, 0. Experience points, 0. Upon witnessing his knowledge ascend to Level 2, Yifan nodded in satisfaction. However, his good mood evaporated upon realizing that advancing from Level 2 to Level 3 demanded a staggering 500 experience points. 500 experience points? And this was merely for Level 3. What about Levels 4 and 5? The mere thought caused him a headache. Yet, when he recalled the captivating figure etched in his memory, all negative emotions vanished in an instant. There is always a gentle breeze in the world that fills countless dreams. And Ningxi represented that gentle breeze for Yifan. 5 days later, at Jinhua High School, an esteemed institution renowned for its exceptional graduation rates, the principal of Jinhua once famously declared that even a pig could gain admission to a prestigious university if they attended Jinhua. This assertion propelled Jinhua High School to the forefront of parents' preferences. However, the school's stringent admission requirements dissuaded 99% of applicants, revealing that Jinhua was not as accessible as many had presumed. In the office, Principal Zhang Chongshan, adorned with black-framed glasses, held a student record in hand. His brow slightly furrowed as he scrutinized the youth seated across from him. As the head of Jinhua, he felt compelled to consider the institution's graduation rates. Despite his friend's numerous commendations over the phone the previous night, he remained steadfast in adhering to established regulations. Without rules, order cannot be achieved. Regulations are regulations. No one, including the principal himself, could undermine the rules of Jinhua. The youth in question was Yifan, who sat calmly in the chair, exuding a composure that belied his age. In contrast, Luo Shan, seated beside Yifan, was visibly anxious. He had made countless phone calls over the past few days, exhausting considerable effort to establish a dialogue with Zhang Chongshan. Whether Yifan would gain admission to Jinhua depended entirely on the principal's decision. Zhang Chongshan set down Yifan's record, an unusual glimmer flashing in his eyes as he inquired of Luo Shan. You are Yifan's guardian, correct? Yes, indeed, I am, came the reply. Luo Shan promptly rose to his feet and introduced himself. I am Luo Shan, the guardian of Yifan. Principal Zhang, is there any issue with the enrollment? Zhang Chongshan shook his head, lightly tapping his fingers on the desk. There is no problem per se, but as a renowned key high school in Xia country, Jinhua requires transfer students to pass the entrance examination to join. An exam? Upon hearing this, the smile on Luo Shan's face vanished instantly, his tone shifting abruptly. Must there really be an examination for admission? He had heard his wife lamenting about Yifan's academic performance. He was at the bottom of his class. The prospect of an examination left little hope for success. Mr. Luo, there is no need for surprise. An examination is indeed mandatory for transferring to Jinhua. Zhang Chongshan replied earnestly, hoping for Luo Shan's understanding. Just then, a knock echoed through the room. A bespectacled man with a square face entered, carrying several exam papers with a respectful demeanor. Principal, I have brought the exam papers. Zhang Chongshan nodded in acknowledgement, turning his gaze towards Yifan and inquired, are you willing to take the entrance examination at Jinhua? Yes. Yifan had anticipated this scenario and then asked, Principal, what score is required to enter Jinhua? Surprised by Yifan's calmness, Zhang Chongshan replied, Jinhua has high standards. To transfer into the senior science class, Your total score must not be lower than 730. What? Luo Shan stood up abruptly, his eyes wide with disbelief. Is there some mistake? 730 points. It was no wonder he was astonished. Achieving 730 points on the college entrance examination would guarantee one as the top scorer in the province. Based on Luo Shan's understanding of Yi Fan, reaching even 700 points was a far-fetched dream. 300 points would be a struggle. This is unreasonable. Luo Shan's expression darkened as he pulled Yi Fan towards the exit. Xiao Fan, let us go? There are plenty of good schools. If not Jinhua, we shall find another. Uncle, wait. Yi Fan remained still, fully aware that Luo Shan was concerned about his pride, fearing embarrassment later. However, he was determined to attend Jinhua. The reason was simple. Ningxi was here. That reason was sufficient. Seeing Yi Fan's reluctance to leave, Luo Shan grew anxious and whispered, Xiao Fan, didn't you hear the examination requirement? They expect you to score 730 points. This is absurd. A smile crept onto Yi Fan's lips, as if sunshine itself had gathered within his expression. I want to give it a try. Chapter 4. The first encounter with Ningxi. Luo Shan furrowed his brows, ultimately letting out a resigned sigh as he released his hold. Since Yi Fan wishes to try, then let him. Yi Fan, you truly are remarkable. Zhan Chongshan observed with appreciation, having not encountered such an intriguing young person in a long time. He smiled and added, I sincerely hope you can pass the assessment. Best of luck. As he spoke, he waved his hand at the middle-aged man, who placed the examination papers on the table before Yi Fan and silently turned to leave. Such occurrences were frequent. As a nationally recognized key high school, the number of students aspiring to attend Jinhua was incalculable. However, admission to Jinhua hinged on two fundamental criteria: exceptional academic performance and formal acceptance. Transferring midway? The examination standards were notoriously rigorous, and no one had ever succeeded, not a single soul. Glancing at the time, Zhan Chongshan remarked nonchalantly that it was 9 o'clock in the morning, granting Yi Fan 3 hours to achieve a cumulative score exceeding 730 across the 4 examination papers if he wished to attend Jinhua. Yi Fan nodded slightly, retrieved a neutral pen from his backpack, and began to tackle the papers. Zhan Chongshan did not linger, rising to exit the office. Luo Shan cast a worried glance at Yi Fan, hesitated momentarily, and ultimately followed Zhan Chongshan out. Once the two had departed, Yi Fan's attention shifted to the 4 papers before him, a subtle smile gracing his lips. 730 points? Not overly daunting. He picked up the mathematics paper at the top, and as the questions came into view, relevant concepts flooded his mind, as if he were under the influence of a cheat code. In truth, he was indeed operating at an enhanced capacity. The system was formidable, as expected. Over the past 5 days, Yi Fan had immersed himself in his studies, tirelessly amassing experience points, and before arriving at Jinhua that morning, he had successfully upgraded his knowledge to level 3. He was determined to attend Jinhua. Time flowed gradually, and an hour later, Zhan Chongshan and Luo Shan returned to the office. Uncertain of what they had discussed, Luo Shan's expression bore hints of helplessness and defeat. Observing Yi Fan engrossed in his work, Zhan Chongshan gestured for silence towards Luo Shan and indicated the sofa. Once seated, an air of quietude enveloped them as they awaited the outcome. With a sigh of relief, Yi Fan lowered his pen and glanced at the clock on the wall. It was 10:43. He leisurely organized the papers, stood, and nodded towards Zhan Chongshan on the sofa, signaling, Principal, I am finished. Zhan Chongshan's face was a canvas of astonishment, staring incredulously at Yi Fan. Had he truly completed all 4 papers in less than 2 hours? Impossible. Could it be that this young man, realizing the futility of his efforts, had chosen to forfeit? Contemplating this possibility, Zhan Chongshan reminded him, Yi Fan, there is still over an hour remaining. Would you not like to double-check? That is unnecessary, Yi Fan replied, shaking his head, his youthful visage calm and composed, devoid of arrogance or false modesty. I never question my own work. Good. A glimmer of insight sparked in Zhan Chongshan's eyes as he approached Yi Fan, took the 4 papers, and settled at the desk to begin grading them. Luo Shan felt a sense of restlessness and approached Yi Fan, his expression clouded with concern. Xiao Fan, there is still time. Why are you so eager to submit your paper? Yi Fan placed his pen back into his backpack and, lowering his head, replied, Uncle, if my mother wishes to see me in the future, please take some time to bring her to the capital. Luo Shan was momentarily taken aback by Yi Fan's response. What did this mean? However, he quickly grasped the implication. Zhang Chongshan set down the exam paper, his face a canvas of astonishment, a tempest of emotions roiling within him. A genius. Coughing slightly, he regained his composure and, with a nervous sheen of sweat on his palms, tentatively inquired, Principal Zhang, how did Xiao Fan perform? In truth, he held little hope. A score of 730 was indeed quite daunting. Zhang Chongshan, regaining his focus, cast a profound gaze at Yi Fan, his eyes ablaze with fervor. He masked it exceptionally well, yet Yi Fan, ever perceptive, caught the glimmer in his gaze, and a faint smile graced his lips. Mr. Luo, I shall promptly arrange for the enrollment procedures for student Yi Fan. In an astonishing reversal of his earlier indifference, Zhang Chongshan's demeanor shifted dramatically, imbued with warmth. It's almost noon. Let us have lunch in our school cafeteria. The meals at Genoa are quite commendable. You can rest assured to entrust your child to our school. Upon hearing Zhang Chongshan's initial words, Luo Shan was left utterly speechless. As for the subsequent pleasantries, not a single word registered in his mind. Enrollment procedures? Could it be? At 1:50 p.m., as the class was about to commence, the students of the second science class of the third year were engaged in a preparatory exercise for English listening. The first class of the afternoon was led by their English teacher, Yang Ting, who also served as the class's homeroom teacher. Ding-ling. As the class bell rang, Yang Ting entered the classroom as usual, but this time, she was accompanied by a young man. He possessed refined features, stood approximately 1.8 meters tall, and his eyes conveyed a depth and composure beyond his years, with slightly long black hair flowing elegantly. It was Yi Fan. Upon stepping into the classroom, Yi Fan felt an involuntary surge of nervousness, his blood quickening. Where was she? His gaze swept across the room, urgently seeking the familiar silhouette etched in his memory. Upon spotting a small head peeking out from behind a mountain of books in the third row by the window, his mind buzzed with excitement. He had found her. Though he could not discern her features clearly, Yi Fan was certain it was she. In that moment, his heart began to race, a whirlwind of emotions, nervousness, unease, and exhilaration washed over him. In his previous life, he had loved only her. In this life, she was irreplaceable. Setting down the textbook, Yang Ting clapped her hands and announced, Everyone, hold on a moment. We have a new student joining us today. Let us give a warm round of applause to welcome him. The applause was sparse and hesitant. What was happening? Was Jinhua welcoming a transfer student? Do not inquire of me. I am equally in the dark. A number of students began to murmur, particularly several young women, their eyes alight with excitement. Oh my, what a handsome fellow! Luo Yumeng exclaimed, her enthusiasm palpable as she nudged Ning Shi, winking mischievously. Quickly, look at the handsome guy. Please, spare me, replied the girl known as Ning Shi, her fair visage displaying an unusual seriousness. A few strands of hair clung to her cheek, framing her exquisitely delicate features, especially her pure eyes, untainted and as clear as a mountain stream. Immune to her desk mate's distractions, her gaze remained steadfastly fixed on the examination paper before her. How dull, Luo Yumeng pouted, her lips curling in discontent. All you ever do is study. At this rate, you'll turn into a fool. As she spoke, she playfully tapped Ning Shi's flawless forehead. Such nonsense. Ning Shi chuckled softly, her cheeks adorned with two charming dimples, her voice sweet and gentle. Studying is akin to rowing upstream. If one does not advance, one inevitably retreats. Luo Yumeng rolled her eyes in exasperation and turned her attention to Yi Fan at the podium, a dreamy smile gradually gracing her lips. If you lack enthusiasm for handsome boys, something must be amiss. Yi Fan proceeded with his self-introduction. Hello everyone, I am Yi Fan, with Yi meaning leaf and Fan meaning ordinary. His voice, slightly magnetic, flushed the cheeks of several girls, their hearts fluttering. So handsome. Yang Ting appraised Yi Fan, her curiosity piqued regarding how he had transferred to Genoa. Quite intriguing. Nonetheless, once Yi Fan concluded his introduction, she continued, Yi Fan, there are plenty of empty seats in the class. Feel free to choose any. Thank you, teacher, Yi Fan replied, descending from the podium and making his way to the left side of the classroom. This only heightened Luo Yumeng's excitement. The new handsome guy is coming our way. Look, look. Ning Shi sighed in resignation at her friend's tight grip on her hand. Please don't shake me. Can I see just fine? Upon lifting her gaze, she found herself locking eyes with Yi Fan, who was also looking at her. An unusual glimmer flickered in Ning Shi's eyes, prompting her to lower her head slightly. Observing her somewhat youthful visage, Yi Fan's lips curled into a subtle smile. At last, Little one, I have found you. Chapter 5. The long road ahead. As he passed the third row, Yifan's steps abruptly halted. Hello, classmate. My name is Yifan. It is a pleasure to meet you. His clear voice, imbued with a hint of magnetism, was quite pleasant to the ear. Ningxi, with her head bowed, appeared composed. Yet internally she was in turmoil. Surely, he cannot be speaking to me. Indeed, it must not be. The girl began to engage in self-hypnosis within her mind. Xiaoxi, why are you dazed? Luo Yumeng nudged Ningxi with her shoulder, raising an eyebrow. The handsome guy is greeting you. At least respond. What use is such a friend? Ningxi, is it? Yifan's lips moved slightly. The name was melodious. I am Yifan. At this moment, Ningxi realized she could no longer escape. It would be rather impolite not to respond when someone had called her name so directly. She shot a glare at Luo Yumeng, lifted her delicate face, and her eyes sparkled with clarity, as radiant as the stars. Hello, I am Ningxi. Her voice was soft and sweet, stirring something within Yifan. He said nothing further, merely nodded gently, and took a seat behind the two. There was no rush. Time was on their side. He did not wish to startle this little white rabbit. Wow, he is sitting right behind us, Luo Yumeng exclaimed. Her cheeks flushed with excitement as she leaned towards Ningxi and whispered, Cici, are we experiencing a stroke of good fortune? With such a handsome guy around, we could have endless opportunities ahead. Where else could one find such a splendid chance? Don't be ridiculous. Ningxi dismissed her classmate and turned her focus to the physics exam paper. Physics was her weak point, and she had been diligently studying to prepare for the monthly exam in a little over a week. However, the last major question on the paper left her feeling rather helpless. She had been stuck on it since last night, and even now, she could not devise an appropriate solution. The class bell rang. Yang Ting cleared her throat. Class, please take out your English textbooks. Many students sighed in relief. The atmosphere in the senior year was exceedingly tense and busy, particularly at Jinhua High School, which felt almost like hell. Throughout the entire class, Yifan could not take his eyes off Ningxi's silhouette, memories from the past flooding his mind. In his previous life, when he had just started his company and was recruiting at a talent market, he had merely intended to hire a receptionist. To his surprise, he found Ningxi, a brilliant student from Tsinghua University. Their fateful connection began at that moment. Once the homeroom teacher left, Luo Yumeng turned to Yifan with familiarity. Classmate Yifan. I am Luo Yumeng. Where did you transfer from? Jiangbei Linhai. That's quite far. Luo Yumeng exclaimed, her expression a mix of surprise and curiosity. What brought you all the way to the capital for school? And to transfer to Jinhua? That's truly remarkable. At this point, she lowered her voice and raised an eyebrow at Yifan. To be honest, did you perhaps have some connections? Yifan thought to himself. This must be the outgoing friend Ning she had mentioned in his previous life. You are quite the conversationalist, aren't you? Ning, she interjected, unable to bear it any longer. Gently nudging Luo Yumeng. How could you even ask such a thing? After speaking, she flashed an apologetic smile at Yifan. Luo Yumeng, realizing her indiscretion, offered an awkward smile. Oh, we were just chatting casually. Classmate Yifan, please don't mind. Yumeng has a rather straightforward personality and means no offense. Ningxi spoke with a hint of baby fat on her delicate face, revealing a sense of helplessness. It's fine, this isn't a sensitive topic. A subtle smile lingered at the corners of Yifan's lips. The reason I was able to transfer to Jinhua is that I passed the entrance examination. Upon hearing this, Luo Yumeng transformed into a curious child, eagerly asking, what kind of assessment? Yifan merely smiled in silence. A glimmer of profound understanding flickered in Ningxi's eyes. Previously, she had not heard of Jinhua accepting transfer students. Yifan was the first student she had encountered who had managed to transfer into Jinhua. The mention of the entrance examination conjured a plethora of thoughts in her mind. Perhaps Jinhua did accept transfer students. It could be that the so-called entrance examination was simply too difficult, resulting in no one passing. Driven by curiosity, Ningxi tentatively inquired, Yifan, could you share the contents of the examination? Of course, Yifan replied without hesitation. In Ningxi's presence, the word refusal did not exist in Yifan's lexicon. Neither in this life nor the previous one. Observing Yifan's prompt agreement, Luo Yumeng was left dumbfounded. Who am I? Where am I? Is the disparity between people truly this evident? Yifan, unfazed by Luo Yumeng's peculiar gaze, calmly retrieved 4 test papers from his backpack and placed them on the table. He flashed a gentle smile at Ningxi, his expression bright and sunny. The examination content is quite simple. It consists of these 4 papers. Ningxi stared blankly for a brief moment before hurriedly directing her gaze to the test papers. The next second, her mouth slightly agape, she looked utterly adorable. Full marks, full marks, full marks, and full marks again. Mathematics, Chinese, English, and comprehensive science. Each subject scored a perfect score. This was utterly extraordinary. Yi Fan waved his right hand in front of Ningxi. Xiaoxi, what are you thinking about? Jinhua does accept transfer students. As long as the entrance examination score exceeds 730, it's all good. Hearing this, Luo Yumeng gasped sharply, her expression akin to seeing a ghost, completely overlooking Yi Fan's endearing nickname for Ningxi. However, Ningxi took note of it, a faint blush gracing her fair cheeks. Xiaoxi, Xiaoxi, Xiaoxi. Did he just call her Xiaoxi? They had only just met, and he spoke so intimately? Furrowing her brows, Ningxi politely replied, I didn't expect you to be such an academic prodigy, Yi Fan. It seems I won't need to trouble the teachers with difficult problems anymore. I'm truly honored. Sensing Ningxi's unease, the smile on Yi Fan's lips deepened. Whenever you need help, feel free to reach out. I have plenty of time. And your matters are of utmost importance. Of course, he refrained from voicing the latter part. Strictly speaking, this was Ningxi's first encounter with him. Too much can be as detrimental as too little. Gazing at Yi Fan and then at Ningxi, Luo Yumeng seemed to detect an inexplicable sourness in the air. It was excessively sentimental, sending shivers down my spine. Although the volume was low, Yi Fan and Ningxi heard it distinctly. Ningxi cast a sidelong glance at Luo Yumeng and said, Repeat that. It was merely a jest, so do not take it to heart. It shall not happen again. Her tone, though light, carried an undeniable authority. Understood, Miss Ning. Luo Yumeng pouted, feeling exasperated by her earnest desk mate, Ningxi, who left her without any retort. Sentimental? Upon hearing those words, Yi Fan revealed a barely perceptible wry smile, as he struggled to contain himself. Patience is essential. He understood this principle well. Thus, his plan could be distilled into 3 simple words. Take it slow. After all, in this lifetime, he had resolved to cling to this little creature. Chapter 6. A transfer student from Jinhua? Ningxi turned back to her seat, stowed away her English book, and retrieved her physics exam paper. Today, she must conquer the final challenging problem in physics. If she could not, she would continue the endeavor tomorrow. Perseverance in the face of repeated failures is crucial. Why are you pulling out the physics paper again? Seeing this, Luo Yumeng felt quite vexed, for since yesterday afternoon, Ningxi had been engrossed in the physics exam. She simply could not fathom why the exam was more appealing than handsome boys. In her view, there was no comparison whatsoever. With only a little over a week until the monthly examination, and having performed poorly in physics previously, I need to catch up. Ningxi explained in response to Luo Yumeng's inquiry. Physics was her weak point, which is why she had volunteered to participate in the selection for class representative at the beginning of the semester. Ultimately, she succeeded and became the physics representative for the class. She aimed to create pressure for herself through this means. With pressure comes motivation. The next class would be physics, and she had yet to devise a solution for the final difficult problem. Mr. Chi, the physics teacher, had mentioned that the next class would focus on explaining the last challenging question on the paper. As the class representative, she was likely to be called upon. The thought alone left her feeling anxious. What if she was called? That would be disastrous. Hopefully, she was just worrying unnecessarily. Noticing Ningxi's distressed expression, Luo Yumeng consoled her, saying, Do not fret. No one in the entire grade managed to solve that last physics problem. Do not pressure yourself. Ningxi had mentioned this matter to her more than once. Yes, I know, Ningxi replied, feeling a wave of helplessness wash over her. Upon hearing their conversation, Yi Fan, seated behind them, gently tapped Ningxi's shoulder. Xiaoxi, could you show me what the problem is? Hey, you're quite familiar, aren't you? Even the oblivious Luo Yumeng noticed Yi Fan's casual address of Ningxi. In just one class, you've become so comfortable? To speak candidly, do you harbor feelings for my dear Xiaoxi? At this, she cast a glance at Yi Fan and continued, There is no need to feel embarrassed about it. With Xiaoxi's beauty, the number of boys who admire her is countless. Having one more or one less makes little difference. However, I personally hold hope for you. As they say, the one closest to the water enjoys the moonlight first. Before Luo Yumeng could utter a word, she felt a chill run down her spine, and her voice suddenly ceased. Oh no, I have been overly confident. Ningxi lightly nodded at Yi Fan and said, You may call me Ningxi. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan smiled subtly, choosing not to respond verbally. He knew Ningxi too well. Despite her seemingly cool demeanor, she was, in reality, quite adorably naive. At that moment, a bald, elderly gentleman in his 50s entered the classroom. This man was Qi Wenjue, the physics teacher for Class 2. As he walked in, an immediate hush fell over the classroom. Ningxi cast a glance at Luo Yoming, who instantly withdrew her neck, adopting the demeanor of a model student. Yi Fan, seated at the back, observed this scene with keen interest. To him, Ningxi's earlier gaze lacked any malice and appeared particularly endearing. At the podium, Qi Wenjue set down the textbook he had been holding and took a sip from his thermos. During his tea break, his eyes scanned the classroom, pausing momentarily on Yi Fan. He had heard that a transfer student had joined Class 2, and it seemed this was the young man in question. Alongside his surprise, a flicker of curiosity ignited within him. A transfer student from Jinhua? The term felt refreshingly novel to a teacher who had taught there for over a decade. New student, please introduce yourself, he requested, and in an instant, all the students' attention converged on Yi Fan. Unfazed by the multitude of gazes, Yi Fan rose slowly, his angular face devoid of any embarrassment. Teacher, I am Yi Fan, as in leaf for Yi and ordinary for Fan. The afternoon sun streamed through the window, illuminating him and accentuating his handsome features. This moment left many girls spellbound. Wow, this new boy is so handsome, so attractive. Some girls quickly suppressed their thoughts, their cheeks ablaze. How could they entertain such dangerous notions? Yet, he truly was striking. Ningxi rested her head on her desk, her bangs obscuring her delicate features. Her attention was fixated on the exam paper before her, her right hand swiftly calculating with a ballpoint pen on a scrap of paper. Noticing Ningxi's diligence, Yi Fan's eyes sparkled with amusement. How industrious she is. Qi Wenjue gestured for Yi Fan to take his seat, his voice resonant with age and authority. I am Qi Wenjue, the physics teacher of Class 2. You may call me Teacher Qi. Hello, Teacher Qi, the students responded in unison. Well, let us commence the lesson. A collective reluctance was evident on the faces of all the students, despite the fact that there were still 5 minutes until class commenced. How could one dare to encroach upon their precious respite? Such thoughts lingered, yet none possessed the audacity to voice them. What on earth? Qi Wenjue's gaze swept across the classroom, his tone growing more severe. Are you all not aware of your own performance in the last monthly examination? We are no longer in the first or second year of high school. This is the third year. Silence enveloped the room. Furrowing his brow, Qi Wenjue stated solemnly, retrieve your physics examination papers from the last monthly test. We shall discuss it in this class. As his words fell, the classroom was filled with the rustling of papers. Each student had a physics paper before them, save for Yi Fan. Qi Wenjue noticed this discrepancy and cast a glance at Ningxi, seated in front of Yi Fan. Ningxi, your classmate Yi Fan does not have a paper. Please lend him yours for now, so he may share with Luo Yoming. Huh. Ningxi rose, a slight look of confusion gracing her delicate features. Just moments ago, her attention had been entirely on the examination paper, leaving her oblivious to Qi Wenjue's instructions. Teacher, what did you just say? A wave of quiet laughter rippled through the classroom. Unfazed by the gazes of her peers, Ningxi remained composed. Qi Wenjue looked at her in surprise and patiently reiterated, Yi Fan does not have a paper. Kindly lend him yours to share with your desk mate. And remember, no distractions during class, understood? Yes, teacher, I understand. Ningxi nodded slightly, placing the paper on Yi Fan's desk without looking back. She then pulled Luo Yuming's paper to the center, resuming her calculations on the scratch paper as if nothing had transpired. Meanwhile, Yi Fan picked up Ningxi's paper and examined it intently. He was not merely studying the questions, but rather admiring the elegant handwriting that filled him with delight. The beauty of the script mirrored its creator. Now, let us commence with the lesson. As Qi Wenjue began to elucidate the examination paper, the student's reluctance faded, replaced by earnest attentiveness. Being at Jinhua, one's fate is not one's own. During the break, Qi Wenjue occasionally posed questions, and those called upon wore expressions of grave concern. Unbeknownst to them, over half the class had passed. After inscribing the final complex problem on the blackboard, Qi Wenjue took a sip from his thermos and inquired, who will come up to solve the last question? Silence reigned. Bang! Qi Wenjue, frustrated by the lack of progress, slammed his thermos onto the desk. I have given you more than 2 weeks, and still no one can solve it? The classroom was eerily quiet. Ningxi, please come up and solve it. Chapter 7. The challenge of problem solving. Ningxi, please come up and solve it. Truly, one fears what one encounters. Ningxi stood, a rare change of expression crossing her face. With her gaze fixed on the complex physics problem inscribed on the blackboard, a wave of helplessness washed over her. This particular question eluded her grasp. At that moment, the attention of the entire class converged upon Ningxi. Although her heart raced with trepidation, she managed to maintain an outward composure. "Teacher, I do not understand," she declared. In this day and age, could one truly possess such audacity in admitting ignorance? Had it been any of her peers, they would have never dared to utter such words, for they would have faced the wrath of Qi Wenjue. Qi Wenjue's lips twitched as he prepared to respond, but was interrupted by a voice that broke through the tension. "Teacher, I would like to give it a try." At that moment, Yi Fan raised his hand and stood up slowly, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Upon hearing the voice from behind her, Ningxi turned to glance at Yi Fan, her mind swirling with confusion. What was he attempting to do? Was he attempting to extricate her from her predicament? Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Yi Fan, casting a golden hue around him, which accentuated his already striking features. For a fleeting moment, the girls were captivated. It is often said that a graceful lady deserves a noble gentleman, yet within every girl's heart resides the image of a gallant prince. Undoubtedly, Yi Fan epitomized the aesthetic that appealed to the majority of girls, including Ningxi. At that instant, a peculiar glimmer appeared in her eyes as she regarded him. A seed had been sown. Although it required nurturing and care, it had been firmly planted. "Oh," Qi Wenjue remarked, somewhat taken aback, before nodding in approval. Indeed, while Yi Fan is a newcomer, his eagerness to tackle problems is commendable, certainly surpassing that of many of you. Upon hearing this, several boys cast glances of hostility. Yi Fan, in turn, felt a sense of exasperation. Was this truly a compliment, or merely an invitation for animosity? Very well, since that is the case. Come up and give it a go. I would like to see the caliber of our transfer student from Jinhua, Qi Wenjue stated, before moving his chair to the right side of the podium, clutching a thermos. A few girls began to whisper excitedly among themselves. "Wow, he is so handsome. Yi Fan is truly good-looking. I wonder if I am his type?" Upon overhearing these remarks, many boys felt a surge of annoyance. What is this? Trying to steal the spotlight. He is merely a beneficiary of favoritism. What is there to be proud of? Exactly. Despite the murmurs, Yi Fan remained unfazed, though he found himself at a loss for words. Why was everyone trying to incite animosity towards him? With a calm demeanor, he approached the podium, grasped a piece of chalk, and his gaze lingered on the blackboard for less than 5 seconds before he began to work through the problem. The radius of the orbit is with poise and confidence. He completed the solution in just 1 minute. "Teacher, I have finished." The boys who had anticipated Yi Fan's failure now looked on with skepticism. Surely, this could not be correct. It had to be wrong. This challenging physics problem had stumped the entire senior class throughout the year, and yet Yi Fan's time taken to solve it was astonishingly brief. It was simply implausible that his answer could be correct. "Yi Fan, your solution," Qi Wenjue remarked, scrutinizing the steps written on the blackboard with a look of perplexity, "utilizes concepts from university-level vector analysis, doesn't it?" The moment Yi Fan began, Qi sensed something was amiss. His approach diverged significantly from his own. Indeed, Yi Fan conceded with a nod. "Teacher Qi, you never stated that university-level concepts were off-limits. Of course, I could employ alternative methods, albeit they would be considerably more cumbersome." A collective gasp resonated through the classroom as students gaped in astonishment. Who was this new transfer student? To not only solve such a formidable physics problem, but to possess alternative solutions as well. Incredible. Observing Yi Fan at the podium, Ningxi's clear eyes sparkled with curiosity. How impressive. She resolved to seek his guidance after class. Having a physics prodigy at her side was an opportunity too precious to squander. Yi Fan, with an air of casual intent, cast a glance at Ningxi, a subtle smile flickering in his eyes, as if he sensed the bait had been effectively cast. Qi Wenjue, momentarily taken aback by Yi Fan's confidence, challenged him. "Then demonstrate your solution using only the knowledge appropriate for a senior. Is your expertise genuine, or merely an illusion?" The truth would soon be revealed. In response, Yi Fan seized a piece of chalk and began to write vigorously on the blackboard. Within approximately 3 minutes, the left side was filled with equations. After concluding his work, he set down the chalk and stepped aside. "Teacher, please take a look." Raising an eyebrow, Qi Wenjue smirked. "Aren't you going to verify your work?" "No need," Yi Fan replied calmly, shaking his head. The answer will be correct. His tone, though unassuming, brimmed with unwavering confidence, as if such certainty were entirely expected. Wow, that's incredibly impressive. Luo Yumeng discreetly nudged Ning Shi under the desk, her voice brimming with admiration. Xiao Shi, whether you're smitten or not, I simply cannot resist. I've resolved. She elongated her words purposefully, keenly observing Ning Shi's reaction. Having perceived Yi Fan's demeanor towards Ning Shi, Luo Yumeng sensed a hint of intrigue. Drawing from her extensive experience with romantic dramas, she speculated that Yi Fan likely harbored feelings for Ning Shi. Thus, she aimed to test her friend's response. Decide what? Ning Shi inquired of Luo Yumeng, her eyes as pure as a tranquil lake. In response, Luo Yumeng feigned disinterest, rolling her eyes slightly and commenting, Xiao Shi, you truly are quite naivete. Though Ning Shi found this puzzling, she did not dwell on it, as her nature was inherently uncontentious, except, of course, when it came to her studies. She cast her gaze back to the blackboard and murmured, Isn't it rather complicated for you? Luo Yumeng opened her mouth, rendered speechless. The hushed whispers of the two girls went unnoticed by anyone, as all attention was directed towards the podium. More precisely, it was entirely focused on Yi Fan. Such confident words filled Qi Wenjue's eyes with admiration. Upon observing Yi Fan's problem-solving process and the final answer, he could not help but exclaim, Absolutely correct. Well done. The moment these words escaped his lips, the classroom fell into an immediate silence. Indeed, what the? Yi Fan nodded at Qi Wenjue and returned to his seat. Qi Wenjue rapped his knuckles on the desk and addressed Ning Shi, saying, as the physics class representative, you ought to lead by example and seek Yi Fan's guidance more often. His tone carried a hint of admonition. Sure, Ning Shi thought this was precisely her intention. She paid no heed to Qi Wenjue's tone. Yet, while she remained unbothered, others were not. Just as Yi Fan settled back in his seat, he furrowed his brow slightly. He slowly rose and stated coolly, Teacher, this question exceeds the syllabus. I believe it is an oversight on the part of the examiner. Furthermore, you have misplaced the decimal point in the third row. A collective gasp rippled through the students of Class 2. Was he really challenging the instructor? Had he lost his mind? Chapter 8. The fish bites the hook in the classroom. Yi Fan maintained a serene expression, exuding an air of impenetrability that captivated the gaze of several girls. Ning Shi turned to look at Yi Fan behind her, her cherubic face adorned with a look of astonishment. No matter how one viewed it, Yi Fan seemed to be standing up for her. But why would he do that? They had only just met. What compelled him to defend her? Could it be that? Ning Shi, what nonsensical thoughts are you entertaining? It should, perhaps, merely be a coincidence. Yes, it must be so. A flurry of thoughts raced through her mind, and a rare blush graced her cheeks, enhancing her beauty. At the podium, Qi Wenjue froze mid-motion with his thermos cup. The decimal point was misplaced. After a moment of bewilderment, he turned to the blackboard. When his gaze landed on the spot Yi Fan had indicated, a flicker of embarrassment crossed his face. Fortunately, he was turned away from the students, and none noticed his discomposure. He forced a smile, adjusted the chalk to move the decimal point one place to the right, and turned back, feigning indifference. It was a lapse on my part. Yi Fan's observation skills are commendable. Yi Fan resumed his seat, a smirk playing on his lips. Sir, I personally believe this physics problem is significantly beyond the syllabus. The difficulty is exceedingly high for third-year students. Such challenging questions have not appeared in past college entrance examinations. He spoke eloquently, his tone laced with an innate confidence that rendered the question of whether to learn this particular problem rather insignificant in the grand scheme of the college entrance examination. What do you think, teacher? I met the earnest gaze of the young man, and an inexplicable sense of unease washed over me. Clearing my throat, I acknowledged. Classmate Yi Fan makes a valid point. It appears I have been somewhat negligent. I continued. I shall consult with Teacher 1 regarding this major question. With that, I instructed. For now, let us proceed with self-study. Upon finishing, I turned and exited the classroom, my back betraying a hint of awkwardness. This examination paper had indeed been prepared by me. As soon as I departed, a flurry of murmurs erupted in the classroom. Wow, this newcomer possesses considerable skill. Indeed, he has more than just a few tricks up his sleeve. Exactly. If he hadn't pointed it out, I would have completely overlooked how Teacher Qi mismarked the decimal point. In Class 2, several top-tier male students in the front row huddled together, their glances occasionally darting toward Yi Fan's direction. The girls were no different. So handsome. Unreasonably handsome, isn't he? Not just handsome, but exudes such a commanding presence. And his physics prowess is remarkable. What are you all thinking? We are in our senior year. On the brink of the college entrance examination, studying is paramount. Once in university, you can pursue romance to your heart's content. Such naive sentiments. Don't you understand the importance of seizing the moment? By the time you reach university, the prime opportunities will have already been snatched up. Luo Yuming raised an eyebrow playfully, teasingly remarking, "You seem quite popular. Look at how enamored these young ladies are. You must take responsibility." Yi Fan remained unfazed, offering a calm smile. He had long since grown accustomed to such attention, reminiscent of his high school days when he was dubbed the school prince by a group of idol girls, receiving countless love letters, and even facing public confessions from bolder classmates. Accustomed to it, you say? Luo Yuming suddenly perceived a striking resemblance between Yi Fan and Ning Shi. Their conversational skills were astonishingly similar. She gestured toward Ning Shi, saying, "Xiao Shi, we have such a handsome fellow seated behind us. And you still have the presence of mind to study?" "Don't be ridiculous," Ning Shi replied, her clear, azure eyes reflecting earnestness as she pointed to her physics exam, adding, "Yuming, please refrain from disturbing me. I am quite busy." "Very well, Your Highness Xiao Shi, study diligently, and this humble servant shall remain silent." Luo Yuming sighed in resignation, casually retrieving a romance novel from her desk and engrossing herself in its pages. With Teacher Qi absent, why continue solving problems? Unless one has lost their mind. Isn't it much more delightful to admire a handsome fellow? Hearing Luo Yuming's words, Ning Shi's eyes sparkled with amusement, the curve of her lips forming a crescent moon's perfect arc. However, the smile quickly vanished, reverting to her usual cold demeanor. Yi Fan observed the girl's change in expression, amusement bubbling within him. This girl, despite being adorably naive at heart, insisted on feigning an aloofness that kept others at bay. Ning Shi lowered her head, focusing intently on her notebook. She had only grasped a small portion of Yi Fan's problem-solving steps, the majority remaining elusive. She contemplated seeking his guidance, yet hesitated, feeling it somewhat abrupt given their recent acquaintance. After a moment's indecision, she suppressed the urge. Yet, it was undeniably challenging. After a few minutes of struggle, Ning Shi set her pen down, running her fingers through her hair, her mind clouded with frustration. Yi Fan propped his chin on one hand, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. Knowing Ning Shi well, he anticipated that she would ultimately choose to consult him. Thus, he remained unhurried, waiting patiently for her to take the bait. Ning Shi took a deep breath, turned to him, and softly murmured, "Yi Fan, may I occupy a moment of your time?" Yi Fan nodded, inquiring, "What is it, Xiao Shi?" Upon hearing Yi Fan's address, a rosy blush crept across Ning Shi's fair face. Her cool demeanor shattered in an instant. Stealing a glance at Luo Yuming, she noticed her deskmate was preoccupied, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. Suppressing her inner shyness, she opened her lips slightly. "Yi Fan, you can just call me Ning Shi, we." Yi Fan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, fully aware of her internal struggle at this moment. He smiled and replied, "All right, Xiao Shi." Ning Shi opened her mouth, deciding to address the matter at hand. "Yi Fan, could you explain the physics problem on the blackboard? I find your thought process a bit perplexing." "Of course," Yi Fan responded without hesitation. In his lexicon, there was no such thing as a refusal when it came to Ning Shi. He glanced at the clock on the classroom wall, his lips moving slightly. "Class will be over shortly, and the next period is physical education. I've heard that Jinhua SPE class is optional." Ning Shi was taken aback, her eyes wide with surprise. "You just arrived at Jinhua. How do you know the next class is PE?" Yi Fan raised his right hand and pointed to the door. "Look, there's a schedule on the wall by the entrance." The girl's face flushed crimson, her head dropping in embarrassment. "What was I thinking? How could I ask such a foolish question? How embarrassing. Xiao Shi, why are you so easily flustered?" Yi Fan chuckled softly, leaning slightly forward, their faces now less than 10 centimeters apart. At such a distance, one might expect a kiss or a scuffle. Breathing in the subtle fragrance of the girl, he allowed a slight smile to grace his lips, his voice low. "Nevertheless, your blushing is quite beautiful and endearing." Chapter 9. During physical education class, Ning Shi's mind momentarily blanked, leaving her somewhat flustered. Yi Fan appeared to be perpetually smiling, his profound eyes resembling a luminous crescent moon in the night sky, as if he were drawing her in. With strikingly handsome features and an exquisitely perfect face, complemented by a subtle aura of masculinity, all of this caused her thoughts to come to an abrupt halt. Her round, sparkling eyes remained fixated upon him, unwilling to look away. As Yi Fan's gaze softened, he instinctively reached out to pat Ningxi's head. However, just as his hand extended, it froze mid-air. A flicker of hesitation crossed his eyes, and he ultimately dismissed the thought. To Ningxi, he was merely a new classmate she had known for less than 2 sessions. Such an intimate gesture would undoubtedly lead to her being labeled as frivolous. That would be an unwise trade-off. Gradually regaining her composure, Ningxi felt a faint flush on her cheeks. You can just call me Ningxi, Yi Fan. We aren't that familiar yet. Having said this, she turned away, burying her face in her arms on the desk. Yi Fan pressed his lips together, a hint of amusement glimmering in his eyes. Finally, her true nature was revealed. Wasn't it? The girl before him was indeed the real Ningxi, just as he remembered, equally adorable and shy. He sighed, aware that the journey ahead would be long. There was no need to rush. Persistence would yield results. Yi Fan withdrew his gaze and took out a book on advanced calculus, beginning to leaf through its pages. 10 minutes of reading earned him 1 experience point. Another 10 minutes brought another point. Ding! As the class bell rang, Yi Fan set his book aside. Though 2 experience points were not substantial, they were better than none. After all, small accumulations lead to greater gains. With the ringing of the bell, the mood among the students in Class 2 instantly soared. At Jinhua, there was but 1 physical education class each week, a rare opportunity for students to unwind. Groups of students huddled together, discussing what to do during their gym class. Luo Yumeng pulled Ningxi, who had been resting on her desk, and upon seeing her slightly flushed face, paused momentarily. Xiaoxi, your face is so red. Are you feeling unwell? No, not at all, Ningxi replied, her gaze evasive and her tone laced with a barely perceptible hint of panic. I just think it's too hot. Yes, too hot. Unaware of her classmates' unease, Luo Yumeng excitedly suggested, Xiaoxi, let us play basketball during gym class. Basketball? Ningxi rejected the idea without a second thought. That's a sport for boys. Girls shouldn't play basketball. She preferred tranquil environments, with her only form of exercise being morning runs. The idea of basketball was somewhat unappealing to her. Moreover, she wished for Yi Fan to guide her through solving complex physics problems, making her reluctance quite evident. Xiaoxi, your way of thinking is quite misguided. Luo Yumeng, hands on her hips, earnestly advised, who says basketball is solely a male sport? If that were the case, how could there be women's basketball? Ningxi, her gaze cast downward, found herself at a loss for words. After a moment of silence, she resignedly replied, Yumeng, you go ahead and play. I wish to stay in the classroom and work on some problems. No way. Luo Yumeng, quite assertive, took Ningxi's hand, insisting, you must admit. You're always focused on studying. You're already at the top of the class and among the top 5 in the grade. What more do you want? Now, come with me to physical education class and relax a bit. I refuse. There's no room for negotiation. Observing the hesitation on Ningxi's face, Yi Fan couldn't help but chuckle, the corners of his mouth twitching. Go on. Huh. Upon hearing this, both girls turned to him. Yi Fan smiled. Endless studying isn't necessarily beneficial. While striving for improvement is commendable, burying oneself in books isn't the best strategy. A balance between work and play is essential. Luo Yumeng discreetly gave Yi Fan a thumbs up, nodding vigorously. Exactly. You're right, Yi Fan. Xiaoxi, don't be so hard on yourself. Can't you leave a little breathing room for this academic slacker? Ningxi's pretty face was painted with surprise. Was Yi Fan actually encouraging her to attend physical education class? Hadn't they agreed to go over physics problems together? How could he change his stance so swiftly? The girl stole a glance at Yi Fan before quickly looking away, her round, bright eyes twirling adorably. Ultimately, she nodded silently. Yay, Luo Yumeng whispered with a smile, winking at Ningxi. Then, unable to resist teasing, she remarked, Ah, I thought I was your best friend. Yet Yi Fan's words seemed to carry more weight. Truly, love blinds one's judgment. Before she could finish, Ningxi clamped a hand over Luo Yumeng's mouth. Her face flushed crimson, yet she was quite earnest. Yumeng, don't joke about such things. All right. Luo Yumeng giggled, quickly changing the subject. Let us go and claim our spot. Okay. Ningxi nodded. She glanced back at Yi Fan and softly said, Yi Fan, regarding that physics problem, you can choose the time. I'm available anytime. Yi Fan squinted, a gentle smile gracing his face. Thank you. Ningxi sighed in relief. On the playground, Ningxi, present. Suku, present. Yi Fan, present. Song Wei Yuan, Putting away the attendance list, expressed mild surprise. You all, the gods, have actually shown up? How rare. In the past, there would always be a few absentees during physical education classes. Such occurrences were quite common at Genoa. The students erupted in laughter. Song Weiyuan waved at everyone, cheerfully declaring, "This physical education class is free activity. Make sure to unwind. Long live the teacher." In an instant, the crowd dispersed. The basketball court was occupied by a group of boys who approached with laughter and playful banter. Upon noticing the presence of others on either side, they exchanged wry smiles, realizing they had arrived a moment too late. However, one tall boy's gaze was drawn to Ning Shi on the left court, a flicker of unspoken fervor igniting in his eyes as he confidently strode towards her. Nearby, Yi Fan, seated on the grass, let out a soft hum, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. He then gradually rose and made his way to the basketball court. The girls present were Ning Shi, Luo Yumeng, and Su Ku, the class leader from Class 2. Their attempts at basketball revealed a lack of skill, yet the melodious sound of their playful antics captivated many boys who paused to watch. The majority of their attention was fixated on Ning Shi. Her dark hair, tied with a purple ribbon, cascaded over her shoulders, accentuating her porcelain skin, untouched by makeup, yet radiantly fresh. In the north, there exists a beauty, unparalleled and independent. As the boys gazed at her graceful figure on the court, their hearts ignited with warmth. Yi Fan was unfazed by this scene. His girl was naturally exceptional and popular, a fact that seemed entirely normal. On the court, Luo Yumeng, slightly breathless under the hoop, tossed the basketball to Ning Shi a few meters away. Caught off guard by the ball soaring through the air, Ning Shi fumbled, her small hands clumsily swatting at it, but she failed to make contact. Just as she was about to retrieve the ball, a voice from behind caused her to frown. "Ning Shi, may I teach you how to play basketball?" Standing a few meters in front of her was a boy clad in branded athletic wear, with a slightly darker complexion that somehow added to his appeal. Zhao Wenhao, with average grades, served as the sports representative of Class 2 and captained the school basketball team. It was said that his family was affluent, having made significant donations to the school for equipment, resulting in his special admission. Zhao Wenhao was somewhat of a prominent figure in school, having received numerous love letters from girls at this tender age. However, upon encountering Ning Shi for the first time, he was utterly captivated. Finding that no other girl could compare to her, he had persistently sought ways to approach her, yet his efforts had yielded little success. Today, seeing Ning Shi playing basketball filled him with unrestrained joy. Basketball was his forte, and such a rare opportunity was not to be missed. Ning Shi turned to him, politely declining, "No, thank you." Undeterred by her refusal, Zhao Wenhao picked up the basketball at his feet, effortlessly spinning it on his right index finger while donning a self-assured smile. "Ning Shi, we're classmates. There's no need to be so formal." Ning Shi gently shook her head, once again declining with gratitude. "Thank you for your kind offer, Zhao." Upon witnessing this, Zhao Wenhao subtly exchanged glances with the class leader, Su Ku. He had frequently bestowed favors upon Su Ku, primarily due to her connection with Ning Shi, and now was the perfect opportunity to put those efforts to good use. Receiving the unspoken signal, Su Ku approached Ning Shi with a puzzled expression. "Xiao Shi, why do you refuse? It just so happens that none of us are particularly skilled at basketball. Zhao Wenhao, the captain of the school basketball team, is willing to teach us. This is a wonderful opportunity." Ning Shi lowered her head slightly and murmured, "Class leader, you all enjoy yourselves. I'm feeling a bit fatigued." "Oh, come on." Su Ku grasped Ning Shi's small hand, adopting a pitiful demeanor. "Xiao Shi, are you really going to abandon the class leader right at the start?" Ning Shi hesitated, caught in a dilemma. Zhao Wenhao's gaze always made her uncomfortable, and it was precisely this feeling that fueled her resistance. Luo Yumeng approached, exasperated. "Xiao Shi, there's a handsome guy willing to teach us basketball, and you're turning it down?" Ning Shi glanced helplessly at her desk mate, and then at Su Ku, not wanting to dampen their spirits, ultimately relenting. "All right, let us play for a little while longer." Mission accomplished. Luo Yumeng patted Su Ku on the shoulder and turned to Zhao Wenhao, asking, "How will you teach us?" "Quite simply," Zhao Wenhao replied eagerly. "We'll split into 2 teams for a friendly match. You'll observe how I dribble and shoot." "A match?" Luo Yumeng's eyes sparkled at this suggestion, a hint of excitement gracing her face as she decisively declared, "It's settled then." Seeing this, Su Ku released Ning Shi's hand and joined Luo Yumeng. "Yumeng, we'll be on the same team. Let us give Zhao Wenhao, the captain, A thorough drubbing, shall we? That sounds like a brilliant idea. This sentiment resonated deeply with Luo Yumeng, who then turned to Ning Shi on her left. Xiao Shi, you'll be on a team with Zhao Wenhao. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wenhao felt a surge of joy and discreetly gave Su Ku a thumbs up. What an exceptional assist. What? Ning Shi, already feeling averse to Zhao Wenhao, was dismayed to learn she would be paired with him, her face displaying clear reluctance. Zhao Wenhao, holding the basketball, stepped confidently in front of Ning Shi, smiling reassuringly. Don't worry, Ning Shi, being on my team guarantees victory. Humph. Luo Yumeng scoffed, rolling her eyes. Who has to say who will win or lose? Zhao Wenhao dismissed Luo Yumeng's provocation with a smile. Shall we begin? He was determined to impress Ning Shi, believing that with his skills and charm, he could certainly earn her admiration. Every beginning is fraught with challenges. If he could leave a favorable impression on Ning Shi, winning her heart would merely be a matter of time. Wait a moment. A calm voice resonated, causing the 3 girls and 1 boy on the court to pause in surprise. Yi Fan strolled into the arena leisurely, a sunny smile gracing his lips. He walked between Ning Shi and Qi Wenhao, with Ning Shi instinctively positioning herself behind him, her eyelids slightly raised as she asked, "How about adding me?" Her calm gaze was enigmatic, adding an air of mystery. Ning Shi gazed at the tall figure before her, momentarily lost in thought. Why was Yi Fan here? Zhao Wenhao's expression darkened. He had found this newcomer quite displeasing since their physics class earlier. What a ridiculous notion of a handsome guy, a male idol. He was merely a pretty boy. Before Yi Fan's arrival in Class 2, Zhao Wenhao had been the center of attention for all the girls, except, of course, for Ning Shi. Now that Yi Fan had arrived, the girls were all acting as if they had lost their minds, which greatly displeased the usually self-assured Zhao Wenhao. Just when he had finally managed to play basketball with Ning Shi, Yi Fan barged in, inciting his ire. Enough people, no more additions, Zhao Wenhao firmly rejected. Yi Fan's lips moved slightly as he casually replied, "Classmate, you misunderstand, I wasn't asking you." With that, he turned to Ning Shi and flashed a sunny smile. His gaze gentle. "Xiao Shi, how about adding me?" Zhao Wenhao's face turned as sour as if he had bitten into something unpleasant. "Oh, all right," Ning Shi said, somewhat dazed, gently nodding her head, her adorable demeanor captivating. Compared to Zhao Wenhao, she preferred teaming up with Yi Fan, for his gaze held a purity that made her feel at ease. Upon seeing Ning Shi's agreement, Qi Wenhao's expression darkened like coal. To him, Yi Fan's actions were a blatant provocation. How dare a newcomer be so arrogant? This was intolerable. When he noticed that Yi Fan intended to join, Luo Yumeng's eyes brightened. "Yi Fan, do you play basketball too?" "A little," Yi Fan replied. "Humph." Zhao Wenhao stepped to the side, his eyes filled with disdain. "If you only know a little, why are you trying to join in? Do you expect me to teach you, a grown man?" At this point, his face was laden with mockery. "You should practice on your own first. Don't embarrass yourself here. One must possess self-awareness." Ning Shi clenched her small hands and stepped forward to stand alongside Yi Fan. Her soft voice laced with coldness. "We are all classmates. Why must your words be so harsh?" Zhao Wenhao could hardly believe that Ning Shi would stand up for Yi Fan, his face alternating between shades of green and red. Looking at the earnest expression on Ning Shi's face, Yi Fan felt a warmth in his heart. In his previous life, the girl had always defended him, and now, she was doing the same. However, he was no longer the Yi Fan of the past. In this life, he would assume the role of the protector. Yi Fan raised his head, his gaze unwavering. "Classmate, you misunderstand." Zhao Wenhao retorted, "Misunderstand what?" Yi Fan replied indifferently. "What I meant by a little is likely quite different from your interpretation." "Oh, how so?" Zhao Wenhao glared at Yi Fan with a fiery rage, his gaze exceedingly unfriendly. Were it not for this newcomer, how could he have provoked Ning Shi's ire? Now, it appears that things have worsened. Ning Shi, who was already indifferent to him, seems even less inclined to tolerate him now. Yi Fan chuckled softly, seemingly answering a question not posed. "I believe I heard that you are the captain of the school's basketball team? So what?" A smug expression adorned Zhao Wenhao's face, brimming with pride. Yi Fan, maintaining his composure, replied with a calm demeanor, "I possess a modicum of skill. I could easily shave your head clean." As the statement hung in the air, silence enveloped the scene. Chapter 11. A role model among us. After a pause of 5 or 6 seconds, Zhao Wenhao erupted in laughter, his expression dripping with derision. "You? Shave my head? Have you even looked in the mirror? How ludicrous. If you find it amusing, then by all means, Laugh a little longer, Yi Fan responded flatly, unfazed by Zhao Wenhao's mockery. In his previous life, as the owner of a company valued in the hundreds of millions, he had grown accustomed to various situations. The current altercation was merely child's play. Would an elephant react to the taunts of an ant? He considered himself a juvenile elephant at present. Luo Yuming leaned closer to Ning Shi, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. Xiao Shi, don't you think Yi Fan is quite handsome? He is rather amusing. Ning Shi smiled gently, offering her own assessment. Zhao Wenhao's face flushed crimson as he swung a fist into the air, a sensation akin to striking cotton, leaving him so frustrated he felt on the verge of vomiting blood. Me? Yi Fan turned to stand beside Ning Shi, a gentle smile gracing his lips. I'll team up with Xiao Shi and take on the three of you. As he spoke, he tousled his hair, teasing, just be cautious. I might just shave your head. Upon hearing this, Ning Shi became frantic, her small hands waving in the air. Yi Fan, I can't play basketball. Not a problem. Just stand by and watch. Yi Fan interrupted, not giving her a chance to decline. He leaned slightly closer to Ning Shi's ear, inhaling the delicate fragrance that enveloped her, feeling an unprecedented tranquility. This sensation was delightful. If possible, he wished to savor it for a lifetime. Startled by Yi Fan's sudden movement, Ning Shi took 2 steps back, her cheeks flushed with warmth. Overwhelmed with anxiety, her speech became slightly stammered. Is that really okay? I feel like I would hold you back. Not at all. Yi Fan shook his head, reassuring her once more. When I say it won't happen, it simply won't. Outside the basketball court, many boys had noticed the unfolding drama. Although they were unaware of the specifics, Yi Fan whispering in Ning Shi's ear had not gone unnoticed. Wow, this Yi Fan is quite bold. On his first day, he dares to flirt with the school beauty. A role model among us. This kid is finished. Just look at Zhao Wenhao's expression. It's truly terrifying. Handsome, tall, academically gifted, and possessing exceptional charm. Why must I share a class with such a flamboyant individual? A few meters away, Zhao Wenhao clenched his fists tightly, his eyes ablaze with fury, harboring murderous intent. The whispers surrounding him were painfully grating to his ears. Every boy in the second science class was aware of his affection for Ning Shi. Yet this newcomer brazenly displayed intimacy with her in front of the entire class. Was this not a public slap to his face? If he did not avenge this humiliation, how could he maintain his stature in class 2? Very well. Zhao Wenhao gritted his teeth. Adhering to the plan as prescribed, I will team up with Luo Yumeng and Su Ku. There shall be no scorekeeping. The first side to reach 5 points shall emerge victorious. No objections. Yi Fan nodded, indifferent to the rules of the contest, for defeat was not an option. In his previous life, basketball had been his companion for over a decade. Losing to a brash novice like Zhao Wenhao would be a fate worse than death. Wait. Zhao Wenhao's gaze turned sinister as he coldly declared, since this is a competition, the losing party must face consequences. Oh. Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, intrigued, and inquired about the nature of the punishment. Simple. Zhao Wenhao's eyes gleamed with delight as he proclaimed, should you lose, you must run 3 laps around the playground while shouting, I am a loser. Yi Fan, do not take this bet. Zhao Wenhao, this is excessive. Ning Shi and Luo Yumeng interjected, perceiving the wager as nothing short of an affront. Even Su Ku could not help but voice her disapproval. Zhao Wenhao, we are all classmates, sharing the same space daily. Have you lost your senses? Ignoring the 3 girls, Zhao Wenhao fixed his gaze on Yi Fan, challenging him. Are you willing to bet? Yi Fan reassured Ning Shi with a gesture, glancing at Zhao Wenhao with a bemused expression, and queried, what if you lose? Me? Zhao Wenhao erupted into arrogant laughter. How could I possibly lose? Do you truly believe you can best me? Indeed, I can defeat you, Yi Fan replied calmly. Thus, should you lose, you must endure the same fate. At that moment, several boys from class 2 had gathered by the basketball court, their eyes reflecting a hint of pity as they regarded Yi Fan. What was he thinking? After all, Zhao Wenhao was the captain of the school's basketball team. His skill was undeniable. Was he not courting disaster? It was over. This newcomer was destined for humiliation, and a grand one at that. Zhao Wenhao had completely lost his patience. All he desired now was to publicly chastise this audacious individual. Enough of the idle chatter. Let us proceed. With that, he picked up the ball from the ground and tossed it to Yi Fan, stating, do not accuse me of bullying you. You may have the first possession. The airborne basketball hurtled toward Yi Fan's face at an alarming speed, clearly intended to make him look foolish in front of everyone. Yet, in the next moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded, disappointing Zhao Wenhao. Yi Fan leisurely extended his right hand, deftly catching the basketball with an air of nonchalance. Just don't use this as an excuse if you lose, he remarked casually. Turning around, he addressed the still-dazed Ning Shi with a gentle tone. Xiao Shi, you should just watch from the sidelines. Ning Shi's lips parted slightly, as if she wished to say something, yet the words eluded her, especially upon hearing the affectionate moniker. A faint blush crept across her cheeks. She had clearly reminded Yi Fan about this, so why did he continue to call her that? While Ning Shi was lost in her thoughts, Su Ku grasped her hand and led her to the mid-court line, exclaiming with resignation, Xiao Shi, it's best we just watch this game peacefully. To be honest, Su Ku felt a twinge of regret for assisting Zhao Wenhao earlier. Otherwise, they wouldn't be in such a predicament now. What a ridiculous situation. Luo Yuming hesitated for a moment before also making her way toward the two. Thus, only Yi Fan and Zhao Wenhao remained on the court, unknowingly transforming the scene into a contest. Yi Fan casually dribbled the basketball with his right hand. Are you ready? Let us begin, Zhao Wenhao shouted, charging towards Yi Fan with fierce determination, aiming directly for the basketball in his grasp. His intention was clear, to assert his dominance and show Yi Fan who was truly formidable. Confronted by Zhao Wenhao's aggressive approach, Yi Fan merely shook his head, his lips barely moving. Naive, he stood his ground, making no attempt to evade, and as Zhao Wenhao neared within 3 meters, he leapt from his position. Was he truly attempting a direct shot? Such audacity elicited gasps from the onlookers. Goodness, there's no way that will go in. How dare he? Flaunting before the master. Brother, where's your weapon? Swish. The ball swooshed through the net. In an instant, the crowd's murmurs were silenced, akin to a fishbone caught in their throats, rendering them speechless. The chatter ceased abruptly, and everyone's mouths hung agape, as if a chicken egg could fit inside. That went in? Yi Fan had launched the shot from a distance of over 2 meters beyond the 3-point line. Logically, such a shot should not have succeeded. Yet, the ball had indeed found its mark. The 3 girls near the midcourt moved in perfect unison, covering their mouths. It went in. How impressive. A slight smile curved Yi Fan's lips as he mused to himself. Oh, it seems my shooting touch is rather good. There was no sense of pride or astonishment. Throughout, his demeanor remained as tranquil as water. Zhao Wenhao's hand hung suspended in midair, a mere half-meter from Yi Fan, yet that distance felt insurmountable. He faced the hoop, eyes fixed on the bouncing basketball on the ground, his expression paling slightly. How could that have gone in from such a distance? What incredible luck. You may have scored one, but I refuse to believe your fortune will hold out indefinitely. Zhao Wenhao attributed his success to luck, letting out a displeased snort as he retrieved the ball from beneath the basket. Now, it was my turn to attack. Come on. Yi Fan lazily positioned himself at the free throw line, casually observing Zhao Wenhao a few meters away, exhibiting no intent to defend. Wow, so handsome. So charismatic. I can't take it anymore. Yi Fan, dear brother, I adore you. Outside the court, several girls from Class 2 shouted excitedly, their eyes sparkling with admiration. Zhao Wenhao cursed under his breath. Damn it, this guy is showing off again. Taking a deep breath, his dribbling became fluid and graceful, his speed surging as he effortlessly breached Yi Fan's defense, heading straight for the basket. Well, Yi Fan wasn't defending at all. He remained stationary, allowing Zhao Wenhao to glide past him. Useless. Zhao Wenhao's face was filled with disdain as he approached the hoop. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind, growing uncontrollably. Just do it. From 2 meters away, Zhao Wenhao leaped high, propelled by his momentum, soaring towards the basket. Is he going to dunk? Chapter 12. A dilemma. Is he really going to dunk? Everyone was stunned by Zhao Wenhao's actions. Let me show you what true strength looks like. In midair, Zhao Wenhao shouted, forcefully slamming the basketball towards the hoop. He even envisioned how dismayed Yi Fan would look when the ball went through, a smirk of pride forming on his face. Dunking, especially in a one-on-one scenario, delivered a significant psychological blow. In that critical moment, Yi Fan's figure unexpectedly appeared behind Zhao Wenhao, legs coiling with power, leaping upwards. Faster. Higher. This sequence of movements was executed in the blink of an eye, fluid and seamless. Bang. The basketball was mere centimeters from the hoop when suddenly, an immense force jolted the ball from Zhao Wenhao's hands, causing his expression to shift dramatically. The ball struck the backboard, and due to the excessive force, it rebounded with incredible speed. Coincidentally, The rebounding ball made intimate contact with Zhao Wenhao's face. A sharp sound rang out, leading onlookers to wonder if someone had been slapped. Zhao Wenhao, descending, was caught off guard and lost his balance, crashing to the ground. The students from Class 2, witnessing this unforeseen turn of events, were left dumbfounded. A block and a kiss? No way. Goodness, Yi Fan is incredible. Luo Yumeng and Su Ke covered their mouths, staring at the calm Yi Fan by the hoop, their expressions filled with disbelief. Amazing, no? Absolutely extraordinary. Is this even possible? Listening to the exclamations of her two close friends, Ningxi's face betrayed a hint of confusion as she murmured, "Isn't this against the rules?" Luo Yumeng replied, "Su Ke against the rules? This imaginative leap is indeed quite novel." Rubbing her forehead, Luo Yumeng patted Su Ke on the shoulder. "I apologize. It seems I have failed in my guidance. Please forgive my oversight." Su Ke gently shook her head and solemnly replied, "Do not blame yourself. I share in this responsibility." Noticing this exchange, Ningxi's cheeks flushed slightly. She was no fool and could easily discern that the two were jesting at her expense. Most likely, she had misspoken yet again. In truth, it was not entirely Ningxi's fault. Throughout her life, her world had revolved solely around academics, with her only leisure activity being visits to the library on weekends to peruse books that piqued her interest. Today marked her first encounter with basketball, and she was utterly oblivious to its rules, a complete novice, indeed. At the basketball hoop, Yi Fan brushed off the dust from his hands, remarking, "The idea is commendable, but alas, it falls just short." His unremarkable tone, however, rang with sarcasm in Zhao Wenhao's ears. He had already surmised what had transpired moments earlier, and Yi Fan's indifferent remarks only fueled his ire. This was merely an inconsequential match. There was no need for such theatrics. Yi Fan bent down to retrieve the basketball, turning to stride towards the three-point line. "You have 3 shots left. You are about to lose." Humph. Zhao Wenhao's expression darkened as he rose from the ground, a jolt of pain from his rear causing him to involuntarily gasp. As the captain of the basketball team and a prominent figure at Jinhua, he had never endured such humiliation. Moreover, he was not alone. All the members of the senior science class were watching the spectacle. If he were to lose to this newcomer, word would spread throughout the entire school in an instant. The shame would be unbearable. Thus, he could not afford to lose this match. Absolutely not. Yi Fan, holding the ball in one hand, approached the three-point line directly facing Zhao Wenhao, declaring, "Prepare yourself. I am about to begin." As soon as he finished speaking, he dribbled the ball and charged forward, utterly disregarding Zhao Wenhao's defense. The students on the sidelines gasped in astonishment. "This guy is truly bold. I can't believe he's charging in like this. Wow, he's so impressive." Zhao Wenhao, channeling power through his left leg, prepared to confront Yi Fan directly, convinced that this audacious move was a deliberate affront to his dignity. Did Yi Fan truly believe he could ignore his presence? The two moved with remarkable speed, neither showing any intent to slow down, and it appeared they were on a collision course. On the sidelines, some timid girls had already covered their eyes. In a moment of impending impact, Yi Fan stepped to the left, executing a full 360-degree turn, poised to force his way through. "Don't even think about it," Zhao Wenhao shouted, firmly planting his left foot to block Yi Fan's path. At that moment, his expression was grave, devoid of any trace of contempt. With precision shooting and fluid dribbling, he recognized Yi Fan as a true master. Moreover, the current situation is exceedingly disadvantageous for him, having already fallen behind by 2 goals. Should Yi Fan score again, bridging the gap would become an insurmountable challenge. Zhao Wenhao's defense seemed to have been anticipated by Yi Fan. He abruptly halted his leftward advance and pivoted to break right. The entire maneuver was executed with such swiftness and grace that it appeared utterly seamless. Zhao Wenhao's expression shifted dramatically. Instinctively, he pursued to the right with his right foot. Yet his left foot had barely touched the ground, and the inertia remained. A sharp sound of tearing fabric pierced the air. Zhao Wenhao's face drained of color. A searing pain surged through him, and beads of sweat quickly adorned his forehead. Losing his balance, he braced himself on the ground, his expression one of agony. Yi Fan paused, looking down at the prostrate Zhao Wenhao with a mix of uncertainty. "Classmate, I assure you, I did not touch you. Dozens of eyes are witnessing this." "No need for theatrics," Zhao Wenhao retorted. "Theatrics? What nonsense." Gasping in pain, he struggled to lift his head, managing to utter, "I'm merely feeling unwell." Let us call it a day for the match and resume another time. After saying this, he turned to Chu Qinglin on the sidelines and shouted, Qinglin, take me to the infirmary. I've injured my leg. Chu Qinglin and another boy hurried onto the field, assisting Zhao Wenhao as they made their way to the infirmary. Yi Fan cast a glance at Zhao Wenhao's retreating figure, a peculiar smile playing on his lips. A leg injury? That seems dubious. If you've truly hurt your leg, why clutch there? Such thoughts flickered through Yi Fan's mind as he held the basketball and approached the three girls at the midline, handing the ball to Ning Shi. Please, continue. Ning Shi accepted the ball, appearing somewhat dazed. Yi Fan, what happened to Zhao Wenhao? As soon as she asked, regret washed over her. Zhao Wenhao's voice had been so loud, declaring his leg injury. She had heard him. Why ask again? How foolish. That fellow? Yi Fan chuckled softly, his voice low. He sustained a minor injury. As for the specifics, I cannot say. Oh, Ning Shi replied, lowering her gaze. Luo Yumbing, with a look of admiration, exclaimed, Yi Fan, you're impressive. Suka nodded in agreement, her tone laced with a hint of something different. Your basketball skills are remarkable, even if Zhao Wenhao weren't injured. He wouldn't be your match. Just a bit. I wouldn't call it remarkable, Yi Fan replied nonchalantly, his attention fixed on the bashful Ning Shi. Unable to resist, he waved his right hand before her eyes. Ning Shi, please continue. I shall take a brief respite. Ning Shi, with her head down, felt an overwhelming sense of shyness. Why does he insist on this? She had clearly stated she preferred not to be called Ning Shi. Yi Fan, you may call me Ning Shi, she said. At this, Luo Yumeng and Su Ku erupted into laughter. Especially Luo Yumeng. Her laughter was so infectious that it left her breathless, exclaiming, Xiaoxi, he has already walked quite far. Ning Shi lifted her head, only to find no trace of Yi Fan. Her petite face flushed instantly, resembling a ripe apple, tempting one to take a bite. Observing Luo Yumeng's playful expression, she indignantly threatened, Yumeng, do you believe I won't let you copy my homework anymore? That's a mistake. Luo Yumeng immediately adopted a serious demeanor. Wrapping her arms around Ning Shi's shoulders, and with a playful arch of her brow, replied, Xiaoxi, we are good friends. If I can't copy, who else can? Su Ku interjected, discussing homework copying in front of her, the class monitor? How outrageous. Meanwhile, onlookers gradually dispersed. A few boys gathered, still engrossed in discussing the earlier events. What happened? How did his leg injury flare up? One pondered. Who knows? Perhaps Zhao Wenhao, realizing he was about to lose, concocted an excuse, another speculated. I disagree. Zhao Wenhao's expression didn't seem feigned. It is quite possible his leg truly gave out, came a retort. Nonsense. What leg injury? That's utterly ridiculous. A previously silent boy interjected. I clearly saw it. Zhao Wenhao was not injured. Did you not hear the sound? What sound? They inquired. The boy chuckled. Did you not notice when Zhao Wenhao left, he was squeezing his legs together? It is highly likely he just hurt himself. Chapter 13. Borrowing money in the science class of the third year. Class 2, the homeroom teacher, Yang Ting, stood at the podium, her gaze sweeping across the classroom. With only 2 weeks remaining until the monthly examination, she urged everyone to put forth their utmost effort during this period. The school bell rang, signaling the end of the day. Yang Ting gently waved her hand. It's time to go. Please be cautious on your way home. Goodbye, teacher. The students chorused as they began to gather their heavy review materials, fatigue evident on their faces. Yi Fan stared blankly at his empty backpack, lost in thought. Before arriving at Jinhua, he had never purchased any review materials, not even once. Seeing the towering piles of test papers, exercises, and workbooks before his classmates made him feel as though he had wandered into the wrong scene, utterly out of place. Yi Fan, why are you in a daze? Luo Yumeng, shouldering her backpack, turned to find him lost in thought. School's out, aren't you leaving? Yes, I'm leaving, Yi Fan replied, his gaze drifting to Ning Shi, who was also looking at him, her cheeks adorned with a gentle smile as she softly said, See you tomorrow, Yi Fan. See you tomorrow. The girl's smile sent a tremor through Yi Fan's heart, making it all feel like a dream. At the entrance of Jinhua, a black Audi was parked by the roadside. Luo Shan sat inside, his eyes fixed on the school gate. Upon spotting Yi Fan, he quickly exited the car, waving and calling out, Xiao Fan, over here. Uncle, thank you for your trouble. As he gazed at the car nestled between 2 locust trees, Yi Fan realized that Luo Shan must have waited outside the school for the entire afternoon. A warm feeling blossomed within him. A flicker of astonishment crossed Luo Shan's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by a genial smile as he said, "You really are something, my boy. Why so formal with your uncle? We are family." The weight of his final words brought a subtle smile to Yi Fan's face. The car roared to life. As Luo Shan drove, he remarked, "Xiao Fan, I found a lovely apartment near the school for you. The environment is quite pleasant, and the price is reasonable. I'll take you to see it first. If you find anything unsatisfactory, we can certainly look for alternatives." "Thank you, Uncle," Yi Fan replied with a slight nod. Content with the prospect of having a place to stay, he was well aware that finding affordable housing in the capital, especially in proximity to the school, was a tall order. He understood that this was merely an excuse from Luo Shan, who likely wished to alleviate any burdens on his mind. Xiaohua Road, Bayou Garden. This upscale community was a mere 10-minute walk from the prestigious Jinhua High School, causing rental prices to soar to exorbitant levels. Building 3, Unit 1, Room 606. Luo Shan handed a set of keys to Yi Fan, explaining, "Xiao Fan, the apartment is just over 60 square meters, with 2 bedrooms, a living room, and a small study. While it may not be vast, it is still quite adequate." "Uncle, it's already wonderful," Yi Fan replied after surveying the space. The apartment was exquisitely decorated, equipped with all necessary appliances, and even the bedding was brand new. One could not deny Luo Shan's meticulous care in looking after others. "I have already paid the rent and property fees," Luo Shan said, removing Yi Fan's backpack. "I've also bought you daily necessities. If you find you need anything else, feel free to purchase it yourself." With that, he produced a bank card from his pocket and handed it to Yi Fan, saying, "Xiao Fan, this card contains 10,000 yuan. When you are close to running out, don't hesitate to ask your uncle for more, all right?" "Uncle, may I discuss something with you?" Yi Fan, momentarily lost in thought as he stared at the bank card, suddenly remembered something. Luo Shan chuckled. "With me, you needn't hold back." The notion that Yi Fan wished to consult him took Luo Shan by surprise. In the 5 years prior, the total number of words exchanged between them would not exceed 20. Yet in recent days, their conversations had multiplied, perhaps even tenfold. Yi Fan's lips moved slightly. "Uncle, how much cash flow do you currently have?" He knew that Luo Shan was engaged in garment wholesale, and while he was not extraordinarily wealthy, he was quite well off. However, upon entering his freshman year, Luo Shan had been swayed by friends to invest in a high-tech company, ultimately resulting in substantial losses. Upon learning this news, Yi Fan's previous despondency faded away, replaced with a newfound determination. Before graduating, he was already deeply engrossed in the study of stocks, experimenting while accumulating funds. Upon graduation, he embarked on bold ventures. It must be said that fortune favored Yi Fan in this regard. Merely 6 months after graduation, he had amassed a considerable fortune, ultimately establishing his own securities company. The bond between Yi Fan and Ning Shi began at that time. Thus, upon glimpsing the bank card, Yi Fan was reminded of events that would unfold a year later, prompting him to assist Luo Shan in mitigating risks while simultaneously bolstering his own finances. Money is indeed a precious asset. Although the reborn Yi Fan had developed a nonchalant attitude towards wealth, it remained an indispensable element of life. In the modern consumer society, a life devoid of money is fraught with challenges. There is a saying in Xia country, "Money is not omnipotent, but without money, one is utterly helpless." Luo Shan was taken aback by the mention of cash flow. This inquiry was unexpected. Why the sudden question? He candidly replied that due to 2 batches of goods being held up, his uncle had limited cash on hand, just over 2 million. "That is sufficient," Yi Fan remarked, leaving Luo Shan perplexed. "Xiao Fan, what is your purpose in asking this?" Yi Fan smiled gently and said, "Uncle, I wish to borrow some money." "Borrow money?" Luo Shan was momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. "You could have simply said you find the amount insufficient. Why go around in circles? Once I return to Linhai, I'll transfer you 10,000. He assumed Yi Fan thought the money he offered was too little, hence the inquiry. Yi Fan waved his hand and clarified, "Uncle, you seem to have misunderstood." "Misunderstood?" "Indeed." Yi Fan poured 2 glasses of water, gesturing toward the sofa. "Uncle, let us sit down and talk." "All right." Accepting the water from Yi Fan, Luo Shan wore a complex smile, though he concealed it well. Observing Luo Shan sipping water, Yi Fan initiated, "Uncle, I wish to borrow 2 million. Uft. At this declaration, the water Luo Shan had just consumed sprayed out in surprise. Yet, Yi Fan was prepared. As soon as he spoke, he raised his backpack to shield himself, thus perfectly avoiding the spray. Xiao Fan, what did you just say? Luo Shan, now standing in shock, felt his mind buzzing. Borrowing money was understandable, but 2 million at once? At this moment, Luo Shan recalled his earlier words. Never hesitate with him. He had merely said that in jest. Yet, here was Yi Fan, quite serious in his request for 2 million, and he wasn't even surnamed Ma. Besides, Yi Fan was still merely a senior high school student. What on earth did he need such a sum for? Mo Shan set down his cup and grasped Yi Fan's hand firmly. Xiao Fan, speak honestly with your uncle. Have you gotten yourself into some serious trouble? His concern was understandable. First, there was the transfer to another school, followed by a request for a loan, 2 million, no less. This was hardly ordinary. Yi Fan offered a wry smile and shook his head. Uncle, please don't jump to conclusions. The reason I asked to borrow money is to invest in a stock. Stocks? Mo Shan's voice escalated by several decibels. How old are you? What do you know about stocks? Is that something you should be involved in? Realizing the abruptness of his tone, he quickly clarified. Xiao Fan, I'm just worried you might fall victim to a scam. You're only 17 and still have much to learn. Besides, the risks in the stock market are immense. Even I am wary of it. Having seen too many people lose everything chasing after stocks. Your primary focus should be your studies, aiming for a prestigious university. Do you understand? Yi Fan nodded with a smile. Uncle, I appreciate your concern and I understand your skepticism. However, I can prove it to you. Prove it? Mo Shan was taken aback, struggling to grasp Yi Fan's line of thought. How do you plan to do that? Yi Fan smirked, lifting his bank card slightly. Uncle, grant me 1 week, and I can turn the 10,000 in this card into 50,000. You will witness every step of the buying and selling process. If I succeed, I would kindly ask you to lend me 2 million for a year. Mo Shan lowered his gaze, deep in contemplation. A week to transform 10,000 into 50,000, a net profit of 400%. Was that even feasible? After a prolonged silence, Mo Shan finally looked up. And what if you fail? If I fail, I will never touch stocks again, focusing solely on my studies to gain admission to a good university. You and my mother can decide on my major. Yi Fan stood up, as if discussing an everyday matter. Yet his confidence was palpable, though not a hint of arrogance was present. Deal. Mo Shan fixed his gaze on Yi Fan, increasingly perplexed by this young man before him. All right, but first, I must inform your mother about this. Her approval is essential before I can lend you any money. With that, Mo Shan chuckled awkwardly, adding, It's not that I'm under her thumb, I simply respect your mother. Please don't misunderstand. Understood. Yi Fan smiled, his eyes deep with determination. Perhaps it was due to his rebirth, but the events of his past life were etched vividly in his memory. This wager was one he was certain to win. After dinner, Mo Shan called his wife, Yi Xian, recounting the day's events in their entirety. Upon learning that their son had passed the rigorous assessment at Jinhua, Yi Xian was overjoyed. However, before she could revel in her joy for long, Luo Shan revealed that Yi Fan had requested a loan of 2 million. On the phone, Yi Xian gasped, What? This is sheer nonsense. Dear, don't be anxious, Luo Shan quickly interjected. Here's the situation. I made a bet with Xiao Fan. In the room, Yi Fan had initially intended to read and gain some experience points, but to his dismay, he found no books in the new house. He lay on his bed, gazing at the ceiling, as the image of Ning Shi floated before him, a warm smile gracing his lips, and his mind grew profoundly tranquil. Unbeknownst to him, he drifted into slumber, eagerly anticipating seeing Ning Shi the next day. Chapter 14. The Scholar? In the classroom of the Science Class 2 for the 3rd year of high school, a complex physics problem was inscribed on the blackboard. Qi Wenjue stood at the podium, animatedly gesticulating. This lesson revolves around this one problem. Everyone, give it a try. You have 30 minutes. Feel free to discuss, but keep the volume down. With that, Qi Wenjue casually settled at the classroom entrance, one hand holding a chair and the other a thermos, indulging in his goji berries. At just over 50, he murmured, Aren't there too few goji berries? Yes, definitely a bit sparse. Luo Yumeng rummaged through her desk, soon producing a romance novel. Ning Shi focused intently on the blackboard, attempting to solve the problem on a scrap of paper. Her serene and sweet demeanor became a stunning sight within the classroom, causing several boys to glance her way repeatedly. Before long, a hint of helplessness and confusion crossed the girl's face. No matter the method she employed, she could solve only half of the problem before reaching a dead end. A few physics prodigies seated in the front row were quietly exchanging thoughts. How do we solve this? It's just too difficult. Is this really a third-year physics question? Could Teacher Chi be intentionally challenging us? I've tried several methods, but nothing works. Their words were laced with frustration. Yi Fan rested his chin on one hand, tilting his head to observe Ning Shi's silhouette, a smile perpetually adorning his face. Solving problems? Utterly tedious. Moreover, this question posed no challenge for Yi Fan. He could hardly summon any interest. Rather than squander his time, he preferred to gaze at Ning Shi a little longer. What troubled Yi Fan was how to bridge the gap between himself and Ning Shi. Despite her seemingly approachable demeanor, he understood that Ning Shi harbored a significant degree of wariness, particularly towards the opposite sex. A confession? Too cliché. Besides, it felt premature to Ning Shi. He was merely a new classmate, and such an approach might yield counterproductive results. Ning Shi set down her pen, her face revealing hesitation. After contemplating, she resolved to seek help from Yi Fan, recalling the remarkable level of his physics prowess displayed the previous day, unquestionably the most impressive she had encountered among her peers. The girl inhaled deeply and slowly turned around, only to meet Yi Fan's gaze, his profound eyes resembling an endless abyss, stirring her heart. Is he looking at me? Upon realizing this, Ning Shi felt her cheeks flush. To be honest, she had a remarkably positive impression of Yi Fan, even though they had only known each other for a day. His calm demeanor and the clarity in his eyes when he looked at her made it impossible for Ning Shi to feel any aversion. Moreover, she couldn't shake the feeling that she had seen Yi Fan somewhere before, a sense of inexplicable familiarity. Suppressing her shyness, she softly inquired, Yi Fan, may I trouble you for a moment? I am struggling with this problem that Teacher Chi assigned. Could I seek your guidance? Of course, Yi Fan replied, his gaze returning to the present with a knowing smile. He had been pondering how to bridge the gap between himself and Ning Shi, and unexpectedly, an opportunity had presented itself. He truly felt grateful to Chi Wenjue. He hoped for more physics problems like today's in the future. What a splendid idea. Thank you. Ning Shi murmured, holding a piece of draft paper. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly as she articulated her confusion. Yi Fan, Teacher Chi asked us to find the speed of an object falling at a point with a fixed angle of inclination. But why can't we solve it using the law of conservation of momentum? Her fair skin and low ponytail, paired with her long, thick eyelashes framing her serene gaze, made it difficult for anyone to look away. Numerous boys, including several top students in the front row, took notice of this scene, feeling a surge of discontent. How could this be? This guy just transferred to Jinhua yesterday, yet he is already so familiar with the goddess Ning? Damn, this Yi Fan is incredibly lucky. Is the goddess about to fall for him? Fall for what? Shut up. These remarks reached the ears of Deng Yu, sitting in the front row's left side, igniting a flame of unspoken anger within him. Why is it this guy again? He had witnessed the events that unfolded on the basketball court yesterday, and Ning Shi's current actions only intensified the threat he felt. He was one of Ning Shi's many admirers and had always acknowledged only one rival, Zhao Wenhao, whom he had clashed with yesterday. Now, another contender had emerged in Yi Fan. He could not allow this to happen. Resolute, Deng Yu seized the opportunity while Chi Wenjue was distracted and bent down to occupy the empty seat beside Yi Fan, gazing at the girl who captivated his thoughts. A flicker of fervor passed through his eyes. Ning Shi, if you have any questions about physics, feel free to ask me directly. After all, I was the top scorer in the last physics test, and besides, asking Yi Fan may not guarantee you an answer. Deng Yu's words were laced with pride, arrogance, and a hint of ostentation. Although it seemed he directed his words towards Ning Shi, they were, in fact, meant for Yi Fan. Ning Shi furrowed her brow slightly and spoke in a clear voice. Deng Yu, Yi Fan's proficiency in physics is commendable. She felt a tinge of disdain towards Deng Yu's actions, yet out of politeness, she refrained from expressing it overtly. Really? Deng Yu chuckled. Ning Shi, I'm not boasting. I am the only one in the entire class capable of solving this problem. As he spoke, he cast a derisive glance at Yi Fan, asserting he is incapable. Yi Fan laughed softly, thinking how his rivals seemed to appear one after another. Alas, there was nothing to be done. Although Ning Shi had yet to fully blossom, she possessed an innate beauty that could captivate hearts, making it entirely normal for the senior boys to be unable to resist her charm. However, to dare to entertain thoughts about Ning Shi, that was simply a foolish endeavor. Yi Fan regarded Deng Yu with a look of incredulity, as if he were gazing at a simpleton. So, you can indeed solve this problem? These fellows seemed utterly devoid of wit. They initiated provocations, then belittled others to elevate themselves. Yesterday, Zhao Wenhao had behaved similarly, and now this Deng Yu was no different. Such tactics were undeniably juvenile. Yet, considering it, what depth could a high school student possess? Of course, a flicker of insecurity crossed Deng Yu's eyes, but he maintained an appearance of unwavering confidence. In truth, he had not solved the problem either, yet in front of Ning Shi, how could he possibly admit to it? The problem on the board was undeniably challenging, nevertheless. He held firm belief in his physics abilities. Given time, he was certain he could unravel it. Yi Fan raised an eyebrow. Are you certain? Of course. Deng Yu shot Yi Fan a disdainful glance, his tone dripping with sarcasm. The world of top students is beyond the grasp of ordinary individuals. Do you understand? Top student? Yi Fan chuckled. After all, he too possessed exceptional abilities. What gave this fellow such confidence? Ignorance. Ning Shi's gaze turned cold as she reprimanded. Deng Yu, you are crossing the line. Deng Yu was about to explain when Yi Fan interrupted. Since you claim to be such an excellent student, I shall grant you an opportunity to showcase your skills. With that, he moved his chair and stood up, calling out to Qi Wenjue at the classroom door, Teacher Qi. Deng Yu claims he can solve this problem. As soon as the words left his mouth, all eyes turned towards Deng Yu, making him feel as if he were sitting on pins and needles. Deng Yu's expression darkened as he whispered, What are you doing? Yi Fan smiled faintly. I already mentioned. I am giving Deng Yu a chance to shine. Deng Yu's face turned pale. Oh, Qi Wenjue entered the classroom. Catching sight of Deng Yu in the back row with displeasure, Deng Yu, why are you sitting back there? Return to your seat immediately. Yes, teacher. Being reprimanded by Qi Wenjue in front of the entire class made Deng Yu's face flush with embarrassment, all because of Yi Fan's remark. You wait. Deng Yu quietly uttered a harsh remark before swiftly returning to his seat. As Deng Su prepared to sit down, Qi Wenjue interjected, Hold on. Are you not the one who can solve this problem? Come up and explain your thought process to the class. Deng Su grimaced, feeling trapped. No matter how reluctant he was, he had boasted in front of Ning Shi just moments ago. Admitting his inability now would undoubtedly leave him unable to hold his head high in her presence ever again. Reluctantly, Deng Yu steeled himself and approached the podium, facing the physics problem on the blackboard with a sense of inadequacy. However, in front of the entire class, he had no choice but to attempt a solution. As Deng Yu began to work through the problem, Qi Wenjue's brows furrowed in disapproval. Upon witnessing Deng Yu's initial approach, he lost all desire to continue watching. A single misstep would lead to a cascade of errors. To make matters worse, he had been mistaken from the very beginning. This left him quite disappointed. Stop there, he commanded. What's wrong, teacher? Deng Yu asked, perplexed. He had only just begun, so why was he being told to stop? Qi Wenjue waved his hand dismissively, saying, You made a mistake right from the first step. There's no need to continue. Return to your seat. At this, whispers filled the classroom. Not so impressive after all. Isn't Deng Yu supposed to be a physics genius? How could he be wrong right from the start? Maybe he just had an off day. If he can't solve it, why pretend to be capable? These remarks made Deng Yu's face flush with embarrassment, his hands clenching into fists as he glared at Yi Fan. If it weren't for this guy, he wouldn't be in such a humiliating position. He silently set down the chalk, ready to return to his seat, when suddenly an idea sparked in his mind. Yi Fan had tricked him? He could also trick Yi Fan. As the saying goes, an eye for an eye. With this thought, a cold smile crept onto Deng Yu's face as he muttered, If you are unjust, then do not blame me for being unkind. No one will leave here unscathed today. With that, he turned to Qi Wenjue and said, Teacher, Yi Fan claims he can solve it as well. Why not let him give it a try? Instantly, all eyes in the room turned to Yi Fan. A sly grin appeared on Yi Fan's face as he murmured to himself, Now this is getting interesting. Ning Shi, surprised, soon realized Deng Yu's intention was to humiliate Yi Fan. This thought further soured her impression of Deng Yu. Turning to Yi Fan, she gently shook her head and whispered, Yi Fan, don't go up there. Just tell the teacher the truth. Don't worry, Yi Fan replied with a smile, raising his hand. He stood and said, Teacher Qi, I want to go up. Deng Yu scoffed. Wasn't Yi Fan just so eloquent a moment ago? He said he could easily solve this problem. Why is he suddenly hesitant to admit it? I think you may be mistaken. The morning sun radiated warmth and tenderness, casting a gentle glow upon Yi Fan's features, endowing him with a touch of charm and enigma. With a light-hearted smile, he remarked, This problem is exceedingly simple. There is no need to attempt it. Instantly, the chatter within the classroom fell silent, and all the students gaped in astonishment. Silence. Utter stillness. Chapter 15. Intellectual ascendancy. Simple? Had they misheard? Or had Yi Fan lost his senses? The problem on the blackboard bore no resemblance to simplicity whatsoever. What did you say? Deng Yu rubbed his ears, finding the situation utterly ludicrous. Qi Wenjue regarded Yi Fan with keen interest. His impression of this transfer student was exceptionally high. In the previous lesson, Yi Fan had demonstrated remarkable prowess, and now, with such confident words, Qi Wenjue couldn't help but feel anticipation. Why did you deem this problem simple? Because it is simple. Yi Fan replied calmly, devoid of any intention to seek attention. He was merely stating facts. The notion of feigning ignorance was of no concern to him. He was simply himself, neither ostentatious nor overly modest, allowing everything to unfold naturally. A boy in the second row remarked sarcastically, "Humph, anyone can talk big. Can you?" Yi Fan glanced at him and gestured towards the blackboard. "Then why don't you give it a try?" The boy, at a loss for words, flushed a deep crimson. "Quiet." Qi Wenjue scanned the classroom, his gaze finally resting on Yi Fan. With a smile, he invited, "Yi Fan, please elucidate how this problem should be solved." Ningxi bit her lip, turning slightly to gaze at Yi Fan, a flicker of concern crossing her eyes. The collective gaze of dozens of students converged upon Yi Fan, whose expression remained remarkably composed. In a low voice, he stated the horizontal speed was set at, and the time of flight was, thus the horizontal displacement. The vertical displacement was 122. 2. Therefore, the horizontal speed at point was, while the vertical speed was 2, leading to the angle between the resultant speed and the horizontal plane being, thus 2. Hence, the angle between the object's speed upon reaching point and the inclined plane was a constant value. At this juncture, he nodded slightly to Qi Wenjue, remarking, "Teacher Qi, the remaining steps can be summarized in a simple equation. May I take my seat now?" "Oh, certainly." Qi Wenjue expressed his astonishment. This student possessed an exceptionally high level of understanding in physics. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Yi Fan's problem-solving approach is remarkably accurate. If anyone has questions in the future, feel free to consult Yi Fan." The students exchanged incredulous glances. What did this imply? It was abundantly clear. Yi Fan had indeed provided the correct answer. Incredible. Deng Yu's expression soured. Unwilling to concede, he interjected, "Teacher, we haven't even verified the calculations. Yi Fan's assertion may not be accurate." Qi Wenjue regarded Deng Yu with a knowing look, inquiring, "Are you questioning the teacher's competence?" He was well aware of Deng Yu's sentiments as an educator. "It is merely a matter of pride." Deng Yu quickly denied, saying, I didn't. No is the best answer." Qi Wenjue snorted coldly and proclaimed loudly, "Yi Fan's problem-solving approach is correct. Now, allow me to elaborate in detail, so pay close attention." Following Yi Fan's line of reasoning, he first set the horizontal speed and calculated the flight time from point A to point B. Most students found Qi Wenjue's explanation confusing, with only a handful of top students able to comprehend it. Ningxi was among them, diligently taking notes as she listened. She couldn't help but admire Yi Fan, realizing more and more the vast gap between them, an insurmountable distance. How impressive! With such prowess, he could certainly participate in physics competitions, and winning wouldn't be out of reach. While feeling awed, Ningxi also felt a sense of pressure. As the physics representative of Class 2, her physics scores barely placed her among the top 5. With the emergence of a prodigy like Yi Fan, she feared she might not even secure a spot in the top 5 anymore. Ding! The school bell rang. The drowsy students jolted awake, suddenly alert. Once Qi Wenjue left, the classroom quickly emptied, leaving only a few top students behind. Ningxi turned around and placed a sheet of draft paper in front of Yi Fan, politely inquiring, "Yi Fan, could you please take a look at this?" "Of course." Yi Fan nodded, swiftly scanning the draft paper before saying, "Xiaoxi. Please call me Ningxi, or it might lead to misunderstandings." A faint blush crept onto Ningxi's cheeks. Each time Yi Fan called her Xiaoxi, it stirred a peculiar feeling within her, one that was not unpleasant, but rather endearing. He was the only boy who evoked such feelings, leaving her perplexed. Yet, to avoid any misunderstandings, she felt compelled to remind him once more. "All right," Yi Fan replied readily, pointing to the third step on the draft paper. "Xiaoxi, there's a minor issue here." Ningxi gazed at Yi Fan, her face displaying helplessness. How could he be like this? He agreed so readily yet. "Xiaoxi, what are you thinking?" Yi Fan waved his hand in front of her eyes with a smile, saying, "You won't learn the problem-solving approach if you drift off. Focus." With a hint of sorrow in her clear eyes, Ningxi parted her lips slightly. Yi Fan, you clearly agreed. So why do you still call me that? We've only known each other for a day. It's not proper. Yi Fan squinted slightly and replied, what's improper about it? I think it sounds quite nice. Don't you agree? Ningxi's mouth opened slightly, yet no words came forth. Gazing at Yi Fan's cheerful expression, she felt a warmth spreading across her face. I won't ask you anymore. After saying this, she snatched the draft paper from Yi Fan's hand, quickly turning away and burying her head on the desk. Her thoughts a chaotic whirlwind. Gazing at Ningxi's actions, Yi Fan's lips curled into a subtle smile, his eyes harboring profound affection. It was merely the beginning. He would take his time to gradually accept and become accustomed to her presence. For the next 3 days, Ningxi did not utter a single word to Yi Fan, as if they belonged to entirely different worlds. As for Yi Fan, he remained unperturbed, entirely unsurprised by Ningxi's demeanor. Her character was such. Throughout these 3 days, he was incessantly accumulating experience points. During class, after class, and even while reclining at home, he immersed himself in a whirlwind of learning. 10 minutes of reading yielded 1 experience point. Another 10 minutes, another point. Completing a book, merely 1 point. Upon hearing the system's notification of the experience points for completing a book, Yi Fan found himself perplexed. At home, finishing a book would grant him 5 points, yet now, the completion yielded only 1. What could be the reason behind this? Surely, the system wasn't hoarding the rewards for itself? The system responded, host. The experience points acquired from completing a book depend on the book's intrinsic value. Is that so? Yi Fan glanced at the physics workbook in his hand and couldn't help but scoff. Had he known this, he wouldn't have wasted his time purchasing the workbook. Glancing at the clock, he noted that there were still a few minutes before class would end, prompting him to access his attribute panel. Host, Yi Fan Knowledge, Level 3, 02000. Intelligence, Level 1, 20100. Physical Strength, Level 1, 10100. Medical Skills, Level 1, 0100. Merit Points, 0. Experience Points, 142. Seeing the experience points displayed, Yi Fan beamed with satisfaction. This was the fruit of his labor over the past 3 days. However, he now faced a dilemma. Which ability should he upgrade first? Intelligence seemed promising, physical strength was adequate, and his medical skills were passable. After much contemplation, he ultimately refrained from making a decision, his gaze lingering on the merit points. In fact, he had longed to inquire about the purpose of these merit points, but had been too preoccupied with accumulating experience to do so. Now that he had a moment of respite, it was the perfect opportunity to seek clarity. System, what exactly are these merit points? Additionally, how can one acquire them? The system's dulcet voice resonated once more. The merit point function is not yet available. Please await further updates. Yi Fan pressed on. When will it be accessible? Or what conditions must be met for it to open? Fortunately, during his previous academic pursuits, he had encountered ample discussions on topics of this nature, and thus was not entirely unfamiliar with the concept of extraordinary abilities. To activate the merit point function, the host's various abilities must reach level 3 or higher. At that point, the system will automatically upgrade, and upon completion of this upgrade, the merit point function will be initiated. After hearing the system's explanation, Yi Fan nodded slightly. All abilities must reach level 3 or above. This is not particularly difficult. Based on the experience gained from my current reading, if I maintain this pace, it will take no more than 2 months for all my abilities to reach level 3. With this understanding, Yi Fan felt no longer troubled. After all, aside from knowledge, the other 3 abilities on his attribute panel require upgrading. Whether it happens a few days earlier or later bears no consequence for him. Upgrading intelligence consumed 80 experience points. Congratulations, host, your intelligence has reached level 2, leaving you with 62 experience points. As the system's voice resonated, a peculiar sensation enveloped Yi Fan's mind. He experienced an epiphany, his thoughts becoming remarkably clearer, as if his cognitive processes had accelerated considerably. Is this the essence of level 2 intelligence? Quite impressive. At the podium, Yang Ting's eyes flickered slightly as she set down her teaching materials. Yi Fan, please come forward and share the answer to the reading comprehension question on the blackboard. Suddenly, all the students turned their gazes toward him. Oblivious to the attention, Yi Fan remained absorbed in the wondrous experience of his intelligence upgrade. At that moment, he rested his chin on one hand, gazing out the window, his demeanor seemingly casual and carefree, which elicited a wave of quiet laughter. This guy is finished. How dare he daydream in the homeroom teacher's class? I can only express my admiration. Good luck. Ningxi discreetly kicked her left foot back, glancing over her shoulder to softly remind him, Yifan, the homeroom teacher is calling you. She was unsure why she felt compelled to do so. It was purely instinctive. However, as soon as she completed this act, regret washed over her. Given her deliberate avoidance of Yifan recently, her actions rendered her intentions meaningless. With that thought, the girl buried her face in her hands, somewhat disheartened. Ningxi, what are you thinking? Why do you need to engage with that guy? Noticing the movement at his feet, Yifan finally snapped back to reality, realizing that everyone was staring at him, leaving him bewildered. He rose silently and asked, Teacher, did you call for me? Laughter erupted from the entire class. Zhao Wenhao and Deng Yu, with beaming smiles, began to mock him sarcastically. Oh, how impressive. A transfer student daring to daydream in the homeroom teacher's class? Truly audacious. Does Yifan believe the homeroom teacher cannot teach him? Silence, both of you, Yang Ting urged, her expression stern as she shot a glance at Zhao Wenhao and Deng Yu, causing their smiles to vanish instantly as they obediently closed their mouths. She pointed to the blackboard and questioned Yifan, what is the answer to this reading comprehension question? Yifan scanned the content on the blackboard, his mind already equipped with the answer. Teacher Yang, it should be. Yang Ting was taken aback, her heart filled with astonishment. Did he actually answer correctly? Chapter 16. Yifan's compromise. Yang Ting was certain that just moments ago, Yifan had indeed been daydreaming and had not been paying attention in class. Moreover, the reading comprehension exercise on the blackboard was a challenging conundrum that she had painstakingly devised the previous night, with all 4 answers being quite deceptive. Yet, Yifan merely glanced at it and promptly identified the correct answer. Was it mere coincidence? Surely, it must be. Ahem. Yang Ting cleared her throat and inquired, Yifan, what leads you to believe the answer is? She was genuinely curious to hear his response. Quite simple, Yifan replied nonchalantly, based on the preceding context. The answer is. Yang Ting and the others were left speechless. Isn't that just stating the obvious? Yang Ting's lips twitched in exasperation as she waved her hand dismissively. All right, take your seat. It's fine to daydream, but please don't disturb your classmates, understood? Yifan nodded, resuming his position with one hand propping up his chin as he gazed out the window. This scene rendered all the students utterly speechless. How could this be allowed? The notoriously strict Yang Laoban had just told a student that daydreaming in class was permissible? What on earth was happening in this world? In a serious tone, Yang Ting declared, Yifan's answer is indeed correct. Allow me to elucidate why the answer is. Just then, the school bell rang. Ningxi turned to stare at Yifan, her eyes flickering slightly as she stammered, I just reminded you out of camaraderie. Didn't think too much of it. Upon finishing, her cheeks flushed slightly. Even she found her reasoning unconvincing. Observing the girl's evident discomfort, Yifan offered a gentle smile and nodded in agreement. All right. I want to overthink it, but I still wish to thank you, Xiaoxi, for the reminder. Ningxi, why do you still call me that? She protested. Aside from her father, only Yu Ming and Su Ku referred to her as Xiaoxi. Now, being called that by a male classmate was genuinely hard for her to accept. What's wrong with you? Ningxi's long eyelashes fluttered as she exclaimed. Isn't it all right to call me by my name? Her voice was not quiet, and Luo Yuming, engrossed in her romantic novel, couldn't help but glance up. Intrigued by the exchange, she raised an eyebrow at Ningxi and quietly asked, Xiaoxi, what is going on between you two? And nothing is going on, Ningxi stammered. Feeling guilty, I was struggling with the physics problem the teacher discussed earlier, so I asked Yifan for help. Would you like to join us? At this, Yifan's smile grew even broader. In his previous life, Ningxi never lied. Each time she attempted to, she would stutter. It seemed that this time was no different. Luo Yuming wore a peculiar expression, pouting slightly. Xiaoxi, while I was indeed present during class, you can't take me for a fool. We were clearly having an English lesson, not a physics class taught by Yang Laoban. Ningxi's eyes widened slightly, and her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. I meant the previous physics class. You must have misunderstood. Very well. Luo Yuming did not dwell on the matter. Instead, she leaned on the table and continued to read. Noticing that her deskmate had ceased to inquire further, Ningxi exhaled in relief. Upon lifting her gaze, she met Yifan's eyes, which sparkled with mirth. In a hushed tone, she playfully threatened, What are you laughing at? Her adorable demeanor resembled that of an indignant little bunny, lacking any semblance of intimidation. Yi Fan's lips curved into a slight smile as he replied, calling you Ning Shi should suffice, right? That is more like it. With Yi Fan as concession, Ning Shi beamed, her efforts over the past few days finally yielding fruit. As Yi Fan admired the girl's sweet smile, a wave of sentiment washed over him. And he murmured to himself, did you grow up eating sugar? Ning Shi, with a playful blink, inquired, Yi Fan, what did you just say? Nothing. Yi Fan's smile deepened. I just think your smile is truly sweet and beautiful. At his words, Ning Shi's face flushed a deep crimson, resembling a ripe apple, evoking a sense of longing. With a hint of fluster and shyness in her tone, she retorted, don't say such nonsense. I'm not. Yi Fan raised his right hand earnestly. If you don't believe me, I could swear on the heavens. Ning Shi exclaimed, She merely wished to change the subject. Not to have Yi Fan swear an oath. Ning Shi gently bit her red lip, her cheeks still aflame as she turned away. Yi Fan chuckled softly to himself, murmuring, Xiao Shi, your smile is genuinely sweet. In truth, Yi Fan conceded to Ning Shi merely to avoid prolonging the Cold War with her. Otherwise, considering her temperament, it was likely she would continue to ignore him indefinitely. For the sake of long-term harmony, he felt compelled to temporarily alter his form of address. After all, it wouldn't be long before he reverted back. He held a firm confidence in that. When lunchtime arrived, Yi Fan ventured alone to the cafeteria, seeking a less crowded window where he quietly queued. He held no particular dietary restrictions. His only requirement was to satiate his hunger. As he passed by, several girls couldn't help but glance at the handsome Yi Fan, their eyes sparkling with admiration. How handsome! They had never noticed that such a striking figure existed in their school. A strategic oversight, indeed. Unfazed by their gazes, no, he had grown accustomed to such attention. Yi Fan reached the counter and ordered a bowl of beef noodles. Finding an unoccupied table, he sat down, ready to eat. Just as he settled in, a girl appeared in the seat opposite him. The girl had delicate features and wore a plaid shirt paired with a knitted jacket, exuding a gentle aura. Noticing Yi Fan's gaze upon her, she offered a soft smile and said, Hello. I'm Su Qiaoyu from class 1 of the science stream in senior year. May I join you for lunch? Of course. Yi Fan nodded, lowering his head to begin eating, showing no inclination to engage in conversation with the girl. Observing the boy before her, Su Qiaoyu's eyes sparkled with intrigue, and she took the initiative to speak. Classmate, you haven't introduced yourself yet. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan raised his head and replied nonchalantly, I am Yi Fan, a student from Class 2 of the science stream in my senior year. Class 2? Su Qiaoyu paused for a moment, puzzled, and asked, I am familiar with most of the students in Class 2. How come I have never encountered you? Yi Fan continued eating his noodles, mumbling, I am a transfer student. I just arrived at Jinhua yesterday, so it's normal that you haven't seen me. A transfer student? This revelation surprised Su Qiaoyu even more, and she gently remarked, Is it common for Jinhua to have transfer students? This is the first I have heard of it. It seems, Yi Fan, your academic performance must be quite commendable, otherwise, you wouldn't have transferred to Jinhua. Not too bad, Yi Fan replied, seemingly indifferent to his own image, eating and drinking while occasionally responding with mere words. However, this very demeanor piqued Su Qiaoyu's interest in him even further. Since middle school, she had always been surrounded by boys, yet she had never encountered anyone as calm and composed as Yi Fan. Su Qiaoyu said, Yi Fan, the monthly exams are approaching. Make sure to strive hard to surpass our Class 1. Surpass Class 1? Yi Fan glanced at Su Qiaoyu with newfound interest and inquired, What do you mean by that? With a slight gleam in her eyes, Su Qiaoyu explained softly, Each monthly exam brings competition among the senior classes. This has been a tradition at Jinhua since its establishment. The class with the most students ranked in the top 10 of the grade emerges victorious. It's a contest between the teachers as well as the students. Oh, Yi Fan chuckled. That sounds quite intriguing. However, I have just transferred to Jinhua, and my sense of collective honor is not particularly strong. The competition you speak of holds little significance for me, whether I win or lose. Su Qiaoyu found herself at a loss for words. Yi Fan was clearly not adhering to the expected norms. Her intention in bringing up the topic was merely to initiate a conversation, yet Yi Fan abruptly closed the subject. It was evident that he had no interest in conversing with her, which led Su Qiaoyu to question herself. Throughout her life, she had always been the center of attention, admired by countless boys. Yet, for the first time, as she took the initiative to strike up a conversation with a boy, she felt rejected. This situation left her feeling somewhat defeated. Yi Fan finished his bowl of noodles, drinking the broth down to the last drop, and stood up, saying, "Classmate, take your time eating, I shall take my leave." After taking a few steps, he suddenly turned back, smiled at Su Qiaoyu, and reminded her, "By the way, don't forget to finish your meal. Wasting food is not a good habit." With that, he did not give Su Qiaoyu a chance to respond and walked away. Watching Yi Fan's departing figure, Su Qiaoyu found herself momentarily lost in thought, her pretty face displaying a look of astonishment. Did she not possess beauty? Why did Yi Fan seem so indifferent towards her? If Yi Fan were aware of Su Qiaoyu's thoughts, he would undoubtedly shake his head and chuckle. What did beauty have to do with him? Just because someone was attractive, did that mean everyone should revolve around them? Beauty? Humph, a mere girl. Except for Ningxi. The other girls were merely passers-by in Yi Fan's eyes, nothing more. In the classroom, as soon as Yi Fan took his seat, barely settling in, he noticed Luo Yumeng smiling at him, her smile imbued with a hint of significance. Squinting slightly, he replied nonchalantly, "What is the matter? Is there a flower on my face? While I do consider myself quite handsome, please rein in your enthusiasm. Do not disrupt Ningxi's studies." Ningxi, who was engrossed in solving problems, allowed a charming smile to grace her delicate features, exuding an ethereal beauty. This person is so narcissistic. Yet, he is undeniably handsome. Ugh. Ningxi, why do you keep thinking such trivial thoughts? Have you completed enough physics problems? Finished the physics workbook? The girl hastily suppressed the chaotic thoughts swirling in her mind and returned her focus to her work. Luo Yumeng opened her mouth, utterly speechless. How could such self-absorbed words flow from Yi Fan's lips so naturally? Truly shameless. She tapped on Yi Fan's desk, exclaiming irritably, "Hey, you are exceedingly narcissistic, aren't you?" Yi Fan offered a faint smile, responding, "Firstly, I do not go by hey. I am Yi Fan. Secondly, please lower your voice a bit. Do you not see that your deskmate is busy with her work? You are disrupting her studies. As a deskmate, if you cannot assist Ningxi in her studies, you should at least not hinder her." Throughout, his tone remained remarkably even, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. "That's all I have to say. Feel free to express your thoughts." Luo Yumeng, having been outshone by Yi Fan's words, found herself at a loss for a retort. Moreover, when had she become so ineffectual? Wait, that does seem to be the truth. Ah no, it cannot be like this, it certainly isn't. Luo Yumeng hastily dismissed this perilous thought in her mind, preparing to counter, only to have her hand grasped. Ningxi set down her pen, smiling gently, "Yumeng, don't listen to Yi Fan's nonsense. I am genuinely happy to be your deskmate." After saying this, she cast a glance at Yi Fan, her clear, autumn-like eyes carrying a hint of reproach. The girl's ebony hair cascaded down her shoulders and back, exuding grace. The dimples on her cheeks made her even more enchanting. In Yi Fan's dark eyes, a subtle flicker of admiration appeared. How beautiful! Chapter 17. The first bucket of gold. Feeling Yi Fan's gaze, Ningxi's cheeks flushed slightly. She shyly straightened her posture and continued working on her problems. Luo Yumeng triumphantly winked at Yi Fan. "Did you hear that? Xiaoxi is very happy to sit with me. Do not try to sow discord here." Yi Fan chuckled lightly. "I am not sowing discord, merely stating facts." If she could, Luo Yumeng would have loved to sew Yi Fan's mouth shut. How cutting. Humph. She tapped on Yi Fan's desk again. "During lunch today? I believe I saw you sitting with Su Qiaoyu from class 1. Have you taken a liking to her?" She completely disregarded Yi Fan's opportunity to speak and continued. "It's no wonder. Su Qiaoyu is the top beauty on the school's flower ranking list. Any boy would be enamored by her. However, I must say I admire you. Within just a day at school, you've managed to captivate someone like Su Qiaoyu, which is no small feat given your looks." Ningxi, who was engrossed in her work, felt her spirits dim momentarily, her mood abruptly soured. It was an indescribable sensation, just an overwhelming discomfort. She quickly scoffed at herself. After all, why should it matter whom Yi Fan dined with? With that thought, she suppressed the distractions swirling in her mind and refocused her attention on the exercise book before her. Only through diligent study can one truly honor their youth. Yi Fan shook his head and replied, "You're overthinking it. In our senior year, relationships are strictly prohibited. Besides, I find Su Qiaoyu quite average. She pales in comparison to Ningxi. Don't you agree?" "I've always felt this way." Luo Yumeng, as if having found a kindred spirit, exclaimed, "I've always thought that Xiaoxi is far more beautiful, be it in looks, temperament, or personality. She surpasses Su Qiaoyu in every aspect. And the most crucial point is, Su Qiaoyu lacks any charm in certain areas. In that regard, Xiaoxi utterly eclipses her. How did she even earn the title of school beauty? At this juncture, she couldn't help but lament, I wonder how Xiaoxi developed. That area is just too prominent. Ningxi, Luo Yuming could no longer contain herself. And with a cold expression, Ningxi admonished, the more you speak, the more inappropriate it becomes. Luo Yuming obediently closed her mouth, fully aware of Ningxi's temperament. She realized she had genuinely upset her this time. In fact, she regretted her words the moment they escaped her lips, but it was too late to retract them. Xiaoxi, I was wrong. Ningxi pulled out an English test paper from her desk and coldly stated, complete this paper. If you don't score above 80, don't even think about it this week. With that, she tucked away the romance novel in front of Luo Yuming, her face etched with frost. Luo Yuming initially wanted to protest, but faltered under Ningxi's piercing gaze. She obediently picked up the test paper, her expression clouded with concern. Yi Fan watched Ningxi's silhouette with keen interest. He had already caught a glimpse of her potential. In a past life, due to an unexpected incident, he had witnessed the enchanting allure that belonged to Ningxi. Though it was merely a fleeting moment, it was indelibly etched in his memory. And he wholeheartedly agreed with Luo Yuming's earlier remarks. Time passed swiftly, and Yi Fan had been at Jinhua for 6 days. After school that afternoon, he hurried home without delay, immediately retreating to his room. He powered on his computer. As it booted up, he glanced at the time, 5:49. There was still time. In his previous life, Yi Fan vividly recalled that in March 2010, a stock named Huayu Technology had surged dramatically, hitting the daily limit for 6 consecutive days, captivating countless investors. However, this particular stock only basked in glory for a week. On the 7th day, as the market opened, Huayu Technology's trajectory took a sudden nosedive. Within mere hours, it had plummeted, leaving countless individuals financially devastated. It was only at this critical juncture that these rational investors recalled a poignant adage. The stock market harbors risks, and investment demands caution. Yet, by the time they grasped this truth, it was far too late. There exists no remedy for regret in this world. Today marks the final day of trading for Huayu Technology. And although the market has yet to close, Yi Fan distinctly remembers that this stock reached its zenith at 5:53 in the afternoon on the 6th day, after which it began its downward spiral. At that moment, investors assumed it was merely a normal correction, unaware that this decline would be unstoppable. Upon booting up his computer, Yi Fan logged onto the stock trading platform and observed that Huayu Technology's share price had surged to 3,045 yuan. Without a moment's hesitation, he liquidated his entire holding of 10,000 shares. After completing this transaction, a smile graced his lips. 6 days prior, when he purchased Huayu Technology, the share price was 497 yuan. Selling it at 2,945 yuan yielded a profit of 2,548 yuan per share, culminating in a total gain of 254,800 yuan. This represented his first substantial earnings since his rebirth. His wager with Luo Shan was to transform 10,000 yuan into 50,000 within a week. Initially, Yi Fan's capital could only have secured him 2,000 shares. However, out of curiosity, Luo Shan opted to acquire 8,000 shares. For him, the 40,000 yuan was merely a trifling amusement. Naturally, Yi Fan did not refuse such an opportunity. After accounting for Luo Shan's winnings, he anticipated a share of 61,000 yuan, netting a profit of 51,000 and successfully winning the bet. This victory implied that Luo Shan would lend him 2 million yuan. Yi Fan intended to use this 2 million as capital. According to his recollections, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity was on the horizon next month. It was precisely this prospect that prompted him to seek financial assistance from Luo Shan. Such opportunities rarely present themselves more than once in several years. In his previous life, at this juncture, he was still a student, having yet to delve into stock market studies. Given the chance in this life, he was determined to seize it with both hands. After all, no one ever finds themselves with an excess of wealth. During dinner, Luo Shan inquired about the stock situation. Xiao Fan, how has the stock you bought a few days ago fared? I have already sold it, Yi Fan replied, setting down his utensils and placing his bank card before Luo Shan. This card now holds a total of 304,500 yuan. After deducting the initial investment of 49,700 yuan, I have netted a profit of 254,800 yuan in just 6 days. Are you satisfied with this outcome, uncle? Luo Shan's mind buzzed as his eyes widened, momentarily rendered speechless by Yi Fan's words. Xiao Fan, are you certain you are not jesting with me? In 6 days, 50,000 has transformed into 300,000? A 500% pure profit? Such extraordinary gains are simply hard for me to fathom. Numerous seasoned investors continue to stumble within the stock market, yet Yi Fan, a mere high school senior, managed to amass 250,000 in the span of just 6 days. The sensation enveloping him felt akin to a dream, albeit it was far from it. Yi Fan presented his bank card to Luo Shan, smiling as he said, "Uncle, if you harbor any doubts, you may verify at the ATM. Do you truly believe I would concoct such a flimsy lie?" Luo Shan stared at Yi Fan, his expression blank, as it took him nearly a minute to regain his composure. Without uttering a word, he hastily donned his coat and rushed out. After finishing his meal, Yi Fan tidied up and retreated to his room, selecting a book at random from a pile beside his bed, immersing himself in its pages. These tomes were purchased from a vendor at the entrance of his community for a mere 10 yuan each. Consequently, he acquired nearly 100 books from the stall, for accumulating experience was paramount. Currently, he had accrued 88 experience points, needing just 12 more to reach the coveted 100 points required for upgrading his strength. To be candid, he felt a sense of anticipation. What transformations would a level 2 strength bestow upon him? Chapter 18. Upgrading strength. 10 minutes of reading yielded 1 experience point. Another 10 minutes, another point. After half an hour, Yi Fan heard the sound of the door opening, prompting him to set aside his book and exit his room. Upon emerging, he was enveloped in a warm embrace from Luo Shan, whose face flushed slightly with excitement as he exclaimed, "Xiao Fan, how on earth did you manage this? In less than a week, you've achieved a staggering 500% pure profit. This is truly remarkable." As a businessman, Luo Shan was acutely aware of the challenges that lay in the current market. A 50% pure profit is considered commendable, while 100% is labeled as exorbitant. The notion of 500% pure profit had never crossed his mind. It was not that he refrained from contemplating it, but rather that he feared the thought. Yet today, he bore witness to this miracle, filled with astonishment and shock. What was most astonishing was that Yi Fan had accomplished this in merely 6 days. Such a brief return period was almost unfathomable. Indeed, it was nothing short of extraordinary. Given such a rapid return, combined with the 500% profit, it was far more lucrative than robbing a bank. Observing Luo Shan's fervor, Yi Fan smiled placidly, elucidating, "Uncle, in truth, I merely took advantage of a fleeting opportunity. Such chances are rare. The stock market, as you mentioned, is indeed quite treacherous. Earning a modest sum is simple, but building a fortune from it is an entirely different endeavor." Luo Shan released Yi Fan, a look of surprise gracing his face. Yi Fan's demeanor was strikingly calm, almost unnaturally so. A high school senior who had earned 250,000 in 6 days would typically be overwhelmed with joy, yet Yi Fan remained composed, steadfast in his awareness of the risks inherent in the stock market. Is this truly a 17-year-old child? How utterly unfazed. Luo Shan collected his emotions and, with a serious tone, said, "Xiao Fan, although you have won the bet, Uncle Qian cannot lend you the money unless you agree to one condition." After speaking, he felt a slight flush rise to his face. It was rather humiliating for a man in his 40s to engage in such antics with a child. However, this was a task specifically assigned by his wife. In this vast world, the wife holds paramount importance. Humiliation be damned. What is the condition? Yi Fan remained calm, as ever. Luo Shan hesitated for a moment before stating, "I have discussed this with your mother. You must score above 600 in your college entrance examination, and both the university and major will be decided by me and your mother. If you can accept these terms, then 2 million will be yours." Upon hearing this, Yi Fan lowered his head in contemplation. He recalled that the stocks of Tianqing Pharmaceuticals began to soar in September, while the examination took place in June, leaving ample time. "All right, I accept your conditions." "Really?" Luo Shan was somewhat taken aback. To go from breaking the agreement to proposing conditions, it seemed far too easy. This was certainly unusual. Yi Fan nodded and smiled. "Of course it's true. A gentleman's word is his bond." At this remark, Luo Shan offered a dry laugh, feeling a warm flush on his face. It was he who had initially broken the agreement. The phrasing carried a hint of mockery. Yi Fan had no such intention. He had anticipated this very scenario. After all, he was merely 17. Granting a 17-year-old $2 million to invest in the stock market seemed like throwing a meat bun to a dog, futile. Thus, he never expected Luo Shan and his mother to agree outright. Luo Shan was relatively agreeable, but it was mainly Yi Xian who was decisive. Yi Fan understood his mother's character all too well. She would either refuse outright or impose conditions. Clearly, Yi Xian had opted for the latter, which was the most favorable outcome for Yi Fan. He felt quite satisfied. "Uncle, I shall go read now." Yi Fan chuckled lightly. "Get some rest. We'll return to Linhai tomorrow morning." With that, he turned and walked into his bedroom. All right. Watching Yi Fan's retreating figure, Luo Shan found himself momentarily lost in thought. He sensed that Yi Fan had changed. He was composed, collected, and unflappable, nothing like a typical high school senior. Yet, despite his musings, he could not pinpoint the exact reason. Even if Yi Fan were to reveal the truth, Luo Shan would likely find it too absurd to believe. After all, the notion of rebirth was simply ludicrous. Closing the door, Yi Fan returned to his desk and resumed his quest for experience points. Reading for 10 minutes, experience points 1. Reading for 10 minutes, experience points 1. Ding. Congratulations, the host's experience points have reached 90, enabling an upgrade in physical strength. Shall the upgrade proceed? After tireless efforts, Yi Fan finally heard the system notification. Setting aside the book in his hands, a smile graced his lips as he affirmed the upgrade. Ding. 100 experience points consumed, physical strength successfully elevated to level 2. As the system's voice resonated in his mind, Yi Fan felt a warm current surge within him, coursing through his entire being, imparting an unprecedented sensation of comfort that compelled him to hum softly. However, this exhilarating experience was fleeting, dissipating within mere seconds. Yi Fan gradually opened his eyes, his gaze deepening, imbued with an air of mystery. He removed his shirt and approached the mirror, scrutinizing his reflection. Overall, there seemed to be no significant changes, only subtle improvements. The contours of his muscles were more defined, and his complexion had slightly lightened. He clenched his fist, sensing a notable increase in strength. To be frank, Yi Fan felt a tinge of disappointment. He had anticipated that upgrading his physical strength would transform him into a martial arts master. Yet, it appeared that only his physical attributes had improved. After this brief moment of disillusionment, he summoned his attribute panel to examine it. Host, Yi Fan Knowledge, Level 3, 02000. Intelligence, Level 2, 0500. Physical Strength, Level 2, 0500. Medical Skill, Level 1, 0100. Merit Points, 0. Experience Points, 0. Not bad. He believed it wouldn't be long before all 4 abilities reached Level 3. At that point, he could unlock merit points. An inexplicable intuition suggested that these merit points might hold a delightful surprise for him. Glancing at the clock on the wall, he picked up his book and resumed his quest for experience points, a routine that defined Yi Fan's daily life. He immersed himself in reading until midnight, day in and day out. At 7:10 a.m., Yi Fan was awakened by the alarm, rising to wash his face and brush his teeth. Upon exiting the bathroom, he noticed breakfast and a note on the table. "Xiao Fan, your uncle has returned to Linhai. Study diligently in the capital. The bank card is on your desk in your room. Remember our agreement. Your uncle has prepared 2 million. Whether you can obtain it depends on your own efforts." Haha. Setting down the note, a subtle smile curled at the corners of Yi Fan's mouth. Achieving a score of 600 on the college entrance exam? As long as he had hands, he could do it. After finishing breakfast, Yi Fan leisurely strolled to school. It was nearby, allowing him to be carefree. Just a few minutes after settling into his seat, he saw Ningxi rush into the classroom, breathless, clad in a simple knitted top, jeans, and white shoes. She radiated a unique charm. Due to her striking figure, Ningxi's fashion choices tended to be conservative, often opting for plain, loose-fitting attire. Even so, wherever she goes, she remains the center of attention. Beauty can indeed be a burden. Yi Fan smiled and remarked, "Why the rush? There's still some time before class begins." Ningxi replied, "The clock on the wall has just struck 7:57. Class starts at 8. Is that what you call having time? It's ridiculous." As she gathered her books, she added helplessly, "Brother, there are only 3 minutes left. If I don't hurry, I'll be late." "And so what if you are late?" Yi Fan's lips curled slightly. "Being late isn't a grave matter. What if you fall while running so hastily?" Ningxi was momentarily taken aback, her face adorned with a charming blush. His words seemed to bear a semblance of reason. But being late? In her 3 years of high school, she had never been tardy. To her, Being late felt akin to the sky collapsing. How could it be so trivial in Yi Fan's words? Oh. Luo Yumeng turned to Yi Fan and winked, lowering her voice, starting to care for little Shi. Are we? Based on her extensive experience with romantic tales, she was certain Yi Fan had a soft spot for Ningxi. Ningxi halted in her motions, casting a helpless glare at Luo Yumeng, and playfully rebuked. What nonsense are you spouting? Luo Yumeng feigned confusion, scratching her head. I didn't say anything. Not a word, Yi Fan merely nodded. Ning, she turned to Yi Fan. Her expression, one of bewilderment. What did that signify? Luo Yumeng nudged Ningxi's shoulder, raising her eyebrows mischievously. Little Shi. Even Yi Fan admits it. He must be interested in you. Have you considered it? Ningxi's face flushed crimson, indignantly glaring at Luo Yumeng. If you keep babbling, I swear I'll tape your mouth shut. Ding ding. The bell for class rang, interrupting the conversation between the two girls. Yang Ting entered the classroom, clapping her hands. Students, next week we have a monthly exam. This will be the final monthly exam of your senior year, as the citywide mock examination is just around the corner. Therefore, it is imperative that you perform well. After consulting with my fellow teachers, we have decided that there will be no class today, only an exam. What? Chapter 19. English exam. The majority of students, upon hearing the word exam, wore faces filled with dismay. An exam? Wasn't that a death sentence? Yang Ting's expression hardened. What do you mean? What? This is to help you acclimate to the upcoming academic pace. You have 10 minutes to tidy up your seats. I do not wish to see anything unrelated to the exam. Everyone began to organize their study materials, stacking them on the floor at the back of the classroom. Yi Fan fared well, possessing only a few exercise books. However, Ning, she had an abundance, a veritable mountain of practice workbooks, test papers, and various review materials. Why so much? After tidying up, Ning, she tilted her little head, unable to stifle a surprised gasp. Her face adorned with an adorable expression of astonishment that caught the attention of several boys, who turned to glance at her repeatedly. Luo Yumeng, standing nearby, added a teasing remark. Of course, you have plenty of free time. Every time we visit the bookstore, do you ever lend a hand? Ningxi, aware of her shortcomings, refrained from defending herself. A towering mountain of books, over half a meter high, seemed to mock her aspirations of lifting it all at once, despite several attempts. Her small hands were simply insufficient. Many boys exchanged glances, their hearts secretly rejoicing. What an opportunity! They rarely had a chance to converse with Ningxi. Particularly, Zhao Wenhao and Deng Yu, without a moment's hesitation, rose and made their way towards her seat. However, midway through their approach, they halted, their expressions darkening with dismay. Yi Fan effortlessly lifted Ningxi's mountain of books and placed it at the back of the classroom with swift precision. Ningxi blinked in surprise, and her face soon brightened into a charming smile, though it faltered in the next moment. Luo Yumeng leaned closer to Ningxi's ear, whispering, I told you Yi Fan has an interest in you. Look, he's even moving your books. It feels like a boyfriend moment. Are you trying to get me killed? Ningxi shot a glare at her desk mate. Her cheeks flushed, requesting that such jokes cease, as they were not amusing in the least. Luo Yumeng's lips twitched in resignation. She was not joking. Yet, this was merely a minor episode. When the test papers were distributed, many students' faces reflected distress. Who crafted these papers? The difficulty was exceedingly high. Yang Ting, standing at the podium, observed the students' reactions with a slight smirk. To be frank, although today is just a test, the difficulty is exceptionally high. Each paper has been meticulously compiled by the teachers over several days and nights. In preparation for next week's monthly exam, starting tomorrow, you will form pairs for study groups, sitting together to learn and exchange knowledge. To motivate everyone, I have discussed with the subject teachers that the student with the highest total score today can freely choose their group partner, provided that the other party agrees. Now, without further ado, let us commence the English examination. At Yang Ting's final words, many students' thoughts became animated, and numerous boys instinctively glanced toward Ningxi, their eyes gleaming with eagerness. The prospect of partnering with Ningxi was exhilarating, especially for Deng Yu, whose grades consistently placed him among the top 3 in class. This grouping seemed tailor-made for him. As for his rival Zhao Wenhao, he dismissed him entirely, regarding him as merely an athlete, incapable of competing with him. Deng Yu's expression turned serious. This time, he was determined to secure first place. Ningxi cast a glance at Luo Yumeng, softly urging, let us focus and do well. Luo Yumeng nodded, her expression tinged with bitterness. She was acutely aware of her own capabilities. Being the top of the class, that seemed destined to elude her. Thus, whether she could continue sitting next to Ningxi depended entirely on Ningxi herself. As long as Ningxi performed steadily, there was a great chance of clinching the first place. Yi Fan curled his lips slightly, a hint of amusement glimmering in his eyes. If that were the case, then he would claim the first position. The gentle morning sunlight, combined with the sound of writing, bestowed an inexplicable sense of comfort. As he gazed at the examination paper before him, Yi Fan's mind raced, various knowledge points surfacing rapidly, leading to a swift filtration of thoughts that ultimately yielded the correct answers. His efficiency was astonishingly high, particularly with the multiple-choice questions. He could identify the correct answers in merely 3 to 4 seconds. With 90 minutes allotted for the examination, he completed the answers in less than 20 minutes. Yi Fan then spent 3 to 4 minutes reviewing, internally marveling at the system's prowess. The books he had perused previously, seemingly just for experience, had indeed served that purpose. Yet, in the process of accumulating experience, the myriad knowledge points had firmly lodged themselves in Yi Fan's mind. Consequently, when he encountered questions, similar queries and answers would automatically emerge in his thoughts, akin to having a cheat code. No, it appeared the system truly functioned as a cheat. Yang Ting was patrolling the classroom, and when she approached Yi Fan and noticed him lost in thought at his desk, she frowned and quietly cautioned, "Yi Fan, focus on answering the questions. It's one thing to daydream in class, but to do so during an exam?" Truth be told, she held high expectations for Yi Fan. From the principal, she had learned that he had achieved a perfect score in the English entrance assessment, a rare and promising talent. Yet, during the past few days of lessons, she had helplessly observed this promising student often seemed somewhat distracted. Even now, during the examination, he appeared far from earnest, which was truly exasperating. Yi Fan straightened his posture, his lips moving slightly. "Teacher, I have finished." Yang Ting was taken aback, her gaze drifting toward Yi Fan's paper. She gasped in astonishment as she glanced at her watch, her expression darkening slightly. Had he completed it in just half an hour? What a jest! This examination paper was a labor of love, and while she wouldn't dare claim it was exceptionally difficult, it certainly was not much easier than the third mock exam. Finished in just 30 minutes? Ridiculous. Bang! The sudden noise instantly captured the attention of all the students. Particularly, Ningxi, who had been diligently working on her problems, was startled by the sound and dropped her pen to the floor. Yang Ting spoke coldly. "Finished in half an hour? Do you really consider yourself a genius? Could you not take this more seriously?" Yi Fan, maintaining a calm demeanor, glanced at Yang Ting before bending down to retrieve Ningxi's pen, reassuring her, "Are you all right? You weren't frightened, were you?" "And no," she stammered. Ningxi's lips parted slightly, and her face flushed with a sudden warmth. Yang Ting appeared somewhat flustered. Was she merely an invisible presence? Just as she was about to erupt in anger, a test paper appeared in her hand. Yi Fan smiled gently. "Teacher, isn't it a bit unjust to dismiss my efforts without even a glance?" Meeting Yi Fan's confident smile, Yang Ting's ire dissipated, leaving her herself perplexed as to why. She turned away, casting a frigid gaze across the classroom. "What are you all staring at? Focus on your exams." The students, intimidated, quickly averted their eyes. Returning to the podium with Yi Fan's test paper, Yang Ting picked up a red pen and began her grading. "Half an hour? Humph." She was eager to see how many points Yi Fan could possibly score. Chapter 20. An overwhelming revelation. Correct. 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 In less than 3 minutes, Yang Ting completed the grading of Yi Fan's test paper, feeling somewhat dazed. Not only were Yi Fan's answers correct, but his responses to the reading comprehension questions were disturbingly precise. In fact, she felt incapable of providing such accurate answers herself. Was this an exam completed in half an hour? Good heavens! Where on earth did the principal find such an extraordinary student? This was utterly outrageous. Seated below, Yi Fan observed Yang Ting's expression with keen interest, a faint smile gracing his lips. Surely, she now believed him? To put it in the terms of the system, Level 3 knowledge was tantamount to that of an outstanding graduate from Qing University, encompassing all disciplines without any weaknesses. Qing University, the premier institution in Xia country, admits only around 500 students each year. It is no exaggeration to assert that those who gain admission to Qing University are anything but ordinary. They are unequivocally academic elites. The capabilities of Qing University's exceptional graduates are indeed formidable. With time to spare, Yi Fan summoned his attribute panel. Host, Yi Fan Knowledge, Level 3, 02000. Intelligence, Level 2, 0500. Strength, Level 2, 0500. Medical Skills, Level 1, 0100. Merit Points, 0. Experience Points, 7. Gazing at his meager 7 experience points, he couldn't help but sigh slightly. The road ahead remained long. Level 3 knowledge was already sufficient to tackle all high school examinations. Even the college entrance examination posed no challenge. For now, Yi Fan did not contemplate upgrading his knowledge. His focus was entirely on accumulating merit points. He needed to swiftly gain experience points to elevate all his abilities to Level 3, thereby uncovering the true utility of merit points. Over the past 2 days, he had placed particular emphasis on intelligence. Since it had risen to Level 2, he noticed a significant increase in the speed of his cognitive processes. Compared to before, his reading speed had become markedly quicker. The profound knowledge points, upon a mere glance, become comprehensible, much like this recent English examination. If one's intellect has not ascended to Level 2, even with knowledge at Level 3, one would require at least a full class period, 45 minutes, to complete the paper. However, once intellect reaches Level 2, clarity ensues. Various concepts emerge in the mind, and thoughts sift through at an astonishing speed to unveil the most accurate answers. It is precisely for this reason that he managed to complete the entire English test in a mere 20 minutes. Yi Fan had already formulated a preliminary plan in his mind. Once he elevated all his abilities to Level 3 and unlocked the merit points, he would dedicate all the experience gained to enhancing his intellect. Such extraordinary capabilities are truly irresistible. With ample time remaining for the exam, Yi Fan, his mind buzzing with ideas, seized the pretense of needing the restroom to sneak into the Genhua library. Upon entering the library, he marveled at the extensive collection of books. Truly, Genhua was commendable. This was merely a high school, yet its library rivaled that of an ordinary university. Such an institution is unlikely to be found elsewhere in the nation. However, this was an advantage for him. The books before him were indeed tools for gaining experience. Without hesitation, he disregarded the tables in the reading area, picked up a volume, and settled on the floor beside the shelves to read. His pace of turning pages was remarkably swift. He could finish an entire page in mere seconds. Time slipped by unnoticed as he immersed himself in the ocean of knowledge, or more accurately, in the joy of accumulating experience. 10 minutes of reading yielded 1 experience point. Another 10 minutes yielded 1 experience point. Tao Zhong, stationed at the library's front desk, could see Yi Fan nestled amidst the shelves. Curiosity piqued. He wondered which class this student belonged to, pondering if he had no classes to attend. However, as a librarian rather than a teacher, he felt little inclination to meddle in such matters. Redirecting his gaze, Tao Zhong picked up the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, engrossing himself in its narrative. In stark contrast to Yi Fan, his reading pace could only be described as tortoise-like, taking 5 to 6 minutes to turn a single page. Unbeknownst to him, the clock struck 11:30. The shrill ring of his phone alarm interrupted his reading rhythm. Oh, it's already 11:30? Time to eat. Carefully stowing away the book, he looked up to see Yi Fan still present, surrounded by 3 or 4 volumes on the ground. He approached and asked, "Classmate, why are you still here? Don't you have classes?" "No, our class is taking an exam. I've already submitted my paper," Yi Fan replied, not lifting his gaze from the book, seemingly impervious to anything that might distract him from his reading. "Oh, I see." Tao Zhong did not ponder for long, and said, "You may continue your reading here. I shall go for my meal. Please pass me my meal card, and I shall bring you a portion." "Eating? No, wait." Yi Fan felt a sudden jolt in his heart upon hearing those 2 words, and hastily glanced at the clock on the wall. It was 11:33. This is bad. He had been so engrossed in his reading that he had completely lost track of time. Over 2 hours had slipped away unnoticed, and he still had a Chinese exam to attend to. It seemed he had overindulged in his study. The exam would conclude at 12, and there were merely 27 minutes remaining. Yi Fan could not afford to linger any longer. He sprang up from the ground in a rush. This action startled Tao Zhong considerably. "Classmate, what are you doing?" Yi Fan exclaimed urgently. "Uncle, I've lost track of time while reading. Please help tidy up. I must hurry back to the classroom to complete my exam, or I will be doomed." "Thank you." Without allowing Tao Zhong a moment to respond, he dashed out of the library. Watching Yi Fan's retreating figure, Tao Zhong found himself utterly amused, chuckling to himself. In this day and age, students can actually forget about exams. What differentiates this from a pig forgetting to eat? Yi Fan regretted not having grown a few extra legs as he sprinted breathlessly towards the classroom. This exam was crucial for determining whether he could join Ning Shi in the same study group, a matter of great significance to him. If he were to miss even one subject, the prospect of securing the top position in class would be utterly unattainable. After all, this was Genoa. Even if his class were at the bottom, it was no trivial matter. He had to make it. In just 3 minutes, he arrived at the classroom door. However, before he could enter, he was halted by Yang Ting, who had been waiting for him. Stop. Yang Ting had waited for 2 full hours for Yi Fan to return. With a cold expression, she questioned, Yi Fan, are you not being a bit excessive? Did you spend 2.5 hours in the restroom? Yi Fan, with a pained expression, mustered the courage to explain, Teacher, I had an upset stomach, and I felt nearly faint. Look at me, I'm still sweating profusely. As he spoke, he wiped the sweat from his forehead. Yang Ting scrutinized Yi Fan for a moment, feeling quite speechless. Did he truly think her a fool? The flush in his complexion bore no relation to faintness. She could not help but glare at him. Stop with the useless excuses. It is now 11:37. The exam concludes in 50 minutes. What are you doing back here? You should be in the cafeteria. Yi Fan forced a smile. Teacher, please be magnanimous and overlook this minor transgression. I assure you there will be no next time. May I please enter to take the exam? Absolutely not. Yang Ting huffed, pointing to her watch. There are only 13 minutes left. What do you expect to accomplish in there? Of course, the exam. Yi Fan replied urgently, Teacher, 13 minutes is sufficient. Please allow me to enter. Now you realize the urgency? Yang Ting cast a disapproving glance at Yi Fan, gesturing towards the pen and exam paper on the bench to the left of the door. Do not say I am not giving you a chance. You now have only 13 minutes. Once the time is up, regardless of how much you have written, you must submit your paper, understood? This fellow, under the pretext of needing to use the restroom, had vanished without a trace, leaving her waiting at the classroom door after the English exam had concluded, solely to teach Yi Fan a lesson. Thank you, teacher. Without further ado, Yi Fan approached the bench, squatted down, and picked up the pen to commence his exam. Many students had begun to notice the situation outside the classroom. Zhao Wenhao wore a smirk of schadenfreude. The spot where he had collided with Yi Fan while playing basketball still ached. Seeing Yi Fan in a predicament brought him a sense of satisfaction. Ding Yu, on the other hand, felt a twinge of delight. He was not very familiar with Yi Fan's academic performance. He only knew that this fellow excelled in physics and seemed quite adept in English as well. However, if he were to miss one subject, then Yi Fan would undoubtedly be unable to compete for the top spot in the class. Losing a competitor without reason, how could he not be pleased? Ning Shi stole a glance outside the classroom, a hint of concern flickering in her eyes. Did this guy not realize it was exam time? How audacious to skip class. Now he had been caught red-handed by the teacher. The girl gently shook her head and resumed her careful examination of the exam paper. Outside the classroom, Yi Fan was engrossed in his answers, yet his pace seemed somewhat abnormal. Yang Ting's eyes widened, her eyelids twitching uncontrollably. Was he really beginning to write without reviewing the questions? Moreover, his speed was alarmingly rapid. If one were to describe it in a word, Yang Ting could only think of writing with fervor. Writing quickly was one thing. However, what Yang Ting found unacceptable was Yi Fan's method of answering. He moved from one question to the next without pausing for a moment. Shouldn't he at least review the questions? Did he feel hopeless and simply give up? That seemed quite possible. Beyond this, Yang Ting could think of no other reasonable explanation. At 11:43, Yi Fan completed the front side of the exam paper and proceeded to tackle the questions on the back. The entire process was seamless, without any hesitation, leaving Yang Ting in a state of astonishment. At 11:49, Yi Fan set down his pen, unable to suppress a sigh of relief, and smiled at Yang Ting beside him. Teacher, I have finished. Observing the blank space for the essay, Yang Ting raised an eyebrow. What, are you foregoing the essay marks? Yi Fan replied with a wry smile. There is no time left. He scratched his head in resignation. Then a confident smile spread across his face. But it's all right. I can forfeit the 50 points for the essay. I should still secure the top spot in the class with 700 points, right? Yang Ting's pupils slightly constricted as she exclaimed, You still aspire to be first? In Chapter 21, A Touch Too Much, she had encountered many confident students before. Yet none possessed the audacity of Yi Fan. He had not even completed the essay and still sought the top spot. What? Does your father have the surname Wang? After squatting for a while, her right foot began to tingle. Yi Fan stood up, gently shook his foot, and retorted, "Why not?" Yang Ting replied, "Having confidence is commendable, but blind confidence borders on arrogance." With that, she took the test paper and walked into the classroom. "Teacher Li, this is Yi Fan's exam." The Chinese teacher, Li Wenqing, nodded with a smile, having witnessed everything that transpired outside the classroom. However, he was not entirely privy to the conversation between Yang Ting and Yi Fan. "Teacher Yang, what is the situation with Yi Fan?" "Oh, it's nothing." Yang Ting's eyes flickered, ultimately choosing not to expose Yi Fan's deception. "He has a stomachache, but it's nothing serious. You may grade him normally. It's up to him how many points he can earn." "All right." Li Wenqing gave it little thought. Upon exiting the classroom, Yang Ting intended to lecture him further. Yet, outside the classroom, there was no sign of Yi Fan. Frustrated, she stamped her foot, muttering, "Fine. Yi Fan, we shall see what your results reveal." In the cafeteria, Yi Fan relished the sweet and savory pork. Reflecting on the advantages of arriving early, no queue to contend with. Moreover, it seemed the cafeteria lady's tremors had considerably lessened. Just as he was enjoying his meal, a delicate fragrance wafted to his nose. Looking up, he saw Ningxi sitting across from him, momentarily taken aback. "Xiaoxi, why are you sitting here?" "There is no one else. Can I sit here?" Ningxi replied, speechless, mentally drawing circles in frustration. Hadn't they agreed to use her name? How could he forget so soon? "Of course, you can." Yi Fan smiled, but when he noticed the contents of Ningxi's plate, his brow furrowed. Her meal consisted solely of vegetables and rice, nothing more. "Why are you eating just this?" "I'm on a diet," Ningxi casually responded. "With such a fine figure. Why diet? Are you trying to cultivate immortality?" Ningxi's cheeks flushed slightly. Although Yi Fan was complimenting her, something felt amiss. Was he the type to casually flatter every girl? Surely not. Ugh, what a playboy. Unbeknownst to Yi Fan, he had inadvertently earned the label of a scoundrel in Ningxi's mind. If he were aware of her thoughts, he would undoubtedly proclaim his innocence. "I am quite handsome." "I know," Ningxi retorted, narcissist. Though undeniably attractive, she thought otherwise. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Yi Fan lifted the plate and served half of the braised pork to Ningxi, promising her that if she finished it all, he would tutor her in physics. Ningxi opened her mouth, feeling a lump in her throat. She had approached Yi Fan with the sole intention of seeking help with her studies, yet hearing those words from him altered the context entirely, almost as if it were akin to selling herself. She was a principled individual. The meat does smell quite enticing. Observing Ningxi devour the food ravenously, Yi Fan couldn't help but chuckle. "Slow down. If you're still hungry, I can get more." As he spoke, he unscrewed a bottle of mineral water and handed it to her. "Don't just eat, drink some water." The scene resembled a father caring for his daughter. And in truth, Yi Fan, having been reborn, was mentally mature enough to embody that paternal role in Ningxi's life. He genuinely treated her as a daughter, albeit with less than pure motives. "Thank you." Ningxi gulped down a few sips, mumbling, "It's so delicious." However, as she ate, a wave of frustration washed over her. She had meticulously planned a diet and had only managed to adhere to it for a day before Yi Fan disrupted her resolve. "Ningxi, oh Ningxi, why can't you control your appetite?" Seeing the girl frown, Yi Fan chuckled lightly, "Don't overthink it. You need to be full to have the energy to lose weight." This reasoning was novel to Ningxi, and it did hold a semblance of truth. How could one muster the strength to diet without being satiated? Thus, Ningxi transformed her frustration into determination, consuming the entirety of the braised pork. Burp. Suddenly, her face flushed with embarrassment. "I didn't hear that," Yi Fan said with a cheerful smile. "Let us head back to the classroom. I'll take care of the trays." After tidying up their plates, he walked towards the utensil window. Ningxi was momentarily dazed. What was going on? He served her meat, handed her water, and even offered to clean up after their meal. It felt rather peculiar. After pondering for a while, she couldn't quite pinpoint what felt off. "What are you daydreaming about?" After placing the trays down, Yi Fan, with a beaming smile, urged, "Let us go back to the classroom for your physics tutoring." "Oh," Ningxi replied weakly, her emotions tangled. Yi Fan was being exceedingly kind to her. Such unsolicited attentiveness must surely harbor ulterior motives. The girl's instincts cautioned her to remain vigilant around Yi Fan. Indeed, the reality was just as she suspected. While Ningxi regarded Yi Fan as a classmate, he harbored intentions of a more intimate nature, a rather dubious motive. Upon returning to the classroom, Yi Fan gently patted Ningxi's delicate shoulder. The sensation was somewhat displeasing to him. Why was she so thin? And, most crucially, this girl was still on a diet. What was going on? What's wrong? Ning, she turned around, a hint of perplexity in her eyes. Why is he looking at me like that? Is there something dirty on my face? No more dieting. Yi Fan, somewhat domineering, insisted that she must eat well. Just look at how thin you've become. Ning, she responded. Is that really the issue? Dieting is her concern and has nothing to do with Yi Fan. Why is he angry? It's utterly perplexing. Didn't you say you would help me with physics? Being in need of assistance, Ning, she forced out a slight smile and inquired, holding the Huanggang test paper. I can't solve the last few difficult questions. I humbly request your guidance. His attitude was commendable. Yi Fan nodded, but then added, however, your method of shifting the topic is rather obvious. First, answer my question, and then I shall teach you. No more dieting, do you hear me? His tone and expression carried an unusual seriousness. Understood, Ning, she secretly pouted. There was no choice. One must bow their head under the eaves. After all, she needed Yi Fan's help and could only suppress her displeasure, which wasn't much of a displeasure really, just a feeling of unfamiliarity. Except for her father. No one had ever managed her like this. Very well. Yi Fan revealed a satisfied smile, pointing at the test paper. Which questions do you find difficult? This, and this problem. Listen closely. First read the questions thoroughly. It states at the intersection. I understand now. Ning, she was somewhat astonished. Yi Fan. You are truly remarkable. The once daunting physics problems on the test paper became exceedingly simple in Yi Fan's explanation. The most crucial part was that she could comprehend what Yi Fan was saying, unlike the lectures from her teachers which left her utterly baffled. Mediocre. Yi Fan raised an eyebrow and remarked, study diligently. There are just over 2 months until the college entrance examination. Remember, you aspire to enter Qing University. How do you know? Ning, she's eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, Qing University was her dream school, yet she had never shared this thought with anyone, not even her father. Just a guess. Yi Fan smiled mysteriously, patting Ning, she gently on the head. Study hard and review what I just mentioned. It's best to jot it down in your class notes. A good memory is not as effective as a poor pen. Yi Fan's sudden affectionate gesture left Ning, she blushing deeply. Her long eyelashes fluttered as she quickly scanned the surroundings, relieved to see her classmates napping. Yi Fan, please refrain from such actions in the future. She retorted angrily, turning away and burying her flushed face in her arms on the desk. Yi Fan's lips curled into a smile as he watched her retreating figure. Such actions? Little girl, you will grow accustomed to it soon. Chapter 22. Seeking support? In comparison to the first 2 years of high school, the lunch break in the final year is a mere hour long. As the clock approached 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Yang Ting entered the classroom, urging her students to engage in self-study. She took her seat at the podium, her gaze occasionally drifting towards Yi Fan. After having lunch, she made a special visit to Li Wenqing's office. Upon seeing the bright red score of 100 on Yi Fan's exam paper, she was genuinely taken aback. He had not written the essay, yet had lost not a single point otherwise. How astonishing. Could it be that this lad is capable of scoring 700 points? The difficulty of this exam was notably high. In English, apart from Yi Fan, who achieved a perfect score, the highest score among the other students was merely 136. Moreover, when she inquired with Li Wenqing, she learned that the highest score in Chinese was 124. Given the current situation, if Yi Fan could secure full marks in mathematics and the comprehensive science subjects, he would undeniably be the top student in the class. To think one could attain the top position without submitting an essay? Yang Ting could only exclaim 3 words. Utterly ridiculous. After all, this is at Genoa. Yi Fan, engrossed in a hefty tome titled A Comprehensive History of Mathematics. Read with diligence. In his mind, the system's prompt echoed intermittently. 10 minutes of reading, experience 1. Regardless of the moment, he would not miss an opportunity to accumulate experience points. Ding. The mathematics exam commenced. As he received the paper, Yi Fan swiftly scanned the questions and began to write with remarkable speed. The 4 choices in the multiple-choice section were instantly filtered, leaving only the singular correct answer. His efficiency resembled that of a supercomputer. Within a brief span of minutes, he completed all the multiple-choice questions. As he progressed to the later mathematical problems, his pace remained unaffected. Various formulas flowed easily from his mind. 17 minutes later, when Yi Fan finally set down his pen, a mere 17 minutes had elapsed since the start of the exam. He had not rushed. His demeanor was relaxed and casual. After reviewing his work and confirming there were no errors, he chose to submit his paper. Teacher, I am finished, he announced. In an instant, all the students lifted their heads, expressions of disbelief adorning their faces. How could he have submitted his paper so soon? Madness. The mathematics teacher, Lu Hongwei, furrowed his brow, revealing his displeasure. Was he intentionally causing disruption? Yi Fan, with a calm smile, responded, Teacher, I truly have completed it. He placed his exam paper on the desk, and in the next moment, he clutched his stomach, feigning pain. Teacher, I have a stomach ache and need to use the restroom. Hearing this, all the students internally gave Yi Fan a thumbs up, vividly recalling the events of the morning, which were also attributed to a stomach ache. This fellow was certainly making the most of this excuse. Go ahead, Lu Hongwei waved his hand irritably. To be honest, he held a very poor impression of Yi Fan, extremely poor, in fact. Every time Yi Fan attended class, he was either daydreaming or engrossed in books. While reading is generally commendable, the troubling aspect was that Yi Fan's reading material bore no relevance to mathematics whatsoever. This left Lu Hongwei questioning his own teaching abilities. When he visited the principal's office in the morning, the principal even lauded Yi Fan, declaring him a genius. Lu Hongwei was left speechless. A genius? Nonsense. He couldn't help but wonder what merit this transfer student possessed to earn such accolades from the principal. With this thought lingering, Lu Hongwei picked up Yi Fan's exam paper to grade it. Ning Shi, observing Yi Fan's silhouette, sighed softly. Did he truly relish being exceptional? Suddenly, she recalled that the first class had physical education in the afternoon. She had heard Luo Yuming mention that Yi Fan had shared a meal with Su Qiaoyu from class 1. Could it be that Yi Fan submitted his paper early to meet Su Qiaoyu? Or perhaps, to go on a date? The notion stirred a wave of restlessness within her, and she began to lightly tap her fingers on the desk. Xiaoxi, what's wrong? Luo Yuming inquired, glancing up slightly. Nothing, just the exam. Ningxi suppressed her thoughts and focused intently on her work. Meanwhile, Yi Fan exited the classroom and headed straight for the library. Tao Zhong was at the front desk, engrossed in a book. Uncle, thank you for this morning. Oh, it's you? Tao Zhong looked up and smiled, asking, did you get scolded when you returned? Yi Fan nodded, unfazed by any embarrassment. Tao Zhong continued, it's class time now, why are you back? Skipping class or just finished the exam? Yi Fan succinctly replied, Uncle, I have a favor to ask. Please call me at 3:30. You rascal, Tao Zhong chuckled, shaking his head. He pointed to the second shelf on the left. Go ahead, the book you were reading this morning is on that shelf. I'll call you at 3:30. Thank you, Uncle. After expressing his gratitude, Yi Fan walked over to the bookshelf, selected a book, and settled down on the floor to read. Watching Yi Fan on the ground, Tao Zhong's expression turned peculiar. He submitted his exam early just to come to the library to read? This boy was certainly different. Unbeknownst to him, Yi Fan's actions were solely to accumulate experience. In this vast world, experience reigned supreme. Thanks to Tao Zhong's reminder, Yi Fan managed to return to the classroom just before Lu Hongwei collected the papers. Report. All the students turned in unison towards the classroom door, their eyes reflecting a hint of sympathy. Skipping even Lu Hongwei's class. Brother, good luck. Lu Hongwei's notorious temper was something the students of class 2 had personally experienced. The sensation was rather intense. Among the students in class 2, a saying circulates, better to provoke old Master Yang than to anger the king of hell, Lu. This expression reveals much about their sentiments. Just when all the students anticipated a furious outburst from Lu Hongwei, his subsequent remark left everyone astounded. Come in, he said with a cheerful smile. I hope you are not hurt. Do you need to visit a hospital? The classroom fell into an eerie silence. What on earth was happening? Had he ingested counterfeit rat poison? Under normal circumstances, a verbal clash would ensue at this point. And yet, the king of hell, Lu, was actually smiling? A rare bloom on an iron tree. Teacher, I'm fine. Thank you, Yi Fan replied with a smile, making his way back to his seat. He was not surprised by Lu Hongwei's demeanor, as it was undoubtedly linked to the mathematics exam paper. Indeed, after grading Yi Fan's exam, Lu experienced a mix of astonishment and exhilaration. The difficulty of the mathematics test was exceptionally high, yet Yi Fan completed it in under 20 minutes, and most importantly, he answered every question correctly. Furthermore, the elegance of his answers and problem-solving steps showcased a depth of understanding that incorporated knowledge from various university courses, leaving Lu, as his teacher, momentarily bewildered. A genius. This was the epitome of genius. How could Lu Hongwei possibly reprimand such a student? He was even contemplating inviting Yi Fan to his office for a thorough discussion. Indeed, it would be an exploration. Lu had gleaned considerable insights from Yi Fan's methods of problem solving. It may sound exaggerated, but it was the truth. Ding! The bell rang, signaling the end of class. Students began to submit their papers. Lu Hongwei picked up the exam papers and paused his gaze on Yi Fan for a moment. However, recalling the upcoming comprehensive science exam, he temporarily set aside his thoughts. He would address it after the examination. Once Lu Hongwei left, Ningxi turned around and tapped on her desk. Where did you go after submitting your paper? Surely, you are not genuinely unwell. Yi Fan squinted slightly. What do you think? Childish. Ningxi scoffed. Oh. Yi Fan replied nonchalantly. Please refrain from asking me physics questions in the future, that's all. Ningxi retorted, threatening someone, yet so brazenly. I was merely joking. Oh great one, she added, offering Yi Fan a charming smile. At that moment, Ningxi couldn't help but scorn herself. How hypocritical. Nevertheless, if it could improve her physics scores, let hypocrisy reign. Yi Fan regarded Ningxi with keen interest. It was the first time he had witnessed her in such a state. In his previous life, Ningxi had always been gentle, considerate, and understanding. He had never encountered this facet of her personality. Perhaps this was her true nature. I forgive you, Yi Fan softly explained. The stomachache was merely an excuse. After submitting my paper, I went to the library to study. Is that so? A hint of skepticism flickered in Ningxi's eyes. Reading? It would be more accurate to say admiring beautiful women. There is indeed a treasure trove of knowledge within books, but if Yi Fan were privy to Ningxi's thoughts, he would undoubtedly deliver a playful reprimand. So, little she, Yi Fan inquired nonchalantly, what score do you think you will achieve this time? Why ask that? Ningxi replied, somewhat perplexed. She had grown weary of correcting Yi Fan's pet name for her, as he would forget it in an instant regardless. Oh well, it doesn't matter. It won't cost me anything. She continued, if I can manage to score 670, I would be thankful. Ningxi expressed her distress. The exam paper was exceedingly challenging, and she anticipated losing numerous points. That's not too bad, Yi Fan reassured her, feeling a sense of relief. According to Luo Yumeng, Ningxi consistently ranked among the top 2 in her class. If she could score 660, then achieving 700 for the top spot would surely be within reach. Not too bad. Ningxi sighed, her voice softening. My usual average is around 710, and this decline is simply dreadful. Her delicate demeanor evoked a sense of sympathy. Don't overthink it. The usual exam papers are far too simplistic and lack substance, Yi Fan consoled her gently. The difficulty of this exam is quite reasonable. The college entrance examination should be similar, making it a suitable reference. He added, moreover, I have some good news to share with you. What good news? Ningxi blinked innocently, her curiosity piqued. Yi Fan, gazing at Ningxi's fair complexion, smiled as he said, I just calculated that you will encounter a benefactor who will aid you, making your admission to Tsinghua University a certainty. Thus, it is imperative that you cling tightly to this benefactor's leg. Hold on as tightly as you can. Benefactor? Cling to their leg? Ningxi was taken aback, but she quickly regained her composure, rolling her eyes in exasperation and muttering. Pfft. Luo Yumeng, noticing the two engaged in hushed conversation, approached with curiosity. What are you two discussing? With a smirk, Yi Fan replied, oh, just a little chat. Ningxi shot Yi Fan a glare and interjected. We were discussing the recent challenging math problem. Would you like to join us? Not a chance. Upon hearing the mention of math, Luo Yumeng promptly withdrew from the conversation. In the end, she left the last 3 questions unanswered, as she had no idea how to solve them. Don't speak nonsense. Once Luo Yumeng turned her attention elsewhere, Ningxi whispered. Yi Fan then inquired, which subjects do you struggle with? Physics and math, Ningxi admitted honestly, counting on her fingers. I typically score around 80 in physics and about 135 in math. Her soft and melodic voice was quite pleasing to hear. A flicker of understanding passed through Yi Fan's eyes. It seemed that girls were often not naturally inclined toward mathematics and physics. While there were indeed exceptional girls with such talents, they were few and far between. Most girls tend to lack proficiency and interest in logical memory, observation, and analysis. All right, I understand. Once the exams are over, join my study group. Huh. Ningxi quickly shook her head in refusal, insisting that it was not possible. If you are not interested in improving your grades, then forget what I said. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes, exuding confidence. Join my study group. And in next week's monthly exam, your scores in physics and mathematics will elevate by at least 10 points in each subject. Ningxi appeared troubled, her mind at war with itself. Yi Fan remained unhurried. fully aware that Ningxi would ultimately acquiesce. To this little white rabbit, he simply wished to articulate 2 words: control. Chapter 23, License Plate Number Understood. The 3 words brought a slight smile to Yi Fan's eyes. As anticipated, Ningxi could not resist the allure of better scores. In their previous life, having spent years in close proximity to Ningxi, Yi Fan was well acquainted with her character. Though she appeared delicate, she possessed a fierce determination within. Ningxi rested her head on the desk, running her fingers through her hair, her expression one of distress. What had just happened? Why had she agreed to Yi Fan's conditions? Would Yiming be hurt if she found out? For the sake of learning. It was all for the sake of learning. Yiming would surely understand, the girl reassured herself. Ding! The school bell jolted her back to reality. She gazed at the comprehensive science exam paper before her, feeling overwhelmed. It was so difficult. Yi Fan swiftly scanned the entire paper, nodding slightly. To be frank, he was somewhat surprised by the exam's level of difficulty, as every subject presented a formidable challenge. However, this was advantageous. The harder the exam, the lower the student's scores would be. A score of 700 should comfortably secure the top position in the class. The comprehensive science exam covered physics, biology, and chemistry, with a jarring switch in question styles. Yet, it posed no challenge to Yi Fan. With his advanced knowledge, high school exams were merely a walk in the park. Rustle. 23 minutes later, Yi Fan set down his pen and meticulously reviewed the entire paper. With 300 points at stake in the comprehensive science exam, carelessness was not an option. They say that time fosters affection. First, he needed to address the matter of time. Once he was certain there were no mistakes, he refrained from submitting the paper early and instead sat quietly, as memories from the past flooded his mind. In his previous life, although he had spent considerable time with Ningxi, he remained completely unaware of her family situation. He had never met her parents. And whenever the topic arose, Ningxi would merely smile and swiftly change the subject. What was she hiding? After school, Yi Fan stood at the entrance. His backpack slung over his shoulder, clad in a simple white shirt and black trousers that exuded an inexplicable charm. Numerous girls passing by stole glances in his direction. Wow, that boy is incredibly handsome. How had we never noticed such a striking figure at our school before? You may not know, but this young man is Yi Fan, a student from the science class of the 3rd year, rumored to be a transfer student who has only recently arrived. A transfer student? Don't be ridiculous. How could Jinhua possibly have transfer students? Yi Fan paid no mind to the whispers around him, his gaze wandering at the entrance. Goodbye, see you tomorrow. After bidding farewell to each other, Ningxi and Luo Yuming walked towards the left sidewalk, still mulling over the recent comprehensive science exam in their minds. Unbeknownst to her, a figure lingered about 10 meters behind, following her closely. After walking approximately 300 meters, Ningxi entered a narrow alley, making a series of turns until she emerged onto a broader road. At the intersection, a black Audi was parked. She entered the vehicle, which soon sped away, vanishing from sight. Yi Fan observed this scene from a distance, a glint of intrigue flashing in his eyes. The car itself was unremarkable. In the capital, Audi vehicles of that caliber were commonplace. However, the license plate was of paramount significance, 66,666. The worth of such a plate far exceeded that of the vehicle itself. It is well known that obtaining a license plate in the capital is an exceedingly challenging endeavor. Without a certain level of influence, one could hardly secure a plate of such prestige. It appears that Ningxi's family is rather extraordinary. Yi Fan shook his head, suppressing the multitude of questions swirling in his mind. Regardless of Ningxi's family background, it was of no concern to him. Zhaohua Road, the Bayou Garden community, where Yi Fan resided, lay along this very road. Previously, he had to take a long detour from the south to get home. Following Ningxi, he unexpectedly discovered a shortcut. This route would reduce his travel time to school to about 5 minutes, effectively saving him half the time. Now, he could enjoy a few more minutes of sleep. Passing by a local market, Yi Fan purchased some vegetables. Upon returning home, he busied himself for 20 minutes, preparing 2 dishes and a soup. He never neglected to satiate his hunger. After enjoying his meal, he resumed his quest for experience points. The next day, upon entering the classroom, Yi Fan sensed an unusual atmosphere. Everyone appeared extraordinarily excited, their eyes brimming with anticipation. A shift in his thoughts clarified the situation. Clearly, everyone was eagerly awaiting the results of yesterday's exam. The 4 great joys of life are the wedding night, the moment of academic triumph, reuniting with acquaintances in a foreign land, and the sweet relief of rain after a long drought. Although it was not the college entrance examination, students' anticipation of their scores had, in a subtle manner, become an instinct. This was entirely normal. As he passed by Ningxi, Yifan greeted her. "Good morning, Xiaoxi." "Good morning," she replied. Ningxi softly replied, her gentle voice eliciting a faint smile from Yifan. Once seated, he pulled a comprehensive dictionary of idioms from his backpack and began to peruse it. Ningxi glanced at Luo Yumeng, who was fervently praying, and with a hint of exasperation, turned back to inquire about Yifan's anticipated exam score. However, upon seeing the dictionary in his hands, her expression became somewhat peculiar. "What's the matter?" Noticing Ningxi's reaction, Yifan slightly raised his head, perhaps surprised that she found it astonishing he was still reading such books in his senior year. She gently nodded. Indeed, that was her thought. In their final year, students were expected to be immersed in problem-solving and practice exams. Yet Yifan was quite the opposite, spending his days engrossed in peculiar literature, many of which she had never even heard of. With a faint smile, Yifan raised the idiom dictionary, stating, "For me, regardless of the book, there is always something to gain." This assertion was indeed true. As long as it was a book, he could acquire knowledge. Of course, Ningxi was unaware of this fact. Nevertheless, she did not dwell on it and softly inquired, "Yifan, what was your answer to the last physics question on yesterday's comprehensive exam? Let the mass of the plane before loading be m, and the takeoff speed after loading the mass of 2m equals 1/2. Huh. Upon hearing Yifan's response, Ningxi felt an overwhelming sense of despair, murmuring, "It's over. I got it wrong." In that moment, she felt like crying. "It's all right." Noticing Ningxi's demeanor, Yifan comforted her. Making mistakes is beneficial. Only through errors can one identify their shortcomings. Ningxi sighed. "Thank you for your comfort, but my mood remains quite poor." Her heart felt as if it were bleeding. "That's terrible." Deng Yu, leaning to the side, burned with fury at the sight of this newcomer attempting to charm Ningxi. "Damn it." He slapped his deskmate Zheng Ling on the shoulder, speaking loudly. "Zheng Ling, how many points do you think you can score this time?" Instantly, many gazes turned toward them. Zheng Ling, feeling a bit embarrassed, quietly replied, "The difficulty of this exam is quite high. I doubt I can exceed 620. After speaking, he turned the question back to Deng Yu. "What about you?" Little did he know that this inquiry was precisely what Deng Yu desired. Raising his voice, Deng Yu feigned calmness. "As for me, I believe the difficulty is manageable. I should be able to score around 700. A collective gasp echoed through the classroom at his words. 700 points. I think I can only manage 500 at most. Deng Yu truly deserves the title of our class genius. First place is almost guaranteed. How impressive, to be able to score 700. The whispers reached Deng Yu's ears, prompting a smug smile to spread across his face. However, when he turned to glance at Ningxi, his smile abruptly froze. Ningxi was completely oblivious to his surroundings, engrossed in conversation with Yifan. This situation incited a surge of frustration within him. Wasn't Yifan merely handsome? Apart from that, what made him superior? Yifan, keenly aware of Deng Yu's subtle maneuvers, raised an eyebrow at Ningxi. "Are you not astonished that Deng Yu claims he can score 700? Ningxi shook his head, resolutely asserting, "He cannot possibly score 700. His grades are comparable to mine. How could he achieve such a feat? Unless, of course, he has encountered yesterday's questions before." Well analyzed, Yifan commended. He was fully aware of Deng Yu's intentions, which were simply to attract Ningxi's attention. However, Deng Yu was clever in his own right. Ding. Upon hearing the school bell, Ningxi promptly turned and settled into his seat. Yang Ting entered the classroom, her expression far from pleasant. A palpable tension filled the room. This was it. The grim countenance of teacher Yang indicated that the exam results could not have been favorable. It was highly likely. Bang. Yang Ting slammed the textbooks onto the teacher's desk, giving a cold huff. "You have all thoroughly disappointed me." Chapter 24. Full marks on the paper? With that single statement, silence fell over the students. With merely 104 days remaining until the college entrance examination, if you still lack a sense of urgency, what will you do to gain admission to your desired university? Yang Ting's gaze swept across each student's face as she spoke in a grave tone. "In this examination, our class of 56 had an average score of only 497. Not even reaching 500. Upon hearing this average score, many students gasped inwardly. They finally understood why Teacher Yang was so incensed. An average score below 500? How dismal. Previously, The average score had hovered around 550. A sudden drop of over 50 points warranted such fury. Yifan couldn't help but smile wryly. Truly, this was Jinhua. An average score nearing 500 would have elicited jubilation in his former school. Yet here, at Jinhua, it was a stark contrast. This exemplified the disparity between an ordinary high school and a key high school. Now, I shall announce the total scores from this examination. Yang Ting produced the score sheet she had painstakingly compiled the previous night and began to read aloud. Chao Zhishuan, 481 points. Huang Hao, 463 points. Zhao Wenhao, 399 points. With a frosty glare, Yang Ting directed her attention to Zhao Wenhao, reminding him, Zhao Wenhao, do you realize how much you have dragged down the class average? Because of you, our average score has plummeted by nearly 2 points. Zhao Wenhao's face flushed crimson as he lowered his gaze, his expression decidedly uncomfortable. His scores had always been poor, far from Jinhua's standard. Now, called out by Yang Ting, he felt an overwhelming embarrassment wash over him. Yang Ting cast a cold glance at Zhao Wenhao before continuing to announce the results. Ningxi, 674 points. No one was surprised by Ningxi's score, for she had consistently ranked among the top 2 in the class, maintaining a position within the top 5 of the grade. Her usual test scores were invariably above 700 points, earning her the reputation of being a promising talent for Qing University. Thus, 674 points was deemed rather modest for her. Deng Yu clenched his fists in silence. For a long time, he had been vying with Ningxi for the title of class leader, often losing the battle. Now, upon learning that Ningxi had scored only 674 points, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety. He had boasted earlier that he would achieve a score of 700. If he were to fall short, it would be a significant embarrassment. Tan Yihan, 593 points. Yihong Yu, 601 points. At this juncture, Yang Ting paused for a moment, casting a sidelong glance at Deng Yu. Instantly, Deng Yu's body tensed. Deng Yu, 651 points. Upon hearing this score, many students displayed expressions of astonishment. What was happening? Only 651 points? Hadn't Deng Yu claimed he could score 700? Such a low result. Deng Yu's face flushed crimson as he stood up and exclaimed, Teacher, is there a mistake? How could I only score 651 points? You know my usual performance. I've always been above 700. Yang Ting interrupted coldly, stating that the results had been confirmed multiple times by the teachers and could not be erroneous. 651 points is your score. Instead of questioning me, perhaps you should reflect on your performance. Deng Yu was left speechless, his expression akin to someone who had just tasted defeat. Had he known this would happen, he would have refrained from boasting. It was all Yifan's fault. If it weren't for him, how could this have transpired? Everyone quiet down, Yang Ting commanded, and the murmurs ceased immediately. Zhao Li, 612 points. Yifan, her tone paused. Then she slowly announced, 700 points. As soon as the words left her lips, the classroom erupted in disbelief. Impossible. 700 points? How could that be? Wasn't Yifan absent for the Chinese exam? How could he possibly score 700? Deng Yu, unable to contain himself, stood up and shouted, Teacher, there must be an error. Yifan didn't take the Chinese exam. Even if he scored full marks in his other subjects, he could at most achieve 600 points, not 700. Zhao Wenhao couldn't help but echo, exactly. In that moment, the two formed an unexpected alliance. Who said Yifan didn't take the exam? Yang Ting frowned. In the last few minutes, Yifan had completed the entire Chinese test aside from the essay, and he had indeed scored full marks. Impossible. Deng Yu, heatedly questioning, insisted. That's absolutely unfeasible. There wasn't enough time, and the exam was so difficult. How could he score full marks? Who can possibly achieve a perfect score without losing a single point? Indeed, it's absurd. A perfect score? This isn't a movie. No film would dare to portray such a scenario. A number of students whispered among themselves, sharing thoughts akin to those of Deng Yu. With the essay unwritten, the total available score was reduced to a mere 700 points. How could anyone possibly achieve a perfect score? Was this not absurd? Bang! Yang Ting slammed her hand heavily on the podium, casting a cold glare at Deng Yu. Have you finished? Deng Yu replied, Teacher, this time, sit down. Yang Ting interrupted, her expression stern. I have cross-verified Yifan's paper with other teachers 3 times. There is no possibility of error. Just because you cannot achieve it does not mean others cannot. Throughout, Yifan remained composed, possessing a remarkable advantage. If he were unable to accomplish this, He might as well buy a block of tofu and end it all. As for the myriad doubts cast upon him, he dismissed them entirely. Doubt is a right held by others, yet it bears no consequence on the outcome. Yang Ting declared, in this examination, Yi Fan ranked first in the class. Thus, he may select another member for the study group. After class, Su Ku, please compile the results. Understood, Su Ku nodded in response. Now, distribute the test papers. Identify your mistakes. Ding. The moment Yang Ting exited, the classroom erupted into a cacophony. My heavens, 700 points. It's one thing to be so handsome, but to excel academically as well. How perfect. How did he manage this? Achieving 700 points without an essay? Is he even human? Such remarks pierced Deng Yu's ears like daggers. He rose and approached Yi Fan's seat, demanding loudly, did you cheat? There's no way you could score 700 points otherwise. Instantly, all eyes turned towards him. A smirk played on Yi Fan's lips as he regarded Deng Yu, his gaze akin to one reserved for a fool. Have you lost your mind? Deng Yu retorted. How arrogant. This is intolerable. Just as he began to speak, a voice from behind interrupted him. Excuse me, clear the way. Su Ku bypassed Deng Yu, armed with paper and pen, and inquired, Yi Fan, who would you like to partner with? Ning Shi. Yi Fan's voice was neither too loud nor too soft. Yet at that moment, nearly all gazes were fixed upon him, ensuring his words were heard by all. Hush, the boys expressed their envy, while the girls felt a pang of disappointment. Why wasn't he at them? Ning Shi's face flushed crimson in an instant, her heart sinking. Could he not speak a bit more softly? Luo Yamong, momentarily stunned, poked Ning Shi and lamented, Cici, are you abandoning me? Ning Shi began to clarify, but was interrupted by Yi Fan. Yes, Ning Shi replied. Look at Yi Fan, then at Ning Shi. Su Ku detected an undercurrent of intrigue, her face adorned with a knowing smile. Cici, do you consent? I consent. The last two words were barely audible. Luo Yameng sighed, lamenting the inescapable truth that romantic interests often overshadow friendships. She gently patted Ning Shi's shoulder and said, however, I bear no resentment, as your dear friend. I take solace in the fact that you are with such a handsome figure as Yi Fan. Don't say such things. Ning Shi's cheeks flushed a rosy hue, insisting that they were merely forming a study group. I understand, Luo Yameng replied, her expression conveying comprehension, before winking at Su Ku. Little Su, since Ning Shi no longer desires my company, would you be so kind as to take me in? Of course, Su Ku responded with a soft smile. Leaning over Ning Shi's desk to inscribe the names of Yi Fan and Ning Shi, followed by her own name alongside Luo Yuming's. Throughout this exchange, Deng Yu observed with growing frustration, nearly to the point of exasperation. After lunch, the study group was fully established. Yi Fan's wish was fulfilled as he and Ning Shi became desk partners. Shall we sit inside or outside? Either is fine. Let us sit inside, Yi Fan suggested. I've tidied up the space for you. You can just take a seat. Thank you, Ning Shi said, settling into the inner position. The first thing she did was draw a straight line across the center of the table with a pencil. Yi Fan stared at her in bewilderment, asking, what is that for? This is the boundary line, Ning Shi replied shyly, lowering her gaze. She was aware that this was not ideal. Yet it was her first experience sharing a desk with a boy, and she felt an overwhelming sense of nervousness. Xiaoxi, how are you so adorable? In Chapter 25, the sprint to Qing University, Ning Shi's face flushed once more at Yi Fan's words. Yi Fan, please don't joke like that. Seeing how easily she blushed, Yi Fan ceased teasing her and pulled out a handwritten physics test from his drawer. This is your physics assignment for today. Remember to hand it in to me tomorrow morning. Ning Shi gazed at the test in astonishment. Clearly, this was something Yi Fan had written yesterday. Did he already know he would rank first in the class? Such confidence. As this thought crossed her mind, her cheeks heated again. Ning Shi. How could you have such thoughts? No. You are aiming for Qing University. You must keep your focus sharp before the college entrance examination. Yi Fan waved his hand in front of her face, a hint of fondness flickering in his eyes. Why do you always seem to daydream? Yet, he found her distracted demeanor rather charming. From today onward, I will assign you a physics and mathematics test each day. As for other subjects, we will supplement as needed. Do your best. By the way, my dream university is also Qing University. Upon hearing this, ripples of emotion danced in Ning Shi's eyes. Yi Fan's ideal university is also Qing University. It appears that there are unspoken words among the two girls, Luo Yumeng and Su Ku, who are furtively observing the individuals seated behind them, engaging in hushed whispers. What do you think? Do you sense something amiss with those two? Su Ku acknowledged Luo Yuming's observation, surveying the pair sitting on the ground, and murmured, "It feels oddly reminiscent of raising daughters." "What do you mean by that?" "Oh, it's nothing. Perhaps I'm overthinking." Su Ku straightened her posture, adopting a serious demeanor as she remarked, "Yumon, with the countdown to the college entrance examination approaching, you must cease your idle pursuits. No more distractions. Please." The moment you said no, Luo Yuming became anxious, pleading, "Sister Su, dear sister, don't be so stern. Allow me to relish a little longer in the joys of my high school days. Rest assured, once the countdown begins, I will abandon these bad habits without you needing to remind me." No negotiation. Su Ku remained unyielding, disregarding Luo Yuming's protests as she rummaged through her desk, turning it upside down and stowing away several romance novels into her bag. "I'll return them after the exams," Luo Yuming lamented. "Having narrowly escaped the clutches of the formidable Ning Zimawang, I thought I could finally sing my own song. Yet here I am, ensnared once more in the embrace of the formidable Su. What a dismal fate. Jinhua does not hold evening study sessions, as the astute principal has commandeered Saturday for school activities. Consequently, students enjoy but one day of respite each week. This arrangement allows for 8 classes a day, 6 days a week, enabling students to maintain a prolonged state of academic engagement without feeling excessively fatigued. Naturally, first and second year students continue their evening studies as usual. At around 4 in the afternoon, several teachers from the second science class congregated in the principal's office. They sat on the sofa, exchanging glances, uncertain of the purpose behind the principal's sudden summons. Zhang Chongshan entered, bearing freshly brewed tea, serving each teacher a cup, and unceremoniously perched himself on a small stool, his face beaming with cheer. "Please, enjoy this fine Longjing tea. You are indeed fortunate today." The teachers lifted their cups and took delicate sips. Yang Ting set down her cup and inquired, "Principal, is there a specific reason for this unexpected gathering?" "Indeed," Zhang Chongshan affirmed. "I shall be straightforward. With the countdown to the college entrance examination imminent, I reviewed last year's results. And while our school produced 3 students who gained admission to Tsinghua University, a commendable number, it is not as significant as we might desire. Therefore, I propose the establishment of a Tsinghua intensive class, comprising 7 classes split between science and humanities, with 3 exceptional students selected from each class, totaling 21 individuals. I have already secured the teaching staff, having engaged 3 retired professors from Tsinghua University to provide specialized instruction in the core subjects of Chinese, mathematics, and English. As for the comprehensive science and humanities courses, they will continue to be overseen by the respective teachers of each class. What are your thoughts?" Upon hearing this, the teacher's eyes brightened. Yang Ting remarked, "Principal, this is excellent news. We certainly have no objections. Indeed, the principal's connections are formidable. Managing to enlist retired professors from Tsinghua is remarkable." However, Zhang Chongshan waved his hand and cautioned, "Do not celebrate too soon. Compared to last year, our teaching conditions are significantly improved, and thus we must elevate our expectations. This year, our goal at Jinhua is to ensure that no fewer than 10 students gain admission to Tsinghua." The teachers in Class 2 were taken aback. 10 students? Last year, only 3 were admitted. This sudden increase of over 3-fold seems implausible. Uncertain, they felt the challenge was daunting, as Tsinghua is recognized as the premier institution in Xia country. Its admission scores are notoriously high, fluctuating around 705 points with minimal variation. The total number of students in Jinhua's science and humanities programs is 345. And with the addition of the new transfer student Yi Fan, there are only 346 students in total. For 10 among them to achieve scores exceeding 705 points is a considerable challenge. Extremely difficult. The difficulty of the college entrance examination far exceeds that of the monthly assessments typically administered at school. Are you all lacking in confidence? Observing their reactions, Zhang Chongshan chuckled. What is there to fear? I am aware that Class 2 has many promising students, and now with a talent like Yi Fan in the mix. Suddenly recalling something, he turned to Yang Ting and inquired, Xiaoyang, I heard that Class 2 conducted a test yesterday. How did the students perform? And what about Yi Fan's results? The exam was quite challenging, and overall, the students did not fare well, Yang Ting replied with a wry smile. However, Yi Fan performed admirably, securing first place in the class. Oh, really? Zhang Chongshan asked with keen interest. What score did he achieve? Yi Fan had left a strong impression on him, having scored 750 points, a feat he had never witnessed before. Moreover, the student displayed remarkable composure. Alleviating concerns about his performance during the actual examination, he is undoubtedly a candidate with a steady temperament. 700 points, Yang Ting reported quietly. Such a low score? Upon hearing this, Zhang Chongshan's brow immediately furrowed. While he did not expect Yi Fan to score full marks every time, this result fell significantly short of his expectations. He had anticipated a score around 730 points. Did he perhaps underperform? Zhang Chongshan pondered aloud. He scored full marks in the entrance assessment. How could he only manage 700 points this time? Hearing this, Yang Ting and the other teachers could not help but swallow hard. Previously, they had inquired of Zhang Chongshan regarding Yi Fan's academic performance. However, Zhang only disclosed Yi Fan's individual subject scores, omitting the total score. No one anticipated that Yi Fan had actually passed the entrance examination with a perfect score. It is no wonder this student was able to transfer to Jinhua for his studies. Such a student, who would not desire him? Yang Ting offered a wry smile and explained, Principal, the reason Yi Fan scored 700 points is that he did not write the essay. Excluding the 50 points for the essay, he did not lose a single point. That makes perfect sense. Zhang Chongshan did not inquire further. In any case, as long as Yi Fan maintained his performance, he felt assured. I hold high expectations for this student. His expression turned serious as he stated, This year, the college entrance examination in the capital employs a national paper for the first time, and I hope that the top scorer emerges from Jinhua. In the office, silence enveloped the room. Chapter 26. Xiaoxi, is it beautiful? As the school day drew to a close, Yang Ting entered the classroom, where students engaged in self-study looked up in unison. There was an important announcement to make. The school had decided to establish an intensive class aimed at Peking University for the senior year students. Students in this Peking University intensive class would be instructed in the core subjects of Chinese, mathematics, and English by 3 retired professors from Peking University until the college entrance examination. As the words fell, the classroom erupted in commotion. Retired professors from Peking University? Good heavens! This is truly a remarkable initiative. Incredible! They even managed to invite retired professors from Peking University? That is not the crux. The key point is that there are 3 of them. Wow, that is impressive. If one could join this so-called Peking University intensive class, would that not imply a chance to attend Peking University? Haha, think again, my friend. Upon hearing this news, Ningxi's eyes sparkled as she murmured, such a splendid opportunity. I cannot let it slip away. The teaching prowess of the retired professors from Peking University is beyond doubt. With just over 3 months until the college entrance examination, there is ample time for her to make significant progress. This opportunity must not be missed. In response to Ningxi's excitement, Yi Fan could only let out a helpless sigh. Having only just become desk mates with this girl, he had yet to do anything. And now the school was organizing this Peking University intensive class? How utterly unnecessary. Observing Ningxi's enthusiasm, it was evident she was eager to join the class. Consequently, he would have to join as well. However, would they still be able to sit together as desk mates in the Peking University intensive class? This was the concern that weighed heavily on Yi Fan. As for the Peking University intensive class itself, he held little interest. Whether he joined or not would not significantly affect him. It primarily depended on Ningxi. If she chose to participate, then he would follow suit. It appeared he needed to devise a strategy to ensure that this girl would agree to sit with him in the Peking University intensive class. That was the crux of the matter. After contemplating, Yi Fan gently poked Ningxi's arm, the soft sensation eliciting a sigh of admiration from him. Indeed, girls seem to be made of water, while boys are akin to reinforced concrete. What's wrong? Ningxi lifted her head, her clear eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. Yi Fan chuckled softly. Xiaoxi, would you like to join the Qingda sprint class that Teacher Yang mentioned? Of course I do. Ningxi blinked and replied softly. Such a wonderful opportunity for progress. I definitely want to join. It's just that I'm currently unaware of the requirements for joining the sprint class. Shall we discuss something? Yes, go ahead. Once we get into the sprint class, let us sit together as desk mates, all right? Is that all? That's it. Yi Fan shrugged. His handsome features paired with an earnest expression, making him undeniably charming. Ningxi met his deep gaze, her heart fluttering with a wave of confusion. A faint blush spread across her cheeks, reminiscent of ripening apples, evoking an irresistible urge to take a bite. I might not even be able to join. That's all right. Yi Fan's lips curled slightly, his voice low and soothing. If you join, I will too. If you don't, I won't either. However, regardless of whether we join or not, you must sit with me, understood? I understand. Ningxi stared blankly at Yi Fan. Such casual display of dominance was utterly captivating to a girl. She, too, was just a girl. Seeing Ningxi lost in thought, Yi Fan's eyes brimmed with affection for her adorably dazed expression. Has this girl grown up on cuteness? Snapping back to reality, Ningxi realized something was amiss. Her face flushed with warmth as she lowered her gaze, unable to meet Yi Fan's eyes. Is this how you negotiate? I don't care, you've already agreed. His nonchalant tone made it sound entirely reasonable. Is this person unreasonable? How can anyone be like this? She sneaked a glance at Yi Fan, mentally scoffing. Is he just relying on his good looks and academic prowess? What is so impressive about that? Yet, it undeniably seemed quite impressive. Ugh, this guy isn't even that handsome, right? Not at all handsome. The girl reassured herself with denial. However, when her gaze fell upon Yi Fan's profile, she found it impossible to look away. Yi Fan's lips curled into a slight smile as he lightly tapped the table. Xiaoxi, do you find me good-looking? Very good-looking. The moment the words escaped her lips, Ningxi's face turned beet red. Ah, am I lovesick? There's no saving me now, Ningxi. She stole a glance. And sure enough, Yi Fan was gazing at her with a beaming smile, making her wish she could vanish into the ground. Was she truly bewitched? How could one utter such words? As the two conversed, Deng Yu in the front row raised his hand and inquired, Teacher, what must one do to join the Qingda sprint class? This question piqued the curiosity of many. With over 300 students in the third year, it was impossible for everyone to join this so-called Qingda sprint class. Certain prerequisites must surely exist. All the students perked up their ears in anticipation. Quite simply, next Monday is the monthly examination. Those who rank in the top 3 of their class in this examination will be eligible to join the Qingda sprint class. What? That is hopeless, exclaimed one student. Top 3? I might as well continue to be a bystander. This seemed to indicate a discriminatory practice, raising cries of unfairness. After Yang Ting articulated the requirements for joining the Qingda sprint class, a look of defeat washed over the faces of most students. Top 3? How easy is that to achieve? Of course, a select few students appeared somewhat indignant, feeling that the school was practicing favoritism. Yang Ting's gaze grew stern as she fixed her eyes on the student who had spoken out, her voice laced with interrogation. What? Is the school preventing you from attending class or from learning? Unfair? Where were you when others were working hard? It's too late to claim unfairness now. One must admit, Yang Ting exuded a formidable presence. In an instant, silence enveloped the classroom. Seated at the lectern, she proclaimed, this monthly examination is open to all. It represents fair competition. Whether you can join the Qingda sprint class depends on your own capabilities. If you lack the ability, who can you blame? Do not complain about fate or others. Strive to achieve your goals. Prepare well in these next few days. Sharpening your skills at the last moment can still yield results. Continue with your self-study. The following day, Yi Fan arrived at school, just as he took his seat and had not yet greeted Ningxi. He noticed Yang Ting striding in with purpose. Many students were left puzzled. What is going on? It's not even class time yet. Why is Teacher Yang here? Yi Fan, step outside with me. With that, Yang Ting turned and exited the classroom. Many turned their gazes toward Yi Fan, expressions filled with confusion. Could it be that he had gotten into trouble? Being summoned for a private discussion with Teacher Yang was hardly a good omen. A sense of schadenfreude flickered in the eyes of several students, including Deng Yu. Oh dear, Yi, the top student, has barely been here for long and is already being called in by the teacher. Quite remarkable indeed. The sarcasm was palpable. In response, Yi Fan exhibited no reaction, refusing even to glance at Deng Yu as he rose to leave the classroom. Deng Yu's face shifted through shades of green and red, his eyes burning with anger. Had Yi Fan retorted, he would not have been so incensed. Yet, the fact that Yi Fan did not even acknowledge him was what truly gnawed at him. After all, he was considered a top student in class 2. When had he ever been disregarded in such a manner? Uncle could tolerate it, but Aunt could not. Just wait, he thought. Deng Yu wore a sullen expression, muttering to himself, this time, the top position in the monthly exam is undoubtedly mine. Ningxi gazed at Yi Fan's retreating figure, a shadow of worry clouding her eyes. The girl was entirely oblivious to the subtle misalignment of her emotions. Chapter 27. Seeds of the Top Scholar. Upon leaving the classroom, Yang Ting said nothing as she escorted Yi Fan to the principal's office. "Here we are. Please take a seat." Upon seeing Yi Fan, Zhang Chongshan's face radiated warmth. Yang Ting felt a pang of jealousy. Was this truly the aloof principal she had known? Yi Fan stood calmly beside Yang Ting, showing no intention of sitting down. He inquired, "Principal, did you call for me regarding something important?" "Indeed." Without preamble, Zhang Chongshan stated, "You are aware of the details regarding the Qing University intensive class, correct?" "Yes." Yi Fan nodded. "Teacher Yang informed us yesterday." He was uncertain of Zhang Chongshan's intentions. A flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. "The reason I called you today is to inform you that you need not participate in this month's exam. You can directly enter the Qing University intensive class." Zhang Chongshan had his own considerations for this arrangement. Through the entrance assessments and the previous tests in Class 2, he had essentially confirmed Yi Fan's capabilities. A potential top scholar. No exaggeration, as long as Yi Fan maintains his current level. The title of top scholar in the college entrance examination is within easy reach. Such an exceptional student should not be exposed prematurely. If Yi Fan performed too brilliantly in the monthly exam, it could easily reach the ears of that old fellow at Yuqing High School. After all, with so many students at Jinhua, it would be impossible to keep it under wraps. With just over 3 months until the college entrance examination, if that old man had any ulterior motives, Yi Fan would have no place to lament his fate. Such situations had indeed occurred in the past. Having learned from previous mistakes, Zhang Chongshan was determined not to repeat them. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan's expression remained unchanged as he calmly shook his head. "I'm afraid I cannot accept your proposal, Principal." "Why?" Zhang Chongshan was taken aback. Logically, no one should refuse such an opportunity. Yet, Yi Fan had done just that. Yang Ting, equally astonished, interjected, "Yi Fan, this is a great opportunity. Why would you refuse? Why should I accept?" Yi Fan replied with a faint smile, countering, "Does the principal and the teachers believe that I cannot earn a spot in the Qing University intensive class based on my merits? Not participating in the monthly exam to gain entry into the intensive class would be unfair to the other students, and to him as well." If he accepted Zhang Chongshan as proposal, everyone would assume he had used connections to gain an advantage. In reality, there was no need for such underhanded tactics. With his abilities, he could easily secure a place among the top 3 in the class even with his eyes closed. Why resort to such a disreputable method to join the Qing University intensive class when he could do so with integrity? He was not foolish. Zhang Chongshan hesitated for a moment, explaining, "Yi Fan, the reason for your direct admission into the Qingda Sprint class is not due to a lack of faith in your abilities. Rather, it is precisely because we have immense confidence in your potential that we have made this decision." Indeed, Yang Ting nodded in agreement, adding, "Based on your current performance, there is absolutely no need for you to participate in the monthly exam. All you need to do now is maintain your existing level and await the arrival of the college entrance examination." "I refuse." After the two had finished speaking, Yi Fan once again dismissed the proposal. Zhang Chongshan and Yang Ting exchanged a glance, a hint of awkwardness surfacing on their faces, particularly for Zhang Chongshan. The embarrassment was coupled with considerable vexation. The previous night, he had received numerous phone calls from parents of students, all inquiring about the slots in the Qingda Sprint class. Yet, regardless of the promises and incentives these parents offered, he had turned them all down. And now, here was Yi Fan, outright rejecting the opportunity even if it were offered for free. Coughing lightly, Zhang Chongshan was about to speak when he heard Yi Fan's voice. "Principal, why not just speak frankly? Are you afraid that I might perform too well and other schools will try to poach me?" In the blink of an eye, Yi Fan had analyzed the entire situation with remarkable clarity. In his previous life, he had encountered numerous similar news stories. The competition for students is not solely a university concern. That perspective is rather limited. The most fervent competition for students occurs during the final year of high school, where those capable of vying for the title of top scorer in the college entrance examination are the most sought after. Zhang Chongshan and Yang Ting widened their eyes, their faces reflecting sheer astonishment. Observing their reactions, Yi Fan smiled nonchalantly, his somewhat youthful visage displaying a hint of maturity, imparting an exceedingly peculiar impression. "I have a suggestion. I wonder if the principal would be interested in hearing it?" "Please, go ahead." Zhang Chongshan's curiosity about this student grew increasingly intense. Yi Fan began lightly, "Today is Saturday. If all goes as expected, the monthly exam papers should be ready by now, correct?" "Yes, please continue." "Since the papers are prepared, I propose to take the exam in advance. In this way, regardless of the outcome, the principal may choose to disclose my results at his discretion. For instance, should I achieve a score of 750, it could be reflected as 720 or 710 on the report card. After all, my only requirement is to score just 1 point higher than the first place. As for the reason behind wanting to surpass the top scorer by a single point, it's quite simple. Yifan simply did not wish to lose, and that was all there was to it. With the assistance of a system of such caliber, he could not afford to lose by any means. Otherwise, he would forfeit the system itself. This approach, Zhang Chongshan pondered for a moment before slowly nodding. Very well, but I must make it clear. If your performance does not meet expectations and you cannot gain entry into the Qingda sprint class, do not blame me. If you have any regrets, now is the time to reconsider. His tone was laced with a hint of persuasion. Are you sure you wish to proceed? Yifan remained silent, comfortably seated on the sofa, and with a smile, addressed Yang Ting. Teacher Yang, you may fetch the monthly exam papers now. Zhang Chongshan remarked, understood. It seems she is not falling for his tricks. Yang Ting, somewhat speechless, recalled receiving a call from Zhang Chongshan the previous night. She had initially thought it was merely to inform Yifan, but the situation had escalated unexpectedly. Her gaze shifted towards Zhang Chongshan, her eyes reflecting her inquiry. Zhang Chongshan, with a resigned gesture, suggested, go retrieve the exam papers from Director Li. Certainly, Principal, Yang Ting responded before turning and exiting the office. Within a mere few minutes, she re-entered the office, now holding 4 exam papers. Let us commence, Zhang Chongshan announced, glancing at the clock, which read 8 in the morning. 2 hours will suffice. Yifan's remark stifled the remainder of Zhang Chongshan's sentence. He recalled the circumstances surrounding the entrance assessments, realizing that perhaps it was not entirely improbable. With a swift motion, Yifan seized a pen from the coffee table, picked up the topmost exam paper, and began to write fervently. Yang Ting stood outside the sofa, momentarily mesmerized by the scene before her. This is how one reviews the questions, she thought. How can one answer without reviewing? Yet, Yifan seemed to disregard this entirely. He completed one answer and immediately proceeded to the next question without pausing for breath. This mirrored the situation from 2 days prior outside the classroom. Such an approach to answering questions had only been witnessed in Yifan. It was utterly unscientific. Zhang Chongshan was equally taken aback during the entrance assessments. He had not witnessed Yifan's answering technique firsthand. Now, observing this unreasonable method, his expression reflected sheer astonishment. Indeed, it was unreasonable. Who answers questions this way? With no classes scheduled for the morning, Yang Ting decided to remain. Stealthily, she settled into a nearby single sofa, her eyes fixed on Yifan. Today, she was determined to see what score Yifan could achieve. 750 points? Given this method of answering, if he managed to score 500, she would eat her desk, but perhaps she should refrain from making such vows just yet. This student possessed an intriguing, almost sinister quality. In 23 minutes, Yifan completed the Chinese exam, including the essay. Zhang Chongshan and Yang Ting exchanged silent glances, their eyes brimming with shock. How could he be so swift? 23 minutes for the Chinese exam? Unbelievable. Zhang Chongshan signaled to Yang Ting, who promptly understood and took the completed Chinese exam paper to the office of the Chinese teacher. Li Wenqing. Knock, knock. Come in. Yang Ting pushed the door open. Upon seeing her, Li Wenqing rose with a smile. Teacher Yang, what can I do for you? Indeed. Yang Ting placed the examination paper before Li Wenqing and straightforwardly requested, Teacher Li, could you kindly assist in grading this paper? Of course, replied Li Wenqing without further inquiry, taking a seat to commence his evaluation. Initially, the task seemed manageable, but as he progressed, the astonishment in his eyes became increasingly apparent. By the time he reached the essay, his expression was one of sheer shock. Incredible. Li Wenqing inhaled deeply, his voice brimming with eagerness. Could you please reveal who authored this paper? Yifan, she responded. No wonder, no wonder. Noticing Li Wenqing's reaction, Yang Ting inquired curiously, Teacher Li, what is the result? Full marks. Li Wenqing exclaimed, staring at the paper. An undisputed perfect score, especially for the essay. It is exceptionally well written. Yang Ting, though she had anticipated such a possibility, felt a jolt of surprise upon hearing the words full marks. A perfect score in Chinese? If it were in mathematics or English, it would be more comprehensible. But in Chinese, what kind of extraordinary talent is this? Thank you. Teacher Li. Yang Ting nodded at Li Wenqing and departed with the paper. Upon returning to the principal's office, she intended to report Yi Fan's results to Zhang Chongshan. However, a glance at Yi Fan, who was diligently working on his tasks, left her momentarily frozen. At that moment, a mathematics paper lay beside him, yet he was engrossed in an English exam. Yang Ting silently checked her watch. It had only been 14 minutes since she left the office. 14 minutes. Had he completed the mathematics paper in that time? A blend of deep astonishment and a hint of numbness washed over her. This student is astonishing. Truly astonishing. Zhang Chongshan, observing Yang Ting's days, could not help but smile wryly. Not only Yang Ting, but he too was taken aback. The difficulty of this month's examination was unprecedented, surpassing any prior assessments. Yet, Yi Fan's performance was nothing short of terrifying. Zhang Chongshan had encountered countless students, but none as formidable as this one. He was certain that even seasoned teachers from the senior year would struggle to complete this month's paper in mere minutes. Truly an enigma of a student. Principal, you must take a look. Yang Ting placed the Chinese paper before Zhang Chongshan without uttering a word, then picked up the mathematics paper from the coffee table and exited the office once again. A few minutes later, Zhang Chongshan gazed at the two striking scores of 150 before him, his lips twitching in a reluctant smile as he muttered, "What sort of monster is this?" Upon hearing his words, Yang Ting turned her head to glance at Yi Fan, a flicker of fervor igniting in her eyes. Given Yi Fan's current performance, he undoubtedly possessed the capability to vie for this year's top scorer in the college entrance examination. As the saying goes, when one ascends, all associated rise with them. The top scorer in the national exam holds immense prestige. If Yi Fan were to claim the title, her status as his homeroom teacher would undoubtedly be elevated. Who wouldn't cherish such a remarkable student? With an air of calmness, Yi Fan picked up the English test paper and, raising his gaze to Yang Ting, said, "Teacher, let's begin." Yang Ting and Zhang Chongshan observed as Yi Fan completed the three subjects, Chinese, mathematics, and English, in a mere 54 minutes. Yang Ting retrieved a red ballpoint pen from the holder on her desk, seated herself on a solitary sofa, and commenced grading the English paper. Correct, correct, correct. In less than 4 minutes, she set down her pen. The glaring crimson number on the paper stood out vividly, 150. Another perfect score. Taking a deep breath, Yang Ting rose and placed the test paper before Zhang Chongshan. "Here you go, Principal," Zhang Chongshan inquired. "Is it truly necessary for such a student to join the Qingdao intensive class?" The Qingdao intensive class primarily focuses on tutoring the core subjects of Chinese, mathematics, and English. Given Yi Fan's demonstrated proficiency, he would hardly benefit from the class. Although retired professors from Qingdao are undeniably skilled, they might find themselves at a loss when faced with a student as exceptionally talented as Yi Fan. How does one teach a student devoid of weaknesses? This young man is truly extraordinary. Indeed, coughing lightly, Yi Fan, who had been working on the comprehensive science exam, paused his writing and protested to the two. "Principal, Teacher Yang, can't you say something positive in my presence?" As he spoke, his brow arched slightly, and he added with a grin, "I call this excellence. The X in excellence, and the cell in exceptional." Zhang Chongshan and Yang Ting exchanged speechless glances. Amused by their silence, Yi Fan smiled gently and redirected his focus to the comprehensive science paper. His writing speed remarkably swift. Moments later, he set down his pen, raising the completed science paper triumphantly. This gesture left Zhang Chongshan and Yang Ting once again at a loss for words. How could he be so fast? One might wonder if he had ingested expired rat poison. While a perfect score in itself is impressive, the fact that Yi Fan achieved it in such a brief span of time is nothing short of astonishing. "What are you staring at me for?" Yi Fan blinked calmly and chuckled. "Is there something on my face? I suppose I shall take my leave now." Without giving them a chance to respond, he stood up and exited the office. As he gazed at the departing silhouette of Yi Fan, Zhang Chongshan let out a slight sigh, his fingers gently tapping upon the surface of the desk. "Teacher Yang, I am quite eager to see the performance of Class 2 in next Monday's monthly examination. With Yi Fan now in the mix, I hope your class can surpass Class 1 this time." "One can only hope." Yang Ting nodded in agreement. Yet her heart was devoid of optimism. The top students of Class 1 were simply too numerous, with 4 students consistently ranking among the top 10 in the grade. In contrast, aside from Ning Shi and Deng Yu, the remaining students in Class 2 were far from being contenders for the top 10, even with Yi Fan included. They would merely amount to 3. Upon returning to the classroom, as Yi Fan settled into his seat, Ning Shi playfully poked him twice under the desk. Where have you been? What? Were you missing me? The long strands of hair obscured the corners of Yi Fan's eyes, and his charming smile, coupled with his teasing words, exuded a captivating allure. Ning Shi was taken aback, her expression shifting several times in the blink of an eye. Her youthful, delicate face showcased an extraordinary beauty. Chapter 29. Impudent words, impudent hands? Ugh. Ning Shi's face flushed with embarrassment and annoyance as she glanced around, relieved to find her classmates focused on the lesson. Yi Fan, please refrain from such jokes in the future. After saying this, she turned her head away, choosing to ignore him. Yi Fan felt somewhat defeated. Was it really necessary to be so sensitive over a mere jest? After all, they would eventually be one family. Clearing his throat, Yi Fan gently tugged on Ning Shi's sleeve and whispered, I was wrong. I promise not to make such jokes again. Please don't be angry. Ning Shi, however, remained fixated on the blackboard, ignoring him. While she bore no resentment towards Yi Fan, it did not mean she could accept such levity. Furthermore, his previous remark had altered her impression of him. So frivolous. Oof, what a scoundrel. Originally possessing a favorability rating of 70, it had abruptly halved. If Yi Fan could fathom Ning Shi's current thoughts, he would undoubtedly deliver himself a resounding slap. Why had he been so reckless with his words? I just went to the principal's office to complete some papers. Noticing Ning Shi's indifference, Yi Fan decided to drop a bombshell. Leaning slightly to the left, he crossed the dividing line of the desk, stating, it's regarding the monthly examination papers. Finally, Ning Shi reacted. However, upon witnessing Yi Fan's actions, her eyes narrowed, and her voice rang clear. Please keep your distance. Can you not see the obvious dividing line? Yi Fan sighed, realizing he had truly irked her this time. This was troublesome. Glancing at his arm that had crossed the boundary, he slapped it with a resounding thwack. Impudent words, impudent hands. This sound instantly drew the attention of many in the classroom, including the physics teacher, Chi Wenjua, who was in the midst of lecturing. Yi Fan, what are you doing? Yi Fan rose and explained, Teacher, I am swatting mosquitoes. His demeanor was remarkably calm, revealing no hint of guilt. Ning Shi cast a sidelong glance at Yi Fan. Her lips slightly pursed. A web of deceit, effortlessly spun. Indeed, he is no paragon of virtue. It seems prudent to maintain a distance from this individual, Chi Wenjue remarked. It's only the end of March, with temperatures barely in the teens. Are there really mosquitoes? Is he trying to deceive us? Yet, who could blame him? After all, this was Yi Fan. For exemplary students, especially someone as outstanding as him, the teacher's tolerance levels were considerably high, and he was no exception. Swatting mosquitoes was permissible, but do so quietly, lest it disrupt the class. Chi Wenjue gestured for Yi Fan to take his seat and resumed his explanation, directing everyone's attention to the blackboard. Once seated, Yi Fan cast a bitter glance at Ning Shi, feeling an overwhelming sense of helplessness. This girl remained as elusive as ever. In his previous life, when Ning Shi first joined the company, the older gentleman transformed as if invigorated. Having never encountered such beauty, each underwent a remarkable metamorphosis. They forsook unkempt appearances, removed their beards, and donned attire befitting their aspirations to leave a lasting impression on Ning Shi, hoping to earn her favor. Alas, Ning Shi afforded them nary a glance, and even set an extraordinary record. For 6 consecutive months, aside from work-related exchanges with Yi Fan, she uttered not a word to any other male colleague. It was over a year before Ning Shi gradually warmed to Yi Fan. The reason was simple. Yi Fan's gaze was unlike that of any other young man, clear and pure, invoking a sense of comfort in her. Only later did Ning Shi reveal to Yi Fan that this was what made her wary of unfamiliar males. No, more accurately, it was a sense of vigilance. Sighing, Yi Fan realized that future interactions with this girl would require a measure of caution. If he were not careful, he might risk losing her to another. After class, Ning Shi leaned over her desk, diligently reviewing the material covered during the lesson. Her petite frame, paired with a gentle and sweet demeanor, evoked an irresistible urge to embrace and cherish her. Yi Fan took the initiative and said, Ning Shi, did you complete the physics exam I gave you yesterday? Here, take it. Ning Shi retrieved the exam from her drawer and handed it to Yi Fan. From now on, there is no need for you to tutor me, and please try not to speak to me. Thank you for your cooperation. With that, she returned to her notes with unwavering focus. Yi Fan thought to himself, what is this all about? After 2 minutes of frustration, he redirected his attention to the physics exam before him and began to grade it, albeit at a leisurely pace. Once encountering an error, Yi Fan would pause, annotating beside Ning Shi's answer, providing the corresponding problem-solving approach and fundamental knowledge points. The chime of the class bell resonated, and Yi Fan had only managed to correct half of the papers. In the Chinese language class, Li Wenqing entered the classroom, his gaze immediately landing on Yi Fan. At that moment, he was still reflecting on Yi Fan's extraordinary essay. Were it not for Yang Ting's explicit confirmation that the paper was Yi Fan's, he would have never believed that a high school senior could compose such an exquisite piece. Unbelievable. Inconceivable. Absurd. This lesson primarily focused on writing techniques and related skills. After inscribing the 4 characters for writing methods on the blackboard, Li Wenqing inquired, "Does anyone possess unique strategies to share with the class?" Silence enveloped the room. No one seemed inclined to respond. What techniques could there possibly be? Just right. Yi Fan, with his head bowed, diligently marked the physics exams. He scrutinized the penultimate question on the paper, his brow furrowing as he muttered, "This girl really has a poor foundation in physics. She even managed to get this question wrong." Ning Shi heard his words clearly, her brows twitching slightly, feelings of embarrassment and irritation welling up within her. This girl? That term was reserved solely for her father. How outrageous. Though angered, she remained silent, for Li Wenqing was observing her in Yi Fan's direction. With no one taking the initiative, the teacher proceeded to prompt. Li Wenqing smiled and said, "Yi Fan, please stand and share your insights." In an instant, all attention shifted to Yi Fan, many faces adorned with a hint of schadenfreude. If he faltered, the embarrassment would not be theirs to bear. Meanwhile, Yi Fan continued to focus intently on his annotations, completely oblivious to the call for his attention. Yi Fan. Yi Fan. Only when Li Wenqing elevated his voice did Yi Fan finally respond. His gaze fixated on the paper, he inquired without lifting his head, "Teacher, what is it?" His hands remained in motion as he spoke. "Please share your writing techniques and skills with the class." "Oh, all right," Yi Fan replied instinctively. Freefall motion is uniformly accelerated linear motion with an initial velocity of 0, adhering to the laws of uniformly accelerated linear motion. Laughter erupted throughout the classroom. Had he lost his mind? They awaited his reprimand with bated breath. Responding with a physics formula during a Chinese class? Impressive. Ning Shi hesitated momentarily before gently kicking Yi Fan under the table, whispering, "This is a Chinese class. Look at the blackboard." It was only then that Yi Fan comprehended. Lifting his head, he was momentarily taken aback. Just as everyone anticipated Yi Fan's impending chastisement, a surprising scene unfolded before them. Li Wenqing, far from being angered, instead wore a smile and said, "Yi Fan, it is currently Chinese class. Please answer the teacher's question first, and we shall tackle the physics problems later." My goodness. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief, their minds momentarily blank. When did old Qi become so amiable? This must be a dream. One boy pinched his thigh with considerable force. Hiss. His deskmate's expression shifted dramatically, his features contorting in shock. "What are you doing?" "I'm checking if I'm dreaming." "Why not pinch yourself?" "I fear the pain." "You old rascal." Confusion filled the eyes of many students. What on earth is happening? Chapter 30. Concern breeds disorder. Humph. Deng Yu wore a cold smirk. The prospect of witnessing Yi Fan's embarrassment brought him immense joy. Zhao Wenhao shared this sentiment, as both he and Deng Yu harbored disdain for Yi Fan, particularly due to his close proximity to Ning Shi. Moreover, Ning Shi's demeanor towards Yi Fan seemed markedly different from her interactions with other boys. Although they could not articulate what precisely felt different, the sensation was undeniably palpable. Both boys experienced a sense of impending crisis. In the classroom, dozens of gazes fixated on Yi Fan. Were he an ordinary student, he might have been too anxious to utter a word. In stark contrast, Yi Fan remained remarkably composed, his expression revealing nothing. Glancing at the 4 large characters on the blackboard, Yi Fan's thoughts shifted and the relevant knowledge points began to materialize in his mind. His voice was calm yet powerful, compelling his peers to listen intently. The art of writing can be primarily categorized into themes, structure, and material. Let us first discuss the theme. For essays with a given title, one can directly derive the theme from the keywords. In the case of material-based essays, it is beneficial to interpret the intentions of the examiner from multiple perspectives, selecting the most evident angle to establish the theme. Do not get bogged down in minutiae or attempt to cover every angle. A single sentence suffices for the theme. Regarding structure, it is crucial to outline before putting pen to paper, understanding the general number of paragraphs and the content of each. For instance, in an argumentative essay, the first paragraph should present the thesis, the second should provide modern examples for substantiation, presenting logical reasoning, while the third can include historical references. The fourth paragraph may introduce international examples, culminating in a concluding paragraph that encapsulates the entire essay. In narrative writing, one may follow a chronological or event-driven structure. Yi Fan eloquently spoke for nearly 10 minutes, finishing with a sense of lingering satisfaction. Everyone stared at him in stunned silence, mouths agape, expressions filled with disbelief. This is possible? They were certain that Yi Fan had not been paying attention during class, yet he spoke so fluently. Quite impressive. Ningxi, seated beside Yi Fan, gazed at him in astonishment. How remarkable, she exclaimed. How could one entertain such thoughts? No, Ningxi. Be more alert, and do not be deceived by this fellow's appearance and talents. He is nothing but a scoundrel. Well said. Under Li Wenqing's guidance. Applause resonated through the classroom. Deng Yu and Zhao Wenhao wore expressions akin to those who had just tasted something unexpectedly delightful. They could hardly believe that Yi Fan had indeed managed to respond. Hadn't he been absent from the lesson just moments ago? What a bewildering turn of events. Li Wenqing gestured for Yi Fan to take his seat, showering him with praise. The insights Yi Fan had just shared were exceptional writing techniques, and everyone ought to seek his counsel in this regard. Now, let me proceed to discuss. Ding! The school bell rang. Just as Ningxi stood up, she abruptly seized Yi Fan's arm. By sheer coincidence, he grasped her delicate hand, which felt as fragile as a willow's branch. Let go. Ningxi initially froze, and then, as if jolted by electricity, quickly withdrew her hand from his grasp. Her fair, flawless face radiated an air of coldness. Yet, her exquisite features lacked any lethal expression, instead appearing remarkably adorable, exuding a unique charm. Coughing to break the tension, Yi Fan innocently raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, explaining, "Do not misunderstand. I merely intended to return your physics exam paper." As he spoke, he placed the corrected paper before Ningxi. "I have marked the errors. You can review them when you have time. It should prove helpful." Ningxi glanced at Yi Fan and then at the paper, her icy demeanor softening slightly. "Thank you, but there's no need for such trouble in the future. It's no trouble at all. It's our duty as classmates to help one another. Especially since we sit together." He quickly corrected himself, realizing his earlier slip. Without uttering a word, Ningxi moved her chair to leave. Yi Fan, sensing the space behind him was unoccupied, cautiously inquired, "Ningxi, I hope I haven't said anything amiss?" "Move aside, I need to go." "Go where?" Ningxi replied. "To the restroom, of course." However, how could she express this to Yi Fan? "I feel unwell," she added, turning her head away nonchalantly. Her soft voice tinged with a hint of embarrassment and indignation. "Is it possible for you to step aside now?" Yi Fan replied. TSK, concern leads to confusion. This statement was undeniably true. Once she exited the classroom, Yi Fan picked up a book of advanced mathematics problems, intending to make the most of these few minutes to gain some experience points. Just as he was about to delve into his studies, a voice interrupted him. "Well, you are quite diligent." Deng Yu sneered, rapping his knuckles on the desk, looking down at Yi Fan from his elevated position. "Yi Fan, do you dare to make a bet with me?" His loud voice attracted the attention of numerous students, who turned to observe the unfolding scene. Yi Fan set aside the collection of mathematical Olympiad problems, languidly gazing at Deng Yu, and remarked, "Why should I wager with you? Gambling is illegal. You are already in your third year of high school. Surely, you are aware of this." Deng Yu retorted, "Such a nonchalant attitude is infuriating. It gives one the sensation of striking a fist against cotton, utterly ineffective. You haven't even articulated the wager, and you're already afraid?" His face was etched with disdain as he proclaimed, "Are you a man or not? If you are, then bet with me." Apologies were not forthcoming. Yi Fan remained unperturbed, responding leisurely, "I am merely a boy. I have yet to attain the status of a man. Or perhaps." He raised an eyebrow at Deng Yu, wearing a knowing expression. A ripple of meaningful murmurs erupted among the other boys. Deng Yu's face flushed crimson. Yi Fan's lips curled into a subtle smile as he turned his attention back to the Olympiad problems, dismissing Deng Yu, unwilling to retreat in this manner. Deng Yu snatched Yi Fan's book and declared, "In this month's exam, let us compete on our scores. Whoever performs better shall be the other's elder brother. Henceforth, in any circumstance, upon encountering each other, the other must address him as brother. Do you dare?" Yi Fan regarded Deng Yu with a mixture of exasperation and amusement, truth be told. He found it beneath him to engage with someone of Deng Yu's immaturity. Yet, Deng Yu's relentless demeanor was undeniably irksome. I do not provoke you. Why must you bother me? What is wrong with you? What can you even do? Deng Yu was momentarily taken aback by Yi Fan's sudden inquiry. Yi Fan nonchalantly cleaned his ears and chuckled. I cannot possibly accept a subordinate who lacks any skills, can I? Deng Yu exclaimed, arrogant. Utterly arrogant. In the past, he had been the one exuding confidence. How had the roles reversed with Yi Fan? This was intolerable. His father's company was worth several billion. Yet he dared to claim that such a subordinate was useless? It was infuriating to witness someone so seemingly assured of victory. What do you boys know? This is called confidence. TCH. As Yi Fan's appeal grew stronger, Deng Yu found himself increasingly captivated by his charm. With class about to commence, Deng Yu finally lost his patience and coldly demanded, do you dare to bet or not? Seeing your eagerness to be a subordinate, I shall grant you an opportunity. It is settled. Upon receiving Yi Fan's assent, Deng Yu tossed out those 4 words and turned to leave. Yi Fan shook his head and resumed perusing the Olympiad problems. Let them wager. After all, he had no fear of defeat. Competing on monthly exam scores? Deng Yu was likely unaware that the top score had already been claimed by him. Chapter 31. I did not deceive you, Dingling. Before the class bell rang, Ningxi returned to the classroom. She did not engage with Yi Fan, her gaze fixed on the physics exam paper before her, her emotions a tumultuous blend. The dense annotations on the paper rendered her momentarily speechless. To be fair, Yi Fan was unlike the other boys. When other boys gazed at her, their eyes invariably held a flicker of fervor. Yet Yi Fan was different. His gaze was clear and occasionally revealed a hint of indulgence, akin to that of a father observing his daughter. This peculiarity left Ningxi somewhat perplexed. After all, they had only known each other for a few days. Could it be that she was overthinking? As the afternoon school day drew to a close, the campus appeared unusually desolate. Due to the weekend, students in their first and second years were enjoying a respite, leaving only the third-year students to toil in preparation for the impending college entrance examinations. With the weather gradually warming, the willows lining the roadside at the school gate began to unfurl their branches, their tender green hues adorning the world. Yi Fan stood beside a willow at the entrance, his gaze flitting back and forth at the school gate. As throngs of students departed, the area gradually took on a melancholic atmosphere, yet he remained unperturbed. Through his observations of Ningxi over the past few days, he had discerned that she was not fond of crowds. Typically, she lingered for 5 or 6 minutes after classes to avoid the bustling rush before leaving the classroom. True to form, at 5:38, a delicate figure appeared at the gate. Her slender frame, partially concealed beneath a plain white sweatshirt, appeared even more petite, with only a hint of baby fat on her face to suggest strength rather than fragility. Upon seeing Ningxi, Yi Fan's eyes brimmed with warmth. In his previous life, he had failed to provide her with an answer, but in this lifetime, he was determined to accompany her until the end of her journey. Ningxi, with her head bowed and taking small, measured steps, seemed to have shed the intense atmosphere of academic pressure, her mood radiating with a subtle joy. The little yellow flower of the story had been drifting softly since the year of its birth, its gentle sound akin to celestial music, evoking an irresistible urge to quiet one's heart, as if imbued with a certain enchantment. Following closely behind her, Yi Fan's face broke into a smile. This girl still sang beautifully. The first time he had heard Ningxi sing was during a gathering at his securities company, after securing a significant client. As the owner, he had treated the small team to a meal and karaoke. Amidst the lively atmosphere, his colleagues had insisted she sing, and after some hesitation, she performed Legend, leaving everyone in awe. It was in that moment that a peculiar feeling for Ningxi had blossomed in his heart. Now, hearing her voice once more, that same fluttering sensation returned. Lost in his memories, Yi Fan suddenly collided with a petite figure. As he looked up, he met Ningxi's wary gaze. "What are you following me for?" she asked, her demeanor tightening as she noticed him trailing behind her into a narrow alley. She attempted to reassure herself that perhaps they were merely heading in the same direction. However, as she stepped into the alley, Yi Fan followed closely behind her. As a girl, Ningxi felt a surge of panic when she noticed a male classmate trailing her. She dared not venture deeper into the alley and silently picked up a wooden stick, approximately 2 feet in length, ready to take the initiative. Thus unfolded the scene before us. Yi Fan, regaining his composure, observed Ning, she gripping the stick with both hands, her wary gaze prompting a faint, bitter smile to appear at the corners of his mouth. Do you truly believe that I am just passing by? Ning, she retorted coldly, pointing towards the alley entrance a few meters away. Haven't you just arrived in the capital? Why choose the alley over the main road? You must have ulterior motives. Yet, as she met Yi Fan's clear-eyed gaze, her confidence wavered. How could someone with sinister intentions possess such an innocent demeanor? Yi Fan cleared his throat. I assure you, I am genuinely on my way. Can you grant me the opportunity to prove it? Seeing the earnestness on Yi Fan's face, Ning, she hesitated for a moment before giving a slight nod. How will you prove it? Simply follow me, Yi Fan replied, a glimmer of amusement flashing in his eyes as he stepped forward. Ning, she trailed a few meters behind, clearly still not fully convinced of Yi Fan's intentions. Yi Fan paid her skepticism no mind. Since he had discovered this shortcut, he had traversed this path daily, skillfully maneuvering through turns until he soon arrived at the opposite side of Zhaohua Road. As Ning, she observed Yi Fan's confident navigation, her belief in him strengthened considerably. Yi Fan came to a halt and pointed towards the gate of Bayou Garden, located over 200 meters away. My rented apartment is in that complex. This is the shortest route, so please do not misunderstand. Without waiting for Ning Shi's consent, he took her hand and led her to the car parked by the roadside. Rapping gently on the window slid down, revealing a man in a black suit, appearing to be around 30 years old, exuding a subtle yet refined aura. Upon seeing this man, Yi Fan instinctively thought two words: soldier. The individual before him was likely a retired military personnel, his ironclad demeanor unmistakable. Zhuangli, having noticed the situation outside the car, speculated that Yi Fan must be a classmate of the young lady, feeling a twinge of surprise. In his experience, the young lady had never left school alongside her classmates, especially not a male one. What astonished him further was that this young boy had dared to take the young lady's hand. This matter held significant weight. He was acutely aware of the master's indulgence towards the young lady, as if he would pluck stars from the heavens to present to her. Should the master learn of this encounter, Zhuang Li's position as a driver could very well be at stake. Zhuang Li's first impression of Yi Fan was far from favorable. He nodded towards Ning Shi outside the window. Miss, who is this? Ning Shi, momentarily taken aback by Yi Fan's actions, regained her composure and struggled lightly, though to no avail. Upon hearing Zhuang Li's inquiry, a delicate blush rose to her cheeks. Uncle Zhuang, this is my classmate. Upon saying this, she cast a somewhat flustered glance at Yi Fan and whispered, Please, let go of me. Not yet. Yi Fan responded with a calm smile, nodding at Zhuang Li, and said, Uncle Zhuang, could you kindly drive the car to the entrance of Bayou Garden? Ning Shi needs to retrieve a review material from my home. It will only take a few minutes at most. Without allowing Ning Shi the chance to respond, he took her hand and led her towards the grand entrance of Bayou Garden. Feeling the gazes of passers-by, Ning Shi was too embarrassed to lift her head. I really can't believe this, she murmured. Could you please let go of me? By the end of her plea, a hint of desperation crept into her voice. Having grown up without a single male friend, the thought of holding hands with a boy in public was utterly foreign to her. If there had been a crack in the pavement, she would have willingly squeezed herself into it. Yi Fan halted, his handsome features illuminated by the setting sun, making him appear even more charming. I can let go, but you mustn't run away. I simply wish to demonstrate that I am indeed truthful. I want to run, she asserted. Chapter 32. Call me Xiao Shi. Upon hearing these words, Yi Fan said nothing further and released Ning Shi. A look of surprise flickered in her eyes as she softly inquired, Aren't you afraid I might run away? Not at all. Yi Fan shook his head and replied, Come with me. It won't take up too much of your time. With that, he strode towards the entrance of Bayou Garden. Ning Shi glanced back at the car parked a few meters away, then looked at Yi Fan's retreating figure and lightly stomped her foot. Her delicate face betrayed hesitation and inner turmoil. Ultimately, she decided to follow him. She knew he was sincere. Yi Fan, understanding this well, felt at ease. Yi Fan maintained a leisurely pace, and soon Ning Shi found herself walking alongside him. Upon reaching building number 3, she was somewhat breathless by the time they ascended to the 4th floor. She seldom exercised, dedicating nearly all her time to her studies. Climbing stairs, in her recollection, it was a rarity. Yi Fan stopped, removed his backpack, and offering one strap to her, said, Here, let me help you up. After a moment's hesitation, Ning Shi gently grasped the strap. Upon reaching the 6th floor, Yi Fan retrieved his keys to unlock the door. The moment the door swung open, Ningxi was wholly convinced that Yi Fan had not deceived her. She lingered at the threshold, showing no intent to enter. Yi Fan turned to her, noticing her reluctance, and smiled. "Are you afraid?" "Not afraid," she replied, meeting his gaze. A hint of apology graced her fair visage as she continued. "I'm sorry for misunderstanding you earlier. I sincerely apologize. It's quite all right." Yi Fan placed the backpack on the shoe rack and gestured towards the door. "Come in. I have prepared a math test for you. The door is open, and you need not worry about my intentions." Ningxi gazed intently at Yi Fan before finally stepping inside the room. Yi Fan guided Ningxi to the sofa, saying, "Please, have a seat. Would you like something to drink?" "No, thank you," Ningxi replied, waving her hands repeatedly, a hint of shyness lacing her voice. She was perplexed by her own feelings. She had resolutely decided to ignore Yi Fan and reject his assistance with her studies. Yet, each time she met his clear gaze, she found herself unable to utter any words of refusal. It was even more astonishing to find herself in his residence now. Yi Fan smiled and turned to the refrigerator, retrieving 2 bottles of lemonade. He placed one before Ningxi, saying, "I made this myself. It's quite decent. Give it a try. The test papers are in my bedroom. Let me fetch them." Ningxi gazed at Yi Fan's back, then at the lemonade before her, a flicker of surprise crossing her features. She typically consumed only lemonade aside from plain water. What a coincidence! She lifted the cup to her lips, taking a delicate sip, and her astonishment deepened. The flavor was delightful, hard to believe that it was crafted by a high school student. She mused that Yi Fan could easily set up a small stall and thrive in business. Why was she entertaining such frivolous thoughts? Shaking her head, she sipped the lemonade, her gaze wandering to the bedroom door, occasionally scrutinizing the surroundings. Though modest in size, the apartment emanated a sense of warmth and cleanliness. In the bedroom, Yi Fan rummaged through the chaotic piles of books and soon unearthed the mathematics test paper he had prepared for Ningxi, along with a physics notebook. He returned to the living room, placing the items before her and sitting across from her. "This math paper addresses the mistakes you made in the last test. Please approach it with diligence. And here is the notebook, containing some physics analyses and problem-solving strategies. You may refer to it whenever you have time." "Thank you," Ningxi said, feeling somewhat awkward as she looked at the test paper and notebook. Despite her cold demeanor towards Yi Fan, he continued to extend his support. From his eyes, she discerned nothing but sincerity. "Please refrain from expressing such sentiments. It feels too distant. We are not only classmates, but also friends. It is perfectly natural for us to assist one another." After speaking, Yi Fan stood and approached Ningxi, opening her backpack and placing the test paper and notebook inside. Feeling his presence, Ningxi's mind momentarily blanked, her senses tingling as she caught a whiff of the faint scent of laundry detergent lingering on him, causing an involuntary flutter of nervousness within her. Noticing her dazed expression, Yi Fan waved his hand in front of her eyes, softly saying, "Ningxi, what are you daydreaming about? It's all right now. Let us go. I'll walk you downstairs." The term "shao" she had become ingrained in his essence. Yet he recognized that she was still somewhat uncomfortable with it, so he opted to call her by her full name instead. Patience was necessary. "All right," Ningxi replied. Her head bowed, the echoes of Yi Fan's words resonating in her mind. "Shao Ningxi?" He instinctively referred to himself as Shao Shi. However, what perplexed her was that she had only known Yi Fan for a little over 10 days. Upon arriving downstairs, Yi Fan did not pause, but accompanied Ningxi to the entrance of the community. A car awaited under a tree by the roadside. Yi Fan approached the vehicle, opened the door, and gestured to Ningxi with an invitation, saying, "See you tomorrow." "Yes, see you tomorrow," Ningxi replied softly, her head nodding gently. Just as she was about to enter the car, she hesitated for a moment, making a decision in her heart. "Call me Shao Shi," she whispered, her voice delicate and tender. It was only after the car disappeared from view that Yi Fan slowly regained his composure, a knowing smile gracing his lips. The car glided smoothly along the road. Through the rearview mirror, Zhuangli observed the young lady's expression and, after a moment's hesitation, tentatively asked, "Miss, may I ask you a question?" "Of course," Ningxi replied with a gentle nod. Zhuangli organized his thoughts before speaking. "Is that boy just an ordinary classmate of yours? Please don't misunderstand. You know Uncle Zhuang, so don't overthink it." Ningxi smiled politely, her expression soothing. "We're just classmates. His academic performance is excellent, so I asked him to tutor me." "Understood," Zhuangli replied, refraining from further inquiries. Having served as Ningxi's driver for over 2 years, he was well acquainted with her character. After a while, Ningxi in the back seat suddenly spoke. Uncle Zhuang, please pretend you didn't see what happened today. If my father finds out, I worry about what he might do. Rest assured, Mississippi. Zhuang Li made a gesture of assurance, a hint of fondness flickering in his eyes. After more than 2 years of companionship, he had come to regard this quiet, polite, sweet, and adorable girl as his own sister. The thought of a sister caused a pang in his heart. She must be about the same age as you now. The car drove into a grand villa, where a variety of lush greenery adorned the yard, exquisite and beautiful. Ningxi, with her backpack slung over her shoulder, entered the living room and was just about to ascend the stairs when she was called out to. Xiaoxi, you're back from school? In the sitting room, a middle-aged man sat upright, his ordinary features unremarkable. Yet, a glimmer occasionally flashed in his eyes, revealing the grand ambitions within, exuding a subtle sense of authority and dominance. Ningxiang Tian. This name held an enchanting power. In the country, mentioning this name would likely be known even by a 3-year-old. An investment tycoon, a business genius. These were accolades bestowed upon him. Yet, that was not all. Ningxiang Tian held an even more illustrious title, the wealthiest man in Xia country. He had dominated the Forbes Xia country wealth list for 6 consecutive years, with no one able to shake his position. The legendary tales of Ningxiang Tian would take 3 days and nights to recount in full. Ningxi is the sole daughter of Ningxiang Tian. To ensure that she enjoys a normal childhood, Ningxiang Tian has meticulously shielded her from the world. Throughout the entire Summer Nation, scarcely anyone is aware of his daughter's existence. In the corporate realm, he is the chairman, assertive and decisive. Yet, within the confines of his home, he is merely a husband and father. All of his tenderness is devoted to his wife and daughter, whom he regards as the most precious gifts bestowed upon him by heaven, especially his daughter, Ningxi. Ningxi responded, having no intention of lingering in the living room. She was not particularly fond of spending time with her father, as the atmosphere was too oppressive. In contrast, she preferred the company of her mother, which was both warm and joyful. Observing his daughter making her way toward the staircase, a flicker of disappointment crossed Ningxiang Tian's face. He set down his documents and beckoned to Ningxi. Xiaoxi, am I truly that terrifying? Come here. Sit with me for a moment. Reluctantly, Ningxi took off her backpack and walked over. Dad, is there something you need? If there's nothing, I'll head upstairs to do my homework. As a senior, my daily study load is quite heavy. Ningxiang Tian's eyelids twitched slightly, and his tone was laced with helplessness as he poured himself a drink, unable to suppress a wry smile. If memory serves, you've said that the last time and the time before that. Xiaoxi, how long has it been since we had a proper conversation? Is it that you hold such disdain for your father? Do I? Ningxi blinked, murmuring softly, lately. The study load has been so burdensome that I hardly recall such things. And besides, you are my father. How could a daughter dare to disdain you? That would be akin to sabotaging my own allowance. You rascal. Ningxiang Tian shook his head, explaining, throughout your life, even when you made mistakes, I never deducted your allowance. You cannot slander me like that. Please name one mistake I've punished you for, just one. Ningxi extended her right hand, silently gazing at her father. Ningxiang Tian realized he was outmatched. His eloquence, which was unfailing in all other encounters, was rendered ineffective before his daughter. A mere statement could leave him speechless. This knack for silencing him was undoubtedly inherited from his wife. The old adage rings true, like mother, like daughter. A rare flush of embarrassment crept onto Ningxiang Tian's face. Ahem, let us change the subject. How has your studying been? Same as usual. Noticing her father's reluctance to release her, Ningxi opened her backpack, retrieving a handwritten math test that Yi Fan had given her. Before she could even grasp her pen, the test was snatched away. Wow. Ningxiang Tian scrutinized the paper in his hands, astonished. Is your school's funding so strained that even tests are now handwritten? Should I contribute some funds to Zhenhua? This time, it was Ningxi's turn to be speechless. Such remarks had echoed through her high school years, at least 20 times. Dad, why haven't you dispelled that notion yet? I enjoy my time at school with my classmates. So please refrain from causing any disturbances. Ningxi smiled at Ningxiang Tian, then shifted her gaze to the exam paper. At first glance, she felt indifferent. But the more she read, the more astonished she became. Upon completing the entire paper, she exclaimed, Your mathematics teacher possesses remarkable skills. These questions are exceptionally challenging. Can you comprehend them? Ningxi was momentarily taken aback, a hint of surprise gracing her fair complexion. Ahem. Little Shi, your father is a graduate student from Tsinghua University. After all, Ning Shi pouted, yet I've never seen you help me with my studies. Ning Xiangtian found himself at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. Could we not engage in a different manner of conversation? Observing her father's speechlessness, Ning Shi suddenly burst into laughter, akin to a blooming garden, refreshing the spirit. All right, I was merely jesting. I understand that Dad works hard to support the family. That's music to my ears. Compliment me a bit more, and my pocket money will double next month. That's enough. Ning Xiangtian moved to sit beside Ning Shi, spreading the exam paper across the coffee table. Come, give it a try. From today onward, I shall tutor you daily. Really? Upon hearing this, Ning Shi's eyes brimmed with skepticism. She was acutely aware of her father's busy schedule, perpetually traveling and hardly ever at home. There were times when she wouldn't see him for an entire month. The thought of him tutoring her every day was something she had never dared to consider. Indeed, it seemed impossible. Yet, she gazed intently at Ning Xiangtian. Her eyes filled with doubt. Was this truly her father? Had some unknown entity taken over his being? It is indeed true. The college entrance examination is a crucial phase for children. Ning Xiangtian understood this well, which is why he had canceled all his engagements for the past 3 months, intending to accompany his daughter during her examination period. However, he had no intention of disclosing this to Ning Shi. Ning Shi offered a faint smile and chose not to say more. She picked up her pen and began tackling the exam paper. Yet, as she started, her delicate brows furrowed, evoking a sense of sympathy. As time passed, fine beads of sweat adorned her forehead, and her lovely face bore the unmistakable mark of distress. What are these questions? Each one is fraught with traps, particularly in areas where I struggle. Unbeknownst to her, 2 hours slipped by. At 8:07 p.m., Ning Shi set down her pen, her previously taut emotions gradually easing. This mathematics paper was the most challenging she had ever encountered, without exception. Ning Xiangtian offered her a tissue, concern etched across his face. You must be exhausted. Here, wipe your sweat. Upon receiving the tissue, Ning Shi wiped the sweat from her forehead and quietly murmured, "These questions are so challenging. Let me take a look." Ning Xiangtian picked up the test paper and began to examine it. A few minutes later, he silently set the paper down and inquired, "Xiao Shi, did your math teacher assign this paper specifically for you?" To be frank, he was astounded. Through Ning Shi's responses, he discerned something amiss. Every question on the paper highlighted his daughter's weaknesses. Such precise, targeted tutoring was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary teacher. Not. After a moment of hesitation, Ning Shi gently shook her head. Then who is it? Chapter 34, Father's Surname, Mother's Sound. Who could it be? Upon seeing his daughter shake her head, confusion flickered in Ning Xiangtian's eyes. Not the teacher? Could it be the principal? Ning Shi offered no reply. Instead, wrapping her small hand around her father's arm and giving it a gentle shake, her tone laced with a hint of playful affection. "Dad, why don't you first see how I did and what score I achieved?" She was well aware of her father's nature, his overwhelming concern and affection for her. Particularly when it came to her interactions with the opposite sex, his protectiveness was exaggerated. A gentle breeze can ignite a flame, and a gust of wind can bring rain. In the second year of junior high, Ning Shi had stayed late at school while cleaning with a male classmate. Consequently, as they approached the school gate, they encountered her father, who was seething with fury. Upon spotting the boy beside her, anger ignited in his eyes. Without uttering a word, he seized her and led her away. Subsequently, she transferred schools. She vividly recalled her father's sternness at that time. For this reason, Ning Shi was reluctant to let her father know about Yi Fan. The fact that she shared a desk with Yi Fan was information she preferred to keep from him. It was wiser to maintain discretion. Oh, all right. Ning Xiangtian was momentarily taken aback. Moreover, as Ning Shi grew older, she seldom indulged in such playful antics with him. With this sudden display, he was left flustered and affectionately remarked, "Let me calculate your score first, but you must be prepared for the reality. There are many mistakes. So I doubt your score will be very high. It's okay." Observing her father's shift in focus, a gleam of triumph sparkled in Ning Shi's eyes. Tap, tap, tap. At the staircase, a woman appeared. Clad in loose loungewear, her graceful figure was nevertheless evident. Her features bore a striking resemblance to Ning Shi's. Appearing to be in her 20s, the woman approached Ning Shi, and they stood side by side, resembling sisters. One exuded mature allure, while the other radiated youthful beauty. Both possessed their own unique charms. "Xiao Shi, You and your dad have made yourselves quite comfortable in the living room. Haven't you? An hour ago, I saw the two of you there. I thought you would head upstairs soon, but after waiting for a while, I didn't see either of you. What were you up to? Mom, my dad is helping me with my homework. In a single sentence, the woman's identity was revealed. She was none other than Ningxi's mother, Lan Shi. The name Ning Shi was derived from both parents, the father's surname and the mother's given name. Despite Lan Shi and Ning Shi appearing like twin sisters when standing side by side, the truth was that she was already 39 years old. Typically, a woman of such age, regardless of her meticulous care, would exhibit some signs of aging. Yet, remarkably, Lan Shi bore no trace of the passage of time. Rather, she seemed to be defying it, resulting in a striking resemblance to her daughter that suggested a father-daughter dynamic rather than a husband-wife one. This situation left Ning Xiangtian feeling both elated and troubled. Ning Shi smiled softly, her dimples enchanting, as she whispered a few words into her mother's ear. What? Lan Shi inquired, her expression one of surprise and skepticism, turning to her husband and asking, Hold on, what's going on? I heard from Xiaoxi, she continued. But before she could finish her thought, Ning Xiangtian interrupted, a hint of pride on his face. I've pushed all my work aside to accompany Xiaoxi in her preparations for the college entrance examination. Have you lost your mind? No. Are you unwell? Ning Xiangtian chuckled, bemused. After 18 years of marriage, his wife had always communicated in this manner, a succinct summary, a remark that could leave one speechless. If that didn't suffice, then two remarks would. Ning Shi stood to the side, chuckling softly. Ning Xiangtian's face flushed with embarrassment as he protested. If you don't understand, don't say anything. This is what I call paternal love. Lan Shi narrowed her eyes and said, Well, continue. Ning Xiangtian replied. What else is there to say? Mom, you could say a little less. Ning Shi interjected diplomatically. It's a good thing that Dad is accompanying me in my studies for the exam. Exactly. Ning Xiangtian chimed in. I usually work so much that I don't have the energy to pay attention to Xiaoxi. Supporting her in her studies not only strengthens our father-daughter bond, but also allows me to tutor her in my spare time. It's a win-win situation. Subtly, a silent alliance formed between the father and daughter. Lan Shi scrutinized the pair for a moment before turning to ascend the stairs, declaring, You two can skip dinner. The father and daughter exchanged a knowing glance, both breaking into wry smiles. Don't mind your mother. That's just her nature, sharp-tongued yet soft-hearted. Not at all. Ning Shi replied softly. When I'm with Mom, she's extremely gentle. It's just. At this point, she winked at her father, leaving her sentence unfinished. Ning Xiangtian, sporting a look of despondency, asked, So, am I leaving? It seemed he was the outsider in this scenario. Observing her father's forlorn expression, Ning Shi's playful smile returned. All right, I was just joking. How's the exam preparation going? It's nearly done. Ning Shi handed the exam paper to her father, smiling gently as she said, You scored only 79 out of 150, which is unacceptable. Your father, was once a science prodigy. Achieving a score of 706 in the college entrance examination, ranking third in the capital's science category, akin to being the third-place scholar of old. Ning Shi, with her delicate, graceful hand, shrugged and replied, Dad, is this what you wanted to say? I've heard this countless times since childhood. My ears are nearly calloused. Indeed, Ning Xiangtian continued. This score must be the lowest you have ever attained in mathematics, correct? Yes, Ning Shi replied, her lips pursed and her eyes reflecting her helplessness. Scoring 79 in mathematics? This was an unprecedented occurrence. Do not be disheartened, Ning Xiangtian reassured, patting his daughter's shoulder. This paper was designed specifically to address your weaknesses in mathematics. So a low score is entirely understandable. How do you know? Ning Shi was taken aback. This examination was indeed crafted by Yi Fan based on her previous test performance. But how did her father know? Ning Xiangtian pointed to his eyes and chuckled. Of course, I could see it. By the way, who created this mathematics paper? Quite impressive. Without realizing it, they had circled back to this topic. Ning Shi employed her charming tactics once more, saying, Dad, since you're so knowledgeable, could you annotate the mistakes I made? Annotations? Ning Xiangtian was momentarily bewildered. What annotations? Ning Shi thought little of it, pulling out the physics paper Yi Fan had given her earlier and presenting it to her father. Here, this is the one. It's been immensely helpful, far more effective than merely doing practice exercises. During school, she had only spent a brief time reviewing it, yet the benefits were substantial. Yi Fan's annotations highlighted her shortcomings and provided methods for improvement, even offering a comprehensive analysis of problem-solving strategies. For the first time in her academic journey, Ningxi felt that learning could be so straightforward. Staring at the physics paper, Ningxiang Tian fell silent for several seconds. Who created this paper? Chapter 35. The Capital Library. Seeing her father's persistent inquiry, Ningxi felt a bit of a headache. Why had she brought out the physics paper? How foolish of her. Dad, why are you asking this? Curiosity. Curiosity about what? Ningxiang Tian raised the physics paper in his hand, pointing at the dense annotations. Xiaoxi, you might not fully grasp this yet. A rare look of admiration crossed his face as he explained. Such annotations are not something just anyone can produce. When did your school acquire such high-caliber teachers? Ningxi blinked her clear eyes, her expression dull. High-caliber teachers? What on earth? This is merely a student's writing. Ningxi exhibited no visible reaction, her voice laden with skepticism. Merely annotations. Where lies the elevated standard? She acknowledged that Yi Fan was quite talented in physics. Yet she found it hard to believe he surpassed their teacher. Moreover, from her father's words, it was evident that this was no ordinary teacher's level. Was that not high enough? Ningxiang Tian, bemused, remarked. A physics prodigy may not necessarily craft such annotations, but anyone capable of such clarity in foundational physics theory must indeed be a master. It is no trivial task. Upon hearing this, Ningxi muttered softly. Is that fellow truly that remarkable? What? Oh, nothing. Noticing her father's puzzled expression, Ningxi clung to his arm with a pitiful demeanor, saying, Dad, I'm hungry. At this, Ningxiang Tian waved his hand decisively. Come on, let's go upstairs for a meal. Relieved that her father did not press further, Ningxi's bright, spirited eyes flickered. Dad, have you forgotten what Mom just said? Nonsense. Ningxiang Tian patted his chest, asserting, in our home, I am in charge. At that moment, he exuded a distinct air of authority as the head of the family. Ningxi, however, merely pouted. She was well aware of who truly held sway in the household. Just as she was about to speak, her expression shifted to one of peculiar surprise as she discreetly shot her father a glance. Dad, perhaps you shouldn't be so obstinate. Ningxiang Tian's face hardened. What is that supposed to mean? You doubt me? I'm not boasting. Even if your mother were here, I would still assert this. Ningxi, feeling somewhat helpless, turned her gaze towards the space behind her father, her lips barely moving. Mom, it can't be, can it? No way. This can't be happening. At 7 o'clock in the morning, the tranquility of the bedroom was interrupted by the sound of an alarm. Yi Fan opened his eyes, took a shower, and instantly felt invigorated. It was the weekend, and there was no school. The reason for rising so early was that he had his own plans. What plans, you ask? Naturally, it was to accumulate experience. Half an hour later, Yi Fan arrived via taxi at Haiyang Road in the eastern district of the capital. Before him stood a magnificent edifice. Its symmetrical design exuded a sense of gravitas and precision, and against the calm palette, it resembled the crown of ancient scholars, embodying their pursuit of integrity and tranquility. The Capital Library, one of the largest in the nation, boasted an exceptionally vast collection of books. Gazing at the imposing structure before him, Yi Fan was filled with profound emotions. Checking the time, it was 7:52. There were 8 minutes until the library opened. Holding 10 buns purchased from a breakfast shop at the community entrance, he settled onto the steps to enjoy his meal. This was to be his venue for the day's endeavors. Certainly, the future activity location is determined. At that moment, an elderly man approached Yi Fan, his silver hair gleaming, his complexion rosy, exuding vitality. Young man, are you here to read? He inquired. He Gua is resting today. I came to the library to consult some materials. And from afar, I spotted you sitting on the steps at the entrance. More accurately, he had noticed the large bag of buns in Yi Fan's hands. Can you finish all that? Yi Fan glanced up at He Gua and nodded. Yes, I am waiting for the library to open. What a coincidence, me too. He Gua replied with a hearty laugh, disregarding any concern for appearances. He casually sat on the steps beside Yi Fan and asked, You don't seem very old. Are you in college yet? Not yet. I'm in my senior year of high school. Yi Fan raised the bag of meat buns and offered, Would you like one? He Gua's lips twitched slightly, a look of astonishment crossing his face. Regaining his composure, he couldn't help but scrutinize the young man before him. How interesting. Offering buns right off the bat. Sure, I'll take one. Are you serious? I was just being polite, He Gua replied, his hand frozen midair, his expression blank. Yi Fan chuckled and placed a bun in He Jigua's hand, saying, "I was just joking with you." He then resumed his focus on the bun in his own hands. He Jigua stared at the bun in his grasp, caught between laughter and exasperation. The pressure of studying in your senior year must be quite heavy, right? It's manageable, Yi Fan replied nonchalantly. As long as your inner strength is sufficient, there won't be any pressure. Well said. He Jigua laughed heartily and patted Yi Fan on the shoulder. Maintain that mindset. Yi Fan remained composed, his gaze catching the library door now open. The library is open. Goodbye, he announced. As He Jigua watched Yi Fan's retreating figure, he murmured to himself, "What an intriguing young man." Entering the library, he was greeted by rows of solid wood bookshelves, neatly arranged and brimming with a variety of books, a veritable ocean of knowledge. Without pausing, Yi Fan's eyes quickly scanned the shelves. The system had indicated that the more profound the content of the book, the greater the reading experience points would be. Thus, his focus could not be on ordinary texts. After nearly 5 minutes, he finally located his target shelf. Every book he pulled from it carried significant weight. The wonders of topology, fundamental concepts of topology, mathematical thoughts through the ages, the loss of mathematical certainty, new explorations in geometry. Clutching a dozen or so books, Yi Fan settled onto the floor, his concentrated gaze fixed upon conclusions of physical concepts. 10 minutes of reading. Experience points. 1. 10 minutes of reading. Experience points. 1 few. More than 2 hours later, Yi Fan rubbed his eyes, the prolonged concentration causing a slight warmth to emanate from them. He took out his phone to check the time, 10:39 in the morning. After nearly 2.5 hours, he had barely completed half of his reading, a pace that was approximately half compared to his usual speed. He glanced at the dozen or so books beside his thigh and sighed in resignation. With renewed determination, Yi Fan stood up and returned the stack of books to the shelf, selecting the definitive concepts of physics and mathematical thoughts through the ages. Making his way to the reading area. At his current rate, he could manage to finish no more than 2 books today. Given this, he certainly would not deprive himself of comfort. He casually found an unoccupied table and sat down to continue his studies. A few meters away, an elderly man watched Yi Fan intently, a smile gracing his face. It was He Jigua, whom Yi Fan had encountered earlier that morning at the entrance. The notebook in front of him was filled with densely packed text. He had already gathered the information he needed and was preparing to leave when he spotted Yi Fan and suddenly altered his plans. Folding his notebook, he rose and sat down across from Yi Fan. Upon recognizing the titles of the books in Yi Fan's hands, he was taken aback. A high school student reading the definitive concepts of physics? He Jigua had heard of this book, which contained numerous advanced theories and related concepts in the realm of physics. Moreover, it included many theoretical propositions. Could a high school student truly comprehend it? Noticing that Yi Fan remained engrossed in his reading, He Jigua initiated a greeting, "Young friend. What a coincidence, we meet again." Yi Fan paused momentarily in his page turning, finally acknowledging He Jigua across the table, his lips pursed slightly. "Are you hungry again?" With that, he pushed the bag of buns from his left side toward He Jigua. "Remember to leave 2 for me." He Jigua opened his mouth, his expression a mixture of surprise and disbelief. He hadn't come to ask for buns. Surely, leaving 1 is acceptable? This was not the time for casual banter. In the academic circle, he was a well-respected professor, yet here he felt reduced to merely a beggar for buns in front of this young man. Clearing his throat awkwardly, He Jigua chuckled, "Young friend, you misunderstand. I did not come for the buns." "Oh," Yi Fan replied with a remarkable lack of enthusiasm. He closed his book, opened the plastic bag, and began to eat a bun. These buns were his sustenance for the day. Before the troops march, provisions must be secured. Having decided to spend an entire day at the library in the capital, he found it too wasteful to venture out for meals, as the back and forth would squander precious time. More accurately, it would squander valuable experience. Time is, indeed, experience. As he ate, he raised an eyebrow at He Jigua, remarking, "These buns are quite delicious. Are you sure you don't want to try one?" He Jigua's expression darkened. Was this just too much to bear? It is not permissible to be led astray by this individual. Resolutely, He Jigua refrained from engaging in conversation, instead picking up the book titled The Definitive Concepts of Physics from the table and perusing its pages. Upon confirming that this tome is indeed one of the 8 esteemed classics of physics, he inquired, "My young friend, what prompts your choice to read this particular book?" "Just browsing," Yi Fan replied nonchalantly. He Jigua, however, was not convinced. The seriousness and focus Yi Fan exhibited while reading were evident, and they did not appear to be feigned. Such a demeanor could only arise from complete immersion in a subject. Yet, how could a high school senior become so engrossed in such literature? He placed the book down and remarked, "The significance of the definitive concepts of physics is considerable. It is acclaimed as one of the 8 great classics of physics. The knowledge contained within is profound, typically attracting the attention of physicists, and it is rare for the youth to engage with such texts, as the average person cannot grasp the concepts within." Pausing, his voice tinged with curiosity, he asked, "Do you comprehend it?" Yi Fan did not respond to this query, but instead observed the elder before him. The wrinkles at the corners of the elder's eyes and hair told the tale of time's relentless passage, and he exuded a rich literary aura that commanded respect. "What should I call you?" "Hijigwa. I am Yi Fan," with Yi meaning leaf and Fan signifying ordinary. Yi Fan smiled lightly, continuing, "If I claim to understand, you likely would not believe me. Thus my response to this question is inconsequential. What is your perspective?" Upon hearing this reply, Hijigwa fell silent for a moment, his admiration for Yi Fan deepening. It had been quite some time since he encountered such an intriguing young man. "Young Yi, do you have a university of choice?" "Tsinghua University." "Oh." An unusual glimmer appeared in Hijigwa's eyes as he chuckled. "Tsinghua is indeed prestigious, yet its admission standards are quite rigorous. You must exert yourself diligently." "Indeed," Yi Fan nodded, adding, "Is there anything else?" "I wish to read." His clear dismissal was unmistakable, and Hijigwa, recognizing it, wore an odd expression as he replied, "Very well, I shall not intrude upon your reading, until we meet again by chance." With that, he rose to depart. "Would you care for some buns?" Just a few steps away, he heard this remark from behind, causing Hijigwa to stiffen, hastening his departure with a hint of a hurried retreat. Fully immersed in a singular pursuit, Yi Fan was oblivious to the passage of time. After 10 minutes of reading, he received an experience value of 1. Another 10 minutes brought the same. Upon completing the reading, he was awarded 20 experience points. Surprised by the system's notification in his mind, Yi Fan mused, 20 experience points for finishing the book? The system is indeed reliable. It appears that in the future, I must delve into more profound literature, as this will significantly enhance the efficiency of my experiential learning. At this moment, the clock reads 2:43 in the afternoon. I have spent over 6 hours to complete the book titled The Definitive Concepts of Physics. Nevertheless, the rewards were quite substantial. During my reading, I accumulated a total of 38 experience points, in addition to the 20 points awarded for finishing the book, culminating in a grand total of 58 experience points. With the remaining time, I should be able to finish another book. A subtle smile danced upon Yi Fan's lips as he picked up the tome Mathematical Thought Through the Ages and resumed his reading. It was not until nearly 9:30 in the evening that Yi Fan returned home. After dining and bathing, everything was settled, and it was already just past 10 o'clock at night. Once he reclined in bed, he accessed his attributes panel. Host, Yi Fan Knowledge, Level 3, 02000. Intelligence, Level 2, 0500. Strength, Level 2, 0500. Medical Skills, Level 1, 0100. Merit Points, 0 Experience Points, 166 before visiting the library. My experience points stood at a mere 64. After spending an entire day at the Imperial Library, I garnered a total of 102 experience points. Yi Fan felt immense satisfaction with this accomplishment. His gaze lingered on the medical skills attribute, which currently stood at level 1. The accumulated experience points were sufficient to elevate this skill. He was not one to hesitate. He acted decisively. Upgrade medical skills. System, upgrading medical skills requires 100 experience points. Do you wish to proceed? Upgrade. Ding. System, 100 experience points consumed. Medical skills successfully upgraded to level 2. As the system's mellifluous voice resonated, a torrent of unfamiliar knowledge flooded Yi Fan's mind. Anatomy and physiology, the foundations of pathology, pharmacology, and prevalent diseases. In the room, silence lingered for a considerable duration. It was an hour later that Yi Fan fully assimilated the knowledge that had materialized in his consciousness. Slowly, he opened his eyes, his gaze imbued with wonder. The upgrade of medical skills was unlike any enhancement he had experienced before. The volume of information was staggering, encompassing a vast array of medical domains. As the adage goes, to be well-rounded is inferior to being specialized, and to be specialized is inferior to being proficient. Given the limitations of human energy, one typically chooses a field of expertise to focus on. Yet, The system contrarily demanded a holistic approach to development. An omnipotent system? Intriguing. After a moment of idle contemplation, Yi Fan quelled the multitude of thoughts swirling in his mind, preparing for slumber. He extinguished the lights and lay down.
Just as he began to drift into sleep, the system's voice echoed once more in his mind. Mission issued. Please achieve the top rank in tomorrow's monthly examination.
Reward, random experience points. Chapter 37, System Task Announcement. The host is required to secure the top position in the upcoming monthly examination. A random experience reward will be granted. The moment he received the task, Yi Fan's drowsiness vanished, and he became acutely alert. A task? Indeed. At the beginning of each month, the system issues a new task. During this period, he had been preoccupied with gaining experience points and had completely forgotten about the tasks. Looking up, he noticed the clock had struck midnight. It was now April 1st. Upon realizing this, Yi Fan could not suppress a surge of anticipation. A random experience reward? Perhaps fortune would smile upon him, bestowing a reward of 80 or even 100,000 experience points. At that point, what need would he have for further experience grinding? Suddenly, the system interjected. Please refrain from indulging in your fantasies, host. While the experience reward is indeed random, it is determined within a specific range, with a maximum limit of 1,000 experience points. Yi Fan understood. My dreams have been dashed. Cough. System, could you clarify the range of this amount? System, the experience reward for completing the task will be randomly determined within the range of 100 to 1,000. Now, Yi Fan comprehended fully. Not bad. At least it was better than he had anticipated. As long as he completed the task, he would receive a minimum of 100 experience points. And he doubted his luck would be so poor as to yield less. Surely, he would land somewhere around the average, perhaps 500 experience points, which would be sufficient to elevate one ability from level 2 to level 3. The crux of the task was to achieve first place in the monthly examination. He was already assured of that. However, the system had not indicated that he had completed the task. It seemed he would have to wait until the results were announced. No rush. Morning, 7:50 a.m. Yi Fan arrived late, and upon entering the classroom, he sensed an unusual atmosphere. Every face bore a hint of anxiety, and the ambience was more oppressive than usual. At the podium, Yang Ting was reminding the students of important matters. Upon seeing Yi Fan's leisurely demeanor, she hesitated, unsure of what to say. After all, Yi Fan was already a foregone conclusion for first place. What more could be said? In the front row, Deng Yu clenched his fists, his gaze icy. This time, he was determined to win the wager against Yi Fan. Although Yi Fan had secured first place in the previous test, Deng Yu did not regard him as formidable. Rather, he suspected Yi Fan was dubious. A perfect score? Absolutely impossible. In his view, Yi Fan's transfer to Jinhua must have involved some underhanded dealings. Perhaps his previous test results were also due to connections. It was rumored that this month's examination paper was crafted by teachers from other schools under the principal's request, and even the teachers were unaware of its content prior to the exam. In other words, this time Yi Fan found himself with no opportunity to retreat. Given the circumstances, he intended to ensure that everyone in Class 2 recognized who truly held the title of first. As he passed by Deng Yu's desk, a smirk played at the corners of his mouth. Why the wide-eyed stare? Had he lost money, or perhaps his dignity? Instantly, Deng Yu's face flushed crimson. Yet before he could utter a word, Yi Fan had already returned to his own seat. Xiaoxi, good morning. Good morning. Upon hearing the name Xiaoxi, Ningxi's cheeks tinged with a subtle blush. The term bewitched aptly described her predicament. Why did she allow Yi Fan to address her as Xiaoxi? This was troublesome. If others overheard, who knows what they might think? Noticing Ning, she lost in thought. Yi Fan's eyes sparkled with mirth as he spoke in a low tone. Did you complete the math paper I gave you the day before yesterday? Yes, I did. Snapped back to reality. Ningxi's face grew even more flushed. From her desk, she retrieved the math paper Yi Fan had provided her, feeling inexplicably guilty. The questions were exceedingly difficult. I only scored 79, which is rather unsatisfactory. Oh. Yi Fan's expression shifted to one of surprise. This girl was aware of her score? Taking the paper from her, he immediately noticed it was filled with dense annotations. He perused all the notes, his gaze flickering. Observing this, Ningxi gently poked Yi Fan's arm and said softly, "These annotations were written by my father. They should be accurate, right?" "Of course they are," Yi Fan replied with remarkable confidence. What a jest. After all, this was his future father-in-law. However, Just as he was about to elaborate, the school bell rang, interrupting him. Yang Ting clapped her hands, her expression serious. Everyone, focus. This morning, we will have exams in Chinese and math, followed by English and comprehensive subjects in the afternoon. Maintain silence during the examination and adhere to the rules of the exam room. You have 5 minutes to place all items unrelated to the exam at the back of the classroom. The students were well prepared. They had organized their belongings well in advance, eagerly anticipating the start of the exams. In front of Ning, she laid 2 towering stacks of books. Yet before she could act, someone else seized the initiative. I'll handle it. Yi Fan, with a stack of books in each hand, made his way towards the back of the classroom. This scene caught the attention of Luo Yuming, who, upon reaching Yi Fan's desk, paused. Xiaoxi, I now completely understand why you abandoned me. Were I in your position, I would likely make the same choice. As she placed the books on Yi Fan's desk, she freed one hand to pat Ning's shoulder encouragingly. Go for it. Strive to win Yi Fan over. I have faith in you. Ningxi's demeanor was frosty as she remarked. Are you itching for trouble? Luo Yumeng looked up, muttering to herself. The weather is quite pleasant today, indeed, very nice. With that, she discreetly gathered her books and exited the scene. Best to avoid further provoking the little demon king. Her life might depend on it. Ningxi raised her head slightly, her face a portrait of exasperation. The weather is nice? Why are you staring at the ceiling? This is merely a trivial interlude before the examination. As the papers were distributed, an extraordinary silence enveloped the classroom, each second resonating like a falling pin. Every student bore a solemn and focused expression, with one notable exception. Yi Fan, in a state of ennui, sat idly, his pen poised in his right hand, utterly motionless. Time slipped away, second by second. Before long, half an hour had elapsed. He turned to glance at Ningxi, who was diligently engaged in her exam, before rising and approaching the podium. Teacher, I am submitting my paper. His voice, though soft, reached every ear with clarity. A synchrony of heads lifted as each student, upon seeing Yi Fan at the podium, displayed a myriad of expressions. This guy again. The exam has only just begun, and he is handing in his paper already? Yang Ting observed the blank sheet before her, her eyelids twitching uncontrollably. Well, he couldn't even be bothered to write his name. She was well aware of the reasons behind this behavior. Yet, witnessing Yi Fan submit a blank paper left her somewhat speechless. At least he could make a pretense of trying. Maintaining her composure, Yang Ting collected the exam paper with an expressionless demeanor, stating, There's still time. Why the rush to submit? Perhaps you should review your answers. Teacher, my stomach hurts. I need to use the restroom. The familiarity of the scene, the scent of the moment, and the presence of the same individuals. Ugh. Couldn't he conjure a different excuse? Go ahead, Yang Ting replied wearily, waving her hand, unwilling to engage in further argument with Yi Fan. After all, his academic prowess was unmatched, indeed, exceedingly impressive. This year, the national examination was not confined to just the capital. Numerous regions were included on the list. Only a handful of areas continued to utilize local papers. According to the Ministry of Education, the candidates from regions employing the national paper constituted a staggering 93 of the total examinees nationwide. Thus, the significance of this year's national examination results was unparalleled. Achieving top honors would be a crowning glory. For this reason, Yang Ting's tolerance for a prodigy like Yi Fan was remarkably high, though it was solely reserved for him. If it were any other student in the class, she would have already lost her temper. Thank you, teacher. Yi Fan nodded before turning and exiting the classroom, his destination set for the library. However, just as he stepped out of the teaching building, he was intercepted. Zhang Chongshan, having just received a notice from the Ministry of Education, was en route to meet the director, Wu Ronghua, when he happened to pass by the teaching building and spotted Yi Fan strolling leisurely out. Wasn't he there an exam in progress? Why was Yi Fan emerging? With a puzzled expression, Zhang Chongshan quickened his pace to block Yi Fan's path, smiling amiably. Yi Fan, where are you off to? Yi Fan halted, his demeanor calm as he replied, It's rather dull in the classroom. I'm planning to head to the library to read for a while. If an ordinary student were to be unexpectedly stopped by the principal, they would undoubtedly feel an overwhelming sense of anxiety. Yet, in stark contrast, Yi Fan remained unperturbed, his expression serene and his tone as casual as if engaging in everyday conversation. Zhang Chongshan initially intended to express that this situation might not bode well. But recalling Yi Fan's demeanor in the office 2 days prior, he swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. After all, brilliance cannot be generalized. Follow me, Zhang Chongshan instructed, guiding Yi Fan down a secluded path to the north of the teaching building, speaking in a conspiratorial tone. I have a piece of news to share with you. What news? Yi Fan inquired. I have received a notification from the Ministry of Education regarding the establishment of a genius list this year. At the mention of the genius list, Yi Fan's eyes narrowed, and a plethora of related memories flooded his mind. In his previous life, at the beginning of 2015, the Ministry of Education announced that among the 13 regions using local examination papers, 10 would transition to a national examination format, affecting over 90% of examinees. To incentivize students, the Genius List was created. It was said that any student who made it onto this list would be prioritized for development, receiving benefits that were beyond extraordinary. However, the Genius List had no relevance to Yi Fan by that time. He had already been striving in society for a year and had little interest in such matters. He had only caught a fleeting glimpse of the announcement and retained only a vague understanding. 2015 also marked the year he met Ningxi, and thus he remembered the significant events of that year quite vividly. But now it was only 2010, and the emergence of the Genius List had been advanced by a full 5 years compared to his previous life. A wave of contemplation washed over Yi Fan. Could it be that his rebirth had altered the timeline of the world? Zhang Chongshan babbled on with enthusiasm, but when he noticed Yi Fan deep in thought, furrowing his brow, he suppressed a smile and cleared his throat. Yi Fan, why don't you head to the library? I have some matters to attend to. There was no response. Yi Fan remained entirely oblivious. Cough, cough. Zhang Chongshan coughed more forcefully. Yi Fan snapped back to reality. Principal, you're still here? The day passed in a tense atmosphere, though Yi Fan was not affected. He spent less than 2 hours in class for Chinese, mathematics, and English, with the remainder of the day devoted to the library. At 5 in the afternoon, half an hour before school dismissed, the principal's office was filled with the 7 homeroom teachers of the senior class, each displaying a look of perplexity. Zhang Chongshan took a sip from his teacup and began. Are you all wondering why I summoned you? The 7 nodded in unison. Today marked the monthly examination at Jinhua, and shortly after this test, the citywide mock examination would follow. There are still 2 mock exams to come. In other words, this is the final monthly examination for the senior year, and the results of this exam are crucial for securing a place in the prestigious Tsinghua University's sprint class. Therefore, every homeroom teacher attaches great importance to this examination. At this moment, they should be supervising the exam in the classrooms, yet they have suddenly been summoned here by Zhang Chongshan, which is indeed perplexing. Luo Haifeng, the homeroom teacher of Class 1 in the science department, stood up and said, Principal, if you have something to say, please do so directly. I am in a hurry to return to my monitoring duties, so let us keep this brief. Upon hearing this, the other teachers remained silent. In the entire Jinhua institution, Luo Haifeng is the only one bold enough to speak to Zhang Chongshan in such a manner, largely due to his distinguished background as a graduate of Tsinghua University. Zhang Chongshan, however, was unperturbed by Luo Haifeng's tone and replied with a smile, Haifeng, don't be in such a rush. As he spoke, he set down his teacup and surveyed the faces of the 7 teachers before continuing in a solemn tone. The reason I have called you here today is due to a significant matter. We have received a notification from the Ministry of Education regarding this year's college entrance examination. A Genius List has been specifically established. Genius List? The 7 teachers gazed at Zhang Chongshan in confusion. What on earth? Zhang Chongshan was not surprised by their reaction and elaborated. The Genius List comprises 100 slots. The top 97 candidates from the national examination will be included, along with the 3 highest scoring students from localized examination regions. However, these 3 students will only be placed at the end of the list, while the rankings for the national examination candidates will be determined by their scores. Students on the Genius List will not only receive substantial monetary rewards, but will also be subjected to elite training. The 100 students who make it onto the list will be divided into 2 classes, pursuing further studies at Tsinghua University, ranked first in the nation, and Nanjing University, ranked second, rotating every 6 months. Outstanding performers will not only receive diplomas from both universities, but, more importantly, will also gain eligibility for admission to the Academy of Science and Technology. What? By the time Zhang Chongshan finished speaking, none of the 7 individuals seated on the sofa could remain still, and they all rose in astonishment. The news was simply too explosive, leaving them momentarily stunned. Being educators at Jinhua, They are not ordinary individuals, and after processing this information, their excitement began to swell, anticipation gleaming in their eyes. The Genius List? A thrilling competition among national examinees. Just imagine the honor of having one's student ascend to the Genius List. With such credentials, even if one wished to teach at another institution in the future, it would be effortless. Among them, the most elated was undoubtedly Yang Ting. Although she was trying to maintain composure, the joy in her eyes was unmistakable, based on Yi Fan's current performance. As long as he performs adequately in the college entrance examination, he is sure to secure a place on the Genius List, potentially even ranking among the top. Even the pinnacle of genius is not beyond reach. If Yi Fan could, Yang Ting's hands instinctively clenched tightly, observing the reactions of those present. The wrinkled face of Zhang Chongshan broke into a smile as he gently applauded, stating in a solemn tone, "The recent reform in the college entrance examination is bound to attract widespread attention, with the Genius List being of utmost importance. I urge all teachers to exert themselves. If you can mentor a student who makes it to the Genius List, the school will not neglect you." Principal, this is indeed our duty. Haha, well said. Dingling. As the school bell rang, the students, having endured a day of tension, deflated like punctured balloons. Their faces etched with fatigue. The prolonged mental strain left their heads feeling heavy. Upon submitting their comprehensive science papers, the students, like birds freed from their cages, exchanged their weariness for joy. In Class 2 of the science stream, only a few students remained, tidying up their belongings. Ning Shi, unhurried and composed, quickly restored her desk and drawer to their usual neatness. When she looked up, she found the classroom deserted save for herself. This was a familiar occurrence for the girl as she slung her backpack over her shoulder, preparing to leave. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed a disarray of over 10 books scattered on the floor at the back of the classroom. The setting sun's rays streamed through the window, illuminating the girl's exquisite face, imbuing her already delicate features with an ethereal glow that evoked a sense of reverence. Ning Shi quietly approached the back of the classroom to collect the books, taking out a tissue to carefully wipe away the dust that had settled on them. Her focus and tranquility created a picturesque scene, yet sadly, only time bore silent witness to the beauty of this moment. Once she had cleaned them, Ning Shi placed the assortment of books into Yi Fan's drawer, murmuring softly, daring to skip the exam, "How impressive it is to study well." As the words left her lips, a hint of helplessness flickered in her clear, stream-like eyes. All right, studying well is indeed commendable. After securing the classroom door, Ning Shi left with her backpack. Upon exiting the school gates, she pulled out her device, donned her headphones, and walked with a touch of buoyancy. Bathed in the glow of the setting sun, every movement of the girl seemed to narrate the tale of youth. At the alley's entrance, Yi Fan leaned against the wall, gazing at the graceful figure approaching him, his eyes brimming with deep emotion. He felt fortunate, grateful that fate had granted him a chance to start anew. In this life, he aimed to rectify all his past regrets. As Ning Shi neared the alley, her eyes met Yi Fan's clear gaze, causing her steps to slow involuntarily. "Shall she?" Yi Fan gently nodded, pointing to the alley, his voice low and tender. "Shall we go?" Ning Shi felt a tangle of emotions as her long, dark hair flowed gently in the breeze. "Are you here just to wait for me?" she inquired. "What else could it be?" Yi Fan replied, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he moved behind her. "I need to stop by my house. I have something for you." "All right," she responded softly, her delicate voice evoking a sense of longing. With small steps, a hint of crimson colored her cheeks, naive yet enchanting. Following behind her, Yi Fan's gaze remained fixed on her graceful silhouette. So beautiful, he thought. Zhuangli was waiting at the intersection, as usual. Upon noticing Yi Fan behind Ning Shi, his brow furrowed slightly. Though he had never experienced love himself, life's experiences had taught him much. At 17 or 18, one is particularly susceptible to the budding of romantic feelings. "Mississippi Uncle Zhuang," Ning Shi greeted, nodding slightly, her clear eyes cast downward. "Please wait for me at the entrance of Bayou Community. I need to grab some review materials from Yi Fan's house." Zhuangli cast a penetrating glance at Yi Fan, laden with warning, but restrained himself from being too overt in front of Ning Shi. He started the car and drove toward the community entrance. Yi Fan smiled faintly, his demeanor calm and unruffled. He simply adored Ning Shi, without need for concealment or explanation. At the stairwell, Yi Fan removed his backpack, his eyes subtly signaling to Ning Shi. She hesitated for a moment, then comprehended his intention. Her cheeks flushed as she raised her left hand to grasp the strap of the backpack. Upon reaching the 6th floor, Yifan extracted a key and opened the door, gesturing for Ningxi to enter. "Don't worry, the door won't close," he assured her. Ningxi, a touch bashful and uncertain of what to say, lowered her head and stepped inside. Yifan approached the refrigerator, retrieving a glass of lemonade and placing it on the coffee table. "Sit and have some water. I'll fetch the materials from my bedroom." Ningxi picked up the glass, took a small sip of the lemonade, and her eyes brightened. Delicious. Her gaze drifted toward the bedroom, and she tiptoed to the door, her cautious demeanor akin to that of a thief. Inside, books were scattered everywhere, on the floor, the computer desk, and even on the bed. Yifan was crouched down, rummaging through the piles of books. Ningxi lightly tapped on the doorframe twice. Hearing the sound, Yifan looked up at her, a gentle smile emerging in his deep-set eyes. "It's a bit messy in here. Please bear with me for a moment." "That's all right," Ningxi replied with a polite, faint smile, observing the disarray of books. Her bright eyes flickered as memories of a few days prior surfaced. Yifan had submitted his exam early, claiming he was going to the library to study. At that time, she hadn't believed him. Now it seemed she may have misjudged him. With the addition of their recent encounters, the disparaging label she had unconsciously affixed to Yifan had gradually faded away. Unbeknownst to the girl, Yifan was oblivious to her thoughts as he crouched down, rummaging for quite some time until he finally unearthed a copy of Fundamental Mathematical Formulas for High School. "Here, take this," he offered. "Fundamental formulas?" Ningxi's delicate face displayed a moment of confusion, her soft voice tinged with curiosity. "We covered the basics in the first 2 years of high school. Why should I read this book?" "Fundamentals are essential," Yifan replied, gently guiding Ningxi toward the sofa as he explained. "Upon reviewing your math test, I discovered something quite intriguing." The warmth of his palm seeped through the fabric to her shoulder, leaving her momentarily dazed, rendering her completely oblivious to his words, as she instinctively moved forward under his gentle push. After a couple of steps, Yifan suddenly realized the awkwardness of the situation. This action had been entirely instinctive, yet he had forgotten that they were merely ordinary classmates. "Oh no, these hands of mine should be severed." Referring to his hands in jest. Chapter 40. Only the rest of life in return. Yifan's face turned anxious, his speech faltering under the weight of his nervousness. "Oh dear, this mouth of mine is troublesome." Referring to his own mouth humorously. "Ningxi, I didn't mean it that way. Please don't misunderstand." Yifan hurriedly composed himself, finally managing to speak without stammering. Ningxi gazed intently at him, her cheeks slightly flushed. "What did you just say?" "I meant, don't misunderstand," he replied, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Tentatively, he inquired, "Are you not angry?" "No." Ningxi gently shook her head, a hint of shyness in her voice. "But don't let it happen again." She had observed his earlier display of anxiety and found it inexplicably amusing. "Is he really that afraid of making me angry? How peculiar. I must pay attention in the future." Yifan let out a dry laugh and continued, "After reviewing your math test, I noticed an interesting issue." "What issue?" she asked. Typically, most individuals grasp the fundamentals well, yet their problem-solving approaches become restrictive, hindering the flexible application of their knowledge. However, you are quite the opposite. "In what way?" Sensing Ningxi's puzzled gaze, Yifan elaborated. "Your problem-solving methods are imaginative and unbounded, yet your foundation is somewhat shaky, leading to frequent fundamental errors. In mathematics, one misstep leads to a cascade of mistakes. A single oversight can result in complete failure. Thus, it is imperative for you to reinforce your understanding of basic mathematical formulas." He picked up the book Fundamental Mathematical Formulas for High School from Ningxi's hands, swiftly flipping through its pages, occasionally pausing to fold over sections of particular importance. "What are you doing?" she inquired, highlighting the key points. "You only need to focus on the pages I've marked." Yifan chuckled without lifting his head, saying, "Since this is a tutoring session, it is essential to tailor it precisely. Only then will the results be significant. That's all for now. Please take your time to review it at home." "Thank you." Ningxi softly expressed her gratitude. Yifan's efforts were meticulous and heartfelt, almost to the point of exhausting his ingenuity. His attentiveness, patience, and thoughtfulness were remarkable. It could be said that even a teacher might struggle to reach such a level. "What thanks? It is only proper." Yifan waved his hand dismissively, bending down to retrieve his backpack, from which he pulled out the mathematics test paper and 2 sheets of draft paper. "These sheets contain my annotations, each marked with the corresponding question number. Remember to review them tonight. He added with a final note, by the way, do not misconstrue my intentions. I am not implying that your uncle's annotations are inadequate, simply that they may not be entirely suitable for you. Ningxi focused her clear gaze on the densely packed annotations on the draft paper, her expression shifting subtly in an indescribable manner, one that she herself did not even notice. Just then, a cough broke the silence. Outside the door, Zhuangli stood with his hands clasped behind him. Having parked the car and silently followed the two, he had witnessed everything transpiring inside the room. When he saw Yi Fan's hand resting on Ningxi's shoulder, he nearly lost his composure, but fortunately, Yi Fan withdrew in time. Otherwise, it could have ended poorly. Upon noticing Zhuangli at the doorway, Ningxi was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped the situation. She placed everything into her backpack, picked up a cup of water from the coffee table, and took a few quick sips. Setting the cup down, she waved her small hand, saying, "The lemonade is delightful. Goodbye." Stepping outside, she nodded and addressed him, "Uncle, shall we go?" "Indeed, miss," Zhuangli replied, his face radiating respect as he took Ningxi's backpack. Once they departed, Yi Fan sat silently on the sofa, lost in thought. Miss. His little girl held a significant position indeed. In his previous life, before Ningxi joined the company, it was in dire straits. Yet after her arrival, major clients began to seek him out for collaboration every few months. With each agreement reached, coupled with his keen intuition for the stock market, he transformed into a billionaire within a few short years, all under the envious gazes of many. Initially, Yi Fan had been perplexed, with so many renowned securities firms. Why did these clients choose him? However, when the reasoning eluded him, he ceased to ponder further. Now, those uncertainties had found their resolution. Perhaps it was indeed because of Ningxi. Contemplating this, a bitter expression clouded Yi Fan's face as he murmured, "Xiaoxi, it seems I cannot repay you fully." His thin lips pressed together, his demeanor resolute. "If that is the case, I shall repay you with the rest of my life." The car glided smoothly along the road. Inside, Zhuangli occasionally glanced at Ningxi through the rearview mirror, torn between the desire to inquire and the fear that she might take offense, feeling deeply conflicted. "Uncle Zhuang." Upon hearing Ningxi's voice, Zhuangli quickly suppressed the thoughts swirling in his mind, maintaining a composed demeanor as he inquired, "Miss, what is the matter?" Ningxi gently brushed aside her hair, her voice clear and melodic as she replied, "The boy you mentioned is named Yi Fan. He is my classmate and also my deskmate. We are merely friends, nothing more." Clearing his throat, Zhuangli attempted to alleviate his own discomfort. Indeed, he found it impossible to conceal his secrets in front of Ningxi. She was simply too astute. Such occurrences had transpired more than once in the past, with Ningxi effortlessly discerning his thoughts, which was rather astonishing. He was 35, while Ningxi was merely 17, a disparity of over double their ages. "Everything is all right." Ningxi smiled gently, her eyes fluttering. "Uncle is looking out for me, I understand." Zhuangli was at a loss for words. As Ningxi had articulated all that needed to be said, he swallowed hard, offering a sheepish smile. "As long as you are aware, miss, it is crucial to remain focused during this pivotal time in your senior year. Once you are in university." He hesitated, knowing that Ningxi's intelligence would allow her to grasp the underlying meaning of his words. "Thank you, Uncle Zhuang, for the reminder," Ningxi replied with a serene smile, her delicate demeanor soothing to the soul. "Please do not mention anything about Yi Fan to my father just yet. After the college entrance examination, I will take the initiative to inform him, I beg of you." Zhuangli contemplated briefly before nodding in agreement, assuring her, "Rest assured, miss. I know what should be said and what should be kept unsaid." In the living room, a multitude of senior year mathematics workbooks, past college entrance examination papers, and numerous yellow gang physics papers were piled upon the coffee table before Ningxi's father, Ning Xiangtian. Recognizing that his daughter's weaknesses lay in mathematics and physics, subjects in which he excelled, he resolved to become her steadfast ally, determined to dismantle any obstacles that lay in her path. As Lanxi descended the stairs and beheld this scene, a gentle warmth graced her gaze. "Are you serious about this?" she queried. "Of course," Ning Xiangtian responded, pausing his actions upon hearing his wife's voice. "I always follow through." Lanxi smiled knowingly, conceding, "In light of this endeavor, you may sleep in the bedroom tonight." Setting down his pen, Ning Xiangtian embraced his wife's slender waist, chuckling. "After just one night, and you already miss me?" "Less self-adoration," Lanxi retorted. casting a playful glare at her husband, a hint of sweetness gracing her alluring features. Suddenly, a soft and melodious voice interrupted, causing both Ning Xiangtian and Lan Shi to stiffen and quickly separate. At the entrance of the living room stood Ning Shi, her small hands covering her eyes. With ample gaps between her fingers, I saw nothing. You may continue, she declared innocently. Chapter 41. A gift from Ning Shi. Lan Shi shot an admonishing look at Ning Xiangtian, stating, I shall check if Aunt Wang has finished cooking. You two can converse. With that, she turned and ascended the stairs, her back betraying a hint of embarrassment. Ahem. Ning Xiangtian appeared quite composed as he waved at his daughter, asking, Cici, how did you fare on your exam today? Not too bad, she replied, a smile flickering in her eyes as she reminisced about the day's test. The targeted tutoring from Yi Fan had yielded remarkable results. The once daunting physics problems had transformed into manageable challenges. Consequently, when Yi Fan mentioned he had something for her after school, she readily agreed. Noticing the joy radiating from his daughter, Ning Xiangtian chuckled, It's rare to see you this happy. It seems you must have performed quite well. Setting down her backpack, Ning Shi took a seat on the sofa and gently looped her arm through her father's. She glanced at the pile of exam papers on the coffee table, and her cheeks dimpled with delight. Dad, while I appreciate your desire to support me in tackling the college entrance examination, the ultimate responsibility lies with me. If I encounter any difficulties in my studies, I won't hesitate to ask for your help. You work so hard. It's a rare treat for you to have a break, so you needn't overexert yourself. Foolish girl, what nonsense are you spouting? Ning Xiangtian replied, his eyes brimming with affection as he affectionately ruffled her hair. Being with my little princess, everything feels effortless. Ugh, Ning Shi pouted playfully, that's so cheesy. Dad, are you trying to help me lose weight by learning these things online? Weight loss. That gives me goosebumps, Ning Xiangtian said, his lips twitching in a mix of amusement and exasperation. Indeed, she was his daughter. Her quip had completely shattered the tender atmosphere they had just shared. Giggling softly, Ning Shi covered her mouth and winked at her father. All right, I was just teasing. I know you're the one who loves me the most. Her words instantly brightened Ning Xiangtian's face with joy. He picked up the notebook from the coffee table and placed it in her hands. This is my accomplishment for today. These problems are the essence of what we've learned, 100 in total. From now on, we will tackle one each day. I assure you, your physics and mathematics will see significant improvement. Thank you, Dad, Ning Shi said, her eyes sparkling with gratitude. Suddenly, she seemed to recall something, her tone softening. Dad, let me show you something first. Opening her backpack, Ning Shi retrieved the annotations written by Yi Fan. This is, she began, handing over the draft paper. Ning Xiangtian's expression shifted from confusion to astonishment as time passed. He was genuinely taken aback. At first glance, the annotations seemed unremarkable, but upon closer inspection, their brilliance became apparent. The fundamental formulas and their derivation steps were laid out with clarity and simplicity, making them easily comprehensible. As a top student from Tsinghua University, Ning Xiangtian instantly recognized the essence of these annotations. Simplicity is the ultimate sophistication. It was inconceivable that an ordinary teacher could possess such expertise. Even the educators from the prestigious Jinhua High School would not be capable of this. Moreover, he uncovered a remarkable truth. Just a few days prior, the annotations on the physics exam paper mirrored the style of those before him. To achieve such accomplishments today, Ning Xiangtian was certainly not an ordinary individual. A glimmer of brilliance flickering in his eyes. After a prolonged silence, he gradually spoke. Xiaoxi, is there something you are concealing from your father? Indeed. Ning Shizhen replied with a light tone, readily admitting her secret. That admission was rather abrupt, was it not? Why are you not adhering to the usual script? Ning Xiangtian appeared utterly bewildered, the carefully prepared words failing him in that moment. What, indeed, was Xiaoxi hiding from her father? I won't tell you, she replied, observing her father's speechless expression with a gentle smile. Dad, please don't ask. I can't reveal anything just yet. After the college entrance examination, I promise to share everything, all right? With that, she affectionately shook his arm. All right. Faced with his daughter's playful charm, Ning Xiangtian found himself unable to resist. Let us not press further, shall we? Seeing her father relent, Ning Shi smiled sweetly and pointed to the annotations in his hand, asking, Dad, what do you think of these annotations? Good. Very good. Extremely good. Ning Shi blinked in surprise, her face a picture of astonishment. Is that all? Ning Xiangtian let out a bittersweet chuckle and explained, in any case, I could never produce annotations of this caliber. Its essence lies in the clarity and simplicity of all the problem-solving steps. You haven't read it yet, have you? No. Ning Shi shook her head. Once you do, you will understand. Ning Xiangtian quietly tucked away the notebook, feeling a slight pang of disappointment as he realized he might not be able to assist his daughter. He shifted the topic, saying, Xiaoxi, let us head upstairs for dinner. Okay. Ning Shi pursed her lips slightly, snatching the notebook from him with a radiant smile. Thank you for the gift, Dad. One problem a day, as you promised, and there's no backing out. Of course. Ning Xiangtian's lips moved slightly, the affection in his gaze deepening. As dawn gradually unveiled its splendor, a new day commenced. In the classroom of the second science class, the buzz of conversation filled the air, vibrant and lively. I can't wait. What is there to anticipate? We'll still fall short compared to Class 1. It's a disgrace. To build others' confidence while undermining one's own prestige. Until the results are out, anything is possible. As usual, Yi Fan arrived punctually in class, and as he settled in, he found himself in possession of a small white lunchbox containing several exquisitely crafted red bean cakes. Thank you for helping me with my studies. This is your reward. Ning Shi lowered her head, a touch of shyness gracing her fair, delicate face, her eyes sparkling like crystal, pure and enchanting. Did you make these? Yi Fan gazed at the red bean cakes with a glimmer of delight in his eyes. From Ning Shi's actions, it is evident that she has let down her guard. Otherwise, given her personality, she would never behave in such a manner. The deepening of their relationship brought immense joy to Yi Fan. Ning Shi softly murmured, it's about right. Although the red bean cake was made by Aunt Wang, I personally placed it in the lunchbox, so it should count as my own, right? Well, it does. Yi Fan, cherishing the moment, carefully placed the lunchbox into the drawer without further inquiry. After a brief hesitation, Ning Shi inquired, what do you think of the difficulty of this month's exam paper? What do you think? Yi Fan replied with a smile. After some contemplation, Ning Shi earnestly stated, everything else is fine, but I found the math paper quite challenging, especially the last major question. I might lose all 12 points on that one. Such a pity. Chapter 42. Monthly exam results. Gentle sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Ning Shi's delicate face, the contours of her exquisite nose glimmering softly. She was as beautiful as a painting, and Yi Fan was mesmerized. At that moment, for words echoed in his mind. Ice skin and jade bones. Noticing Yi Fan's unwavering gaze, Ning Shi's cheeks flushed, and her ears grew warm. Embarrassed, she playfully kicked him under the table. Who stares like that? Clearing his mind, Yi Fan showed no signs of embarrassment. People are naturally drawn to beauty. It is instinctive, and he was no exception. Moreover, he was gazing at his wife. Was he not? No matter, it would be true sooner or later. The final major question on the math paper was indeed challenging. Few would likely solve it in this exam. Yi Fan remarked, I didn't have the time to tutor you in math beforehand. I apologize for that. However, it's just a monthly exam, not even a mock test. Don't take it too seriously. How can I not take it seriously? Ning Shi's eyes sparkled with a hint of indignation. This month's exam results determine whether I can enter the Qingda sprint class. To me, it is of utmost importance. I may not be competitive in other matters, but in academics, my ambition is fierce. Furthermore, the 3 teachers for the Qingda sprint class were all retired professors from Qingda, and their teaching prowess was beyond question. Gaining entry into the Qingda sprint class would undoubtedly enhance her abilities. Yi Fan gently tapped the table with his left hand and said softly, Xiaoxi, consider this from a different perspective. If you lose those 12 points, others might not secure them either. In other words, everyone is starting from the same baseline. What is there to worry about? From Luo Yomeng, he learned that Ning Shi's grades hovered around 4th or 5th in her year, and there were 21 spots available in the Qingda sprint class. She was practically assured a place. Do you think you can secure those 12 points? Do you think so? Ning Shi blinked. Yes, Yi Fan replied, his tone unperturbed. Ning Shizhen urged gently, for she did not believe Yi Fan was merely boasting. From the annotations pinned by Yi Fan, she grasped the essence of disparity. With a fleeting thought, she quietly inquired, Yi Fan, what score do you anticipate achieving this time? Let me calculate. Yi Fan gestured as if to count on his fingers, and with a serene smile remarked, barring any unforeseen circumstances, your desk mate will likely secure the top position in this month's examination. There was no hint of arrogance in his tone. It was as if he were discussing a trivial matter. Ning Shi was momentarily taken aback, her expression adorably bewildered. Your desk mate? Isn't that you? What if there are surprises? She mused. It's too early to speak, lest I be proven wrong. That won't happen. Yifan calmly shook his head, retracting his gaze. He rummaged in the drawer and retrieved a piece of red bean cake, popping it into his mouth while offering a critique. Delicious. I didn't realize your culinary skills were so impressive. At this, Ningxi's eyes shimmered oddly, and her fair cheeks flushed slightly, a sign of her embarrassment. In the front row, Deng Yu turned his head, glaring at Yifan, who was conversing with Ningxi, his eyes ablaze with rage. Humph. Once I win the bet this time, I shall thoroughly humiliate this irritating fellow. The girl I have set my sights on shall not be touched by anyone. Had Yifan been aware of Deng Yu's thoughts, he would have scoffed in disdain. Ningxi belonged to him, and only to him, of course. He also belonged to Ningxi. Ding-ling. The class bell rang. All the students perked up, anticipation etched upon their faces. Yang Ting's figure appeared as expected. She ascended the podium with 2 score sheets in hand, and upon sensing the eager gazes of the students, a flicker of amusement danced in her eyes. Clearly, everyone was very much looking forward to the results of this month's examination. Since that is the case, let us dispense with unnecessary words and proceed to announce the results of this month's examination. The students' eyes sparkled with excitement. Wang Shuo, 601 points, class rank 17. Grade rank 94. Su Ku, 674 points, class rank 4, grade rank 10. As her words fell, a murmur of astonishment spread among the students. Su Ku actually made it into the top 10 of the grade. How surprising. One could only exclaim, the class monitor is extraordinary. Wow, she squeezed into the top 10? The competition among the senior classes revolved around the number of students in the top 10, a fact well known to all. Historically, Su Ku's scores hovered around the 15th position in the grade. Who would have thought that she could break into the top 10 this time? With this achievement, the prospects of Class 2 triumphing over Class 1 in this examination grew significantly. Class 2 had only won once in the past, and since the departure of a top student last semester, they had not achieved victory again. The mere thought of potentially defeating Class 1 sent a wave of exhilaration through the hearts of all. How impressive! Ningxi waved her delicate hand lightly, her jade-like face adorned with a cheerful expression. Yifan's thin lips stirred slightly as he murmured, Xiaoxi, you are even more formidable than her. Yang Ting gazed at Su Ku, seated in the front row, and praised, you performed admirably this time. Keep up the good work. Indeed, Su Ku replied with a smile. Secretly surprised by her own results, Yang Ting continued to announce, Zhao Wenhao, 365 points, last in the class, last in the grade. Incredible. The dual subject champion, impressive. These remarks pierced Zhao Wenhao's ears, causing him to lower his head, his face aflame with embarrassment. Yang Ting cast a sidelong glance at him, unable to suppress a faint sigh. A decade wood cannot be carved. With such poor grades, attending a regular school would be preferable. Why must one struggle to enter Zhenhua, where top students abound, only to invite distress upon oneself? She proceeded with the announcements. Deng Yu, 691 points, 3rd in the class, 6th in the grade. Hearing his results, Deng Yu's expression shifted. 3rd in the class? It can't be. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Zheng Ling, 613 points, 13th in the class, 37th in the grade. Ningxi, 718 points, 2nd in the class, 2nd in the grade. At these words, everyone instinctively widened their eyes and dropped their jaws. 2nd in the class. 2nd in the grade? They all understood the implications. The top student in the grade resided in their class. Wow. Numerous gazes turned toward Yifan, the first place winner from the previous test, who had lost not a single point aside from the essay. If anyone were to be the most likely candidate for the top student in the grade, it would undoubtedly be him. Ningxi's clear eyes shimmered as they fell upon Yifan's unassuming face. She lightly bit her lip, recalling their earlier conversation. So impressive, yet so confident. Is this the legendary super scholar? Truly formidable. Though the announcement had yet to be made, she was already certain. Yifan was the first in this monthly exam. Yang Ting cleared her throat, her voice rising in excitement. Yifan, 719 points, 1st in the class, 1st in the grade. Chapter 43. Do you enjoy watching this? Yifan, 738 points, 1st in the class, 1st in the grade. Silence. Quiet. The classroom fell into an eerie stillness. Many had already speculated that the top student in the grade would likely be Yifan. Yet when speculation turned to reality, They were still left in shock. Was this the caliber of a transfer student from Jinhua? Terrifying indeed. Upon hearing Yi Fan's score, Ding Yu, seated in the front row, felt his shoulders tremble slightly, his fists clenched tightly, nails digging deeply into his palms, yet he remained oblivious. Defeated, his confidence and pride. After Yang Ting announced Yi Fan's results, cascaded down like a flood, overwhelming him. Unwilling to accept defeat. He was unwilling to accept it. Yesterday, Yi Fan completed each exam in merely 20 to 30 minutes. How could his scores be so astonishing? It was utterly ridiculous. Is this what it means to be a top student? Surely, it cannot be that extreme. Just because others performed well, there is no need to call him dad. You know nothing. I am referring to the Yin, the top scholar. It dawned on me. It turns out that the transfer student from Jinhua is indeed an extraordinary presence among the elite. Observing the students whispering among themselves, Yang Ting chose not to intervene. Only she and the principal were privy to the truth regarding Yi Fan's actual scores. 719 points? No, to be precise, it was 750 points. The results of this month's examination were, in fact, quite surprising to Yang Ting. Not only was there Yi Fan, the dark horse, but also Su Ke's exceptional performance, along with the steady efforts of Ning Shi and Deng Yu. In the top 10 of the grade, Class 2 secured 4 slots, while Class 1 equally claimed 4. Although they did not win, neither did they lose. It was, in essence, a draw. Such a result was an unexpected delight for Yang Ting. Quiet down, everyone. The teacher has a meeting to attend. This class will be self-study. Su Ke, please manage the order during the break. All right, teacher. After making the arrangements, Yang Ting departed from the classroom. The chatter among the students subsequently escalated. Wow, our class is amazing. Indeed. Previously, the first position in the grade was predominantly held by Su Qiaoyu from Class 1. This time, Yi Fan and Ning Shi have decisively claimed the first and second places in the grade. Impressive. That's 4 words. I'm pleased. Ning Shi poked Yi Fan gently. Her eyes filled with curiosity. Yi Fan, how did you only score 719 points? According to her estimation, even if Yi Fan did not achieve a perfect score, he should have at least scored around 740 points. She still vividly recalled the perfect score from the last exam. However, she never expected Yi Fan to score only 719 points, just 1 point more than her. It seemed not so impressive after all. Is 719 points low? Yi Fan smirked, rummaging through his desk drawer to retrieve a red bean cake. Ning Shi, upon seeing the red bean cake, felt a twinge of guilt. Lowering her head and diverting her gaze, she softly replied, No, it's not low. I just thought your score could be higher. Don't dwell on that. Yi Fan said with a smile. In the time leading up to the college entrance examination, focus on reviewing during the day and studying diligently at night. I assure you, your exam results will astonish even you. Ning Shi responded, taking out the notes and exam papers Yi Fan had given her the previous day, burying herself in study. Yi Fan, too, was not idle. He pulled out a book titled Chronicles of the Strange and Unusual, but before he could open it, he heard the system's voice in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task, randomly rewarded with 652 experience points. Keep up the good work. 652 experience points? A flicker of joy crossed Yi Fan's eyes. Indeed, his luck was not so bad after all. Summoning the attributes panel, the familiar virtual page materialized in his mind. Host, Yi Fan Knowledge, Level 3, 02000. Intelligence, Level 2, 0500. Strength, Level 2, 0500. Medical skill, Level 2, 0500. Merit points, 0 experience points. 735 originally possessing a mere 83 experience points. The recent task reward instantly augmented this to 735. Exhilarating. The efficiency of acquiring experience in this manner far surpasses that of reading books for the same purpose. Regrettably, tasks are only available once a month. Nonetheless, Yi Fan is not one to begrudge. This is already quite satisfactory. One must tread the path step by step, savoring each morsel of life. There is no need for haste. What to do with newfound wealth? Naturally, one spends it. The same applies to experience points. Yi Fan had meticulously planned everything. With his pockets now swelling, restlessness ensued. Upgrading intelligence. System. Upgrading intelligence requires the expenditure of 500 experience points. Do you wish to proceed? Yes. System. 500 experience points consumed. Intelligence successfully upgraded to level 3. As the system's voice echoed, The attributes panel within Yi Fan's mind underwent a transformation. Host, Yi Fan knowledge, level 3, 02000. Intelligence, level 3, 02000. Strength, level 2, 0500. Medical skill, level 2, 0500. Merit points, 0. Experience points, 235. The once plump purse deflated considerably in an instant. However, Yi Fan felt no pang of regret. Experience points are inherently meant to be expended. That elusive sensation returned, clarity flooding his mind. In this moment, he felt as though he could see through the illusions of reality. As time wore on, this feeling gradually faded, returning him to normalcy. Yi Fan exhaled softly, his eyes narrowing slightly. Currently, he had 235 experience points remaining, still 265 points shy of 500. Over the next few days, he planned to accumulate 20 experience points at school before ceasing his studies. The remainder of his time would be dedicated to tutoring Ning Shi, explaining concepts. After school, he would study for an additional 5 hours, retiring to bed promptly at midnight. 5 hours could yield 30 experience points, and with the completion bonus for reading, he could garner approximately 60 experience points daily. Within 5 days, he would be poised to upgrade another ability. With this thought, a gentle smile graced Yi Fan's face as he tapped lightly on the desk. Xiaoxi, do you have any questions? His voice was soft, laced with a hint of tender affection, subtle yet undeniably present. Sunlight streamed through the window, spilling onto the desk and cascading onto the floor. The ambience was particularly warm. Bathed in sunlight, Yi Fan's already handsome features appeared even more striking. Upon hearing a sound, Ning Shi turned her head. When her gaze fell upon Yi Fan's face, her eyes momentarily dulled, and a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. As she observed Yi Fan, he too was gazing back at her. Their eyes met in the air, and for approximately 10 seconds, they remained locked in that gaze. With a smile gracing his lips, Yi Fan quietly remarked, Xiaoxi, that's enough. At his words, Ning Shi's face flushed crimson. She encircled her arms on the desk and buried her head within them, her hair cascading around her. What is wrong with me? How embarrassing. Time passed to noon. Yi Fan ordered a beef rice dish and settled into a corner, having just taken a couple of bites when he caught sight of a shadow out of the corner of his eye. He looked up and said, What brings you here? Deng Yu remained silent, his face a mask of conflict. Yi Fan shook his head slightly, fully aware of Deng Yu's inner turmoil. With a nonchalant tone, he stated, All right. The bed is void. Go on with your business and let me enjoy my meal in peace. Void. Deng Yu initially felt a surge of joy, only to be followed by a wave of frustration. He was still fixated on the bed, while Yi Fan, the victor, seemed to dismiss it entirely, which was rather disheartening. Chapter 44. He is the one most suitable for Ning Shi's. Silence ensued. Observing this, Yi Fan chose not to engage further with Deng Yu and resumed eating. Deng Yu, with his head bowed, displayed a myriad of emotions. Ultimately, he steeled himself, lifted his gaze to Yi Fan, and solemnly declared, A true man must stand by his word. From today onward, you shall be my elder brother. Should you need anything, just let me know, as long as I am able. Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, responding, I have no need for your assistance. If you genuinely wish to help, simply refrain from bothering Ning Shi. You truly like Ning Shi. Deng Yu's eyes flared with intense hostility upon hearing this. Indeed, I do, Yi Fan confirmed with a nod. He unabashedly admitted. He is the one most suited for Ning Shi. This matter required no concealment. Humph. Deng Yu rose, gritting his teeth, and retorted. Ning Shi is the girl I have my eyes on. You are unworthy of her. Have you finished? Yi Fan expressed disinterest in debating such trivial matters with a mere child, dismissively waving his left hand without raising his head. Goodbye. Unworthy of Ning Shi? What nonsense. He is indeed the one most deserving of her. Yi Fan's nonchalant demeanor only served to further infuriate Deng Yu, who turned away with a cold expression. He feared that remaining any longer would provoke a heart attack. Just as Deng Yu departed, another figure appeared in his place. It was Su Qiaoyu. Her long hair flowed naturally, and the purple coat she wore accentuated her gentle demeanor. The phrase gentle as water aptly described Su Qiaoyu. She gazed at Yi Fan, who was absorbed in his meal, her curiosity unabashed. Yi Fan, congratulations on achieving first place in this month's examination. It's you? Yi Fan raised his gaze to meet Su Qiaoyu's eyes, his tone indifferently calm, his expression equally subdued. A mere glance was all he offered before averting his gaze. Su Qiaoyu was not taken aback, for Yi Fan had displayed a similar demeanor during their last encounter. A gentle smile adorned her exquisitely refined face as she softly spoke. Yi Fan, you are truly remarkable. No wonder you managed to transfer to Genoa. You may have seized the first place this time, but next time, it may not be so certain. In the upcoming mock examination in half a month, I shall reclaim the top position. Her voice was infused with unwavering confidence. Yi Fan swallowed the last morsel of his meal, took a few sips of water, and cast a sidelong glance at Su Qiaoyu, remarking, in this month's exam, it seems you didn't even secure second place. Perhaps you should refrain from aiming for first and take it step by step. I believe the second place was taken by Ningxi from your class? With a graceful motion, Su Qiaoyu tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear with her pinky finger, responding, this time, I merely underperformed, under normal circumstances. Ningxi stands no chance against me. My only rival is you. Historically, she had consistently ranked first in the monthly exams, while Ningxi lingered around the 4th or 5th positions. Therefore, even if Ningxi's score surpassed Su Qiaoyu's this time, she still did not regard Ningxi as a worthy competitor. As Yi Fan began to clear the table, he paused momentarily and suggested with a smile, how about a bet? Though he jested, he was serious in his intent. Do not jest about Ningxi. Noticing Yi Fan's smile, Su Qiaoyu's eyes brightened, and she chuckled lightly in response. All right, let us wager on the upcoming mock test. Whoever ranks first shall have the other treat to a meal. What do you say? Ahem. Yi Fan coughed lightly and replied, I believe you have misunderstood. Misunderstood? A flicker of confusion crossed Su Qiaoyu's eyes. What misunderstanding? With a subtle smile, Yi Fan replied, in the mock test, your score cannot possibly surpass Ningxi's. If you do not believe me, just wait and see. With that, he rose and departed. Su Qiaoyu was left in a state of astonishment, staring at Yi Fan's retreating figure, her brows knitting in contemplation. What did this mean? Competing for first place with Ningxi? There was no need for that. She only regarded Yi Fan as a rival, and it was only a boy like him who was worthy of being her competitor. Yet, Su Qiaoyu had misinterpreted Yi Fan's intent. In truth, he was not suggesting a competition for first place, but rather for second. In the classroom, Ningxi was engrossed in her workbook, her fair complexion tinged with a rosy hue, the wisps of hair by her earlobes accentuating her quiet and graceful demeanor. As Yi Fan took his seat, he was captivated by this enchanting sight. Without hesitation, he propped his chin on his hand and turned his face to admire her openly. Feeling no embarrassment? Certainly not. He possessed an unyielding audacity. The pen he held momentarily faltered on the paper. Ningxi's gaze lowered, her cheeks slightly flushed. Here we go again. Why does he always enjoy gazing at others this way? Yi Fan, do you need something? No, nothing at all. Yi Fan instinctively responded. I was merely checking if your answers were correct. Well done, indeed. Fortunately, I reacted quickly. Otherwise, there might have been trouble. It took considerable effort to lower Ningxi's guard, and he did not wish to complicate matters further. Ningxi felt a mixture of embarrassment and disbelief. Check the questions? Are you joking? Are the questions written on my face? Just then, Luo Yumeng approached with Su Ku, and as the two students from the front row had yet to return to the classroom, they promptly took their seats. Luo Yumeng grabbed the exercise book in front of Ningxi and tossed it to Su Ku, proclaiming, You're second in the grade and still studying? Oh, my exercise book. Ningxi glared at Luo Yumeng, her eyes filled with reproach. She extended her hand towards Su Ku and insisted, Xiao Ku, we're in the same boat, give it back to me. Su Ku blinked and smiled, saying, Xiao Shi, Yumeng is right, don't be so tense. It's important to study when it's time to learn, but one must also relax at times. As she spoke, the exercise book in her hand mysteriously vanished. Yi Fan took the book from Su Ku and returned it to Ningxi, saying, Xiao Shi, ignore their nonsense. One cannot achieve greatness without diligence. Comfort breeds complacency. I understand, Ningxi nodded lightly. Luo Yumeng and Su Ku exchanged astonished glances, their expressions reflecting disbelief. Something was amiss with these two. At that moment, they seemed to sense a peculiar tension in the air. Yi Fan, what are you up to? Luo Yumeng questioned, hands on her hips. Is Xiao Shi's diligent studying somehow connected to you? Diligent studying? Don't be absurd. Ningxi interjected before Yi Fan could respond, her voice soft and melodious. Studying is a delightful endeavor. How could it possibly be associated with desperation? Besides, I truly don't feel exhausted. In fact, I find each day quite fulfilling. Over the past few days, Ningxi had sensed her gradual improvement, a feeling she cherished. Engaging in activities she loved? How could that be tiring? Luo Yumeng opened her mouth, her tone tinged with melancholy. Xiaoxi, you're actually defending Yifan? I'm heartbroken. Upon hearing this, Ningxi's cheeks flushed pink. Just as she was about to clarify, Yifan interjected. He shot a glance at Luo Yumeng and asked casually, in this month's exam, I ranked first. Xiaoxi second, and Su Ke 10th. What about you? What was your rank? Chapter 45. I will listen to you. Faced with Yifan's inquiry, Luo Yumeng was momentarily taken aback, her face flushing with embarrassment. How dare you ask me that? She retorted, glaring at Yifan with irritation. Don't go too far. Yifan remained unfazed, smiling amiably. Please don't misunderstand. I was merely asking out of curiosity, having not paid attention when the teacher announced the results. The results of the monthly examination are hardly a secret. Don't be shy, just speak up. Upon witnessing Luo Yumeng's disheartened expression, Ningxi and Su Ke exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with amusement. You're still laughing? Luo Yumeng frowned, casting a glare at Ningxi, and huffily remarked, especially you. Keep a close watch on Yifan. With that, she rose and exited the sorrowful space. Su Ke stifled a laugh, following suit. Before leaving, she playfully mimicked Luo Yumeng's earlier tone, saying, keep a close watch on Yifan. Ningxi's cheeks flushed crimson as she clutched the hem of her garment. Whispering softly, that Yifan, please don't misunderstand. Yumeng and Su Ke were just joking. You shouldn't take it to heart. Sure, Yifan replied, his lips pressing into a faint smile. I'll take it to heart, as you say. Ningxi's eyes widened in surprise, her face burning. Logically, she should have felt relieved if Yifan dismissed her words, yet his response struck her as peculiar. What did he mean by listening to her? Oh dear. Ding ding. As the class bell rang, Yang Ting entered the classroom, clearing her throat and announcing, I have an important announcement. The quota for the Qing University intensive class has been finalized, and I will now reveal the list of selected candidates. Yifan, present. Ningxi, present. Dingyu, present. Yang Ting nodded slightly and continued, after school, the three of you should gather your belongings. I will accompany you to the intensive class to finalize your seating arrangements. Starting tomorrow, your main subjects, Chinese, mathematics, and English, will be held there. As for physics, chemistry, and biology, those will remain in our classroom. I will provide each of you with a schedule after school. Many students gazed on with envy. The Qing University intensive class, with 3 retired professors from Qing University. The faculty far surpasses those so-called elite tutoring classes. Why can't they be more diligent? Such frustration. Otherwise, perhaps they too could have joined. Teacher. Just after Yang Ting finished her announcement, Su Ke raised her hand and stood up. What is it? Yang Ting inquired, bemused. Su Ke hesitated before softly asking, is there any other way to join the Qing University intensive class besides this monthly examination? She did not wish to miss this opportunity. Upon hearing this, a smile spread across Yang Ting's face. After Su Ke's inquiry, many students displayed signs of interest, which Yang Ting observed keenly. Indeed, there is a way. Such simple words ignited the curiosity of all. Wait, are there really other methods? Fantastic. No, I must join regardless. Listening to the students' hushed discussions, Yang Ting tapped the podium and announced, there will be 2 mock exams ahead. After deliberation, the top student from each class will have the opportunity to join the prestigious Tsinghua intensive class. In other words, you still have 2 chances. Give it your all. Let's commence the lesson. As the school bell rang, the students shouldered their bags and departed. In the blink of an eye, only Su Mo, Ningxi, and Dengyu remained in the classroom. Could you please explain this step again? Ningxi gently pointed to a challenging math problem on the draft paper and murmured, I don't quite understand it. Of course. Noticing Ningxi's earnestness, Yifan smiled softly. Xiaoxi, consider the final question of this problem. Integrating the second step of the first question. Sitting in the front row, Dengyu felt a heaviness in his chest. His expression darkened as though someone owed him 8 million. Why? Why is this fellow not only handsome, but also so extraordinarily talented in academics? Life's unfairness weighed heavily upon him. Yang Ting approached the door and glanced back into the classroom. You 3, come with me. Upon hearing this, the trio gathered their belongings. Yifan, carrying both his and Ningxi's items, followed Yang Ting upstairs. Yifan, hand it over to me. I can manage. No, please. No. The teaching building comprised 5 floors, with Class 2 of the science department on the 4th floor, while the 5th floor remained unused. The school had specifically renovated a classroom for the intensive class. Upon entering, they found a considerable number of students already present. Evidently those selected for this Tsinghua intensive class, 15 boys and 3 girls, a stark contrast in gender representation. Among the 3 girls, Yi Fan recognized one, Su Qiaoyu. At that moment, several boys stood beside her seat, engaging in light conversation. Su Qiaoyu would either respond with a soft or smile without speaking, exuding a gentle charm. As Yi Fan and the others entered the classroom, an immediate hush fell over the room, with many eyes scrutinizing them, particularly lingering on Ningxi. It was inevitable. Prior to Ningxi's arrival, Su Qiaoyu had undoubtedly been the top choice among the boys. However, once Ningxi appeared, the majority of their attentions swiftly shifted. Her ethereal beauty, paired with a serene demeanor, proved far more captivating than Su Qiaoyu. Although they attended the same school, Ningxi's low profile, arriving early and leaving late, had led many students to scarcely catch a glimpse of her, thus earning her the title of the second school beauty. Now, witnessing Ningxi up close, the boys' eyes sparkled with excitement, akin to wolves spotting their prey, barely suppressing their enthusiasm. Sensing these fervent gazes, Yi Fan stepped forward with his left foot, positioning himself protectively in front of Ningxi. Yang Ting, oblivious to the scene, turned to the trio. "This is the place. Find yourselves a seat, and remember to tidy up afterward. A professor will be visiting shortly, so make sure to present yourselves well." With that, she turned and departed. The classroom was filled with numerous empty seats, and there were only 21 students in the Qingda intensive class, allowing for a free choice of seating. This was indeed good news for Yi Fan. He turned to Ningxi and inquired, "Shall we sit at the front or the back?" "The back," Ningxi replied after a moment of contemplation, lowering her gaze. She disliked the way the boys stared at her, finding it quite unpleasant, indeed, very bothersome. Sitting at the back would help her avoid such discomfort. "All right," Yi Fan anticipated her response. Clutching a pile of review materials akin to a small mountain, he made his way to the back of the classroom, while Ningxi followed closely behind, head bowed. As they reached the third row, a bespectacled boy suddenly stood up and greeted Ningxi. "Ningxi, hello, I am Tang Jingshu from Class 1 of the Humanities. There are still empty seats here, and I have many questions about math. I was hoping to seek guidance from you, a science expert. May I?" At that moment, all the boys in the classroom, except for Yi Fan, began to silently curse. How shameless. What guidance was he talking about? It was utterly ridiculous. As fellow boys, they were well aware of Tang Jingshu's motives. With a face resembling a disaster scene, what audacity did he possess? Ningxi halted, glancing at the smiling Tang Jingshu, and instinctively cast a pleading look towards Yi Fan. He placed his books on the last row's desk and casually approached Ningxi, casting a glance at Tang Jingshu before calmly stating, "I'm sorry, but Ningxi is reserved for me." Ningxi shot Yi Fan a glare, feeling a mix of embarrassment and annoyance. What did he mean by reserved? She was not an object. However, considering Yi Fan was helping her out, she chose to ignore his words. "Who are you?" Tang Jingshu frowned, visibly displeased. Just moments ago, Ningxi had seemed likely to agree, and now this fellow had jumped in, clearly intending to stir trouble. "Me?" Yi Fan pointed to himself, a slight smirk gracing his lips. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yi Fan, Ningxi's deskmate." Upon hearing this, the other boys couldn't help but twitch their lips in disbelief. Well, this one was even bolder. He had directly asserted his deskmate status and was playing this game too. "Are you also from Class 2 of the Sciences?" Tang Jingshu's gaze turned hostile, his voice laced with animosity. "Why else would I be here?" Yi Fan retorted. A glint of intelligence flashed in Tang Jingshu's eyes, quickly replaced by a smile as he adjusted his glasses. "Since you are capable enough to join the Qingda intensive class, it indicates your exceptional math skills. However, sitting next to Ning, she may not be mutually beneficial. Why not find a student from a humanities class? You could assist them in improving their math, and in return, they could enhance your language skills. The same applies to me and Ningxi. In this way, all 4 of us would benefit. Surely, Yi Fan wouldn't refuse such a wonderful opportunity, would he?" As Tang Jingshu concluded his speech, several boys couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Wow, this individual possesses remarkable eloquence. The profound reasoning flowed effortlessly from his lips. Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise glimmered in Yi Fan's eyes. At the tender age of 17 or 18, to possess such clarity of thought and the ability to exert influence is indeed rare. Alas, he encountered Yi Fan. In his previous life, Yi Fan had been the owner of a company valued at over 100 million. Although Ningxi might have contributed, it would have been impossible for him to lead the company to such heights without considerable skill. Faced with Tang Jingshu's petty tactics, he felt no perturbation and calmly inquired, "What brings you to the Qingda Sprint class?" Taken aback by Yi Fan's unexpected question, Tang Jingshu instinctively replied, "Of course, to enhance my proficiency in mathematics, Chinese, and English." Indeed, Yi Fan continued his interrogation. Why is it that attending the Qingda Sprint class can elevate one's proficiency in those subjects? Isn't it obvious? Tang Jingshu's voice dripped with impatience. Do you really not know? I now question how you managed to enter the Qingda Sprint class. The 3 teachers appointed by the school for the Qingda Sprint class are all retired professors from Qingda University. Is it necessary for me to elucidate the teaching prowess of these esteemed professors? With their guidance, our proficiency in mathematics, Chinese, and English will undoubtedly improve. Even a primary school student could comprehend this logic. How could a high school student fail to grasp it? A soft ripple of laughter echoed through the classroom. In the presence of Tang Jingshu, Yi Fan appeared rather inexperienced. All eyes were fixated on Yi Fan, who felt as though he were the subject of a spectacle. Su Qiaoyu furrowed her brow, her eyes reflecting confusion. She couldn't fathom why Yi Fan would pose such a question. It was a concept so elementary that he must surely be aware of it. Ningxi gently tugged at Yi Fan's sleeve, whispering, "Let's tidy up our seats." She wished to provide him with an escape from the awkward situation. Sensing her subtle gesture, Yi Fan offered a faint smile, his lips moving slightly. "Do not worry." With that, he redirected his gaze toward Tang Jingshu and said, "Classmate, you might have misunderstood. The reason I inquired is to ascertain your awareness of this matter." A chorus of hushing swept through the classroom. Clearly, none believed his words. To them, it seemed Yi Fan was merely attempting to cover up his ignorance. Tang Jingshu snickered derisively, gesturing with his hands as if to say, "Do you see how little they believe you?" In response, Yi Fan remained unperturbed. Instead, he smiled and remarked, "Earlier, you mentioned that the guidance of the 3 professors from Qingda University could enhance our proficiency in mathematics, Chinese, and English, correct?" "Certainly," Tang Jingshu affirmed with conviction. Yi Fan nodded in agreement, his smile widening. "If that is the case, does it truly matter with whom one shares a desk? Or is there an issue that the professors cannot resolve that Ningxi might assist you with? Even if there were, it certainly would not pertain to academic issues. Since it is not an academic matter, Ningxi bears neither obligation nor reason to assist you. After all, she does not know you at all. Is that not a reasonable assertion?" Unbeknownst to them, the reins of conversation had subtly shifted into Yi Fan's hands. Tang Jingshu opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for any rebuttal. Yi Fan wore a faint smile and continued, "Furthermore, and most importantly, as the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. With Ningxi's beauty, it is only natural for her to sit beside me. With you? Huh. I have said my piece. Do you have anything further to add?" Tang Jingshu, rendered speechless, felt his acne-ridden face flush a deep shade of purple. "It seems you have nothing left to say." Yi Fan turned to Ningxi, winking as he remarked, "All sorted, let us tidy up the seats." "Oh, all right." Ningxi nodded vacantly, her gaze fixated, appearing as docile as a little bunny. At that moment, her mind was consumed by 3 words, so impressive. Hiss. The classroom filled with gasps of astonishment. They say there are always greater talents beyond the horizon, and this was indeed true. The logic was impeccable, the thought process clear, and the words incisive. Good gracious. After witnessing Yi Fan's retort, everyone was left in awe. Observing Yi Fan's nonchalant demeanor, they could not help but silently marvel. Not a single curse was uttered. Yet Tang Jingshu was left without a word to say. In the end, Yi Fan even managed to deliver a wave of sarcasm amidst his retort. Absolutely perfect. Now, that is what a true powerhouse looks like. Yi Fan remained indifferent to the scrutinizing gazes directed at him, taking a tissue to dab at the desk. Enjoying a good debate? That is his forte. Chapter 47, None Left Behind. Ningxi stood nearby. Noticing Yi Fan was busily occupied, she volunteered, "May I assist you?" "No need," Yi Fan replied, pausing his actions, looking up with a smile. "You should maintain at least a modicum of self-awareness. Your sole responsibility is to look beautiful. Leave this task to me. Just wait a moment, I will be done shortly." With that, he resumed his work. Ningxi stood there, at a loss. A delicate blush gracing her cheeks, utterly enchanting. With her bashful gaze, she became the most beautiful sight in the classroom, without exception. Every smile and glance exuded poetry, grace, and dignity. Several boys glancing in her direction were left mesmerized, their expressions betraying their astonishment. Beautiful, refreshingly exquisite beauty. Amidst the many gazes, one scrutinizing pair stood out. The owner of that gaze was Su Qiaoyu. Having attended the same school, she had seen Ningxi numerous times, but always just in fleeting glances, never taking the time to truly understand her. She recognized that Ningxi was an exceptional girl, but after seeing her up close today, her admiration for Ningxi ascended to new heights. This girl was not only beautiful and accomplished, but what captivated her even more was that soft, enchanting aura, which even made Su Qiaoyu, herself a girl, unable to resist being drawn in, let alone the boys. It was simply perplexing. Moreover, Su Qiaoyu discovered a troubling matter. Yi Fan seemed to harbor feelings for Ningxi. The mere thought of this stirred a sense of unease within her. Throughout her life, she had always been the center of attention, surrounded by many suitors. Yet she had never felt a spark for any boy, until now, with Yi Fan. From the very first moment she laid eyes on him, Su Qiaoyu experienced an unfamiliar sensation, and as time passed, she grew increasingly certain of its nature. When the results of the monthly examination were released, and she learned that Yi Fan had secured the top position in their grade, her heart trembled, and that peculiar feeling surged within her once more. Previously, she had scoffed at the notion of love at first sight, but now, she believed in it. She understood the importance of modesty for a girl and had consistently upheld this principle. However, when faced with Yi Fan, she found it impossible to maintain her composure. An urgent desire to know this boy better overwhelmed her. In their senior year, romance was forbidden, but it was permissible in university. Thus, Su Qiaoyu resolved to become friends with Yi Fan before the college entrance examination. After witnessing Yi Fan's demeanor towards Ningxi today, she could not help but feel a surge of anxiety. In their two interactions, Yi Fan's attitude could best be described in 4 words: indifferent and aloof. Su Qiaoyu had assumed that this was his true nature. Yet today, she observed a different side of him when he interacted with Ningxi. He was warm, attentive, and his eyes sparkled with affection. Yes, it was affection. She was certain she was not mistaken. Su Qiaoyu lightly bit her red lip, her gaze flickering with conflicting emotions, before she lowered her head and murmured to herself, "She is outstanding, but I am not lacking either." Her willow-like brows arched slightly, a glint of determination flashing in her eyes. At that moment, Yi Fan arranged Ningxi's study materials as they were in class 2. After completing this task, he extended his hand towards Ningxi and said, "Please, have a seat." "Thank you," Ningxi replied softly, a faint blush gracing her cheeks, revealing her inner feelings. Seeing the shy and adorable demeanor of this girl, Yi Fan felt an impulse to gently pat Ningxi's small head. In his previous life, he had only performed this action once, and he distinctly remembered Ningxi's reaction. Yet, despite his thoughts, Yi Fan refrained from acting on this impulse. Given their current relationship, it was still too soon for such intimate gestures, and the setting was inappropriate as well. Calming his emotions, he produced the class schedule that Yang Ting had given him and handed it to Ningxi, saying, "Take a look at this. Jot down a few notes to avoid any mistakes." "Okay." Ningxi took the course schedule, her small hand briefly brushing against Yi Fan's, causing an electric jolt that made her retract it swiftly. Observing this, Yi Fan's face broke into a warm smile, though he said nothing as he placed the schedule before Ningxi, saying, "Take a look." With her head bowed, her long hair cascaded over the tabletop, obscuring her delicate, fair visage. Yi Fan glanced at her for a moment before diverting his gaze, retrieving the 3 books that were all he possessed in his drawer. Flipping through them, he realized with exasperation that he had already read each one, leaving him momentarily unable to accumulate experience points. The stipulation that previously read books could not yield additional experience was quite vexing. At Jinhua, there was only 1 day off each week, meaning that for the remaining 6 days, if Yi Fan wished to accrue experience, he would need to purchase new books. In truth, that was precisely what he had been doing, resulting in his bedroom being cluttered with a plethora of books. He could read ordinary books swiftly, typically finishing one in about half an hour, but the more profound tomes required significantly more time, and such books were often exorbitantly priced. Under normal circumstances, they cost several hundred yuan each, which was exorbitant. Luo Shan had provided him with 10,000 yuan for living expenses, and with an additional 50,000 earned from the stock market, he found himself with a total of 60,000 yuan. Yet, in merely half a month, He had already spent nearly half of it, with the remainder solely devoted to purchasing books, aside from basic living expenses. It was only the 2nd of April. At this rate of expenditure, the 30,000 yuan left in his bank account would surely not last until the month's end. He could have earned some money in the stock market, according to his memories from his previous life. Several stocks had performed admirably during this period leading up to the college entrance examination, which could have easily covered his expenses. However, his mother had called him specifically to advise against buying stocks before the examination, warning that if he could not adhere to this, he could forget about 2 million yuan. Yi Fan had acquiesced, which was precisely what troubled him the most. He believed in fulfilling promises made, and disobedience was not within his realm of consideration. He held disdain for such behavior. It seemed he needed to devise a plan to earn some extra money. Otherwise, he would be unable to accumulate experience points while at school. Just then, an elderly voice resonated through the room. The students looked up to see an old man, whose arrival at the podium had gone unnoticed. His hair was white, and he wore reading glasses, exuding a benevolent demeanor and a profound cultural aura. Noticing the curiosity in the eyes of the students, Pang Qiuping smiled and began his self-introduction, his voice rich and resonant. Hello everyone, my name is Pang Qiuping, and I will be your Chinese teacher for this sprint class at Qing University. Today, I primarily wish to get acquainted with all of you little ones. I apologize for taking up your time after school. He glanced at his watch and added, give me 3 minutes. Once I finish, you may all go home. Everyone nodded in unison, sitting up straight, eager to leave a positive impression on Pang Qiuping. Pang Qiuping descended from the podium, taking measured steps down the corridor. To be candid, upon receiving the invitation from your principal, both my fellow teachers and I were initially reluctant to accept. However, after a telephone discussion with them, we ultimately resolved to agree, for it is a privilege for someone like me, teetering on the brink of the grave, to contribute even a modicum to the nation's educational endeavors. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan's eyes glimmered with admiration. Individuals like Pang Qiuping are indeed worthy of respect. Having accepted the invitation, we shall approach this with utmost seriousness. You are the inaugural cohort of this intensive class, and there shall be more young ones joining subsequently. Regardless of whether it is you or the later entrants, our singular objective remains unchanged. This tutoring program is aptly named the Qing University Intensive Class, and we shall labor fervently to ensure your admission to Qing University. Thus, the goal of the 3 of us teachers is to see that every participant in this class secures a place at Qing University. Pang Qiuping's gaze swept across each student's face as he solemnly declared, not a single one shall be left behind. Chapter 48. Seeking part-time work, not a single one shall be left behind. Following Pang Qiuping's pronouncement, many students were taken aback, their mouths agape. Even Yi Fan could not suppress his astonishment. The notion that every individual in the tutoring class would gain admission to Qing University seemed rather implausible. The truth may be harsh, yet it is indeed the reality. How impressive! Ning Shiqing's eyes sparkled as she murmured to herself, I will certainly not be a hindrance. Her earnestness was particularly endearing. Yi Fan smiled inwardly, thinking, this girl will undoubtedly not lag behind. In his previous life, even without his assistance or the so-called Qing University intensive class, Ning Shi still managed to secure a place at Qing University through her own diligence. How much more so in this life? Qing University shall undoubtedly have Ning Shi, and of course, it will also have him. Upon exiting the school gates, Ning Shi's pace quickened compared to her usual demeanor. Xiaoxi, why are you in such a hurry? Yi Fan followed closely beside her, ensuring she was shielded from the road's edge. Ning Shi paused momentarily, explaining with clarity, I do not have a mobile phone. So Uncle Zhuang may still be unaware of the situation. I fear he might worry. At her words, Yi Fan refrained from probing further, a gentle warmth crossing his gaze. This girl continues to be so considerate of others. Emerging from the alley, Zhuangli stood by the car, his eyes occasionally drifting toward the alley's entrance. Uncle Zhuang. Ning Shi called out, hastening toward him. Miss, Zhuangli acknowledged with a nod, deliberately ignoring Yi Fan who stood behind Ning Shi. Unfazed, Yi Fan remained in place, showing no intention of departing. Breathless, Ning Shi's cheeks flushed slightly as she explained to Zhuangli, Uncle Zhuang, we were delayed during the seating arrangement for the intensive class. Miss, I understand, Zhuangli replied with a smile, raising his phone, I have teacher Yang's number. Ning Shi was momentarily taken aback, then exhaled in relief. She turned to Yi Fan, her crimson lips parting slightly. Yi Fan, I haven't finished reading the annotations you provided me yesterday. That's all right. Yifan replied with a gentle smile. Let's head home. See you tomorrow. Sighing softly, Ningxi gazed at Yifan, her eyes reflecting a hint of surprise. She had not completed her sentence. See you tomorrow. As the car drove away, Yifan withdrew his gaze and made his way home. Upon arriving, he washed vegetables and prepared dinner. Everything felt so natural. Yifan relished this student life, particularly the daily encounters with Ningxi. It was quite pleasant. After finishing his meal, Yifan took a shower, dried his hair, and settled down at the computer. He logged onto the internet and began to browse through various part-time job listings in the city. The variety was overwhelming, with countless options available. Furthermore, as the capital of the Xiaohuan nation, the economic climate was exceptionally robust, resulting in a vast part-time job market. As long as one articulated their needs and the conditions were favorable, finding a suitable position was relatively easy. However, the majority of the part-time jobs did not pique Yifan's interest. With only Sundays free, this single constraint eliminated most opportunities. Additionally, Yifan had other criteria. The pay could not be meager, the work needed to be easy, and the environment should ideally be pleasant. It would be even better if he could read while working. If others were to discover Yifan's standards for part-time work, they would undoubtedly find it absurd. A high school senior without a diploma demanding so much. If he were to land a job with such expectations, it would indeed be a miracle. In reality, it was precisely as he feared. After searching for over an hour at his computer, he had yet to find a suitable part-time job. With a resigned sigh, he pondered, am I being too demanding? He reasoned that his expectations were not excessive. After all, in his previous life, he had been a prosperous entrepreneur worth over 100 million. Surely, he couldn't settle for washing dishes, could he? After another brief search, Yifan was ready to give up. Perhaps I should just ask Luo Shan for some assistance. I can always repay him double later. Yes, that seemed the way to go. Just as Yifan was about to log off, he noticed a new part-time job notification pop up in the lower right corner of the screen. He refreshed the page and saw a particularly eye-catching listing at the top, hiring tutor. Yifan shook his head slightly, immediately losing interest. There were many such part-time opportunities, and he had encountered several, yet none met his criteria. It was not that the offers were inadequate. It was simply that Yifan lacked the necessary qualifications. In the current market of the capital, tutor positions predominantly required credentials from the top 4 universities, even demanding degrees from those who had not yet graduated. Well, perhaps I should take a look. Maybe they won't require a degree after all, Yifan reassured himself. Moving the mouse to click on the listing. In search of a tutor, the position requires teaching only on Sundays for 4 hours, focusing primarily on physics and mathematics for senior high school students. The remuneration is set at 1,000 yuan per hour, with stipulations that the candidate must be no older than 40 years, maintain a tidy appearance, refrain from smoking, and possess no undesirable habits. Upon reading the job listing, Yifan's eyes sparkled with excitement. It was indeed a serendipitous find amidst his struggles. The opportunity seemed to align perfectly with his needs, high pay and a relaxed schedule. Moreover, tutoring would afford him the chance to read, as any question he posed would require ample time for the student to solve. Most importantly, there were no educational qualifications required, which was a significant advantage. This was the perfect opportunity. Yifan noted the contact number and promptly made the call. The phone connected quickly. Hello, I am calling to apply for the tutoring position. May I ask your name? A melodious female voice responded from the other end. Yifan. Mr. Yi, is this your mobile number? Yes. I will send you an address shortly. Please arrive this Sunday at 8 in the morning for the tutoring position. Thank you very much. After hanging up, Yifan stretched lazily and glanced at the diminishing stack of books on his bedside table, a faint smile gracing his lips. The long night had passed, and he was eager to accumulate experience. Rising at 5 in the morning, Yifan felt invigorated despite the late hours of sleep. Perhaps it was a result of his rebirth. No matter how fatigued he felt, a few hours of rest rejuvenated him completely. He considered it a blessing, as it meant he could devote more energy to reading and other pursuits. After all, the early bird catches the worm. Dressed and ready, Yifan descended the stairs and jogged around the neighborhood. To his astonishment, he found that he was not exhausted as he had been in the past. Instead, he felt a mild warmth in his body without even breaking a sweat. His second-level physical prowess was proving advantageous. After a quick breakfast, he prepared to head to school, only to realize he was out of supplies. This was unacceptable. He could forego meals, but he must not neglect his pursuit of experience. Packing 4 or 5 books into his bag, he set off toward school. A gentle breeze caressed him, refreshing and delightful. Upon exiting the neighborhood, just as he reached the middle of the road, an unexpected incident occurred. Make way! A brand new red sedan barreled towards him on the sidewalk with astonishing speed. Gasps erupted from bystanders as the car seemed poised to collide with Yifan. In a split second, he took a large step forward, narrowly avoiding the rearview mirror of the speeding vehicle that brushed against his right arm. A resounding crash left a dark skid mark on the road as the vehicle careened into a willow tree by the roadside, its engine hood deeply dented, accompanied by wisps of white smoke, reminiscent of its tragic fate. Hiss! Yifan, rolling up his sleeves, glanced down to see a scrape near the joint of his right forearm. The wound, roughly the size of a bottle cap, oozed blood, forming tiny droplets. He cast a glance at the rear of the car in front of him, feeling a tinge of frustration. What was the driver thinking? Was this an act of murder? Had he not reacted swiftly, he could have been gravely injured or worse. A young woman hastily exited the driver's seat, her face etched with panic as she flung open the rear door, exclaiming, "Grandfather, are you all right?" "I'm not dead." An elderly man in his 60s trembled as he stepped out, worry etched across his brow. Upon alighting, his gaze swept the surroundings before settling on Yifan standing in the middle of the sidewalk. "Young friend, I sincerely apologize," he said, approaching without hesitation. Midway through his apology, he noticed the wound on Yifan's right arm and swiftly turned to the woman beside the car, shouting, "Ryu, what are you waiting for? Hurry and take this young friend to the hospital." "No need." "What do you mean?" Two voices chimed in unison. The woman, her demeanor fierce, approached Yifan, her gaze fixed upon his youthful visage, her tone decidedly hostile. "Grandfather, this isn't our fault. This person clearly has poor eyesight and didn't move when he saw the car. I suspect he's trying to pull a scam." "What nonsense are you spouting?" The elderly man, maintaining a composed demeanor, rebuked her. "He shouldn't have been in your car. Now, at once, take this young friend to the hospital. You will cover the medical expenses and provide him with an additional 10,000 as compensation. Do you understand?" "Grandfather." The woman stomped her foot in frustration, evidently unable to accept this resolution. She glared at Yifan, coldly questioning, "How do you walk? You see a car and don't dodge? You don't look that old, yet you act like this." Yifan checked the time on his phone, 7:49 a.m. It would take him about 5 minutes to walk to school. There was still time. Unfazed by her remarks, he replied calmly, "Do you have a driver's license?" The woman was momentarily taken aback before her face flushed with indignation as she retorted loudly, "Of course, I have a license. Just 2 days ago, I passed all my tests on the first try." Doubting her driving skills? How infuriating. Yifan smirked slightly, shaking his head. Heaven must be blind. Before she could respond, he pointed to the traffic light by the roadside and continued, "According to regulations, pedestrians must adhere to the signals of traffic lights at crossings. The light was green just now. If you don't believe me, you can check the surveillance footage." The woman opened her mouth to retort, but was interrupted by Yifan. Yifan cast a fleeting glance at the woman and remarked, "According to Article 47 of the Road Traffic Safety Law, vehicles must reduce their speed upon approaching a pedestrian crossing. They are required to come to a complete stop when pedestrians are crossing. Even on roads devoid of traffic signals, one must yield to pedestrians. Not to mention that the traffic light was green just moments ago. How did you navigate the first challenge?" The woman was left speechless, her chest rising and falling with agitation. If glares could slay, Yifan would have succumbed to death more than once. Observing her distress, an elderly man promptly interjected, "My young friend, I sincerely apologize. My granddaughter has been spoiled since childhood. Please do not take her to task. We shall bear the majority of the responsibility for today's incident. How would you like to proceed?" "There's no need," Yifan replied dismissively, gesturing towards the minor injury on his right arm. "It's but a trivial wound, hardly worth concern." He glanced at the woman and nonchalantly advised, "In the future, do exercise caution while driving. Perhaps it would be wise to relinquish your driving altogether. You seem ill-equipped for it." With that, he turned and departed. The woman glared at Yifan's retreating figure, her cheeks flushed with indignation. Is this person unwell? Why recite the road traffic safety law for no reason? How tedious. Yet, regardless of her discontent, she had no choice but to endure it, for Yifan was indeed in the right. The elderly man shot a stern look at the woman and admonished, "Once we return home, you shall reflect on your actions." "Grandfather, must I be told twice?" "I understand. Ding! As the school bell rang, Yifan's right foot crossed the threshold of the classroom just as he was about to enter. A voice from the podium halted him in his tracks. Halt! He Qingba, his brow furrowed, displayed a hint of displeasure upon his wrinkled visage. What is your name? Late on the very first day? Witnessing this scene, many students wore expressions of schadenfreude, among them Tang Jingxiu. Yesterday, Yifan had embarrassed him, and today he was reaping his just desserts. A gratifying turn of events. Sitting in the back, Ningxi observed with a sense of resignation. Back in class 2, Yifan had been much the same, arriving nearly every day just in the nick of time. Can't he arrive a few minutes early? She murmured, her flawless, fair face betraying a trace of concern. Yifan maintained his composure as he explained, Teacher, I encountered a minor issue on the road, which delayed me by a few minutes. Cut. Before He Qingba could respond, Tang Jingxiu interjected, dripping with sarcasm. What kind of issue could arise on the road? Did you get hit by a car? Haha. Several boys familiar with Tang Jingxiu joined in his laughter. Yifan smirked, his eyes twinkling as he replied, Indeed. I was struck by a vehicle. Hit by a car? You truly dare to say that? The classroom fell silent for a moment before erupting into peals of laughter. He Qingba praised the student before him, noting his tidy attire and rosy complexion. At first glance, he appeared unscathed by any vehicular mishap. However, as today marked the inaugural day of classes, he hesitated yet resolved to direct Yifan back to his seat. Suddenly, an unexpected voice interrupted, causing the words poised on He Qingba's lips to retreat. Teacher, Yifan is undoubtedly lying, Tang Jingxiu asserted, rising from his seat. He cast a glance at Yifan, who stood by the door, then turned to He Qingba and proclaimed, Such a feeble fabrication. One has to wonder what audacity drives him to utter it. He cannot even uphold the most basic honesty. I believe such a person is unworthy of attending the elite class at Qing University. What do you think, teacher? Chapter 50. Seen and felt in the heart. What do you think, teacher? I think not very highly of it. He Qingba's brow furrowed slightly as he shot a sidelong glance at Tang Jingxiu, his voice steady. Whether or not this student's claims hold merit remains to be debated. Today marks the first day of the Qing University elite class, and I urge everyone to arrive a few minutes early in the future. Otherwise, my leniency may not be so easily granted. After speaking, He Qingba nodded at Yifan, signaling him to take a seat. Thank you, teacher. Yifan refrained from further comment and walked to his seat. As he passed by Tang Jingxiu, he paused briefly and whispered with a smile. Do you truly wish to expel me from the elite class? Such grand ambitions. Keep striving. Anger flickered in Tang Jingxiu's eyes as his fists clenched tightly, his expression darkening. Yifan, you will regret this. Upon reaching his seat, Yifan wore a familiar smile and winked at Ningxi. Good morning. Ningxi glanced at the podium, her gaze unflinching as she quietly inquired, Were you really hit by a car? Are you hurt? Just a scrape. It's nothing serious. Yifan replied nonchalantly, then cheerfully asked, By the way, what is the name of the teacher at the podium, and what subject does he teach? Ningxi shook her head gently, her eyes innocent. I don't know. Ahem. He Qingba clapped his hands and spoke in a deep voice. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is He Qingba, but you may call me Teacher He. I will be your English instructor for this elite class. Feel free to approach me with any questions you may have. For our first lesson today, I will begin with grammar. After class, Ningxi set down her pen, her cartoon notebook filled with notes from the lesson. A faint smile graced her face, radiating satisfaction and joy. Observing Ningxi's reaction, Yifan chuckled and asked, You seem quite happy. Did something particularly delightful occur? Not really. Ningxi shook her head, her soft voice tinged with a hint of admiration. I just feel that Teacher He's teaching skills are quite impressive. The knowledge he shared in class was very useful. Then make sure to study diligently and remember well. Yifan conceded this point. He Qingba's teaching proficiency is indeed remarkable, truly exceptional, as befits a professor from Qing University. In the pursuit of personal growth, Ningxi exhibits an earnestness as pure as unblemished parchment, devoid of any trace of dust. Naturally, Yifan would not permit any blemish to mar this pristine state. In this lifetime, he vows to remain by Ningxi's side. As the two engaged in quiet conversation, an elderly gentleman entered the classroom, instantly silencing the atmosphere. 3 professors from Qing University had already been introduced. It was only expected that this venerable figure would be the final one. The teacher has arrived, Ningxi whispered, straightening her posture. Yifan raised his gaze, momentarily taken aback. Could it be him? For Lin Dejiang, Today was particularly eventful. First, he was startled by his granddaughter's extraordinary driving skills, then nearly collided with someone, leaving him somewhat rattled. With a soft sigh, he scanned the room, and upon spotting Yi Fan in the back, his eyes widened in surprise. What a coincidence! Noticing Lin Dajiang's gaze, Yi Fan smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, it was quite a coincidence. Yi Fan held Lin Dajiang in high regard. He was cultured and possessed a keen sense of discernment. At the front of the class, Lin Dajiang withdrew his gaze and addressed the students. Hello everyone. My name is Lin Dajiang, and I will be teaching mathematics. With that, he placed a stack of handwritten test papers on the desks of the students in the front row. For our first lesson, we will conduct a small test, which will also help me gauge your mathematical abilities. No problem, teacher. I love exams. Just watch me, came the enthusiastic response. The students in the Qing University sprint class were all top performers, the elite of their respective classes. Faced with the prospect of an examination, they felt no trepidation. Rather, they were filled with excitement. Among the 21 students in the sprint class, there was not a single weak link. How could one not be thrilled to compete with such a distinguished cohort? It must be said that the attitude towards exams among high achievers starkly contrasts with that of average students. As the test papers were distributed, Lin Dajiang cast a subtle glance at Yi Fan, maintaining an expression of neutrality. Standing in the aisle, he inquired, "Has everyone received their test papers?" Yes. Many students gazed at their papers, astonished. This test Lin Dajiang observed their reactions with keen interest and smiled. You all should have noticed that the paper in your hands is quite different from the usual ones. Different? The disparity is monumental. All the students discovered a disheartening truth. Their test papers contained only 6 questions, each worth 20 points, and all were of exceptionally high difficulty. Is this some sort of jest? Yi Fan surveyed the examination paper with considerable interest, his lips moving slightly. Not bad. It seems this sprint class for Qing University is far better than I had anticipated. What are you saying? Ning, she tilted her head, her adorable eyes blinking. The innocent expression brought a smile to Yi Fan's face as he softly explained. Nothing much, just that this test is quite challenging, so pay attention. MHM. Her soft nasal tone made Yi Fan's heart flutter. Xiaoxi, did you grow up eating cuteness? Lin Dajiang's gaze swept across the room as he announced the rules loudly. There are 6 questions, with half an hour to answer them. Make sure to perform well, 5 minutes per question, maintain a good pace. After speaking, he ascended to the podium, sitting down and squinting his eyes. A few students who had a good rapport exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with bitterness. With such exaggerated difficulty in the math problems, 5 minutes? Wasn't he that asking for a miracle? Sigh. One word, frustrating. The classroom was filled with the pleasant sound of writing, a soothing symphony. Yi Fan focused on the 6 questions before him, quickly reviewing them, and soon enough, relevant knowledge points, example problems, and analytical approaches surfaced in his mind. He wrote his name and began, still fervently scribbling, still at such a rapid pace. After putting down his pen, Yi Fan glanced up at the clock above the blackboard. 5 minutes. It seemed manageable. If his inner thoughts were known to others, they would surely be exasperated to the point of bloodshed. Completing 6 exceedingly difficult math problems in 5 minutes? Was that even reasonable? They couldn't even solve a single question in that time. Yi Fan tilted his head, quietly observing Ning Shi, his gaze softening immensely. The girl's beautifully sculpted profile radiated earnestness. Her strands of hair tucked behind her ear, revealing delicate earlobes. Serene and exquisite. A sight to behold, sweetening his heart. Chapter 51. Perfect score. Half an hour swiftly passed. When Lin Dajiang reminded the students to submit their papers, almost everyone displayed a reluctant expression. They had not yet finished. Even Ning, she was no exception. Her gaze fixed on the paper being collected, her long eyelashes blinking in resignation. Observing this, Yi Fan consoled her. It's all right. It's just an ordinary test. I only managed to complete 4 questions. The time was too short. If only we could have another 10 minutes. The girl's voice carried a hint of complaint. Yi Fan tilted his head, watching as Ning she poked the desk with her pen, laughter dancing in his eyes. This girl still cared so much about her score. At the podium, Lin Dajiang neatly arranged the papers and picked up a pen, seemingly struck by a thought as he looked up at the students. You may discuss amongst yourselves, but keep your voices down. Otherwise, it may affect my grading, and if I make a mistake in your scores, don't blame me. A single phrase transformed the previously silent atmosphere of the classroom into one of joviality. Several neighboring students gathered together, engaging in hushed discussions. How did you all answer the second question of the third problem? Indeed, the second question was exceedingly difficult. I ultimately could not provide an answer and skipped it entirely. The elite class at Tsinghua consists of a total of 21 students. Yi Fan and Ning Shi occupied the last row, while the others were seated in the front, leaving an expanse of 4 empty rows in between. This arrangement rendered the two as if they existed in an alternate dimension, entirely unaffected by the surrounding students. Ning Shi turned her body sideways, winking at Yi Fan, and inquired, Yi Fan, did you answer the second question of the fourth problem just now? Yes, I did. Yi Fan replied, lowering his newly opened book, his voice deep and gentle. As he explained the function 2322, Ning Shi listened intently, often resting her delicately crafted chin in her hand, her expression contemplative, and an alluring fragrance unique to young women emanating from her. Yi Fan's gaze softened, and he articulated the solution process for the second question in its entirety, observing the pensive Ning Shi, and smilingly asked, what do you think? Very good, Ning Shi evaluated. I was asking you, she pressed, frowning slightly, her small hands rubbing her head, her once smoothly cascading hair now tousled, presenting a charming disarray. I didn't answer. I couldn't, she admitted, her inquiry stemming from her inability to respond. It's all right, Yi Fan reassured, gathering the books from the table and retrieving paper and pen. I still remember the previous problem. Come, let me explain it to you. Ning Shi's lips parted slightly, her face adorned with surprise. You remember such a complex mathematical problem? Don't dawdle. Yi Fan waved his right hand in front of her eyes, his gaze affectionate. Would you like to listen? Yes. Ning Shi nodded, albeit with a faint blush gracing her cheeks. After he finished, she realized Yi Fan was hardly listening to her, instead swiftly jotting down the fourth mathematical problem from the exam on the draft paper. His actions made Ning Shi feel increasingly bashful, accompanied by a hint of exasperation. This person is so certain that I will listen, isn't. If he is so sure, then why inquire? Before long, Yi Fan completed his writing and looked up to meet the girl's wistful gaze, unable to suppress a smile. His smile was radiant and sincere. The girl quickly averted her gaze, her face aflame, her thoughts in disarray. Ning Shi, what on earth are you thinking? He is merely explaining the problem to you. There were only 5 minutes remaining until class ended. Lin Dejiang, having finished grading, stood up and clapped his hands. Instantly, the murmurs in the classroom ceased, and all attention converged upon him. All right, the results are in. Lin Dejiang held the compiled score sheet and began to announce, Zhao Tianyang, 48 points. Li Yang, 52 points. Tang Jingshu scored 52 points. After calling out over a dozen names, the highest score was 52, while the lowest was merely 24, and not a single individual exceeded 60 points. This left those who prided themselves on being academic elites with their heads bowed in shame. Su Qiaoyu, with a score of 72 points, elicited gasps from the crowd as they turned their gaze toward the seat on the left side of the first row. Truly, she was a formidable figure in the science class, not to mention her beauty. One couldn't help but wonder to which fortunate soul this exquisite flower would be drawn. Impressive. In the science class, Su Qiaoyu held the top position, so it was entirely reasonable for her to achieve such a score. Despite the murmurs around her, Su Qiaoyu remained unfazed, as she was not entirely satisfied with her performance. She had nearly solved the 5th question in mathematics, but alas, time had run out. Had she been granted a few more moments, she was confident she could have garnered another 20 points. Ning Shi also scored 72 points. Upon hearing her score, she was not surprised. Her approach to solving problems differed from her peers. While others aimed to complete as many questions as possible, she prioritized accuracy. Habitually, she would check her answers twice, which was why she had only completed 3.5 questions. Nonetheless, her accuracy was impeccable, although she herself was not taken aback. Her score certainly caught the attention of her classmates. After hearing Ning Shi's results, many turned to glance toward the back of the classroom. Wow, are the girls in the science class really this formidable? It seems the realm of science is entirely dominated by females, with a decline in male prowess. Thank goodness I didn't choose science. That would have been too embarrassing. Why rely on talent when one can depend on looks? Su Qiaoyu is like this. And so is Ning Shi. Couldn't they give us boys a chance? Su Qiaoyu clenched her delicate hands. A tie? If memory serves her correctly, Ning Shi's mathematical abilities were not particularly outstanding. Could it be that she had performed exceptionally well this time? The results of previous monthly exams were typically posted in the school's bulletin board, and considering both girls ranked highly in science, Su Qiaoyu had a vague recollection of Ning Shi's overall performance. To be frank, Ning Shi's score was somewhat unexpected. Lin Dejiang paused, his gaze landing on Yi Fan at the back of the classroom, a mixture of confusion, surprise, and more importantly, regret evident in his expression. Yi Fan, with an astonishing score of 120 points. Silence. Quiet. The classroom fell into a hushed stillness. How much? 120 points? This must be a hallucination. Seeing the reaction, Lin Dejiang reiterated, Yi Fan, 120 points. This announcement was akin to a large stone being dropped into a tranquil lake, sending ripples across the once calm surface. Is this real? Full marks? This means that in just half an hour, this fellow named Yi Fan solved all 6 problems, and correctly at that. My goodness. Who claims the science class is dominated by girls? Step forward, and I assure you, I won't harm you. As everyone turned their gaze in that direction, Ning Shi, who had initially intended to congratulate Yi Fan, quickly bowed her head. After a moment of hesitation, she pinned a note and flicked it with her pinky, sending the crumpled paper rolling towards Yi Fan. He picked up the paper ball, smoothed it out on the table, and a smile illuminated his eyes. The note bore 5 elegantly written characters. Is lemonade refreshing? This simple phrase brought him more joy than acquiring thousands of experience points. His lips moved slightly as he whispered in a tone only the two of them could hear. You are quite impressive. Ning Shi's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Grateful that she was looking down, otherwise, her embarrassment would have been apparent to all. A cough from Lin Dejiang snapped everyone back to reality. A collective gasp echoed through the classroom. While others were astonished and incredulous, Tang Jingshu was consumed by extreme jealousy. How could this guy score full marks? It must be a fraud. Alongside Tang Jingshu, another student from Class 2 in the science stream, Deng Yu, wore a grim expression. Even though he had come to accept Yi Fan's extraordinary abilities, a sense of dissatisfaction lingered within him. If things continued this way, Ningxi would drift further away from him, and he felt utterly helpless to change that. Previously, Ningxi had been rather indifferent towards him, but he was unperturbed, as she treated other boys similarly. However, everything shifted with Yi Fan's arrival. Good-looking, academically talented, and remarkably skilled at forging connections with girls. How could this wretched fellow monopolize all the good fortune? Heaven, are you blind? Yi Fan's mathematics skills are exceptional. If anyone has questions, feel free to discuss them with him, or you can approach me as well, Lin Dejiang announced, glancing at the clock. All right, class is about to end. We will review this exam paper in the next session. Ding ding. Just as Lin Dejiang finished speaking, the bell rang, and he organized the papers, declaring, class dismissed. Goodbye, teacher. With only 2 classes of the Qingda intensive training course in the morning, the students quickly packed their belongings and hurried back to their respective classrooms. This experience was new to them, yet they found it quite fulfilling. The 3rd year of high school is a significant time filled with memories, and such enriching experiences are indeed delightful. In the afternoon, as students from Class 2 in the science stream gradually departed, only 2 remained seated, showing no intention of leaving, Yi Fan and Ning Shi. Ning Shi turned to observe Yi Fan, who was engrossed in his reading. Her curiosity piqued. Aren't you leaving? I'm waiting for you, Yi Fan replied, closing his book with a gentle smile. As your desk mate, it is my duty to escort you to the alley. As Ning Shi met that profound gaze, her delicate face flushed pink, and her soft voice trembled with a hint of panic. No, that's unnecessary. I can manage on my own. Oh, Yi Fan's smile deepened. I had prepared a set of challenging math problems for you, but since you insist, I shall refrain from giving them to you. At his words, Ning Shi's body stiffened, and her expression was etched with 2 large characters. Helplessness. How can it be like this? No way. Turning her head away, she muttered softly, wait. I'll come to your house. Yi Fan's lips curled into a knowing smile as he teasingly inquired. Then can I accompany you in the future? Aye. Ning Shi's small hands clenched the edge of her clothes, her face suffused with crimson. Her adorable demeanor stirred within Yi Fan an overwhelming urge to embrace her. Alas, he knew that now was not the time for such actions. He would wait a little longer. Once they reached university, he would fully unleash his affections, ensuring he would not repeat the mistakes of his past life. This time, he would hold on to Ning Shi tightly and never let go. Suit yourself, Ning Shi replied, seizing her backpack and hastily exiting the classroom. Yi Fan followed leisurely, watching her graceful figure ahead, his heart brimming with tenderness. At the alley's entrance, Uncle Zhuang, Ning, she began, but before she could finish, Zhuangli started the car and drove towards the entrance of the Bayou community. Ning, she turned to Yi Fan and offered a faint smile, her clear eyes sparkling like a stream. Shall we go? Certainly, Yi Fan replied with a smile. Instinctively guiding Ning, she to the inner side as they walked toward the community entrance. In truth, he could have taken the prepared exam papers and exercises to school. But after some contemplation, he abandoned that thought. This moment was quite satisfactory. He could spend some time alone with Ning Shi. Please, have a seat. Yi Fan placed his backpack down, turned to the refrigerator, and retrieved the lemon water he had prepared that morning, setting it before Ning Shi. Drink up. I'll fetch the problem set. After Yi Fan entered the bedroom, Ning Shi withdrew her gaze, a myriad of emotions swirling in her eyes. She suddenly realized that her interactions with Yi Fan felt somewhat peculiar, though she couldn't pinpoint exactly what was strange about it. In any case, it was undeniably odd. Lifting the cup, Ning Shi took a small sip. The familiar flavor danced on her tongue, and her mood became exceptionally relaxed. Each time she visited, Yi Fan had prepared lemon water for her, and after several occasions, she had grown accustomed to its taste, making other lemonades seem somewhat off. Moreover, through nearly half a month of spending time together, she had come to a definitive conclusion. Yi Fan treated her exceedingly well, almost unnaturally so. Logically speaking, their relationship was merely that of classmates, and Yi Fan had no reason to be so kind to her. However, in his gaze, she perceived only sincerity, devoid of ulterior motives, just a pure kindness directed towards her. Leaning back on the sofa, Ning Shi slightly elevated her legs, sipping her lemon water while her mind wandered aimlessly. As Yi Fan stepped out of the bedroom, a flicker of deep affection flashed in his eyes upon witnessing the scene before him. Yet, it was but a fleeting moment before he regained his composure. Approaching the coffee table, he picked up Ning Shi's backpack and carefully placed the workbook inside. Is the lemonade delicious? He inquired. Yes, it is, Ning Shi replied, a radiant crescent of a smile gracing her lips. Bowing his head, Yi Fan zipped up the bag, smoothing out the wrinkles with a gentle pat, and cheerfully suggested, how about enjoying it every day from now on? The moment those words escaped his lips, Ning Shi sensed an underlying implication. Every day from now on. The meaning behind this statement made her cheeks flush crimson, reminiscent of a blooming rose. Yi Fan, we are still in high school. Some matters may be inappropriate. I hope you won't overthink this. I truly appreciate your help with my studies. And if I have given you any misconceptions, then, before Ning Shi could complete her thought, Yi Fan gently interrupted, his tone warm and reassuring. What I meant to say is that if you wish to have lemonade in the future, just let me know, and I'll bring you a cup to school. It hardly costs anything. As classmates, isn't it acceptable for me to treat you? Ning Shi stood there, momentarily speechless, her eyes wide in surprise. She stared at the immaculate floor, her face growing increasingly warm. Why was there no seam? How embarrassing. Noticing her silence and lowered gaze, Yi Fan's eyes sparkled with amusement, a subtle smile playing on his lips. My dear, I shall not give you the chance to refuse. Chapter 53, An Unexpected Delight. I should be going, Ning Shi murmured, her demeanor decidedly awkward. No, rather, it was tinged with embarrassment. All right, Yi Fan replied, making no effort to detain her. He picked up Ning Shi's backpack and, noting the remaining lemonade in the cup, softly reminded her, finish your drink. I'll bring you a cup every morning from now on. Okay, Ning Shi replied, her voice barely above a whisper, her fair complexion flushed a delightful pink. She lifted the cup, sipping the last of the lemonade in small, measured gulps. Beauty enhances everything. Yi Fan suddenly found this sentiment profoundly true. Even a simple act of drinking water appeared enchanting when performed by Ning Shi. After placing the cup down, Ning Shi stood and walked toward the door. Upon reaching it, Yi Fan handed the backpack to Zhuangli, who was waiting outside, nodding slightly. Drive carefully on the way. Zhuangli glanced at Yi Fan without replying. Accepting the backpack and respectfully addressing Ning Shi, Miss, shall we depart? Yes, Ning Shi replied, turning back to Yi Fan and giving a gentle wave. Thank you for the lemonade. It was delightful. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow, he echoed. After bidding farewell to Ning Shi, Yi Fan returned home. Gazing at the mountain of books strewn across the bedroom floor, heaved a sigh of resignation. I hope the interview this Sunday goes smoothly. If so, at least I won't have to worry about funding for more books. He proceeded to wash the vegetables and prepare dinner. After completing his tasks, Yifan settled at his desk and began to peruse the book before him. The gentle night breeze caressed the window, adding a touch of enchantment to the darkness. As the alarm clock chimed, Yifan, seated at his desk, stretched lazily. It was time for slumber. Since his rebirth, he had become exceptionally disciplined, meticulously organizing his time, adhering strictly to this regimen. To become an exemplary individual was essential. Only then could he offer Ningxi a superior experience of love. The night passed without incident. In the morning, a fine drizzle fell, shrouding the sky in a misty haze. Yifan, umbrella in hand, strolled leisurely toward school. Upon rising, he had glanced at the wound on his right arm, which had formed a scab overnight, prompting him to marvel at the system's extraordinary capabilities. Despite being merely a level 2 in martial prowess, its effects were astonishing, entirely surpassing the realm of modern medicine. However, the terminology seemed somewhat misapplied. Martial prowess? Perhaps a more accurate term would be physical fitness. At the very least, it could be referred to as stamina. Ding. Congratulations, host, for renaming the martial prowess ability. Following the system's evaluation, it has deemed stamina more fitting. Henceforth, martial prowess shall officially be known as stamina. The name change has been successful, rewarding the host with 500 experience points. Yifan paused, momentarily stunned. This system truly had its whimsical aspects. Yet, the 500 experience points were an unexpected boon for him, sufficient to elevate his martial prowess, stamina, to level 3. Standing at the alley's entrance and seeing no one around, Yifan summoned his attribute panel. Host, Yifan knowledge, level 3, 02000. Intelligence, level 3, 02000. Stamina, level 2, 0500. Medical skill, level 2, 0500. Merit points, 0 experience points, 864 upgrade stamina. System, upgrading stamina requires the expenditure of 500 experience points. Proceed with the upgrade? Yes. System, 500 experience points consumed. Stamina successfully upgraded to level 3. As the system's notification resonated, Yifan's bones crackled audibly, a fortunate occurrence given the absence of onlookers, or else he might have startled someone. Once the unusual sound subsided, Yifan clenched his fist, feeling a significant increase in strength and a slight uplift in his spirits. Quite satisfactory. The attribute panel in his mind transformed alongside the upgrade in stamina. Host, Yifan knowledge, level 3, 02000. Intelligence, level 3, 02000. Stamina, level 3, 02000. Medical skill, level 2, 0500. Merit points, 0 experience points, 364 at present. Among his 4 capabilities, only medical skill remained at level 2, while the others had all ascended to level 3. Currently, there remained 364 experience points, with a mere 136 points needed to reach 500. At the current rate of gaining experience, 3 days will suffice. With this thought, a gentle smile graced Yifan's face. It seemed that the time to unlock the merit points would arrive much earlier than planned. Indeed, human calculations are often outdone by the whims of fate. As he entered the school, the scene before him evoked a particular poem in Yifan's mind. The light rain on the heavenly street is as tender as cream. The grass appears distant, yet is near. Truly, spring is the most splendid season, surpassing the smoky willows that adorn the imperial city. The scenery is beautiful, and the people even more so. Yifan did not linger, striding into the teaching building amidst the gentle drizzle. Upon reaching the 5th floor and entering the classroom, he spotted Ningxi in the last row, resting her head on the desk, resembling an endearing little white rabbit. A flicker of something unique flashed in Yifan's eyes. Tang Jingxiu, engaged in conversation with his deskmate, noticed Yifan's entrance, and the smile on his face swiftly vanished, replaced by a cold glare directed at Yifan, making one wonder if they harbored some deep-seated animosity. To Tang Jingxiu's gaze, Yifan was oblivious, not sparing him a glance as he glided past. This demeanor left Tang Jingxiu feeling quite unsettled, akin to striking a pillow with a fist, utterly impotent. In this state, he mirrored the earlier demeanor of Deng Yu. Upon settling into his seat, Yifan opened his backpack and placed a pink thermos on the desk. Xiaoxi, this is your lemon water. Thank you. As Ningxi gazed at the thermos, she lightly bit her red lip, a complex emotion flickering in her eyes, before swiftly suppressing the jumbled thoughts within. Perhaps she was overthinking. It was merely a cup of lemon water after all. Just leave the cup on the desk before school ends. That way, I can bring it again tomorrow. No, it's unnecessary. She kept her head down, her hair cascading, fixated on the cartoon-themed thermos in her hands, her voice tinged with shyness. Just occasionally would suffice. Otherwise, it might become tiresome. At her words, Fan cast a knowing glance at Shi, retrieving a book from his backpack, a smile illuminating his eyes as he remarked, "You won tea." Shi parted her lips, her expression a blend of surprise and confusion with a touch of bewilderment. How did he know? Fan, of course, was aware. In a previous life, Shi would almost daily venture to the milk tea shop downstairs to buy a cup of lemon water. "Iced lemon, no sugar, please." This phrase was deeply etched in his memory. Fan had once asked Shi, "Drinking it every day, doesn't tea get tiresome?" Her radiant smile in response was captivating as she replied, "Others may tire of it, but I do not." As for Shi's earlier words, they were quite simple, a polite refusal. Fan was fully aware of this young lady's subtle sentiments. Wishing to decline? Not a chance. Not even once. As for the second part of question 6, Fan's steps and reasoning in solving the problem were remarkably sound and could serve as a standard answer. Before the blackboard, Lin Jiang nodded at Fan and said, "Fan, you are the only one in the class who has solved the 6th problem. Now, please share your insights with everyone." In an instant, all eyes converged on Fan, filled with admiration, envy, and respect. Fan closed his book, stood up, and faced the blackboard, stating earnestly, "In truth, this problem is rather straightforward. By synthesizing the answer to the first question and carefully analyzing the problem, one can derive the reasoning for the second question, leading to its resolution." With that, he promptly sat down again. He resumed perusing the tome 4-element Jade Mirror, executing the entire process seamlessly, leaving the audience, including Lin Jiang, momentarily stunned. After several seconds, various expressions emerged on the faces of the crowd. What was that? Was it mere drivel? Indeed, it was. Unable to contain herself, Shi stifled a laugh, her eyes curving into crescent shapes. In the blink of an eye, the majority of gazes shifted towards Shi. She was breathtakingly beautiful. Envy, jealousy, and resentment surged within them. They too longed for such an enchanting deskmate. Regret, deep regret. Why hadn't they fought for a better seat during the seating arrangement 2 days prior? Perhaps they could have been fortunate enough to sit beside her. Feeling the intensity of the numerous stares, Shi hastily lowered her head, glancing sideways at Fan with a hint of playful reproach in her gentle voice. "This is all your fault." To this, Fan could only offer a rueful smile. "My dear, with such exquisite beauty, how could anyone resist?" Though he thought it, he refrained from voicing it aloud and pushed the stack of revision materials on the table towards Shi. The towering pile effectively shielded them from prying eyes. "Want to look? Not a chance." Chapter 54. Do you have plans for tomorrow? Ahem. Lin Jiang forcibly continued Fan's line of thought, proceeding with the lesson. As you can see, Fan's first step involves the known function 3122. The gazes of the boys finally shifted back to the blackboard. Observing this, Shi patted her chest, feeling a sense of relief, and curiously inquired of Fan, "Why didn't you take the time to thoroughly explain your thought process to everyone?" Typically, when Fan explained problems to her, he was exceedingly earnest and meticulous. If she didn't understand the first explanation, he would patiently rephrase it, offering a second attempt. However, in contrast, Fan's earlier demeanor had conveyed nothing but one word: perfunctory. Shi couldn't comprehend why he would be so dismissive when sharing his insights with others was undoubtedly a positive gesture. "Because I need to study," Fan replied softly, pausing his reading. Shi still struggled to understand, her lips moving slightly as she asked, "Is studying really that crucial?" "We're in class right now." "It is," he affirmed. Fan lifted his gaze to the podium, observing Lin Jiang earnestly elucidating a topic. He turned his body slightly, his profound eyes resting upon Shi's exquisite countenance, and smiled. "Xiao Shi, when you are diligently studying, do you also dislike being disturbed?" Shi lowered her eyes, unable to meet Fan's gaze. "I feel the same," she replied softly. Fan's tone was nonchalant, yet a hint of yearning shimmered in his eyes, for he aspired to gain admission to his dream university. His voice trailed off as he glanced apologetically at Shi. "Forgive me, I may have been a tad verbose." "No, not at all." Shi hesitated before tentatively inquiring, "When I approach you with questions while you are studying, am I intruding?" "Not at all," he responded, his voice deep and earnest. "I'm not joking, truly." It is not a disturbance. Feel free to come to me with questions in the future. However, should I discover that you are seeking answers from others or from teachers?" He paused, his brows arching slightly. "Then I shall have to revoke your targeted tutoring. Do you understand?" Ningxi's eyes widened in astonishment, her lips parting slightly. In that moment, the charm of a neighborly girl radiated from her, fresh, sweet, and imbued with a hint of adorableness. "Not even the teachers?" she exclaimed. "That is excessive. This person is truly overstepping. I should draw a circle and curse him." Yi Fan smiled subtly, averting his gaze to continue his reading. This period felt surreal to him, too splendid to be real. If this were a dream, he wished never to awaken. If not a dream, he yearned to transform this ephemeral beauty into eternity. In the following 2 days, Yi Fan brought Ningxi lemon water each morning. Although she protested with a playful no, she did not refuse once he insisted. It seemed he had long anticipated this submissive nature of hers. In truth, he was well aware of it. Saturday arrived, and with the ringing of the school bell, an unusual joy illuminated the students' faces. Finally, a day of rest. Indeed, it was hard-earned. In the blink of an eye, the classroom became desolate. Save for a few students still gathering their belongings, including Yi Fan and Ningxi. However, they were not slow. Rather, they had made no movements at all. After a few days of acclimatization, Ningxi had grown accustomed to Yi Fan's presence, quietly accepting it all. One was engrossed in a book while the other was reviewing class notes, a scene of harmonious tranquility. "Ningxi, do you have time tomorrow?" Suddenly, a voice pierced the serenity, causing both to look up. Before them stood none other than Deng Yu, who, meeting Ningxi's clear gaze, appeared somewhat uneasy. His hands hung limply at his sides, clutching his trousers, and his tone was slightly stammering. "Ningxi, there is an exhibition at the Science Museum in the capital tomorrow. I possess tickets, which are quite rare, and I would like to invite you to join me. Would that be agreeable?" "No." Before Ningxi could respond, Yi Fan interjected. "Oh, really? Is he brazenly asking Ningxi out in front of me? Has he lost his nerve?" Since his rebirth, he had yet to invite Ningxi out. And here was Deng Yu, seizing the opportunity first. This infuriated Yi Fan considerably. He refrained from doing so himself because he understood Ningxi well enough. Given her character, it was inconceivable that she would go out alone with a male acquaintance. Deng Yu's expression darkened as he glared at Yi Fan, stating, "Please understand. I am not asking you. I am inquiring of Ningxi. Who are you to her?" "I am Ningxi's deskmate." Deng Yu's face twitched slightly, about to retort, when he noticed Ningxi gently shake her head and say, "Deng Yu, I appreciate your kind offer, but I have my own plans for tomorrow. So please go on your own." Her polite refusal bore a hint of helplessness in Deng Yu's eyes. Ningxi always maintained this cool demeanor in his presence. "No worries. I apologize for the interruption." Having been turned down, Deng Yu would not persist. As he turned away, he cast a sidelong glance at Yi Fan, the flames of anger igniting within him. Here he was, again ruining his chances. How infuriating. Yi Fan watched Deng Yu's retreating figure, chuckling nonchalantly as he tapped the table. "Xiaoxi, could you come by my house later? I have something for you." "Oh, all right." Ningxi thought little of it, assuming Yi Fan merely wished to share study materials, and replied softly. After gathering their belongings, the two of them exited the classroom with their backpacks. Yi Fan securely locked the classroom door, while Ningxi patiently awaited beside him. The scene was quite picturesque. "All right, let us go." They walked side by side, even descending the stairs in unison. Ningxi moved at a slower pace, prompting Yi Fan to deliberately match her speed. He cherished the moments spent with Ningxi. Even in silence, walking together felt splendid. At the alley entrance, Zhuangli had been waiting for some time. Upon seeing Yi Fan, he showed no surprise. Recently, Yi Fan had been consistently in the company of Ningxi. Although he felt a tinge of reluctance, Ningxi had not voiced any objections. And as merely a bodyguard and chauffeur, he could only suppress his thoughts. "Mississippi Ningxi smiled lightly, saying, "Uncle Zhuang, I need to go to Yi Fan's house to collect some review materials. Could you please take the car to the entrance of the community?" "Of course." Zhuangli nodded and turned to get into the vehicle. With the roar of the engine, the car sped toward the entrance of the Bayou community, several hundred meters away. Ningxi winked at Yi Fan, her beauty akin to a painting. "Shall we?" "Yes." Yi Fan walked on the outer side, casually engaging in conversation. "Xiaoxi, how do you find the tutoring sessions over the past few days?" "Quite effective." The girl took petite steps, treading upon the brown flagstones, her cheerful visage radiating joy. "Regarding the exercises you provided, She tilted her head slightly, her dark hair dancing in the gentle breeze, and softly remarked, "It's akin to a remedy tailored for a specific ailment. Upon completing the problems and then reviewing your annotations, the results have been remarkably beneficial." Pausing, she continued, "Have you not noticed that my scores have been steadily increasing lately?" Her tone carried a hint of pride. Initially, when she began her tutoring sessions, the papers devised by Yifan left her feeling rather overwhelmed. On a 150-point mathematics exam, she could barely manage a score in the 70s, and a 100-point physics test yielded only a score in the 60s. However, after more than 10 days of tutoring, her grades showed remarkable improvement. Now, she consistently scores around 100 in mathematics and exceeds 80 in physics, a significant enhancement indeed. Seeing Ningxi so elated, Yifan smiled in response and inquired, "Is the lemonade to your liking?" Upon hearing the mention of lemonade, Ningxi's cheeks flushed, her voice barely above a whisper, "Why yes, it's delightful." At this, Yifan chuckled softly, choosing not to elaborate further. With a click, the door opened, and without waiting for an invitation, Ningxi instinctively settled onto the sofa, her large, bright eyes surveying the living room. Yifan placed his backpack down and turned to see her action, chuckling, "It's not your first visit. Have you uncovered any new treasures?" "None," Ningxi giggled softly, her voice as sweet as candy. "It just feels a bit desolate here." Do you have plans for tomorrow?" Chapter 55, The Great Deceiver. With a hint of shyness and anxiety evident on her face, she tightly gripped the straps of her backpack, her knuckles turning pale. Her clear eyes resembled a tranquil pool, capable of melting the very essence of the world. In the presence of this bashful Ningxi, it is unlikely that any boy would dare to refuse her. Yifan, even less so. Upon hearing her inquiry, he was momentarily taken aback. "Is she asking me out? Surely, she must be." "Yes, I do have some plans," Yifan replied, biting his tongue to maintain his composure. His tone remained nonchalant, yet upon closer inspection, one could detect the subtle tremors of excitement beneath. He moved to sit opposite Ningxi and asked with a smile, "Little Shi, why the sudden inquiry?" Ningxi hesitated, her gaze flickering, and softly replied, "I noticed your home seems a bit lonely. Since I have a day off tomorrow, if you have some time, I thought I could buy some decorations to brighten it up as a token of gratitude for the tutoring." Realizing how her words might be misinterpreted, she quickly added, "Don't get the wrong idea. I just..." "That sounds wonderful." Yifan did not wait for Ningxi to finish her words. He smiled and nodded in agreement. Rising from his seat, he retrieved his backpack and took out a pink thermos that he had specifically sought after through 2 supermarkets. He had memorized this design after seeing Ningxi's notebook. He opened the refrigerator, poured the chilled lemonade into the thermos, and placed it into Ningxi's backpack, gently reminding her, "Remember to drink it when you get home. What time will you come tomorrow? Don't forget to bring the cup." "Oh." Yifan's series of actions left Ningxi somewhat bewildered. She dazedly nodded, her soft voice tinged with a hint of something unusual. "Tomorrow afternoon, perhaps." "All right." Yifan noted this with a cheerful smile, hesitating for a moment before softly calling out, "Xiaoxi." "Yes? Don't eat lunch tomorrow." Well, since you're coming to help me arrange my room, I should show my appreciation by preparing a grand meal for you." After saying this, Yifan seemed to recall something and continued, "Don't worry. I won't tea poison it. It will be completely natural and harmless." "That's good." Ningxi's gaze lowered slightly, her cheeks flushed. "Why is it so warm in here? Strange. That Yifan, you were supposed to bring me the study materials, right?" Meeting Ningxi's slightly evasive gaze, Yifan smiled gently. His refined features paired with his profound eyes resembled a black hole. Ningxi glanced at him once and quickly turned her head away, her face heating up once more. "He looks quite handsome when he smiles." "Ningxi, what are you thinking about?" "Uft. Thoughts must not slip away. Absolutely not." Just as Ningxi was lost in her musings, Yifan's voice broke through. "Xiaoxi, there are no review materials today. The main reason I invited you to my home was to give you lemonade." Ningxi's mouth fell open in surprise. "Not to bring study materials, but lemonade? This is a deception." Yifan shrugged, mirth dancing in his eyes. "Don't look at me like that. I never said I was bringing study materials before you came. And importantly, you didn't ask, did you? You deceiver. A big deceiver." Ningxi blinked her clear eyes, her fair face turning pink, her voice carrying a hint of playful reproach. I'm leaving now." With that, she stood up and walked towards the door, her figure betraying a slight fluster. However, just as she reached the entrance, she realized she had forgotten her backpack. Turning around to retrieve it, she nearly collided with Yi Fan. Yi Fan raised the backpack in his hand, smiling cheerfully. Let us go, I'll walk you home. No, it's all right. I'll take you. Yi Fan held the backpack high, winking at Ningxi. Ningxi shot him a defiant glance and jumped twice in protest. Unfortunately, she couldn't reach it. Give it to me. I'll take you home. Ningxi bit her crimson lip, her gaze tinged with a hint of melancholy. She lightly stomped her foot before turning to descend the stairs. Observing this, Yi Fan's smile deepened, and he hurriedly followed her. Today, Zhuangli unusually refrained from accompanying them upstairs. The two descended side by side, their shoulders occasionally brushing against one another. As the sweet fragrance of the girl enveloped Yi Fan's senses, causing his eyes to narrow slightly. This feeling is truly delightful, my lady. Downstairs, Zhuangli promptly approached Ningxi as soon as he spotted her. As for Yi Fan, he was completely disregarded, treated as if he were invisible. Uncle Zhuang, let us depart, Ningxi said. Certainly. Yi Fan paid no mind to Zhuangli's demeanor, having encountered this attitude from the very first day they met. He stepped in front of Zhuangli and handed over his backpack, saying, Please drive carefully on the way. Zhuangli cast a fleeting glance at Yi Fan but said nothing, trailing behind Ningxi as they made their way to the community entrance. After taking a few steps, Yi Fan's lips curled into a slight smirk as he called out, Xiaoxi, remember not to eat lunch tomorrow. Ningxi momentarily faltered in her stride before hastening her pace. Zhuangli, feeling somewhat puzzled, wondered, what does that mean? Not eating lunch. However, he dismissed the thought and hurried to catch up. Once the two figures disappeared from view, Yi Fan returned upstairs to his bedroom, where he retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Beep, beep, beep. After a few rings, the call connected. Hello? Who is this? A familiar female voice emerged. It was the same one from the tutoring job recruitment call. Hello, this is Yi Fan. I called you a few days ago regarding the tutoring position. I'm not sure if you remember me. Yi Fan. The woman paused for 2 to 3 seconds, seemingly recalling him. Ah, it's Mr. Yi. How may I assist you? I would like to inquire if I will be teaching the same day after the interview tomorrow. While this part-time job was quite significant to Yi Fan, it paled in comparison to his time with Ningxi. She was scheduled to visit his home tomorrow afternoon. And if there was a scheduling conflict, he would forego the job. No, you will have to wait until next week. I haven't informed my daughter about this yet. She should have her own plans for tomorrow, so we can only proceed next Sunday. Tomorrow is merely a formality. Ah, I see. Thank you for letting me know. And I apologize for the intrusion. The woman's response elicited a smile from Yi Fan. It seemed fortune smiled upon him, as there was no conflict in timing. Mr. Yi, you are too courteous. Just before hanging up, the woman suddenly added, Mr. Yi, you should prepare yourself mentally. There will be quite a number of candidates. I hope you succeed. As the call concluded, Yi Fan stared at his phone for a moment, then chuckled lightly. Many applicants? That's of no concern. As long as they don't require a degree, everything else is negotiable. Yi Fan retrieved a set of clean clothes, took a refreshing shower, and proceeded to inspect the supplies within his refrigerator. Greens, rice, chicken, and then nothing more. How could this suffice? He was determined to treat Ningxi to a sumptuous meal. After drying his hair, he pocketed several 100 yuan bills and stepped outside, his destination set for the market. Bayou Community could be considered an upscale residential area, where the economic conditions of the inhabitants were relatively sound. Flanking the vicinity were 2 competing markets, one on the left and the other on the right. However, Yi Fan preferred the market on the left. The one on the right, though cheaper, offered produce of slightly inferior freshness. At around 6 in the evening, the market was nearly deserted, with many vendors preparing to close their stalls. Observing this, Yi Fan quickened his pace, heading directly to the seafood section. Boss, I'll take a pound of fragrant clams, 2 ribbon fish, half a pound of bamboo shrimp, and 2 blue crabs. The proprietor, a man in his 40s with a buzz cut and a genial demeanor, recognized Yi Fan from his previous visits. Upon hearing the order, a broad smile spread across his face. Little Yi, buying so much seafood. What is the occasion? You can't possibly eat all this by yourself. Yi Fan's gaze remained fixed on the seafood display as he selected, explaining, I'm treating a classmate to dinner. Oh, the boss's smile widened, his eyes nearly disappearing into slits. Is it a male classmate or a female one? Yi Fan glanced up at the boss, a hint of exasperation in his eyes. It's a secret. Ah, so it's a female classmate. The boss inquired cheerfully, is she your girlfriend? If so, I'll give you a 50% discount on today's seafood. What do you say? When men become inquisitive, the affairs of women often take a back seat. After a moment's hesitation, Yi Fan nodded. Though Ningxi was not yet his girlfriend, he hoped that one day she would be. Thus, borrowing that title for the moment seemed acceptable. Well, that works, he mused, considering that Ningxi would remain blissfully unaware of this little fib. Upon returning home, Yi Fan surprisingly did not immerse himself in books. Instead, he delved into researching proper seafood recipes online, diligently jotting down notes as he went, his seriousness palpable. After busily toiling for over 2 hours, his notebook filled with various seafood preparations. With Ningxi's palate in mind, he began to sift through the options. Soon enough, he arrived at the most optimal choice. By the time he finished, it was past 11 o'clock at night. Yi Fan silenced the alarm set for midnight, lying in bed with the image of her smiling face dancing before his eyes. Ding ding. At 6 in the morning, a few sparrows flitted about on the window sill, occasionally pecking at the wooden frame. The sounds of early summer filled the air. Yi Fan slowly opened his eyes and sat up, the thin blanket slipping away. His handsome, angular face exuded youthfulness. His deep, dark eyes sparkled with a hint of mystery, and his well-defined muscles presented a striking silhouette. It was hard to believe this was the physique of a 17-year-old high school student. Indeed, last night while bathing, Yi Fan was taken aback by his own physique. In his previous life, he had no connection whatsoever with the term muscle. Reflecting on it, he surmised that the transformation was a result of an upgrade in physical prowess. Standing before his wardrobe, Yi Fan rummaged through his clothes, feeling dissatisfied with the selection. All he found were casual outfits, lacking even a single formal piece. In his haste to prepare seafood the previous evening, he had completely overlooked the necessity of proper attire. Now, it was too late to go shopping. With a sense of resignation, he settled on a black casual ensemble. Descending the stairs, he purchased 2 buns and a cup of soy milk from a breakfast shop, then hailed a taxi by the roadside. Driver, to 88 Haiwang District. Upon hearing the address, the driver expressed surprise, glancing at Yi Fan, who was munching on his bun. Through the rearview mirror, "Young man, I can't enter Haiwang District. I can only drop you off at the gate." "That's fine," Yi Fan nodded in agreement. Haiwang District is undoubtedly the most prestigious residential area in the capital, characterized by villas rather than apartments. The current public price stands at 530,000 per square meter, with the smallest villas exceeding 300 square meters, amounting to nearly 160 million. Villas with slightly larger layouts are priced above 200 million. Those who reside in Haiwang District are either affluent or of noble status. Consequently, security measures are stringent, making it entirely reasonable for taxis to be unable to enter. Seeing Yi Fan's acquiescence, the driver did not inquire further and started the vehicle. Bayou Garden is not far from Haiwang District, and since Yi Fan departed quite early, he skillfully avoided the morning rush hour, resulting in an unobstructed journey. By a little past 7, Yi Fan found himself at the entrance of Haiwang District. He pulled out his phone to check the time and murmured to himself, "Am I too early?" However, having already arrived, he decided not to dwell on it and dialed a number. "Mr. Yi?" "Yes, it's me." Noticing the 6 security guards a few meters away, Yi Fan sighed and said, "Hello, I am at the entrance of Haiwang District, but it seems I cannot get in." "I apologize, Mr. Yi. I didn't expect you to arrive so early. I will send someone to meet you right away. Please hold on." "All right, thank you." After hanging up, Yi Fan smiled slightly, muttering to himself, "Quite decent." The woman on the phone displayed a commendable level of politeness, devoid of arrogance or condescension. It seemed that luck was on his side, as he had encountered a good employer. "Hello, are you Mr. Yi?" After approximately 5 to 6 minutes, while Yi Fan was lost in thought gazing at the distant office buildings, a man's voice suddenly interrupted him from behind. Turning around, he was filled with astonishment upon recognizing the man before him. Why is it him? Zhuangli had only just risen and was having breakfast when he received a call from his wife, instructing him to meet a Mr. Yi at the community gate. However, it was utterly unexpected that the Mr. Yi spoken of by his wife would turn out to be Yi Fan, who spent his days accompanying the young lady after school. He was left in a state of disbelief. What on earth was happening? "Mr. Yi Fan?" Observing the astonishment etched on Zhuang Li's face, Yi Fan could only shrug helplessly and chuckle. "Please don't look at me like that. I am just as bewildered." He gestured toward the community entrance and explained, "A few days ago, I stumbled upon an online advertisement for a tutoring job, so I thought I would give it a try." Zhuang Li fell silent for a moment, seemingly contemplating something. He stepped forward, his eyes gleaming with intensity, and asked in a low voice, "Do you have feelings for the young lady?" "Yes," Yi Fan replied nonchalantly, not attempting to conceal his thoughts. Zhuang Li's lips twitched slightly. This young man was entirely unpredictable. He had prepared an array of probing questions. But Yi Fan's straightforward admission caused the words to falter on his lips. "What is wrong with you?" Yi Fan smiled and calmly stated, "A man is unmarried, and a woman is not yet wed. Besides, with someone as exceptional as Xiao Shi, is it not entirely natural for me to like her? But you, I understand that we are in our senior year of high school," Yi Fan interjected reassuringly. "Rest assured, I will not disrupt Xiao Shi's studies. In fact, I intend to assist her with her tutoring." A smirk appeared on his face as he added, "Xiao Shi's grades have shown remarkable improvement lately. If you don't believe me, you may inquire with her." Zhuang Li opened his mouth, at a loss for words. He took a deep breath, adopting a serious expression. "Do you not realize the young lady's status? She is, regardless, you are not worthy of her. Please rid yourself of such thoughts. Does status truly matter?" Yi Fan retorted dismissively, shaking his head with a smile. "No matter what status Xiao Shi holds, I am deserving of her. If you doubt it, just wait and see." His voice, though calm, resonated with an undeniable sincerity that felt entirely natural. Zhuang Li, who had not previously felt this way, found himself silently astonished after exchanging just a few words with Yi Fan. This young man possessed an exceptional eloquence and was quite a handful. "Let us go? Your wife is already waiting for you." He turned and walked deeper into the community, wishing to avoid further banter with Yi Fan, for he found it impossible to outmaneuver him. Yi Fan smiled slightly and followed suit. Along the way, the eye was met with lush greenery, with various plants meticulously pruned into exquisite shapes, creating an ambience akin to wandering through a grand forest, the air imbued with a refreshing scent. The scenery is rather pleasant. Of course, upon hearing Yi Fan's words, Zhuang Li halted in his tracks, his expression stern. "Do you even know where this place is?" "The Ocean Emperor District. Is it not?" Yi Fan replied with a grin. Zhuang Li's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. Why did he feel such an urge to give this young man a good thrashing? "Humph." Zhuang Li stopped and coldly remarked, "I am not trying to discourage you, but even if you worked your entire life, you could never afford a home here. You and the young lady exist in entirely different worlds." "I understand." Yi Fan sighed helplessly, lazily digging at his ear with his left hand, and said with a smile, "Uncle Zhuang, I am already aware of that. There is no need to repeat it. Shall we proceed?" "Do not call me uncle. I am not your uncle." Zhuang Li retorted darkly, striding away. "Brother, wait for me." Zhuang Li stumbled slightly, his expression darkening further, prompting him to quicken his pace. Yi Fan followed leisurely behind, a faint smile gracing his features. While Zhuang Li's words were somewhat unkind, he was not a bad person. In fact, he was quite upright. Though his earlier remarks could not be universally applied, they did reflect the sentiments of the majority. Most individuals, even after a lifetime of labor, would never afford a house in this area. However, Yi Fan was no ordinary person. Following Zhuang Li, he arrived at villa number 88, passing through 2 security checks before entering the residence. The decor was extravagantly luxurious yet understated, a true embodiment of refined taste. "Wait here," Zhuang Li said, gesturing for Yi Fan to stay as he ascended the stairs. Unfazed, Yi Fan settled onto the sofa, surveying his surroundings. Upon noticing a painting on the left wall of the living room, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. He rose to examine the artwork, becoming deeply engrossed. Unbeknownst to him, a woman in casual attire had appeared behind him, a petite beauty exuding a gentle demeanor, yet with a hint of mischief that added an intriguing allure. The woman was Lan Shi, who, upon descending the stairs and spotting Yi Fan engrossed in the painting, chose to remain silent out of courtesy, patiently waiting. "What a magnificent painting! Truly extraordinary," Yi Fan remarked. "Mr. Yi, do you appreciate art as well?" At the sound of her voice, Yi Fan turned around, and in that instant, both were taken aback, their expressions marked by evident surprise. Lan Shi's astonishment stemmed from Yi Fan's youth. He sounded as though he were in his 20s, perhaps nearing 30, due to the maturity conveyed in his voice, which seemed far removed from that of a typical young man. Yet, the Yi Fan before her appeared to be no older than 20. Yi Fan's surprise, on the other hand, was due to Lan Shi's resemblance to Ning Shi, sharing at least 70% of her features. In an instant, he deduced the identity of the woman before him, Ning Shi's mother. Realizing her identity, Yi Fan's casual demeanor faded, replaced by solemnity and respect. I am Yi Fan, madam. Please feel free to call me by my name. His voice was steady and deep, contrasting sharply with his youthful appearance. And how should I address you, madam? I am Lon. Given your age, you may call me Sister Lon. After the initial shock, she chuckled softly, gracefully introducing herself. Hello, Sister Lon. Yi Fan ascended the pole with remarkable agility, his demeanor as sweet as his words. What? You have a pole and choose not to climb. Have you lost your senses? She approached Yi Fan gracefully, standing beside him as her gaze settled upon the landscape painting adorning the wall. With a gentle tone, she inquired, Yi Fan, I noticed your rapt attention earlier. Can you truly comprehend it? It must be acknowledged that language is an art form. The probing nature of Shi's question, emerging from her lips, conveyed no hint of abruptness. Rather, it exuded a warmth akin to an engaging conversation with a friendly neighbor. In response, a soft smile graced Yi Fan's lips as he replied, I grasp only the surface. I would not dare to embarrass myself in front of you, Sister Lon. That is quite all right. Do share your thoughts, she encouraged, brushing a stray lock of hair from her forehead, her eyes shimmering with curiosity. Considering your age, you must be around the same as my daughter. I, too, wish to hear a young person's perspective on such ancient art. Since you insist, I shall reveal my humble insights, Yi Fan conceded, no longer feigning modesty. One must strike a balance in humility, being modest when appropriate, yet not excessively so. If I am not mistaken, this painting is titled Snowy Landscape in a Cold Forest, created by the renowned Song Dynasty master Fan Quan. He is celebrated alongside Dong Yuan and Li Cheng, collectively regarded as the three great masters of Northern Song landscape painting, with a stellar reputation in later generations. His voice, gentle and inviting, compelled listeners to yearn for more. Even the notoriously proud Mi Fu praised him in History of Painting as unmatched in the dynasty, while the Yuan dynasty artist Zhao Mengfu lauded him as a true master of both ancient and contemporary styles. And Ming dynasty painter Dong Qichang regarded him as the pinnacle of song painting. This artwork portrays the majestic scenery of northern mountains after a winter snowfall. Amid the pristine white, a steep peak stands as the focal point, set against a backdrop of countless towering ranges, vast and magnificent, with an air of perilous beauty. As Yi Fan spoke eloquently, the astonishment in Shi's eyes grew ever more pronounced. This young man, seemingly youthful, possessed an unexpected depth of knowledge regarding ancient figures and their art, which truly took her by surprise. With a courteous smile, Yi Fan continued, This painting appears to be a seamless combination of 3 silk scrolls, meticulously joined without a trace. The brushwork is masterful, exuding both grandeur and subtlety, with ink applied judiciously, and the composition astonishing, showcasing profound artistic skill and sophistication. During the Song dynasty, it was customary not to inscribe names on paintings. However, on the trunk of a grand tree, the words servant Fan Quan created can be found. Akin to his other renowned piece, Travelers Among Streams and Mountains, it is likely that this was commissioned specifically for the imperial court, demonstrating exquisite detail and craftsmanship. Upon concluding his thoughts, Shi could not help but applaud, her admiration evident in her gaze. I did not expect someone of your youth to possess such insight. It is indeed rare. Your praise is undeserved, Sister Lon, Yi Fan replied with serene composure, revealing no trace of pride. I merely have a superficial understanding, hardly worthy of high regard. Shi smiled knowingly, choosing not to dwell further on the matter. Please, have a seat. Thank you, he responded as they settled into their respective places. Shi surveyed him with a smile and inquired, How old are you this year? Are you still in university or in your final year of high school? Oh, my daughter is also a senior. Shi gazed at Yi Fan with curiosity and asked, Given the compensation I have proposed, the applicants should all be graduates from the prestigious 4 universities. In light of such formidable competition, what is your strategy? Frankly, she had a high regard for Yi Fan. Despite his youth, he exhibited a calm demeanor and eloquence. His actions and words bore no trace of awkwardness, yet he maintained decorum. Such youth is indeed a rarity. However, Shi held reservations about Yi Fan. Although today's interview was merely procedural, necessary evaluations would still ensue. Not just anyone could be entrusted with tutoring her daughter. Faced with graduates from esteemed institutions, a high school senior had little hope, regardless of the circumstances. Yi Fan remained composed, addressing what could be considered his future mother-in-law. Sister Lon, in the job advertisement, You did not specify educational qualifications, indicating that you do not place great importance on them, correct? Indeed, Lanshi gently nodded. Academic credentials do not signify much. A slight smile graced Yi Fan's lips, for this was decidedly to his advantage. The fact that he and Sister Lan's daughter were both in their final year of high school was not a detriment, but rather a boon. Oh, please elaborate on your reasoning. Unbeknownst to him, the initiative had firmly shifted into Yi Fan's hands. Meeting Lanshi's puzzled gaze, his eyes radiated sincerity and clarity. I possess a deeper understanding of the senior curriculum and am well-versed in the emphasis of major examination questions, allowing me to provide your daughter with targeted and efficient tutoring. Please refrain from using you in such a formal manner. You suffices, Lanshi corrected him. I apologize, Yi Fan acknowledged, continuing, having said all this. Sister Lan may be pondering that even if I am more familiar with the senior curriculum, my knowledge base and problem-solving skills will undoubtedly not match those of graduates from the 4 prestigious universities. Lanshi was taken aback. How could this young man, Yi Fan, perceive her thoughts with such clarity? Remarkable. Yi Fan, undeterred by Lanshi's astonished expression, continued, with so many competitors, and yet Sister Lan only requiring a single tutor. If I am not mistaken, today's interview should include a testing component, correct? Yes, indeed, Lanshi nodded instinctively. With her confirmation, Yi Fan's confidence surged as he smiled. As long as I outperform the other candidates in the test, I will naturally secure this position. In truth, it is rather straightforward. At this point, Lanshi was utterly speechless. Straightforward? A high school senior aiming to surpass a dozen high-achieving graduates from prestigious universities? That was hardly a trivial task. However, Yi Fan's tone was remarkably subdued, so much so that Lanshi felt as though he was merely stating the obvious, as if it were a matter of course. Keep it up. Lanshi inhaled deeply, choosing not to elaborate further. I look forward to your performance. She rose slowly, softly saying, Yi Fan, please wait a moment. The other candidates should be arriving shortly. I have some matters to attend to upstairs. You're busy, so don't mind me. Yi Fan stood as well, careful to avoid any semblance of discourtesy. After all, this was his first meeting with his future mother-in-law, and it was imperative to leave a favorable impression. In his previous life, he had never met Ning Shi's family. This unexpected encounter with Ning Shi's mother left him feeling somewhat anxious, fearing he might not perform well. Lanshi departed, and Yi Fan sat on the sofa, lost in thought, reflecting on his earlier conversation with her. He wondered if he had come across as overly mature. Yet it was acceptable. At least he had not been disrespectful. Excuse me, are you the one receiving tutoring? A sudden voice interrupted his reverie. He looked up to see a man in his mid-20s standing before him, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and formal attire, exuding an air of a high-achieving student. What do you think? Seeing the smiling young man before him, Ji Xingchuan also smiled, convinced that Yi Fan was indeed the tutoring subject and eager to cultivate a good relationship. After all, the remuneration for this tutoring job was quite generous. Securing this part-time position would significantly improve his living conditions for some time. My name is Ji Xingchuan. I am about 7 or 8 years your senior, so you can call me Brother Ji. Ji Xingchuan sat beside Yi Fan, casually draping an arm over his shoulder. Although senior year mathematics and physics can be quite challenging, with the right approach, they are not insurmountable. I am pursuing my doctorate in mathematics at Nanjing University, and I am well versed in the senior year curriculum. In 3 months, I can certainly help you achieve a remarkable improvement in your math and physics scores. All right, Yi Fan replied, his smile radiant. Just then, 3 more candidates for tutoring entered the hall. Upon seeing Yi Fan, their eyes lit up. Like Ji Xingchuan, they mistakenly believed Yi Fan was the student in need of tutoring. It was unavoidable. Yi Fan's appearance was undeniably that of a senior high school student. Before the 3 could take any action, several more individuals entered. Soon, the living room was filled with over a dozen people. Upon a quick count, Yi Fan was taken aback. He finally understood the significance of Lan Shi's warning from the previous evening. Today's applicants, aside from himself, numbered 14, 9 men and 5 women. Each of them appeared to possess an extraordinary demeanor. However, Yi Fan remained unperturbed. These individuals had lingered in university for far too long, having long forgotten the essential knowledge from their final year of high school. They could discourse on grand principles, but in a genuine contest of intellect, they were hardly his match. At this moment, the gaze of 14 individuals converged upon Yi Fan. Several young men enthusiastically surrounded him, initiating friendly conversation. A few young women observed the scene with a hint of exasperation. Surely, they could not force their way into the fray. Brother, my dear sibling is a veritable prodigy in the sciences at school. He achieved the remarkable rank of 6th in the province during the college entrance examination. If you seek my tutoring, the results will undoubtedly be exceptional. PSH, merely 6th in the province? I, on the other hand, was ranked 5th and have yet to utter a word. And what of being 5th? I am also a recipient of a direct admission. As the banter flowed, the living room transformed into a lively hub of conversation. Sensing the predicament, several young women mustered the courage to sidle up to Yi Fan, beginning to weave their enchanting allure around him. Dear brother, girls possess an innate attentiveness. When seeking a tutor, it is far preferable to choose a female. Indeed, my skills in the sciences are commendable, and my gentle disposition ensures that you will find our interactions most enjoyable. Charming brother, have you considered me? In contrast to the boys, the 5 young women exhibited a fervor that was palpable. One girl, named Yu Lingling, was nearly ready to leap into Yi Fan's embrace. Could one truly be ordinary if they resided in the Sea Emperor district? Coupled with Yi Fan's strikingly handsome appearance, he was undeniably the ideal candidate for companionship. Is the age disparity a concern? Not at all. After all, the trend of nurturing relationships is all the rage now. Yi Fan smiled faintly, though his expression bore a peculiar quality as he slowly replied, everyone here is quite exceptional, but ultimately, the decision of who will be selected is not solely mine to make. No worries. Dear brother, you may certainly share your thoughts with your parents. Yes, your input is invaluable. Your parents will undoubtedly take it into consideration. Charming brother, I also have a flair for dance. Now should you choose me, I can provide delightful performances to help you unwind after our study sessions. How enticing does that sound? The young men were left utterly speechless. Is this truly happening? This is nothing short of blatant seduction. Taking advantage of a child's innocence with such allure? Shameless. Adolescent boys, in their formative years, naturally harbor a mix of admiration and curiosity towards the opposite sex. In this instance, the young woman's words were tantamount to a decisive blow. Moreover, she was quite attractive, much to the reluctant acknowledgement of the boys, even as the other 4 young women were equally taken aback. This is utterly shameless. Recognizing the shift in atmosphere, Ji Xingchuan, the first to cozy up to Yi Fan, hastily interjected, brother, women will only distract you from your studies. Never fall for such nonsense. As the saying goes, with no thoughts of women in your heart, the sword shall be drawn, and your learning will flourish. Upon hearing these words, several young men chimed in agreement. Indeed, dancing to unwind, is that truly conducive to learning? Yes, there are plenty of girls in college, my dear fellow. Do not allow yourself to be beguiled by the charming faces before you. One must maintain a long-term perspective. Given your appearance and circumstances, what kind of girlfriend could you possibly fail to attract? Not everyone has the privilege to vie for your attention. One must possess a sense of self-awareness. Amused by this situation, Yi Fan found it rather amusing. What exactly is happening? He had never claimed to be the subject of tutoring. This group certainly had a vivid imagination. How frightening. Humph. Upon hearing these remarks, Yu Lingling felt a twinge of displeasure and retorted immediately. It is those who utter such statements whose thoughts are impure. Science indicates that appropriate relaxation aids in better concentration. Moreover, I merely suggested dancing as a means for my younger brother to unwind. Where did your minds wander? A bunch of clumsy oafs. This verbal assault left the young men embarrassed, their faces betraying their discomfort. Heh, Ji Xingchuan scoffed, saying, what are you trying to imply? Those who understand do not require further elaboration. Yu Lingling's face flushed crimson, her anger prompting her to wave her sleeve dismissively. Brother, do not heed their nonsense. They are merely envious of you. I harbor no ill intentions. Tutoring naturally requires a balance of work and rest. Furthermore, my performance in the sciences is commendable as well. Let us strive together, and I believe you will surely gain admission to your desired university. In her words, she had already established her position. What position? A tutor. Yu Lingling's attitude irked the others, yet they could not voice their discontent. After all, as graduates of prestigious institutions, one must at least possess basic decorum. It would be unbecoming to hurl insults, wouldn't it? You must be mistaken, Yi Fan interjected, shaking his head lightly. Regarding today's interview, my word holds little weight. Clack, clack. A series of footsteps echoed from polished shoes against the floor, prompting everyone to look up. It was Zhuangli. Zhuangli nodded to the crowd and gestured towards the conference room on the left side of the living room, saying, Thank you all for your patience. We appreciate your attendance at this interview. Please proceed to the conference room to await further instructions. Yi Fan rose with a gentle smile. Please make way. Stepping out of the crowd, he moved discreetly towards the conference room. Observing this, the others hurried to follow suit. As Zhuangli watched Yi Fan surrounded by admirers, he felt a sense of bewilderment, pondering, is this young man truly so well regarded? However, he did not dwell on it. Once everyone entered the conference room, he turned and ascended the stairs. Arriving at a door on the second floor, he gently knocked. Madam, most of the guests have arrived. We may commence. After a few moments, the door opened, and Lan Shi emerged, adorned in a resplendent blue gown that belied her nearly 40 years. Her youthful and vibrant aura mirrored that of a woman in her 20s. Let us proceed. Yes. Zhuangli bowed respectfully, his gaze averted from Lan Shi, hesitating to linger even for a moment. Upon entering the conference hall, the attendees were momentarily captivated by Lan Shi's presence. The young men were taken aback, while the young women felt a twinge of self-consciousness. Many eyes instinctively turned towards Yi Fan, assessing his refined and handsome features, and silently pondering the strength of the genes that could produce such remarkable siblings. Indeed, unbeknownst to them, the crowd had already begun to perceive Lan Shi as Yi Fan's elder sister. Yi Fan observed their reactions, feeling a sense of admiration. Truly, she is the future mother-in-law. Lan Shi, I have never encountered such unabashed individuals. With a gentle smile that was utterly enchanting, Lan Shi addressed the gathering. I sincerely appreciate everyone taking the time from your busy schedules to attend this interview. I will call your names for attendance. With that, Zhuangli promptly handed her a list. Lan Shi took it, glanced at the name at the top, and softly announced, Yi Fan. Present. Chapter 59. The interview test. Yi Fan rose, a warm smile gracing his face as he nodded toward Lan Shi amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. Their expressions were a mixture of disbelief. Who am I? Where am I? Is this person here for the interview? The earlier enthusiasm of Yu Lingling, who had been quite proactive, now felt misplaced amidst the confusion. However, she could not deny that this young man was indeed quite handsome. If it weren't for his tender age, she might have entertained different thoughts. A blush crept upon her cheeks as such ideas flitted through her mind. Beside Yi Fan, Ji Xingchuan stared at him, wide-eyed, a hint of resentment lacing his astonishment. Brother, so you are here for the interview too? Indeed, Yi Fan replied, sitting down with a playful tone. Surprising, isn't it? Quite thrilling, wouldn't you say? Had Ji Xingchuan been able to express his frustrations, he would have done so without hesitation. Both were there for the interview, yet Yi Fan carried himself with an air of authority, intentionally misleading them. How infuriating. This is somewhat excessive, he muttered, adjusting his glasses, clearly striving to contain his emotions. Excessive? Not at all, Yi Fan retorted casually. I distinctly mentioned more than once that I do not have the final say in today's interview, and I never claimed to be the subject of tutoring, did I? Ji Xingchuan found himself at a loss for words. The truth is, it is indeed a fact, yet it feels rather unpleasant, akin to consuming something distasteful. Upon hearing Lan Shi call her name, Ji Xingchuan set aside her irritation, promptly rising to acknowledge her with a courteous smile. Yi Fan's lips curled slightly in amusement. Indeed, they were no ordinary candidates. After the roll call, Lan Shi announced in a clear voice, today's interview is rather straightforward. I do not emphasize academic credentials, but rather the essence of true capability. With a graceful gesture, she beckoned. Zhuangli immediately understood and strode to the podium in the conference room. Bending to retrieve a stack of examination papers from the table, his gaze swept across the faces of the attendees, his voice resonating like a bell. The content of this interview is a test. On this examination paper, there are 10 advanced mathematics questions and 10 advanced physics questions from the senior year curriculum. You will have 1 hour. The individual who answers the most questions correctly will secure the exclusive tutoring position. Upon hearing this announcement, everyone except Yi Fan was taken aback, their expressions a mix of disbelief. A test? Such an occurrence was entirely unforeseen, as they had never encountered a situation like this before. In previous tutoring interviews, the focus was merely on reviewing qualifications and having a brief interaction, and if the candidate was deemed suitable, the matter was settled. Who could have anticipated that today's interview would involve an examination? It was utterly absurd. The advanced questions from senior year were long forgotten by most. However, regardless of their reluctance, they had no choice but to steel themselves and participate. After all, if they were disinterested in this part-time opportunity, they could simply walk away. Yet, the allure of the position was too tempting to resist. A mere 4 hours of tutoring each week could yield a remuneration of 4,000 yuan, which meant that only 16 hours of work per month would earn them a staggering 16,000 yuan in salary. Such a lucrative part-time job was rare and once missed would be difficult to encounter again. The examination papers were handwritten, displaying elegant characters imbued with a touch of flair. Each individual, upon receiving their paper, could not help but admire the fine penmanship. However, as they glanced at the questions, a collective look of nostalgia washed over their faces. They struggled to recall the knowledge from their senior year. Mathematics seemed manageable, but physics posed a greater challenge. Zhuangli glanced at the time and announced loudly, "It is now 8:21 a.m. The papers will be collected promptly in 1 hour. During the testing period, I kindly ask everyone to maintain silence. Thank you for your cooperation." Lan Shi surveyed the room, her gaze ultimately resting on Yi Fan, a flicker of surprise evident in her eyes. While the others appeared flustered and anxious, Yi Fan was fervently writing, fully engaged. Indeed, the questions on the paper were crafted with care, sourced through connections with esteemed teachers from prominent high schools. Each question was a classic in its own right. How is it possible to accomplish this so swiftly? The initial surprise was but a fleeting moment. Soon, Lan Shi's expression returned to normal, a hint of a charming smile gracing her alluring red lips, captivatingly beautiful. What kind of performance could this young man, Yi Fan, possibly exhibit? With this thought in mind, Lan Shi departed from the conference room. At that moment, Yi Fan was immersed in a state of unyielding focus. His mind raced with incredible speed, various concepts and similar complex problems swirling in his thoughts as he rapidly filtered through different solutions. The efficiency was so remarkable that even he could not help but be astonished. Is this the manifestation of tertiary knowledge and intelligence? Extraordinary. Since arriving at Genoa, Yi Fan had undertaken 3 examinations, an entrance test, a brief assessment, and a monthly evaluation. Each of these assessments had proven to be effortlessly manageable for him. However, the current examination paper was different. Each question was exceedingly challenging, worthy of being the final question in a college entrance examination. A full 20 problems left Yi Fan inexplicably exhilarated. Bring it on, who is afraid? After mere minutes, the sound of writing filled the conference room as others began to put pen to paper. After all, as top scholars from the prestigious 4 universities, they were not to be underestimated. Each possessed their own set of skills. With a swift motion, Yi Fan set down his pen and quickly reviewed the examination paper. Once he confirmed its accuracy, he raised his hand. "I submit my paper." In this situation, not only was it inappropriate to remain low-key, but it was also essential to be as conspicuous as possible. If he did not demonstrate sufficient capability, why would anyone choose him, a high school senior without formal qualifications? Zhuangli, who was surveying the conference room, noticed Yi Fan's action and strode over to his side, his brow furrowed. "What are you doing?" "I submit my paper." Yi Fan replied with a calm smile, placing the examination paper into Zhuangli's hands. Observing the paper in his grasp, Zhuangli's mouth twitched. His gaze filled with confusion as he incredulously asked Yi Fan, "Are you certain? Only 34 minutes have passed. Are you really submitting it now?" His voice was not soft, and many others heard him. The writing hands paused momentarily, followed by expressions of disdain. "Submit the paper? Is this person joking? Young and yet so audacious." "Yes, I submit my paper." Yi Fan provided no further explanation. Whether in his previous life or this one, he had always believed in one principle. A strong person needs no excess words. Zhuangli glanced at the densely filled answers on the paper, his mind momentarily bewildered. Although he could not comprehend it all, one thing was certain. Yi Fan had answered every question on the examination. At that moment, Zhuangli recalled his conversation with his wife the previous day. "Madam, if multiple individuals answer all questions correctly within the allotted time, should we assess them based on the time taken? Do not worry, no one can complete the answers within an hour." Before him lay the examination paper, completed yet uncertain in its correctness, evoking a profound sense of astonishment. Could it truly be this remarkable? As Ningxi's chauffeur, Zhuangli was well aware of Ningxi's academic prowess, consistently ranking among the top students, one of the select few scholars. The fact that Yi Fan could tutor Ningxi implied that his own academic performance would be commendable. This much Zhuangli could surmise. Could it be that this young man genuinely stood a chance of being hired? Preposterous. This thought flickered through his mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. What a farcical notion. Today, as candidates were all graduates from the nation's prestigious four universities, Yi Fan, merely a senior in high school, could hardly hope to distinguish himself among such elite scholars. It was utterly inconceivable. Zhuang Li chose not to voice his thoughts further, collecting Yi Fan's paper and resuming his observations. Yi Fan, seated quietly, awaited the conclusion of the test. At his future mother-in-law's residence, he refrained from seeking any undue favoritism, as it might leave an unfavorable impression. Time passed steadily, and when Zhuang Li announced the end of the examination, it marked the conclusion of the testing period. Time is up, pencils down. A hint of dissatisfaction marked the faces of the dozen or so high achievers. Although the exam questions were undeniably challenging, given ample time, they felt confident in their ability to tackle them. The crux of the matter lay in the brevity of the allotted time. 1 hour was far too short. Yet, there were a few boys who exuded a quiet confidence, such as Ji Xingchuan. Upon finishing, he patted Yi Fan on the shoulder, feigning concern as he reassured, "Brother, do not be disheartened. I understand that the questions posed were rather daunting for you. However, this experience is also beneficial for you. Take it in stride." "Oh." Yi Fan glanced at Ji Xingchuan with a smile and inquired, "What do you mean by that?" Competing alongside such accomplished peers is an opportunity not afforded to everyone. "For you, this is quite a significant experience," Ji Xingchuan replied earnestly, his voice tinged with a subtle pride. "Strive diligently in the future and aim for Nanjing University. It ranks second nationally. Gaining admission there would undoubtedly illuminate your future prospects." However, upon observing Yi Fan's hesitant demeanor, Ji Xingchuan queried, "What is the matter? Feel free to speak your mind." With a sigh, Yi Fan replied softly, "I aspire to attend Tsinghua University." Ji Xingchuan's mouth fell agape, his expression a masterpiece of incredulity. What? Is this young man jesting? In that moment, he vowed silently that if he were to engage further with Yi Fan, he would be a fool. How infuriating! Ji Xingchuan fell silent, while a smirk crept upon Yi Fan's lips. With whom was he even conversing? A game of Versailles? Who couldn't he play that? Zhuang Ligong had just organized the examination papers when Lan Shi arrived. Without uttering a word, she seated herself at the desk on the podium and began to grade the papers against the correct answers. Yi Fan was the first to submit his paper, placing his at the very bottom of the stack. Each time Lan Shi completed grading a paper, she would announce the name and the number of correct answers. Li Haifeng, 5 questions. Zhao Lingyong, for questions. Her melodious voice rang out like the chime of wind bells, captivating the attention of many boys, who found it difficult to divert their gazes from her. What extraordinary qualities must one possess to win the heart of such a beautiful wife? Cough. Zhuang Li approached the desk, obstructing the view of the others, his eyes brimming with a warning glare. A few boys who had been brazenly staring instantly became subdued. The person before them was clearly someone with training. They certainly did not wish to invite trouble upon themselves. Yu Lingling, 7 questions. Whoosh. All eyes converged upon Yu Lingling, filled with astonishment. Prior to this, the highest number of correct answers had been 6. No one had anticipated that this girl, who claimed to be a dancer, would achieve such an impressive score. Sensing the attention of the crowd, Yu Lingling proudly puffed out her chest, transforming her once modest demeanor into one of confidence. In the blink of an eye, Lan Shi had declared the results for 13 individuals, leaving only Yi Fan and Ji Xingchuan. At this moment, Yu Lingling still held the highest number of correct answers. In the minds of many, she had already been crowned the ultimate victor of this recruitment. Even Yu Lingling herself entertained this thought, a smile of joy illuminating her face. Ji Xingchuan, 9 questions. As Lan Shi's voice rang out, the joy on Yu Lingling's face vanished in an instant, replaced by a sense of defeat and regret. So close. Haha. Upon hearing his own score, Ji Xingchuan burst into hearty laughter, his expression radiating pride. Lan Shi furrowed her brows, gently reminding him, "Mr. Ji, please maintain your composure." I'm sorry. Ji Xingchuan apologized repeatedly, yet his exhilaration remained undiminished. He patted the silent Yi Fan on the back, whispering, "Bro, did you see that? Your older brother is the real deal when it comes to academics." "Impressive," Yi Fan responded with a smile, having discerned that Ji Xingchuan was quite the jester. "A true clown." "Mediocre," Ji Xingchuan declared with a flourish. "In truth, I didn't perform my best just now, otherwise answering 15 or 16 questions would have been a breeze." "I believe you." The corners of Ji Xingchuan's mouth twitched as he continued, "Little brother, Let me give you a piece of advice. If your goals are set too high, they cease to be goals and become dreams. Dreams, in essence, are merely unrealistic notions. Peking University is not as easily attainable as you might think. It's better to remain grounded, don't you agree? Yes, you are absolutely right. As he gazed at the expressionless Yi Fan, Ji Xingchuan suddenly recalled a rather popular phrase circulating online lately: do not argue with a fool. Suppressing his inner frustration, he deliberately raised his voice and asked, "Brother, are you now a freshman? Senior year?" Upon hearing the word senior year, many could not help but chuckle. In this day and age, could it be that senior students are applying for tutoring positions? Truly, ignorance breeds audacity. Ji Xingchuan's smile deepened as he continued, "So, how many questions do you think you could answer?" "About a dozen." Yi Fan's tone was remarkably indifferent, so much so that the crowd momentarily thought they had misheard him. Once they processed his response, soft laughter echoed throughout the conference room. "A dozen? Careful not to trip over your own tongue." Ji Xingchuan chuckled awkwardly, a clear hint of sarcasm lacing his smile. "Oh, brother, you certainly enjoy jesting, don't you?" "Indeed, you are correct." Ji Xingchuan was convinced that this young man was deliberately mocking him, and his expression swiftly shifted from sunny to overcast. Just then, Lanqi put down her pen and slightly raised her head. Yi Fan. Instantly, all ears perked up. They were eager to discover just how many questions this trickster could actually answer. Lanqi's gaze was peculiar, tinged with a hint of astonishment as she slowly announced Yi Fan's score. 20 questions. How many? 20 questions. In an instant, the conference room fell into a profound silence, akin to the sound of a pin dropping. This atmosphere lingered for nearly 10 seconds before being shattered by a voice, none other than Ji Xingchuan's. His face bore a deep skepticism as he exclaimed, "This is impossible." "How can it be impossible?" Lanqi retorted. Ji Xingchuan, uncertain of why, felt an uncharacteristic sense of guilt under Lanqi's seemingly penetrating gaze. Yet, thinking of the lucrative remuneration for this position, he clenched his teeth and replied, "Although this test paper only covers the knowledge of senior year, the difficulty of the questions is something we have all experienced firsthand. If we cannot answer half, how could a senior student possibly get them all right?" Lanqi remained unperturbed, shifting her attention back to Yi Fan, gently inquiring, "Yi Fan, do you have anything to say?" Faced with the scrutiny of the crowd, Yi Fan calmly shook his head and lightly remarked, "No, he is correct in all he says." A distinct smile flickered in Lanqi's eyes. She could discern that Yi Fan's response was merely perfunctory, as he wished to avoid further debate on this matter. While others might be oblivious to the nature of the test paper, she was well aware. The 20 challenging questions had been crafted by esteemed high school teachers over the course of a week. Moreover, aside from Yi Fan, Ji Xingchuan had performed the best, managing to answer only 9 questions correctly. Could it be that Yi Fan accurately copied 20 questions from Ji Xingchuan? Such an absurd notion. Ji Xingchuan, unable to contain his indignation, glared at Yi Fan with a flushed face, his eyes burning with a desire to devour him, completely abandoning his previous demeanor of humility. "What do you want me to do?" Yi Fan raised his hands in a gesture of innocence. "Am I mistaken in what I said?" Cough. At that moment, Lanqi interjected, "All right, the candidates for today's interview have been finalized. Yi Fan, congratulations." "Thank you." Yi Fan nodded appreciatively. Zhuangli clapped his hands, announcing, "Everyone except Yi Fan, please follow me. I sincerely apologize for wasting your time. I have prepared red envelopes as a token of my regret." Upon hearing the mention of red envelopes, the expressions of the crowd softened slightly. At last, their efforts this morning had not been in vain. Ji Xingchuan glared at Yi Fan, seething with anger. "Kid, I hope to never see you again." Yi Fan smiled faintly and replied, "It seems my elder brother's memory is a bit lacking. I will be attending Qing University while you are at Nanda, so it is quite impossible for us to meet." Ji Xingchuan retorted, "Woof woof." Why was he even acknowledging Yi Fan? As the crowd dispersed, only Lanqi and Yi Fan remained in the conference room. Lanqi waved at Yi Fan, producing a contract, and said, "Take a look. If there are no issues, please sign." "All right." Yi Fan approached the podium, took the pen, and without glancing at the document, boldly signed his name. Just as he placed the pen down, a familiar voice echoed from the entrance. "Mom, I want to be having lunch." Chapter 61. Signing the contract. "Mom, I want to be having lunch." At the doorway stood Ningxi, clad in a simple white casual outfit that was slightly oversized, enhancing her petite frame. Her delicate, youthful face radiated an air of vivacity. "How can you skip lunch?" Lan Shi looked up at her daughter, her brows furrowing slightly. Xiaoxi, how much do you weigh now? 75 pounds. As soon as the words escaped her lips, Ningxi realized there were others present and felt a twinge of embarrassment. Oh dear, why are you asking that? You're already so slender. You must eat properly. Lan Shi shook her head, refusing her daughter's protest. You should have a good meal, and by the way, let me introduce you to your new tutor that I found for you. You two should get acquainted today. At this, Yi Fan, who had been pretending to examine the contract, tensed up. It seemed he could not keep it a secret any longer. From his understanding of Ningxi, he knew she would undoubtedly reveal their connection upon seeing him. At that moment, Lan Shi would surely sense something amiss. After discovering that the tutoring assignment was for Ningxi, Yi Fan was willing to accept the job even without compensation, as it granted him 6 days a week to see her, with only Sunday being the exception. On that day, it was exceedingly difficult for Yi Fan to endure. During the Sunday, he could only immerse himself in a sea of books. Now, however, if he could successfully secure this job, he would have the pleasure of seeing Ningxi every day of the week, an unparalleled delight for him. Ningxi was like water, and he was akin to a fish. A fish cannot exist without water, just as he could not thrive without Ningxi. As for the private tutor, Ningxi was taken aback, her eyes filled with confusion. Observing the silhouette of this tutor, she felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Nonetheless, recalling her promise to Yi Fan from the previous day, she gently shook her head, winking at her mother with a hint of playful affection in her voice. Mom, let's call it a day. I have plans with classmates this afternoon and need to leave early. I'll head upstairs first. With that, she turned to leave. Ningxi. Upon hearing her mother's voice, Ningxi paused and turned back, a trace of apology in her tone. Teacher, please don't take offense. I truly have something to attend to today. We'll meet next week. Upon hearing this, Lan Shi finally relented. Noticing these details, Yi Fan couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Indeed, raising such an exceptional girl as Ningxi necessitated strict upbringing. At the same time, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. That was a close call. If Ningxi lingered any longer, he would have been obliged to greet her, which would have been quite impolite otherwise. Yet, it was evident that Ningxi had no intention of lingering, her thoughts preoccupied with how to adorn Yi Fan's room. Everything happens for a reason. Lan Shi offered Yi Fan an apologetic smile, explaining, please don't mind. My daughter has a gentle disposition, and I believe you two will get along splendidly. I won't mind, Yi Fan replied, averting his gaze as he placed the contract before Lan Shi. Is the contract satisfactory? Shall we commence tutoring next week? Yes, we shall begin next week, Lan Shi nodded. This tutoring will continue until the college entrance examination. Will it interfere with your own study schedule? In truth, she had not anticipated that in her quest for a tutor, she would end up hiring a senior high school student. It was quite surprising and somewhat disheartening. Before the recruitment test, she had stated that the candidate who answered the most questions correctly would be the sole choice for the tutoring position. Given Yi Fan's outstanding performance, after much deliberation, she had decided to enlist his help for her daughter. At 1T, Yi Fan confidently shook his head, a smile gracing his face. Sister Lan, I have essentially mastered all the material for my senior year. Even if I do not attend school at present, it will not affect my examination results. This statement might sound boastful, yet it was the truth. Meeting Yi Fan's clear gaze, Lan Shi found herself momentarily taken aback. In fact, she could hardly perceive any hint of arrogance in his tone, as if he were merely stating a trivial matter. Since that is the case, I can rest easy, she replied, a charming smile illuminating her exquisite features. Do stay for lunch. Don't leave just yet. Sister Lan, there's no need for that. I have matters to attend to this afternoon, so I shall not impose. Yi Fan naturally would not accept the future mother-in-law's invitation. He could not bear to stand up Ningxi, for otherwise, that girl would remember it for a long time. In his previous life, he had made such a mistake and Ningxi had ignored him for an entire month. No matter what, he could not afford to repeat that error. Very well. I shall not keep you, Lan Shi said, refraining from urging him to stay. Upon seeing Zhuangli at the entrance, she added, Zhuangli, please escort Yi Fan out and have him register at the security desk. It will facilitate his future comings and goings. Yes, madam. Zhuangli nodded in acknowledgement and gestured for Yi Fan to follow him. Mr. Yi, this way please. Yi Fan nodded at Lan Shi and departed with Zhuangli. Once outside the Haiwang district, he felt an inexplicable surge of excitement. Remarkably, he had become Ningxi's tutor and had met his future mother-in-law ahead of time. The decision to seek a part-time job had proven to be exceptionally wise. Yifan, I have already given you all the necessary reminders. Zhuangli spoke slowly from behind him. The young lady's status is exalted. If you wish to be with her, you must exert efforts 100-fold, even 1,000-fold, more than the average person for even the slightest chance. In truth, there are many excellent girls. There is no need to make life so arduous for yourself. Don't you think? Indeed, you are right. Observing Zhuang Li's exasperated expression, Yi Fan chuckled softly. In my world, there is only Ning Shi. But what am I saying to you? You wouldn't understand. I'm leaving. No need to see me off. As Yi Fan hailed a taxi by the roadside, Zhuang Li's lips curled slightly, muttering to himself, arrogant lad, I never intended to see you off anyway. Upon returning home, Yi Fan quickly checked his phone for the time. 10:25. There was still time. He opened the refrigerator, grabbed a glass of chilled lemon water, and drank it in one gulp. Setting down the glass, he immediately began tidying up. Although his home was not untidy, it did not hinder him from cleaning. After 20 minutes, he had thoroughly organized the clutter in the living room and then neatly arranged the books on the bedroom floor against the wall. Having completed these tasks, it was already 11 in the morning. Without pausing, Yi Fan proceeded to the kitchen. He took out the ingredients he had prepared the previous day and began cooking according to a recipe he had found online. He approached each step with utmost seriousness, fearful of making even the slightest mistake. After over an hour of diligent effort, a splendid array of 4 dishes and a soup graced the coffee table in the living room. Satisfied with his accomplishments, Yi Fan nodded in approval. Everything was ready. He just awaited Ningxi. With nothing else to do, he picked up the newly purchased book, Relativity, from the sofa. The living room, dimly lit, combined with Yi Fan's focused demeanor and the tranquil atmosphere, enveloped him in a serene ambience. Time passed by, second by second. The doorbell chimed. Yi Fan set his book aside and hurried to the door. Upon opening it, he was greeted by a young girl wearing a mask, her hands burdened with bags. Strands of hair, damp with sweat, clung to her fair forehead. Who else could it be but Ningxi? Yi Fan's heart ached at the sight, and he quickly took the items from her grasp. Why have you bought so much? Did you not think to invite me along? Is it foolish to leave a boy out of the fun? You humph. Not only do you fail to compliment me, but you also chastise me? With her hands now free, Ningxi removed her mask, revealing a face of exquisite beauty, adorned with a hint of defiance. She pursed her red lips and pointed at the items in Yi Fan's hands, saying, I ran all over town to procure these. Surely, my efforts count for something? Yi Fan, silent, placed the items on the shoe cabinet by the door, took her hand, and gently pressed her onto the sofa. He then retrieved a glass of iced lemonade from the refrigerator and set it before her. First, have a drink and rest a moment. As Ningxi felt Yi Fan grasp her hand, she was momentarily taken aback, her mind blank. Only when she heard his words did she regain her composure, her cheeks flushing a radiant red. Don't you know that boys and girls should not be so intimate? Who allowed you to hold my hand? By the end, her voice trembled, and tears shimmered in her eyes. Yi Fan was taken aback. He had acted on instinct, not giving it much thought. He knew Ningxi had a conservative disposition, and such an affectionate gesture would surely be beyond her comfort. What to do? In that moment, Yi Fan's intellect kicked in. With his heart steady and face unflinching, he met her questioning gaze and said, Xiaoxi, what are you thinking? I saw how hard you worked, and I merely wanted you to come in and rest. Besides, we are not only classmates, we share a desk. What is wrong with holding hands between good friends? It symbolizes our friendship. Ningxi stared at him in a daze, her mouth slightly agape, looking adorably bewildered. Aside from her father, she had never held hands with a boy before. In her mind, such an act was reserved for couples. Yet, after hearing Yi Fan's explanation, she found it oddly reasonable. However, something still felt amiss. Noticing her trance, Yi Fan seized the opportunity and continued, All right, stop overthinking it. Look at you, drenched in sweat. You should drink some water. Oh, thus, the crisis was deftly averted by Yi Fan. Ningxi cradled the glass, sipping the lemonade in small sips, her eyes subtly sparkling. Delightful. The incident of hand-holding had slipped her mind entirely, and Yi Fan couldn't help but exhale in relief. Fortunately, he had reacted swiftly. After a brief visit to the restroom, he returned to Ningxi's side, bearing a clean towel. Here, dry your sweat. Thank you, Ningxi replied, accepting the towel and wiping her forehead, her long bangs becoming a disheveled mess. Don't move, Yi Fan suddenly interjected. Ningxi paused, her delicate body stiffening as her large eyes darted around. What's wrong? Is there something? Yes, Yifan nodded, treading lightly until he was before her, squatting close to her legs, his lips barely moving as he whispered, whatever you do, don't move. There's a fly on your head that I've been trying to catch for days. Why, Yifan, you're not thinking of swatting it, are you? Can I refuse? Ningxi gulped, her small face falling. Rest assured, I would never do such a thing. As he spoke, Yifan's fingers gently brushed against Ningxi's forehead, a subtle smile gracing his lips. You're still so naive. In truth, there was no fly. Yifan merely sought a legitimate excuse to tidy her bangs. His fingers glided softly over her forehead, an unusual sensation causing the temperature of her cheeks to rise swiftly. Yifan, have you not caught it yet? Almost there, just hold on a little longer. Oh, Ningxi responded softly, her heart racing as she inhaled the scent emanating from Yifan. Their purpose for being there had been to decorate the house, yet it had begun with hand-holding. Followed by after what felt like an eternity, Yifan stood, dramatically tossing his right hand to the ground and exclaiming, "This is what you get for disturbing my sleep every day? Perish." Having completed his act, he turned to Ningxi with a smile, saying, "Let us wash our hands. Dinner will be ready soon." Okay. Ningxi glanced at the ground, seeing nothing, yet she didn't dwell on it as she followed Yifan to the restroom. "This is the hand soap. Thank you. There's no need to be so formal with me. Remember, we are desk mates," Yifan replied, a charming smile lighting up his face. Ningxi caught her reflection in the mirror and quickly lowered her head, her heart pounding in her chest. Noticing her subtle actions, Yifan's smile grew wider. He relished the way they interacted, tender, warm, and beautiful. Returning to the sofa, they sat across from each other. Yifan opened the lids of the bowls on the coffee table, releasing a symphony of enticing aromas throughout the living room. "Wow," Ningxi exclaimed, her face alight with surprise as she beheld the 4 dishes and a soup in front of her. "Did you make all this? What else could it be?" Yifan chuckled as he said, "Come, let us savor the flavor." With deft hands, he picked up a steamed crab, skillfully cracking open its shell, and in a matter of moments, he extracted the succulent crab meat and rich crab roe, filling a small bowl to the brim. "Enjoy," he urged. Ningxi yawned. "I can manage myself," she replied, her head bowed and cheeks flushed. This manner of interaction felt oddly peculiar, as if she were confronting her father. No, Ningxi, what are you thinking? Be more sensible. You shall be the main contributor when we decorate the room later." Yifan smiled. "For now, your sole responsibility as the main contributor is to conserve your energy. Such tasks are rightfully mine to undertake. Hurry and eat. It will lose its appeal if it cools down." "Thank you." She intended to express her gratitude, but upon seeing Yifan gently shake his head, she shyly lowered her gaze and took a small bite of the crab meat, her eyes widening slightly. "How is it?" "Delicious," she replied. "Then do indulge further." Throughout the meal, Yifan barely touched his own chopsticks, predominantly serving Ningxi instead. "I can't anymore. I truly cannot eat another bite," she exclaimed, gazing at the mountain of food in her bowl, shaking her head with a hint of grievance. "You can't feed a pig like this." Yifan's expression remained unchanged, still smiling as he said, "Be good, finish this bowl, and then you shall be free from any further eating. Just look at you, you've become so thin." Ningxi pouted and retreated to one side. "I won't eat anymore. You just said that. I've already had 3 bowls. Are you trying to make me burst and inherit my credit account? All right then." At this, Yifan couldn't help but laugh. This girl rarely jested with others. "Let's take a break. I will tidy up here, and then we can begin decorating the room." "Okay." Ningxi sighed in relief. Finally, she could refrain from eating. This had been the most substantial meal she could remember, without exception. As she watched Yifan carry the bowls into the kitchen, a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. Oh, Yifan's attire resembles that of the teacher from the morning meeting. This thought flitted through her mind, but she dismissed it, assuming it was merely a coincidence in clothing, never considering that they were one and the same person. Listening to the sounds emanating from the kitchen, Ningxi gently patted her stomach and lay contentedly on the sofa, her legs slightly elevated, her delicate ankles exposed to the air. So full. By the time Yifan returned to the living room after finishing his tasks, she had already drifted into slumber. He retrieved a thin blanket from the bedroom and draped it over her. Carefully, he lifted Ningxi's left ankle to retrieve a book titled Relativity that had been pressed beneath it and took a seat on the opposite sofa to peruse it. A few minutes later, Yifan set the book aside, feeling somewhat helpless. At this moment, he found it impossible to concentrate, his gaze frequently drifting toward her. Given this, he decided not to look any further. He rested his chin on his hand, gazing at the sleeping Ning-Shi, his deep-set eyes brimming with tenderness. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow upon Ning-Shi, and in that moment, it felt as though the very air had softened. The girl remained in slumber until nearly 3 in the afternoon. With a soft murmur, she blinked awake, her eyes still bleary, and she sat up unsteadily. Her gaze clouded with confusion. Yifan said nothing, quietly admiring the girl before him. After a couple of minutes, Ning-Shi gradually regained her senses, lightly patting her head. When her eyes wandered, she suddenly froze. Yifan, why are you in my house? Yifan smiled silently. Soon, Ning-Shi sensed something amiss. Is this Yifan's home? Yes, indeed. Her memories rushed back, and her face flushed a bright crimson. Biting her rosy lip, she cast a guilty glance at Yifan. What time is it? 2:57. Ning-Shi hastily rose, the blanket slipping to the floor, her soft voice laced with urgency. Oh dear, why didn't you wake me? It's fine, no rush. Yifan stood and picked up the blanket, reassuring her, we still have time. Ning-Shi turned her head away, her small hands patting her clothes. Relieved to find nothing amiss. If her mother were to discover this, she would surely be scolded mercilessly. Yifan's lips curled into a slight smile, choosing not to comment. It's good for a girl to be cautious. After placing the blanket on the sofa, he took several plastic bags from the shoe cabinet and emptied their contents onto the floor. He was taken aback by what he saw. What on earth is all this? On the floor lay pink stickers, paint, brushes, and 4 little pink bear ornaments. Yifan looked up, his voice tinged with bemusement. Little Shi, is this what you've prepared? Yes. Ning-Shi knelt before Yifan, pointing at the assortment of items eagerly. These pink stickers are for the walls. My plan is to create a design of Chibi Maruko-chan, both cute and beautiful. A trace of bitterness flickered in Yifan's eyes. Chibi Maruko-chan? Little girl, are you serious? A man of stature like me, having that on his walls. How peculiar. Ning-Shi remained oblivious to Yifan's unease, continuing with enthusiasm. The brushes and paint are the main tools for today. I'm planning to paint 2 cherry blossom trees on your wall, 1 large and 1 small. You'd better do a good job and not ruin my wall. Rest assured. Ning-Shi patted her chest with conviction, a gesture that made Yifan's eyelids twitch. Little girl, do take it easy, will you? All right, in that case, I shall rely on Master Ning. Yifan was well aware of Ning-Shi's artistic abilities, which were above average. This girl had dabbled in a plethora of disciplines: piano, dance, vocal training, calligraphy, and more. Perhaps children from affluent families are all like this. You go read, Ning-Shi urged as she pushed Yifan into the bedroom, gesturing with her lips. You cannot come out without my permission. Do you not need my assistance? Yifan chuckled, his smile brimming with affection. No, I don't. Ning-Shi quickly turned her head away, her soft voice diminishing considerably. I have already enjoyed the grand feast you prepared. I can manage the decorations on my own. You really don't need my help. Just be careful. Don't climb too high. Oh dear, you are even more nagging than my father. Ning-Shi shot Yifan a fierce glare, her expression lacking any real menace. I'm just concerned for you. Before Yifan could finish his sentence, the door was shut by Ning-Shi. He clicked his tongue, amused by the situation. In truth, he wished to step outside. Watching Ning-Shi work was a delightful experience. However, if she was unwilling, he would not press the matter. Sitting down at the computer, he pondered for a moment before retrieving his phone to dial the landlord's number. Hello, who is this? Hello, landlord. I'm the tenant of Unit 606. Do you remember me? Ah, Xiaoyi, right? Yes, that's me. What is up? Is there something wrong with the apartment? No. Yifan smiled politely, getting straight to the point. I'm planning to paint some murals on the walls of the apartment. Would that be permissible? Oh, that might not be appropriate. I'm willing to offer a compensation fee of 10,000 yuan. Would that be acceptable? That is certainly agreeable. Thank you very much. After hanging up the phone, Yifan smiled slightly, eagerly anticipating how Ning-Shi would transform the living room. Although he wasn't particularly fond of pastel colors, it depended on who was doing the decorating. Anything goes, Ning-Shi had said. With time to spare, Yifan opened his attribute panel to examine it. Host, Yifan Knowledge, Level 3, 02000. Intelligence, Level 3, 02000. Physical Strength, Level 3, 02000. Medical Skill, Level 2, 0500. Merit Points, 0. Experience Points, 489. He needed just 11 more experience points to elevate his medical skill to level 3. He could have accumulated enough experience to upgrade last night, but he had been preoccupied with researching seafood recipes and hadn't managed to study. Now, with some time on his hands, Yifan resolved to gather those final 11 points. With that thought, he picked up a book nearby and began to read. Here I come, merit points. After 10 minutes of reading, he gained 1 experience point. Another 10 minutes yielded another point. Completing the reading granted him 5 experience points. An hour and a half later, the system notification echoed in his mind, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Upgrade medical skill. System, upgrading medical skill requires 500 experience points. Do you wish to proceed? Yes. The system consumed 500 experience points, successfully elevating the medical skills to level 3. The attributes panel immediately reflected this change. Host, Yifan Knowledge, level 3, 02000. Intelligence, level 3, 02000. Stamina, level 3, 02000. Medical skills, level 3, 02000. Merit points, 0. Experience points, 3. Ding. The system detected that all 4 abilities of the host had reached level 3, prompting an automatic upgrade, which would take 4 hours. Upon completion, the merit point system would be activated. Done. After 4 hours, the true purpose of the so-called merit points would be unveiled. At this moment, it was 4:40 p.m. Yifan approached the door, listening to the rustling sounds emanating from the living room, suppressing the urge to step outside, and returned to the computer desk instead. He switched to another book and resumed reading. 20 minutes later, Yifan set the book down, a hint of helplessness etched on his face. The system upgrade had surprisingly yielded no experience points. He decided to venture out. Yifan treaded lightly, carefully unlocking the door with excruciating slowness, as if he were moving at a snail's pace, fearful of being overheard by Ningxi. In the living room, Ningxi sat on a high stool. Facing the left wall, her delicate hands grasping a paintbrush, her gaze focused. She intermittently paused her painting, lost in contemplation. The warm glow from the living room lights combined with the sunlight created a soft golden hue that enveloped the girl, as if draping her in a golden veil. The subtle pink of her hair adorned her like a celestial cherry blossom fairy descended to the earthly realm. It was serene and beautiful. Yifan halted, captivated by the scene. He quietly retrieved his phone, switched it to silent mode, and captured this moment. Such exquisite beauty deserved to be immortalized. He silently approached the sofa and sat down, gazing at the budding cherry blossom tree on the wall, his eyes filled with tenderness. Time passed slowly, with Yifan's attention solely fixated on Ningxi, reluctant to shift his gaze. This tranquil beauty was indeed enchanting. At long last, Ningxi set down her paintbrush. Awkwardly descending from the high stool, stepping back to appraise the cherry blossom tree on the wall, satisfaction blossoming on her delicate face. On the right wall, she had painted a small cherry blossom tree, while the one on the left was the centerpiece of today's decoration. It appeared the results were quite pleasing. Clap, clap. Yifan raised his hands, applauding, exclaiming, "It's beautifully done." Oh, hearing the sound, Ningxi turned her head. Upon spotting Yifan on the sofa, her lips pursed slightly. "Didn't I tell you not to come out yet? You've completely ruined the surprise." "Who said that?" Yifan shook his head, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "I am already quite astonished. Any further surprises might overwhelm my heart." He placed a hand over his chest. Mimicking Ningxi's tone from earlier, "You wouldn't be trying to delight me to the point of inheriting Maihua Bei, would you?" With a soft pursing of her lips. Ningxi's exquisite smile illuminated her delicate features, momentarily brightening the ambience of the living room. "Yifan, what time is it now?" Her gentle, soothing voice warmed his heart, cleansing it of lingering dust. "It is 5:30 in the afternoon." Yifan's gaze flickered as he added, "It's time to head home. Let me wash my hands, and I will accompany you." "No need." Ningxi gently shook her head, politely declining. "I can take a taxi back myself. By the way, please remember to tidy up the trash and open the windows. The paint has a bit of an odor and needs ventilation." Her words melted Yifan completely, drawing him into an emotional whirlpool that felt boundless. "Grow up quickly." Ningxi appeared somewhat bewildered by his sudden statement. "Grow up quickly? What do you mean? What are you talking about?" "Nothing, just joking." Yifan quickly shook his head, turning to retrieve a mask from the storage cabinet, his tone subtly carrying an air of insistence. "I will escort you home." As he spoke, he tenderly brushed aside a strand of hair from her cheek, and placed the mask over her face. A rosy hue blossomed on Ning Shi's fair complexion, reminiscent of a fiery sunset, vibrant and enchanting. Instinctively, she wanted to protest his actions, feeling that it was too intimate, but the words stuck in her throat. Gazing into Yi Fan's clear eyes and handsome features, she found herself entranced. His scent was delightfully pleasing. Just this once? Yes, just this once. Next time, I must refuse. Chapter 64. Hand in hand inhaling the faint fragrance emanating from the girl, Yi Fan's fingers grazed her delicate earlobe, causing his heart to skip a beat. In truth, his actions were rather impulsive, and halfway through, he regretted it. Given Ning Shi's character, it was highly likely she would decline, perhaps even form a poor impression of him. Yet, to his surprise, she did not refuse. All right. His voice, low and resonant, trembled slightly with excitement. Thank you, Ning Shi murmured, her gaze lowered. Her fair cheeks flushed bright red. Coughing lightly, Yi Fan hurried to the restroom, dampening a clean towel before returning to her. Xiaoxi, wipe your hands. You've worked hard today. Your renovation of the living room has transformed it into a space that feels like a luxurious mansion. Is it really that exaggerated? Ning Shi's voice was barely audible, her mind still replaying the earlier moment, responding absent-mindedly. What has happened? It seems I have fallen into a state of infatuation. Oh, I must pull myself together, Ning Shi. I cannot let my mind wander aimlessly. At that moment, a voice echoed in her mind. It's merely a matter of wearing a mask. It's not a significant issue. Why am I overthinking? Indeed, it appears trivial. Ning Shi gently bit her rosy lip, accepting the towel and wiping her hands a few times. Shall we go? Yi Fan inhaled deeply and boldly extended his hand. I will escort you home. Ning Shi stared blankly at Yi Fan, resembling a bewildered little rabbit. What does this mean? Why is he reaching out to me? Should I accept or refuse? Noticing the hesitation in her eyes, Yi Fan's lips curled slightly, his gaze profound and enigmatic, his voice gentle. Xiaoxi, do we consider ourselves good friends? Yes. Isn't it quite normal for good friends to hold hands? Yi Fan's voice brimmed with persuasion as he spoke nonchalantly. Just like you often hold hands with Yuming, right? But Yuming is a girl, she replied shyly, lowering her head. You are a boy. It's inappropriate for boys and girls to be too close. I disagree with that notion. Yi Fan's smile widened. What era are we in? We advocate for gender equality. Boys and girls are the same. You cannot view people through a tinted lens. I don't. Ning Shi shook her head, her soft voice tinged with urgency. Let us go? Yi Fan's eyes sparkled. She had not outright declined, which indicated a glimmer of hope. At that moment, he knew he must take a more proactive approach. Ning Shi gazed at Yi Fan's hand, her mind engaged in a fierce internal battle. Her mother had advised her not to be too intimate with boys and to safeguard herself. Yet, Yi Fan's words, although peculiar, contained a hint of truth. Holding hands among friends seemed not too excessive. Just this once? Yes, just this once. The girl succumbed once more to Yi Fan's persuasion. Her cheeks flushed as she hesitantly extended her small hand. Under the light, her skin resembled polished jade, translucent and radiant, delicate and soft. Her hand emerged from the confines of her elegant sleeves. Yi Fan felt a surge of joy as he clasped her small hand. It was soft, slightly cool, and he couldn't help but squeeze it gently, the sensation delightful. Are we going? Her voice brought Yi Fan back to reality, and a faint smile graced his lips. Yes. They descended the stairs side by side. As fate would have it, upon reaching the entrance of the community, they encountered the owner of the seafood stall from the market, who was riding an electric tricycle laden with freshly arrived seafood. Upon seeing Yi Fan holding the hand of a girl clad in a mask, he broke into a broad grin and honked the tricycle's horn. With a brief glance, Yi Fan's eyes collided with another's in the air. The boss discreetly gave Yi Fan a thumbs up, his lips moving slightly. Well done. Yi Fan comprehended the boss's meaning, a smile illuminating his gaze as he responded with silent words, absolutely. Ning Shi remained blissfully unaware of their unspoken exchange. At this moment, she felt the warmth of Yi Fan's palm, her head spinning, yet inexplicably embraced by a sense of security. This feeling was undeniably pleasant. Master, please take us to the entrance of the Sea Emperor district. Certainly. The driver, glancing in the rearview mirror, started the vehicle. After a short while, he cleared his throat and began to engage Yi Fan in casual conversation, hinting at something deeper. Young man, life presents many opportunities. When they arise, one must seize them tightly. Otherwise, by the time regret sets in, it will be too late. Yi Fan chuckled, stealing a glance at Ning Shi, who had her head lowered. Slowly, he grasped her left hand and lazily replied, "Thank you for the reminder, master. I shall make the most of it." "Indeed, young man. You have a bright future ahead. I have faith in you." The driver nodded in satisfaction, adopting an expression of a mentor pleased with his pupil. Ning Shi gazed at the hand Yi Fan held, her demeanor adorably innocent. Her excessive nervousness had caused a sheen of perspiration to form on her forehead. "Why are we still in the car?" She lifted her head, her eyes as clear as water, fixating on the angular features of Yi Fan's profile. His high nose and strikingly handsome visage. So beautiful. Realizing the inappropriate thoughts swirling in her mind, the girl blushed deeply, her thoughts becoming a chaotic whirlwind. "Ning Shi, you have fallen." Thus, in her dazed state, the car halted at the entrance of the Sea Emperor district. Yi Fan paid the fare, gently guiding Ning Shi by the shoulders as he escorted her into the community. Since they had registered during the day, the security personnel did not impede their passage. As for Ning Shi, they were even more familiar with her. Despite her mask, they could still recognize the girl's identity. After all, one must possess a keen eye to serve as security in such a prestigious community. "Well, I shall leave you here. I'm heading back." At the corner of Villa 87, Yi Fan paused, lightly waving to the still-dazed Ning Shi. "See you tomorrow." With that, he turned and departed. Under the setting sun, his silhouette elongated. Ning Shi watched Yi Fan's figure for a long time, until he vanished from her sight, slowly regaining her composure. "Ah, Ning Shi, were you foolish today?" She stomped her foot in embarrassment and frustration, her fair face brimming with unshed tears at the thought of having held hands with a boy. This is the end. No more of this nonsense in the future. Casting one last glance in Yi Fan's direction, she spat softly, deceit. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed the chaotic thoughts swirling in her mind and stepped lightly into the villa. Upon entering the living room, she was met with a cacophony of voices engaged in heated debate. "I have already sent someone out to search, but there has been no news returned. My dear, can you truly allow little Shi to venture out alone?" A look of anxiety clouded Ning Xiangtian's brow. It was already past 6 in the afternoon, and as darkness approached, the absence of their daughter left him in a state of distress, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "Are you scolding me?" Lan Shi's eyes narrowed, gazing at her husband with an air of grievance. "Usually, little Shi often visited her friends, and I thought it would be fine." As she spoke, tears began to well in her eyes. Ning Xiangtian, taken aback, hastily apologized. "My dear, how could I ever scold you? It's just that I'm worried." "All right, let us not cry. Be good. You're scolding me." Ning Xiangtian found himself at a loss, adopting a playful grin. "My love, I truly am not scolding you. Come here, let me give you a kiss." Cough. Ning Shi felt compelled to make her presence known. Otherwise, the ensuing scene might be somewhat inappropriate for younger audiences. Little Shi. The sight of their daughter standing at the entrance filled Ning Xiangtian and Lan Shi with overwhelming joy. Subsequently, a faint blush appeared on Lan Shi's face as she playfully pinched Ning Xiangtian's waist, whispering in mild reproach, "Didn't I tell you? Once we step out of the bedroom, act normally." Now look, little Shi must have heard everything. "If you're not embarrassed, I certainly am." A hint of embarrassment crept onto Ning Xiangtian's face as he waved at Ning Shi. Her eyes glimmered momentarily before she obediently approached the sofa. "Where have you been today?" "I went out to play with classmates." "Which classmates?" "I sent someone to Su Ku and Luo Yumeng's homes to look for you. But you were nowhere to be found." "New friends? Who? What are their names? Are they boys or girls?" Ning Shi pouted, her gaze melancholic. "Dad, I'm not a child anymore. Could you refrain from interrogating me like a criminal?" Then, a mischievous thought struck her, and she playfully added, "By the way, weren't you just about to kiss Mom? Go ahead, I'll turn my head away." Chapter 65, Exposure. Let us eat, let us eat. "Dad, can't you just stop asking?" After years of navigating the marketplace, Ning Xiangtian could easily discern his daughter's subtle intentions. Not willing to disclose anything? That is fine. He had many methods to uncover one simple truth. "Little Shi, let us go eat." Ignore him. Lan Shi took her daughter's hand and led her upstairs. Ning Shi playfully blinked at her father and made a silly face, looking irresistibly adorable. Ning Xiangtian was momentarily taken aback, unable to resist rubbing his eyes in astonishment. This daughter, usually so well-behaved, had never displayed such antics in his presence before. Even if she occasionally teased him, a trait inherited from her mother. Ning Xiangtian felt as if he had discovered a new world, his curiosity intensifying. Something unusual is afoot. Who on earth did this girl meet today? Once the thought emerged, it swiftly spiraled out of control. After his wife and daughter ascended the stairs, Ning Xiangtian departed the villa without hesitation. Zhuangli, he called. Come with me. Yes, Zhuangli replied respectfully, asking no questions. He understood that what he needed to know would be revealed by his employer, and any inquiry into matters beyond his purview would only leave a negative impression. This was the self-discipline expected of a bodyguard. As the two approached the security station, Ning Xiangtian uttered not a single word. Yet his mere presence rendered the security personnel visibly anxious. The richest man. Mr. Ning, is there something you require? One of the security guards, a man with a square jaw, inquired cautiously. Though they had heard whispers of the billionaire residing in the Haiwang district, they had never encountered him in person. To suddenly stand before such a legendary figure was undeniably nerve-wracking. Good day, I would like to review the surveillance footage from this afternoon, if that is permissible, Ning Xiangtian stated, having intentionally tempered his aura. However, the faint air of authority he exuded left the security guards momentarily speechless. I need to report to the captain. Mr. Ning, could you kindly wait a moment? I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience. That is quite all right. Please make your call. I shall wait here. Ning Xiangtian replied with an impassive nod. Certainly, I will do so immediately. The security guard hurriedly exited the booth, clutching a walkie-talkie. Captain, please come to the security station at once. What is it? Came the response. Mr. Ning is here and wishes to review the footage from this afternoon. Review the footage? That is not permissible. Hyang, you have been in the Haiwang district for 2 years. Do you not understand the need for confidentiality regarding residents' privacy? But this is Mr. Ning. Which Mr. Ning? The voice on the other end of the walkie-talkie seemed to detect an unusual tone. Ning Xiangtian, the billionaire. What? I shall be there immediately. In the security booth, Zhuangli fetched a stool, meticulously wiping it clean. Sir, please take a seat. Thank you. Once Ning Xiangtian was seated, Zhuangli whispered, Sir, this trivial matter could have been handled by me. There was no need for you to come personally. No, it is imperative that I attend to this matter myself. Ning Xiangtian replied, a glint of determination in his eyes as he shook his head slightly. Upon hearing this, Zhuangli fell silent, though a sense of confusion lingered in his heart. What could possibly be occurring? There was an unmistakable sense of impending storm. Approximately 3 minutes later, a man in his 40s rushed into the security booth. Upon seeing Ning Xiangtian's empty hands, he swiftly admonished the 2 security guards beside him. What are you still doing standing there? Mr. Ning has arrived. Do you not know to serve him a glass of water? The 2 guards exchanged glances, their faces reflecting a mix of embarrassment and regret. They had been so consumed by their astonishment that they had forgotten such basic courtesy. No need. Ning Xiangtian cast a glance at the man's badge and spoke directly. Captain Hua, I have come today primarily to request the surveillance footage from 6 to 6:30 this afternoon. I wonder if that would be possible. There was no mention of Ning Shi, as only a select few were privy to the existence of his wife and daughter. To the public, he remained a solitary figure. This was a measure taken to protect his family, for his identity was exceedingly sensitive. Their exposure to public scrutiny would not bode well. Mr. Ning, that may prove difficult, Hua Yilong replied, wiping the sweat from his brow with an awkward smile. Our Haiwang community is a premier residence, and the security protocols are exceptionally stringent. To access the surveillance footage, official company procedures must be followed. Ning Xiangtian nodded slightly. Refraining from putting Hua Yilong in a difficult position, he retrieved his phone, located a number, and dialed. Please check which company oversees security at Haiwang District, its market value, and the contact information of the chairman. I shall give you 3 minutes. Having said this, he ended the call. Hua Yilong stood at the doorway, caught in a state of indecision, feeling rather awkward. Sensing his discomfort, Ning Xiangtian smiled and said, Do not be anxious. You are merely doing your job. Rest assured, I will not complicate matters for you. Please wait a few moments. Thank you for your understanding, Mr. Ning. Hua Yilong exhaled in relief, casting a glance at the 2 security guards still frozen in front of the monitors. He murmured, Stop dawdling. Go fetch Mr. Ning a glass of water. Yes, Captain. The 2 guards scrambled to grab cups and pour water. Ding-ling-ling. Within less than 2 minutes, Ning Xiangtian's phone rang. He held it to his ear, nodding occasionally. Purchased. In the end, he uttered just 2 words before hanging up. Setting down his phone, Ning Xiangtian raised his gaze to Hua Yilong at the door. In a moment, you will receive a call from your boss. He will explain what transpired. Oh, very well. Hua Yilong nodded blankly, completely oblivious to the implications of Ning's words. It was only when his phone rang that his thoughts snapped back to reality. Upon seeing the caller ID, he hastily answered the call, his tone exceedingly respectful. Mr. Wang, you summoned me? Immediately, a voice of considerable authority resonated from the other end of the line. Hua Yilong fell silent, his eyes drifting toward Ning Xiangtian intermittently. His mind in turmoil. Could it truly be so? Is this the realm of the affluent? The two security guards exchanged glances, noting their captain's peculiar demeanor. What's wrong with the captain? He looks as if he has seen a ghost. I do not know. Perhaps Mr. Wang reprimanded him. After all, this gentleman is Mr. Ning, and even Mr. Wang would not dare offend him in the slightest. Indeed, that seemed plausible. After concluding the call, Hua Yilong took a deep breath, quickly gathered his thoughts, and then, with a respectful demeanor, bowed slightly to Ning Xiangtian. Good day, Mr. Ning. Two security guards stood in stunned silence. What was happening? Mr. Ning? Hua Yilong glared at the two men and exclaimed, What are you still doing here? Hurry up and greet Mr. Ning. Moments ago, Mr. Ning had acquired the Sunshine Security Company, and from this moment forth, he would be our boss. The two guards remained frozen in place, their minds momentarily paralyzed, with only two words echoing in their thoughts. What on earth? To investigate a surveillance video, he directly acquired their company? This world is utterly insane. Can we access the surveillance footage now? Yes, absolutely. A few minutes later, Ning Xiangtian emerged from the guardhouse, his face dark with displeasure, exuding an aura of coldness. Zhuang Li silently followed behind, inwardly chuckling. Yi, you've landed yourself in serious trouble now. Chapter 66. The Stakes Upon Returning Home. Ning Xiangtian ascended the stairs to his daughter's bedroom door and knocked gently. The door creaked open, and Ning Shi's head appeared, her hair adorned with flecks of cherry blossom pink, catching her father's attention. Xiao Shi, what have you done to your hair? Huh? Ning Shi's eyes darted nervously, her voice tinged with a hint of guilt. I helped a classmate paint a picture today, and it accidentally got on my hair. I'll wash it off right away. Male classmate. After a moment's hesitation, Ning Shi nodded slightly. She did not wish to lie. Ning Xiangtian narrowed his eyes and continued. Do you have feelings for this male classmate? Just moments ago, while watching the surveillance footage, he had felt a surge of anger, but now he had composed himself. It was crucial to gauge his daughter's sentiments first. The directness of his question left Ning Shi at a loss for words, her cheeks flushing slightly. Did she have feelings? Yes. This, she was certain of. Observing his daughter's demeanor, Ning Xiangtian reached a conclusion, letting out a small sigh. Xiao Shi, it was wrong of me to treat you like a child after you came home. Unbeknownst to me, you are already 17 and no longer a little girl. Logically, you have the right to make friends, and I should not interfere. However, you are at a critical juncture in your studies. Do not let distractions divert your focus. Dad, I'm not. Ning Shi lowered her head, gently biting her lip. Ning Xiangtian nodded slightly, fully aware of his daughter's character. She would not lie. Since she said there was nothing, then there was certainly nothing. After a moment's contemplation, he couldn't help but advise, Xiao Shi, my previous restrictions on your interactions with boys were mainly because of your age. As you grow older, you will inevitably encounter discussions of love and marriage. This is unavoidable. Nevertheless, I only ask one thing of you. Even if you find a boy you like, please remember to protect yourself. A young lady must maintain her decorum. Do you understand? Dad. Ning Shi, filled with a mix of embarrassment and indignation, stamped her foot and exclaimed, What do you mean? Ning Xiangtian, feeling awkward, scratched his head and explained. It's not that I disallow you from dating, but it must be after you reach adulthood. Of course, if you encounter a boy who catches your eye, you can bring him home. Your mother and I would be happy to help you evaluate him. What are you saying? Ning Shi opened the door, glaring at her father, and firmly declared, I am not in a relationship. Your father knows, Ning Xiangtian said, gently patting his daughter's head. You will eventually date. And if I don't give you a little warning, what if someone deceives you? How do you feel about that boy who took you home today? Ning Shi's eyes widened in realization, her cheeks cooling with a hint of frost. Dad, did you investigate someone again? Are you going to threaten him next? Ning Xiangtian opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Well, that was indeed the plan, but it's not a threat, rather, cough. Is that how you perceive me? Yes. Ning Xiangtian looked at his angry daughter, a twinge of bitterness in his heart. Xiao Shi, I have never threatened anyone. Have you not? Ning Shi pouted, vexed. What about my second-grade desk mate, my fifth-grade desk mate, my classmate in the second year of junior high? And my desk made in the third year? Why did they suddenly transfer schools? At this, Ning Xiangtian felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Seeing her father silent, she hesitated before deciding to lay her cards on the table. Dad, the boy who took me home today is named Yi Fan. He's my classmate and deskmate. He is the one who helped me with my studies, and those annotations were written by him. I admit I have a bit of a crush on him. He helped me, and I appreciate that. What is wrong with that? As for what you call dating, that is entirely unfounded. Upon hearing this, Ning Xiangtian's face was filled with astonishment. Those annotations were written by a senior student? Incredible. How about this? Next weekend, you invite Yi Fan over for dinner at our house. Your mother and I can thank him in person. What do you think? Though the invitation seemed innocent, Ning Xiangtian's true intention was to scrutinize the boy. He was well aware of his daughter's exceptional qualities and doubted any boy could resist her charm. Yi Fan's motives for tutoring her were surely not pure. In truth, they were indeed questionable. Is that appropriate? She was taken aback. She never anticipated her father would make such a decision. Feeling bashful yet somewhat flustered, she thought, invite a boy over for dinner? That's unprecedented. Ning Xiangtian waved his hand decisively, concluding, it is settled then. Rest assured, I will ensure he is well entertained. With that, he turned and left. She stood at the door for a while, and after regaining her composure, she absent-mindedly closed the door, her mind a whirlwind of thoughts. What to do? What to do? Must I really invite Yi Fan to my home? The girl wrapped herself in the blanket, pondering deeply for an extended period. Yet before drifting off to sleep, she could not arrive at any conclusion. Meanwhile, Ning Xiangtian returned to the bedroom. Upon seeing him enter, she set aside her book and gently inquired, where have you been? Why didn't you come upstairs for dinner? Ning Xiangtian approached the bedside, enveloping Shi in his embrace, feigning grievance as he remarked, how could I dare to eat if you did not speak? A hint of playful reproach flickered across Shi's charming visage as she replied, if I don't call you, you want tea come up on your own? I saved you some dinner. Let me heat it up. Just as she made a move, Shi was held back. I'm not hungry right now. Thank you for your concern, my dear. Ning Xiangtian chuckled softly, then pondered for a moment. Darling, I wish to discuss something with you. Perfect timing. I also have something to share, she responded. What is it? You go first. Their synchronicity was remarkable, not a single word out of place. Even their tones matched. Shi chuckled lightly, tilting her head to give her husband a playful glare. You go first, or else you'll be sleeping alone tonight. Ning Xiangtian could only smile wryly. After so many years of marriage, he had heard this line countless times. Yet, regardless of how many times he heard it, he must listen. You see, Xiaoxi has a classmate who is tutoring her, and the results are quite impressive. Her math and physics scores have improved significantly. So I asked Xiaoxi to invite this classmate over for dinner next weekend to express our gratitude. Of course, that is perfectly acceptable, Shi nodded. Now it's your turn. Sitting up straight, Shi's silk nightgown slipped slightly off her shoulder, exuding an alluring charm. Ning Xiangtian swallowed hard and said, my dear, I suddenly feel disinclined to hear it. How about we attend to some other matters? What matters? Shi asked, slightly bewildered. Ning Xiangtian proclaimed earnestly, naturally. We should consider giving Xiaoxi a younger brother or sister. Oh, please. Shi shot her husband a look, their familiarity easing any shyness, and continued, today, I found a tutor for Xiaoxi. It's really nothing much, just a male student. I wanted to give you a heads up, as I know you can be overprotective of our daughter. A male tutor? Ning Xiangtian's brows furrowed deeply, his displeasure evident. Shi sighed, knowing this reaction would come. She took his hand, explaining, don't overthink it. This boy is exceptionally talented at problem solving. Although he is still in his senior year, he surpasses many top students from prestigious universities. Still a senior? Ning Xiangtian's eyelids twitched, and he immediately rejected the idea. No way, absolutely not. This is utterly ridiculous. Are you questioning my judgment? Shi retorted. The tutor will start teaching Xiaoxi next weekend. You cannot interfere, or else. Here. Shi raised her delicate brows, lightly uttering 3 words. You know what? Ning Xiangtian's expression was one of bitter resignation. From the moment their romantic journey began, he found himself firmly under Shi's control. Nearly 20 years into their marriage, this situation had not only persisted but had intensified. No, he must resist. Ahem. My dear wife, may I propose a suggestion? Would you care to listen? Shi cast a skeptical glance, questioning his motives. Ning Xiangtian chuckled softly. Did you not mention that the tutoring quality of this home teacher is exceptional? Coincidentally, the student who tutors Xiaoxi is also quite competent. Why not allow the two to compete? Every tutor has their unique methods. Listening to this, and that may confuse Xiaoxi. Why not seek out the most proficient individual for her tutoring? Would you not agree? The annotations from some time ago had left him astounded. Anyone capable of producing such notes was far beyond the caliber of a mere tutor, especially one who was still in their senior year of high school. Naturally, his primary concern was that this tutor was male. He could easily envision the demeanor of a high school boy encountering his daughter. It would be impossible for him to focus on tutoring. Thus, he expressed this notion. At the very least, this strategy could eliminate the so-called tutor from contention. The young man he had seen on the monitor today, though somewhat irritating, undeniably possessed a certain charm, far surpassing that of the unknown tutor. She furrowed her brows, contemplating her husband's words seriously. His reasoning held merit. One cannot take on too much at once. She had great confidence in Yi Fan's abilities, particularly given his astonishing performance during the day. Even if her daughter's classmates were academically talented, they could never rival Yi Fan. You seem quite confident in Xiaoxi's classmates? Indeed. Ning Xiangtian nodded. Shi's thoughts shifted. She raised her eyes slightly, considering that his suggestion was not without merit. However, I have great faith in the tutor I selected. In that case, shall we add a wager? A wager on what? I have yet to decide. We will discuss it once I've formulated my thoughts, and you should do the same. The one who loses must comply with any request from the winner. Agreed. And so, they joyfully reached an accord and prepared for bed. Just before the lights dimmed, Ning Xiangtian and Shi exchanged a knowing glance, simultaneously uttering 4 words. You are destined to lose. Chapter 67. Upgrade complete. Upon returning home, Yi Fan reheated the leftover meal from lunchtime, casually satisfying his hunger. After a shower, he lay in bed, glancing at the clock. It was only 10 minutes past 8. There remained half an hour until the system upgrade was complete. With time on his hands, he rose and made his way to the living room, gazing at the cherry blossom tree painted on the wall, a gentle smile gracing his lips. In the distance, he seemed to catch a glimpse of Ning Shi's shadow. Taking out his phone, he scrolled through the photos he had surreptitiously captured during the day, featuring the girl he adored. How could this be considered as clandestine photography? Certainly, it was not. It was merely a collection of discreetly taken images, showcasing her perfect profile illuminated by a gentle golden light, enveloped in a tranquil atmosphere. Beautiful. Yi Fan set the photo as his phone's wallpaper, allowing him to behold Ning Shi at every moment. In the brightly lit living room, a serene ambience prevailed. He glanced at the cherry blossom tree adorning the wall, then back at his phone screen, and his mind inevitably wandered to the moment of holding Ning Shi's hand earlier that day. In summary, today had been a significant gain. Furthermore, he had inexplicably become Ning Shi's tutor, pursuing a romantic interest while earning a salary. Unable to contain his joy, Yi Fan burst into laughter. Shouldn't he consider purchasing a lottery ticket with such fortune? If others were to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly label Yi Fan as eccentric. Why was he laughing so unsettlingly for no apparent reason? As time ticked away, at precisely 8:40, the long-anticipated sound resonated in Yi Fan's mind. Ding. System upgrade complete. Activating the merit point system. Opening the merit shop. Merit shop? What on earth was that? Yi Fan hastily summoned his attribute panel. Host. Yi Fan knowledge. Level 3, 02000. Intellect. Level 3, 02000. Physical strength. Level 3, 02000. Medical skills. Level 3, 02000. Merit points. 0. Experience points. 3. Seeing that the attribute panel remained unchanged, Yi Fan was momentarily taken aback. Where was the merit shop? System, don't you think it's necessary to explain this to me, your host? System, what explanation does the host seek? Yi Fan felt a twitch in his eyelids and patiently inquired, isn't the merit point system already activated? How can one earn merit points? And where is this merit shop? System, I apologize, I seem to have forgotten that detail. Yi Fan's lips curled into a strained smile, feeling a wave of disbelief wash over him. Was this system truly so unreliable? System, the merit point system is now active. For every action the host performs that benefits society, the system will assess it. There are 7 levels of assessment, ranging from high to low. Different levels correspond to varying amounts of merit points as rewards. Level 1 rewards 10,000 merit points. Level 2 rewards 5,000 merit points. Level 3 rewards 2. 500 merit points. Level 4 rewards 1,000 merit points. Level 5 rewards 100 merit points. Level 6 rewards 10 merit points. And Level 7 rewards 1 merit point. Merit points can be exchanged in the merit shop for corresponding skills and items, which refreshes daily at midnight, offering 3 new skills or items each time. By spending merit points, one can redeem the desired skills or items. Regarding the question of the location of the merit store, I kindly urge the host to carefully examine the attribute panel. Upon hearing this, Yifan focused his attention on the attribute panel within his mind, scrutinizing it thoroughly. Suddenly, he spotted an icon for the merit store in the lower right corner. How embarrassing. It was right here all along. Couldn't they have made the icon a tad larger? Sigh. Yifan mentally clicked on the icon, and the attribute panel in his mind transformed into a display resembling a shop counter, with 3 items floating above it, each accompanied by a description. Rebate card, upon use. The amount spent within an hour will be returned to the host's bank account at a 10-fold value, with absolutely secure asset sources. Restriction. If the total expenditure within an hour exceeds 100 million, regardless of how much it exceeds, the rebate card will only return up to 100 million. Price, 100 merit points. Gasping at the introduction of the first item, Yifan could not help but inhale sharply. Extraordinary. Beyond this remark, he found no other words to encapsulate his astonishment. A 10-fold return? If one were to spend 100 million, they could effortlessly receive a return of 1 billion in the blink of an eye. With this item, who would need to invest in stocks? However, upon glancing at his merit points, Yifan's expression turned to one of helplessness. Alas, not a single point to his name. Perhaps he could just indulge his curiosity for now. Next, he shifted his focus to the second item. Lucky card, upon use. The host's luck will surge 100-fold for 1 hour. Restriction, cannot be used for gambling. Price, 100 merit points. Then came the third item, a glowing orb. Yifan could not discern what was inside, so he turned his gaze to the description below. Skill, mastery of basketball. Skill description, elevates the user's basketball proficiency to the average level of provincial team athletes. Price, 200 merit points. After contemplating the 3 items, Yifan's thoughts returned to reality. Following a brief bout of exhilaration, he quickly regained his composure. While becoming stronger was undoubtedly beneficial, the well-being of those around him remained paramount. After his rebirth, he had only 2 objectives: to be with Ningxi forever, and to ensure his mother's illness was cured in advance. As for power, wealth, and fame, these held no allure for him. A man granted a second chance at life. Sunlight streamed through the classroom windows, dusting the air with a golden sheen. The students were diligently reviewing their materials, while their Chinese teacher, Pang Xiaoping, paced the aisle, the blackboard emblazoned with the word graduation. This was the topic assigned by Pang Xiaoping, requiring all students to compose an essay centered around graduation, serving as an assessment of their writing skills. In the realm of Chinese studies, essays held considerable significance. In a Chinese language examination worth 150 points, the composition alone accounts for 50 points, which poses a significant challenge for some students who struggle with writing. This is, without a doubt, an intolerable situation in Pang Xiaoping's eyes. As he wandered towards the last row, he noticed Yifan engrossed in reading relativity, causing his eyelids to flutter. He lightly tapped his fingers on the desk and quietly inquired, "Yifan, this is a Chinese class." Yifan set the book aside, retrieved a sheet of paper filled with writing from his desk drawer, and politely nodded at Pang Xiaoping. "Teacher, I have completed my work, and in order to avoid disturbing my classmates, I chose to read." Ningxi paused, her gaze drifting towards Yifan, a hint of helplessness reflected in her eyes. "Finished?" Pang Xiaoping asked, somewhat skeptical, as he picked up the white paper to examine it. "The youth," he read. "The essence of youth is not determined by age, but by one's mindset. A youth does not rejoice at the spring breeze, nor is he troubled by the summer cicadas. He does not mourn the autumn winds, nor laments the winter snow." The more Pang Xiaoping read, the more astonished he became. The paper was adorned with over 500 words, painting vivid scenes that danced before his eyes. Moments later, he slowly set down Yifan's composition, his face a canvas of emotion. "What a remarkable piece. Teacher, you flatter me. I still have much to improve upon," Yifan replied, his modest demeanor enhancing his already striking appearance. Ningxi stole a glance at him, quickly lowering her head, her delicate and fair earlobes slightly flushed. "It's so captivating. Should I take another look?" "Just one more glance." As her clear eyes subtly shifted, They collided with Yi Fan's gaze, startling her into averting her eyes once more. This adorable display brought a smile to Yi Fan's face. Very well, continue reading. But do not disturb your classmates while they are writing. With that, Pang Xiaoping resumed his patrol, acknowledging that Yi Fan's writing was exceptionally impressive. Such a student was indeed rare. Reading extracurricular material? Perhaps that was permissible. Once Pang Xiaoping departed, Yi Fan gently nudged Ning Shi with his elbow and quietly asked, Xiao Shi, what is going on with you today? You seem a bit shy. Is something bothering you? He had sensed something was amiss since morning, as she occasionally stole glances at him. And no, it's nothing, the girl replied softly, a trace of shyness evident in her voice. Yi Fan pressed his lips together and said, if there's something, just tell me. There's no need to be polite with me. Let us talk during lunch. I still have to write my composition now, Ning Shi replied with a nod. All right. Yi Fan squinted slightly, curiosity flickering in his eyes. What could this girl possibly be hiding? Chapter 68. Ning Shi's invitation ding-ling. As the school bell rang, students began to disperse towards the cafeteria. Yi Fan trailed behind Ning Shi, observing the strands of her hair cascading down her back, his lips barely moving as he murmured, my dear, how much do you truly detest a ponytail? In his previous life, he had witnessed Ning Shi tie her hair back just once, during the New Year's company cleanup. Compelled by the need to work. Apart from that singular occasion, in Yi Fan's memory, Ning Shi had always let her hair flow freely. Ning Shi walked at a leisurely pace, aware of Yi Fan following her, feeling a slight warmth bloom on her cheeks. Upon reaching the cafeteria, she shifted to the side, ultimately choosing to stand in line at the window for fried sauce noodles. Yi Fan continued to follow suit, queuing behind her. Hey, bro, let me cut in line. A male student, standing at around 1.7 meters tall, approached without sparing a glance at Yi Fan, his gaze fixated on Ning Shi with an intense fervor. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes, coolly uttering 2 words, not aloud. At that, the boy finally shifted his attention to Yi Fan, his tone growing hostile. Come on. It's just cutting in line. No need to be so stingy, right? I'll swipe my card for you when it's time to eat. How about that? Not allowed. The boy's brows twitched as he retorted, you don't know who I am? Class 4 of the Humanities, Yang Xiaohao. Do you want to inquire about my reputation? No one at Jinhua dares to disregard my face. Just step aside. Not allowed. Once again, those same 2 words, delivered with an unwavering calmness. Yi Fan's demeanor incensed Yang Xiaohao, who, in a low voice, threatened, Kid, don't be so shameless. I advise you to be sensible. Though his voice was soft, Ning Shi, standing ahead, caught wind of his words and turned around, her eyes glinting with undisguised disdain. Can't you just wait in line like everyone else? Yang Xiaohao, feeling embarrassed and seething with anger, dared not unleash his fury in front of her. Sure, of course, I'll step out of the way. As he turned to leave, he shot Yi Fan a cold glare, his lips moving in a silent threat. Just wait. In response, Yi Fan merely smiled, entirely dismissing Yang Xiaohao's intimidation. What era was this, to still attempt such lowly tactics of flirtation? Truly, a hopeless case. And he dared to pursue the girl he fancied? How absurd. Ning Shi blinked her eyes, her voice clear as she said, Yi Fan, don't pay attention to him. All right, Yi Fan nodded, a smile gracing his face as he inquired, Xiao Shi, do you know this Yang Xiaohao? I don't know him. Ning Shi shook her head, her brow furrowing slightly. Recently, he has been blocking me at the school gate after classes, but after being reprimanded by Uncle Zhuang, he has been much more subdued. Ah, I see. Yi Fan's eyes flickered, and he chuckled. Such incidents won't occur again. If he dares to block you again, I shall make him regret it. Uft. As Ning Shi slowly advanced in the line, her eyes curved into crescent moons, glimmering with mirth. Fighting is wrong. Indeed, it is, Yi Fan replied, a faint smile dancing on his lips. However, one must discern the right moments. Upon hearing this, Ning Shi said nothing further. Master, 2 servings of fried sauce noodles, please. She tucked away her meal card and winked at Yi Fan, inviting him to dine with her. Thank you. Yi Fan nodded in response. It is often said that one feels indebted when receiving a favor, but with Ning Shi, this sentiment was negligible. After all, he had no inclination to decline her request. The 2 found a seat, and neither reached for their chopsticks. Yi Fan's clear gaze settled upon the girl's charming face, his tone gentle as he inquired, what is it you wish to discuss? Ning Shi's eyes flickered, her gaze lowered slightly. Do you have any plans next weekend? Are you inviting me to dinner? Yi Fan asked lightly. How did you know? Ning Shi's eyes widened, her small face awash with astonishment. Yi Fan's nostrils flared slightly. To be honest, he was a bit taken aback himself. His casual remark had unexpectedly hit the mark. This girl wanted to treat him? That seemed rather peculiar. What could she possibly want with such an invitation? Yi Fan decided to clarify, sensing something amiss about the situation. He understood Ning Shi's character well. She would never initiate an invitation for a meal with a boy. Could it be that? No, he couldn't believe his charm was that significant. Ning Shi was no ordinary girl. Winning her affection would take much more than this. Ning Shi bit her crimson lip and softly explained. Since you helped me with my studies, my mathematics and physics have improved significantly. Initially, I didn't intend to tell my father, but somehow he found out. Yesterday, he asked me to invite you to our home next weekend, expressing a desire to thank you in person. Yi Fan paused, contemplating. He genuinely wished to accept Ning Shi's invitation. After all, it was rare for her to take such an initiative. However, the following weekend, he was scheduled to tutor Ning Shi. At that point, he would be her tutor, and now this invitation complicated matters. How could he reconcile these two roles? Coughing softly to mask his inner turmoil, he maintained an air of nonchalance. Must I really go? Ning Shi bit her lip, her voice barely audible. I really want you to come. She knew her father well. If Yi Fan declined, her father would surely seek him out privately. Having witnessed the fate of many boys before, she was acutely aware of the consequences, transfers. She didn't want that before the thought could fully form. It was swiftly dismissed by the girl herself, unaware that she was merely deceiving herself. I'll go, Yi Fan replied without hesitation. Ning Shi's insistence banished any lingering doubts from his mind. Regardless, the identity of the tutor would not remain concealed for long. Whether exposed sooner or later mattered little. It was an opportune moment to meet Ning Shi's father. Upon hearing Yi Fan's agreement, Ning Shi exhaled in relief. She picked up her chopsticks, absent-mindedly pushing her food around. Her thoughts adrift. Observing this, Yi Fan couldn't help but gently remind her to eat heartily, noting her slender frame, as if a gust of wind could whisk her away. Is it really that exaggerated? Ning Shi shook her head, suppressing the tumult of thoughts swirling within. She couldn't help but recall the delightful dinner at Yi Fan's home the previous night, a charming smile gracing her face. Yi Fan placed a cup of yogurt with a straw before her, his gaze filled with affection. Eat well, be obedient. Ning Shi pouted slightly, her eyes shimmering. That familiar feeling of being with her father returned, which felt rather peculiar. Was anyone else present? Suddenly, an unexpected guest arrived, shattering the harmonious scene. Su Qiaoyu. She approached with a plate of food and sat beside Ning Shi, a gentle smile adorning her face. In contrast to Ning Shi's conservative attire, Su Qiaoyu donned a soft, elegant outfit, her demeanor equally admirable, yet in the contest of beauty, she was somewhat overshadowed. Ning Shi's exquisite features and fair complexion effortlessly outshone Su Qiaoyu. No, there's no one here, Ning Shi replied softly, lifting her face. Su Qiaoyu glanced at her before shifting her gaze to Yi Fan, her smile enchanting. Yi Fan, after we finish eating, may I ask you a few math questions? She continued with a smile. Lately, I've accumulated quite a few queries. I initially intended to consult a teacher, but considering their burdens, I thought of you instead. Your mathematical prowess is impressive. Surely you can help me clarify my doubts. Since we are now classmates, you mustn't show favoritism. With a playful wink at Ning Shi, she added, Ning Shi, I hope you don't mind if I borrow Yi Fan for a bit? Ning Shi felt a slight blush rise to her cheeks as she replied, my foundation in mathematics is rather weak, so I often trouble Yi Fan. If Su Qiaoyu has any questions, she is certainly welcome to consult him. He is quite helpful. Upon hearing this, Su Qiaoyu's smile broadened. Her gaze fixed on Yi Fan, her intent unmistakable. Yi Fan remained unfazed, calmly sipping his yogurt, which he quickly finished. Su Qiaoyu continued to gaze at him, while even Ning Shi stole glances in his direction. Yi Fan's expression remained unchanged as he casually remarked, I'm sorry, but I need to help Xiaoxi with her other subjects. I don't have time. Chapter 69. Misunderstanding. Do I like you? I'm sorry, but I need to help Xiaoxi with her other subjects. I don't have time. At these words, both women were taken aback. Su Qiaoyu was an unexpected presence, while Ning Shi appeared somewhat dazed. After her moment of bewilderment, two rosy hues blossomed upon her fair visage. How could one express such sentiments? It easily invites misunderstanding. I was rather abrupt. Su Qiaoyu maintained her gentle smile. Yet a fleeting glimmer of desolation flickered in the depths of her gaze as she nodded lightly to the two and rose to depart with her plate in hand. Observing Su Qiaoyu's retreating figure, Ningxi gazed at Yi Fan with a furrowed brow and whispered, "Why did you refuse her just now? Su Qiaoyu is also a classmate from the intensive training course. When she seeks your guidance, you ought not to decline. Moreover, your words could easily lead others to misconstrue our relationship." Her soft voice was like a gentle spring breeze. "Why should I not refuse? Furthermore, there is nothing between us that could be misconstrued," Yi Fan replied. "Xiao Shi, the only reason I assist you with your studies is because we are good friends. But regarding Su Qiaoyu, I share no such bond with her. Offering help is a matter of kindness, while withholding it is merely a duty. Do you not agree?" The girl opened her mouth to respond, but found herself at a loss for words. In truth, it was indeed as he stated. Help is a matter of goodwill, while not helping is simply an obligation. Yi Fan smiled faintly and continued, "Is it not quite natural for good friends to aid one another? If others choose to misunderstand, let them do so. A clear conscience fears no shadows." Ningxi realized something significant. When faced with Yi Fan, she found it nearly impossible to interject. It was not that Yi Fan denied her the opportunity to speak. Rather, he effortlessly filled the silence with his own words. "I'm done eating. I'll take my leave," she pouted, defiantly laying down her chopsticks and preparing to rise. Yi Fan raised an eyebrow and said softly, "Don't sulk. Sit down and enjoy your meal. Be obedient." "Oh." Ningxi felt an overwhelming urge to leave, but upon meeting Yi Fan's gaze, she inexplicably found herself seated once more. As she became aware of her own actions, her cheeks flushed. "What is wrong with you, Ningxi? Why do you listen to Yi Fan? No backbone, truly no backbone. No, no, it must be because the fried sauce noodles are simply too delicious. Yes, that's it."
Gazing at the downcast Ningxi, Yi Fan couldn't help but chuckle. Hearing the sound, she secretly lifted her head,
only to find him looking at her with a broad smile, causing her cheeks to redden even more. "You're still laughing? Do you not realize that your earlier comments could lead Su Qiaoyu to misunderstand?" Yi Fan remained silent, his eyes twinkling with mirth as he continued to gaze at Ningxi. She bit her lip, steeling her resolve, and whispered, "Anyway, it's not good. Do you think she misunderstood that I like you?" Yi Fan's voice was soft, yet it struck Ningxi's ears like thunder, echoing loudly. After a moment, the girl finally managed to respond with a gentle affirmation. A gentle smile graced Yi Fan's lips as he softly remarked, "Do not indulge in such trivial thoughts all day long. You are in your final year of high school, and romantic entanglements can indeed hinder your studies. You may pursue such matters only in college." "I know," Ningxi retorted, her cheeks flushed, her tone tinged with frustration. "I wasn't thinking about that. I merely wanted to remind you not to overthink." How could Yi Fan's ambiguous words lead to her being accused of overthinking? It was simply unfair. "Understood," Yi Fan said, gesturing toward the plate of fried sauce noodles in Ningxi's hands. "Hurry and eat. If you delay any longer, your noodles will congeal," pouting her lips in annoyance. The girl chose not to respond further, directing all her pent-up frustration towards her meal. Yi Fan gazed at her with a smile that resembled a father looking at his daughter. High school was challenging, but surely college would be more accommodating. He had all the patience in the world. In the afternoon, during the last period, class was shifted to self-study due to Yang Ting's impromptu meeting. The students of Class 2 engaged in their respective studies with a commendable sense of order. Yi Fan tilted his head, admiring the exquisite profile of the girl beside him, feeling an overwhelming sense of tranquility and warmth. After the incident at noon, Ningxi had ignored Yi Fan throughout the entire afternoon. Sensing his gaze upon her, she defiantly turned her head away. "Are you still angry?" he asked. "No. Then why are you ignoring me?" "I simply do not wish to talk to you." Yi Fan chuckled. "In that case, after school, I shall visit Class 1 to assist Su Qiaoyu with her math problems. Surely, that would be acceptable?" "No." Ningxi exclaimed, turning her head sharply, her pretty face betraying her displeasure. Instantly regretting her outburst, she pondered why she reacted so strongly at the mention of Yi Fan tutoring Su Qiaoyu. Yi Fan's smile widened. "Little she, you must provide me with a means to alleviate your anger, mustn't you?" "I am not angry." Stealing a glance around her, Ningxi hesitantly replied, "In any case, you cannot go to find Su Qiaoyu." "Oh no, Ningxi, you are in trouble. This is truly dire. Keep your mouth in check." She chided herself, feeling embarrassed for expressing such sentiments. "I shall not go," Yi Fan replied, a charming curve forming at the corner of his mouth, thoroughly pleased with Ningxi's response. "Have you comprehended the math test I gave you a few days ago?" he inquired, abruptly changing the subject. Ningxi was momentarily taken aback. quickly returning to her senses and lowering her head. Almost. After school, please visit my home. I have prepared a physics test for you. All right. As the chaotic thoughts in her mind dissipated, a sense of sweetness inexplicably washed over her. However, she hastily suppressed such feelings, resolutely reminding herself to stay composed. No. Ningxi, you must gather yourself. With the ringing of the school bell, students surged out of the classroom. Yi Fan and Ningxi, as usual, were the last to depart from the classroom. Upon stepping outside, Yi Fan's brow furrowed. The sky, which had been adorned with the golden hues of sunset, had abruptly transformed into a gloomy expanse, accompanied by a gust of wind that carried an uncomfortable warmth. Rain was imminent. Once they exited the school gates, Yi Fan surveyed their surroundings and extended his hand towards Ningxi, saying, Xiaoxi, come here. Ningxi gazed at Yi Fan's hand, her expression one of adorable bewilderment. What could this mean? Surely he didn't intend. No, absolutely not. Hurry up. Do you wish to be drenched like a drowned rat? Yi Fan's eyes narrowed slightly, his voice laced with a hint of persuasion. Given the current weather, a torrential downpour was inevitable. If they did not hasten, they would undoubtedly be soaked to the bone. Such a scenario could lead to a cold, necessitating a leave of absence, which would hinder their studies. Xiaoxi, is this the outcome you wish to see? The girl shook her head vacantly. She had no desire to disrupt her learning, yet an unsettling feeling lingered within her. But what exactly felt amiss? She couldn't comprehend. Yi Fan, however, did not afford Ningxi the luxury of contemplation. He grasped her delicate hand and set off towards the alleyway. Xiaoxi, watch your step, don't trip. Oh, Ningxi replied, her face flushed, breathing slightly heavier. The warmth emanating from his hand left her momentarily dazed, and she felt an overwhelming urge to cry. How had she ended up holding hands with Yi Fan again? And so close to school, would anyone see them? Tilting her head, she observed the boy beside her. His profile sharp and handsome, with deep, dark eyes that shimmered with an air of mystery, leaving her with no inclination to resist. Her clear gaze sparkled, her cheeks flushed. The cause unknown, was it from running or something else? All of this was for the sake of not delaying her studies. Just once. Yes, just this once, the final time. The last time they had held hands, the girl had thought the same. In less than 3 minutes, they had traversed the alley. Upon emerging, Ningxi instinctively withdrew her hand, casting a guilty glance towards the car parked by the roadside. Previously, she had told Zhuangli that her relationship with Yi Fan was merely that of ordinary classmates. But would ordinary classmates hold hands in public? Therefore, she absolutely could not allow Zhuangli to witness her holding hands with Yi Fan. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain. There's no one in the car? The window was rolled down, and the driver's seat was empty. Ningxi let out a sigh of relief, her heart racing. That was close, almost discovered. Just as she was feeling fortunate, a familiar voice rang out from behind her. Miss, why are you running so fast? Zhuangli, holding 2 umbrellas, eyed Yi Fan and Ningxi with a peculiar expression. It's about to rain, so I thought I would bring you an umbrella. Did you not see me when we bumped into each other? Moreover, just now it seemed you were holding hands with Yi Fan. Chapter 70. If you wish to go, I shall accompany you. The girl's crimson lips parted slightly, and her already flushed face from the vigorous running bloomed like a rose in an instant. Uncle Zhuang, you. Ningxi truly longed to deny it, yet the words lingered on her tongue, refusing to escape. She would not utter a falsehood. At that moment, Yi Fan, standing beside Ningxi, interjected, Uncle Zhuang, you must be mistaken. Ningxi and I are merely ordinary classmates. How could we possibly hold hands? Not uttering a falsehood. No matter, he has arrived. Upon hearing Uncle Zhuang, Zhuang Li's eyelids twitched uncontrollably as he maintained a stoic expression, retorting coldly. Do not call me uncle. I am not your uncle. His voice was frigid, devoid of any emotion. Yi Fan, unfazed, replied with a cheerful smile, Bro, you must have misseen that just now. In that moment, Zhuang Li was tempted to curse, yet with Ningxi present, he had to temper his words and actions. How could he not recognize the truth? They had indeed held hands. The urge to give that lad a good beating was strong. Ningxi shot Yi Fan a glare. Her eyes filled with playful reproach, her voice soft. What are you shouting about? She calls you uncle, and you call him bro? It's utterly unfair to me. Yi Fan scratched his head, his smile radiating warmth. I was just joking. Don't take it seriously. Suddenly, a torrential downpour descended from the heavens, with raindrops the size of soybeans falling rapidly and densely. Without hesitation, Yi Fan grabbed his backpack, shielding Ning Shi's head, swiftly opened the car door and urged her inside. Xiao Shi, let us leave the exam papers for today. Let us head home first. With that, he closed the door and dashed towards the entrance of the community. As she watched Yi Fan sprinting in the rain, Ning Shi felt a peculiar sensation in her heart. It wasn't he until his figure vanished from her sight that she slowly averted her gaze, only to find Zhuangli staring intently at her, causing her to feel a twinge of guilt. Uncle Zhuang, shall we go? Zhuangli could see through Ning Shi's attempt to shift the topic. He shook his head in resignation, raising all the windows and starting the car. After driving for about 5 minutes, he found himself unable to hold back any longer at a red light. Finally speaking up, Miss, forgive me for being nosy. Please don't take offense. With less than 3 months until the college entrance examination, you should focus your energy on studying. Romance can certainly wait until university. There are plenty of good boys out there. With your qualities, what kind of boyfriend could you not find? Uncle Zhuang, what are you saying? Ning Shi exclaimed. Utterly embarrassed, Yi Fan and I are just good friends. We are not in a relationship. As the green light illuminated, Zhuangli drove on, feeling quite speechless. Last time, they were merely ordinary classmates, and now they had graduated to good friends? Would the next step be boyfriends? Reflecting on the events of yesterday evening, Zhuangli let out a soft sigh and spoke solemnly. Miss, there is something I must inform you. The boss checked the surveillance footage at the security office yesterday and saw Yi Fan escorting you home. I wondered how my father could possibly know Yi Fan. It turns out it was for this reason. Before Zhuangli could finish his sentence, Ning Shi interrupted, her eyes filled with indignation. Zhuangli hesitated for a moment, then quietly said, Miss, regarding this matter, Uncle Zhuang, do not worry. I know what should be said and what should remain unspoken. Upon hearing this, Zhuangli fell silent, focusing intently on driving. Ning Shi lowered her head, her thoughts swirling. Once home, a serious conversation with her father was imperative. Upon returning, Yi Fan was drenched, resembling a drenched chicken. He hurriedly retrieved relativity from his backpack, relieved that he had protected it in his embrace. Otherwise, the book would surely have been ruined. After taking a shower and changing into fresh attire, he hastily prepared a simple meal before lying down on his bed. Instead of studying or grinding for experience points as he usually did, he engaged in a dialogue with the system in his mind. System. Yesterday you mentioned that the way to acquire merit points is through actions contributing positively to society. What precisely qualifies as a contribution? Where exactly lies the threshold? Surely, picking up a piece of litter cannot yield merit points, can it? The system replied, please explore this on your own. Yi Fan felt a sense of helplessness. What could he do with such a system? Exploring on his own? It seemed he had no choice. Sitting up, he noticed a neatly arranged stack of books by the wall, and a plan began to form in his mind. Whether in his previous life or this one, Yi Fan was a man of action, with the exception of matters of the heart. However, that had changed now. He approached his computer and searched online, discovering an option for donating books. He filled out his personal information, address, and contact number, scheduling a donation for Sunday morning. After completing this task, Yi Fan reclined back on his bed. Tonight, he would not grind for experience. Instead, he would take a moment to relax. Why? Because he had once again held hands with Ning Shi. Once there is a first, there will inevitably be a second, and once there is a second, countless more will follow. With this thought, a gentle smile graced Yi Fan's face. As he recalled Ning Shi's adorably naive expression, his heart inexplicably at ease. Before he knew it, he drifted into slumber. As dawn broke silently, the world filled with melodious sounds. Dew adorned the flowers and leaves, lush and vibrant. Yi Fan jogged a lap around the community, his body warming up slightly, then stopped at a breakfast shop nearby to purchase 2 steamed buns and a cup of soy milk to satisfy his morning hunger. Upon returning home, he categorized all his books and bound them together with rope. A total of 142. He wondered how many merit points this would bring him, at the very least. It should qualify for some level of reward, right? Arriving at school, as soon as Yi Fan stepped into the sprint class, he sensed that the atmosphere was somewhat amiss. All the students sat upright, the classroom enveloped in a profound silence. He glanced up at the clock on the blackboard, reading 7:53. The class had yet to commence. What was going on? Upon reaching his seat, Yi Fan set down his backpack and nudged Ning Shi, inquiring, what does this mean? Shoo. Ning Shi made a gesture for silence, then straightened her posture, gazing ahead. Yi Fan felt a twinge of helplessness. With no class and no teacher in sight, what was the purpose of this formal demeanor? Just as his confusion deepened, Lin Dajiang entered the classroom alongside a white-haired elder. The old man had a slightly stooped figure but exuded vitality, his long white beard lending him an ethereal, sage-like presence. Lin Dajiang clapped his hands and announced loudly, "Let me introduce you all to Teacher Tang Woolley. The day after tomorrow marks the National High School Mathematics Competition, and due to unforeseen circumstances, several students cannot participate. After discussion, we have decided to select 2 students each from Jinhua High School and Yuqing High School to compete. This is an exceptional opportunity, so cherish it." He then nodded towards Tang Woolley. Tang Woolley began to speak slowly. "The 2 slots for this competition will be open for fair competition. All senior students are welcome to participate. Those interested may sign up with your teacher Lin. By the way, you may not be aware that the top 3 winners of this competition will earn a direct admission qualification to the 4 prestigious universities." A gasp echoed through the classroom, followed by hushed discussions. The prospect of direct admission to the 4 esteemed universities was indeed enticing. Forget it. Anyone participating in this competition must be extraordinary. It's utterly daunting. What is there to fear? Who has to say who is inferior? Yi Fan maintained an expression of indifference, his eyes betraying no emotion. He had initially wondered what the fuss was about. It turned out to be merely a mathematics competition. He felt only 3 words: not interested. "Yi Fan, are you considering entering this mathematics competition?" Just as Yi Fan opened his book on relativity, Ningxi suddenly spoke, her eyes shimmering with aspiration. "Do you wish to participate?" "I do, but I'm unsure if I have the opportunity." Ningxi's gaze lowered slightly, revealing a hint of self-doubt as she remarked, "There are over 300 students in Jinhua's senior year, and only 2 slots. The competition is fierce." Yi Fan replied gently, a smile gracing his lips. "If you want to go, then go. Be confident. Times have changed. Your current mathematical prowess is remarkable. If you perform consistently, you have a good chance of securing a spot." "Really?" Ningxi's eyes brightened, though uncertainty still lingered in her heart. "Of course." Yi Fan winked at her, his clear gaze imbued with a trace of affection. "If you wish to participate, I will accompany you." Chapter 71. Youth is truly wonderful. "I will accompany you if you wish to participate." His voice, warm and slightly magnetic, fell upon the girl's heart like gentle spring rain. Ningxi leaned forward slightly, her head bowed, her hair cascading across the table. In a soft, tender voice tinged with a hint of shyness, she stated, "You can surely do it. I will strive my utmost." Upon uttering these words, a blush involuntarily crept across her cheeks. Was there ambiguity in Yi Fan's words? Perhaps. Or perhaps not. It seemed likely that there wasn't. Indeed, there was none. After Tang Woolley departed, Lin Dajiang clapped his hands. The students, who had been murmuring quietly, instinctively fell silent, and the classroom was enveloped in a profound stillness. "Those interested in the mathematics competition, please raise your hands so I can compile a list. Given the limited time, the qualifying test will be held this afternoon. Do not feel rushed if you are undecided. You may approach me before lunch to register. Even if you do not perform well, there is nothing to lose. I personally encourage everyone to give it a try." With a flurry of enthusiasm, all 21 students from the sprint class raised their hands. In truth, upon hearing that the top 3 in the competition could secure spots in the prestigious 4 major universities, they were determined not to miss this opportunity. A chance, however minuscule, to gain admission to those esteemed institutions was worth pursuing. As Lin Dajiang had remarked, there was no risk involved. What if one were to succeed? Excellent. Lin Dajiang nodded in satisfaction at this scene. In that case, let us discuss the types of questions that will appear in the competition, allowing everyone to acclimate in advance. In the cafeteria, Yi Fan followed closely behind Ningxi, the faint scent of her hair lingering in the air. This time, he took the initiative to swipe his card. Beep, beep. Ningxi waved her meal card playfully before Yi Fan, smiling brightly as she remarked, "Do not contest this with me. I will treat you to a meal in exchange for your tutoring. It is fair and reasonable." Yi Fan helplessly tucked his card away, turning away while balancing 2 portions of braised chicken. Sigh. Ningxi parted her lips, murmuring to herself, "My meal." Behind her, several boys looked on with envy and jealousy. "Isn't that Ningxi from class 2? What is her relationship with that guy?" "I don't know, but it seems they are quite close. Could they be dating?" "Our goddess has fallen." Such remarks made Ningxi's face flush crimson as she hurriedly lowered her head to chase after Yi Fan. Yi Fan chose a seat by the window, retrieving a small pack of tissues from his pocket to wipe down the surface. Just then, Luo Yumeng and Su Ku approached with their trays. Observing Yi Fan's actions, Luo Yumeng set down her tray and chuckled. I didn't realize you were so fastidious. Yi Fan, please let me sit here. You can wipe it down again. Not a chance. Yi Fan glanced at Luo Yumeng and outright refused. TSK. Luo Yumeng rolled her eyes and pouted. What a miser. Suku tugged at Luo Yumeng, whispering, you have hands and feet. Can't you clean it yourself? Yi Fan remained unfazed as he spotted Ningxi approaching, and he waved her over. Please, take a seat. The table has been prepared. Thank you. Ningxi replied as she settled down. Noticing the peculiar expressions on Luo Yumeng and Suku's faces, her cheeks flushed slightly. Why are you both looking at me? Xiaoxi, have you signed up for the competition test this afternoon? Suku interjected before Luo Yumeng could speak. Yes, Ningxi nodded lightly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, though uncertainty lingered about her chances of being selected. I believe in you, Suku encouraged, then shifted her gaze to Yi Fan. Smiling as she remarked, Yi Fan will undoubtedly excel. It's likely that the 2 spots will belong to you both. The rest of us are merely here to support. Don't say that, Ningxi replied earnestly, shaking her head. Until the very end, no one can predict the outcome. Let us all do our best. Yes, let us strive together. Luo Yumeng, unable to bear the exchange any longer, interjected, have you 2 finished? It's just a couple of spots. Who cares? It doesn't concern someone like me, anyway. As she spoke, she handed a chicken drumstick to Ningxi. Eat up. Ningxi blinked in confusion, curiously gazing at Luo Yumeng. Why aren't you eating? Me? Luo Yumeng sighed in exasperation, explaining, my dad scolded me last night, saying that other daughters are like soft quilts while I'm more like a military overcoat. It infuriated me. If he thinks I'm fat, he should just say so directly. Why beat around the bush? It's so annoying. Ningxi giggled, passing the chicken drumstick to Suku. I'm on a diet too. I can't eat too much. What diet? Eat more. With Yi Fan's voice echoing, more pieces of chicken appeared on Ningxi's plate. Meeting Yi Fan's gaze, her face turned a shade pinker. There are still people here. As expected, the 2 girls across the table exchanged knowing glances. Cuckoo. Don't we have something to do? Yes, it seems so. Then you both enjoy your meal. Bye. Watching their retreating figures, Ningxi pouted, feeling somewhat troubled. Oh no, I must be misunderstood. She turned to Yi Fan, adopting a fierce expression. You should eat quickly and behave. Okay, Yi Fan replied, for reasons unknown. Upon meeting Yi Fan's gaze, Ningxi felt as though she were enchanted, swallowing back the words that were on the tip of her tongue. Resist, resist. Ningxi urged herself internally. Yet, his eyes were so captivating, and he meant well. Perhaps not resisting wasn't shameful after all. Surely it wasn't. The girl had grown quite adept at comforting herself, completely oblivious to the precarious edge upon which she stood. The testing would commence at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. In the span of 2 hours, 20 complex mathematical problems awaited, each worth 5 points, with only the top 2 contenders earning a spot in the competition. A total of 69 seniors aspired to participate, most of whom were filled with self-assurance, albeit some harbored unrealistic hopes. Within a mere half hour, Yi Fan had already set down his pen. Turning his head, he gazed at Ningxi's profile, a subtle smile flickering in his eyes. He held no apprehension regarding Ningxi's chances. Should she secure a position, he would accompany her, and if not, he would refrain from attending. Sunlight cascaded into the classroom, illuminating the delicate strands of the girl's hair, casting them in hues of golden red. Her exquisitely fair features resembled that of an angel, and the seriousness in her eyes seemed capable of melting the very fabric of the world. A masterpiece of creation. Yi Fan had beheld this visage countless times, yet he remained captivated. At just 17, one could only imagine her future beauty. He vividly recalled that in his previous life, due to Ningxi, many had flocked to the company's reception seeking stock advice, their intentions seemingly veiled. Ultimately, he had no choice but to assign Ningxi to his side for monitoring and compiling stock data. When he conveyed this decision to her, she smiled, a radiance so lovely that it lingered in Yi Fan's memory, evoking a wave of sentimentality. He was unaware of when Ningxi's affection for him had begun in his past life, yet in this one, he vowed to cherish every detail. As the school day concluded, Yi Fan and Ningxi walked side by side. Her steps were petite, her mind engrossed in recalling the test questions, prompting her to inquire. What is the answer to question 6? If 1 equals 6, does it then function as an increasing function on 0, 1? As she listened to Yi Fan's response, she would occasionally pause, resting her chin on her delicate hand, deep in contemplation. Yi Fan remained unhurried, mirroring her stops. The gentle sunlight filtered through the willow branches, casting elongated shadows of the two, silently composing the symphony of youth. Nearby, an elderly man, leaning on his cane, sighed softly. "Ah, to be young is truly splendid. Please, come in." Yi Fan gestured to Ning Shi as he opened the door, his face adorned with a gentle smile, radiating warmth. Ning Shi replied, stepping inside with her tiny strides. Yi Fan glanced back at Zhuang Li, whispering, "Don't linger at the door. Come in and sit for a while." "No need. Just keep the door open," Zhuang Li promptly declined. "Very well then." Yi Fan refrained from insisting further, entering the room and setting down his backpack. He turned to Ning Shi, who was seated demurely on the sofa, and cheerfully asked, "Would you like some water?" "Lemonade," she responded, her eyes curving into a smile as she raised her arm, causing her sleeve to slide down, revealing her slender, alabaster arm, delicate enough to evoke the image of a work of art. Standing at the threshold, Zhuang Li observed the scene with a faint sigh. "Miss, why the sigh?" The reason was simple. In Zhuang Li's recollection, Ning Shi had always maintained a certain distance from boys. Coupled with Ning Xiang Tian's deliberate protection, no boy had been able to approach her. However, that had changed. Before Yi Fan, Ning Shi exhibited no defenses, interacting with him with remarkable ease. At 17, she was at the tender age of burgeoning emotions. Although Zhuang Li was reluctant to admit it, Yi Fan was indeed exceptional among his peers, handsome, composed, and academically outstanding. Setting aside his background, Yi Fan was genuinely deserving of Ning Shi. Yet, Ning Shi's father, the wealthiest man in Xia country, Ning Xiang Tian, ensured that they belonged to disparate worlds. Moreover, with Ning Xiang Tian already aware of Yi Fan's existence, it was only a matter of time before this young man faded from Ning Shi's life. When that time came, Ning Shi would undoubtedly feel heartbroken. It was for this reason that Zhuang Li sighed. Destined to be apart. Why stir the heart? Yi Fan opened the refrigerator and retrieved 2 glasses of lemonade, placing one before Ning Shi with a tender gaze. "Drink up." "Thank you." After spending several days together, Ning Shi felt at ease, cradling the cup and sipping delicately. Yi Fan approached the door, extending the other glass of lemonade to Zhuang Li, saying, "Not going inside? At least have some water." Zhuang Li scrutinized Yi Fan, his expression somewhat complex. He did not take the glass, yet Yi Fan did not withdraw his hand. They maintained eye contact for nearly 10 seconds before Zhuang Li accepted the cup, taking a sip and grimacing. "What is this? Too sour." "It's nothing," Yi Fan replied, glancing at Ning Shi and chuckling softly. "As long as Xiao Shi likes it, what about you?" "It's tolerable," Zhuang Li said, his lips twitching in exasperation. "Is this even coherent?" Turning back inside, Yi Fan settled down across from Ning Shi, retrieving a physics exam he had prepared beforehand from his backpack. "This is the physics test. Leave the questions you can't solve blank for me to annotate." "Huh." Ning Shi paused her drinking, her clear eyes reflecting a touch of adorableness. "If your test paper is in your backpack, then why did you ask me to come to your house? To offer you some water." Yi Fan chuckled, locking eyes with Ning Shi. "Is the lemonade not to your liking?" Ning Shi's face flushed crimson in an instant. She hastily lowered her head, avoiding Yi Fan's gaze. "It's good." Yi Fan smiled, saying nothing further, and stood to place the test paper into Ning Shi's backpack. "Take your time drinking. There is still plenty of time. Finish before we leave." "Oh." Ning Shi quietly sipped her water, radiating a light, ethereal aura. In the tranquil atmosphere, a subtle sweetness lingered. Joyful moments are always fleeting. Before departing, Ning Shi gently waved her hand, a captivating smile gracing her cheeks. "See you tomorrow, goodbye." "See you tomorrow." As she descended the stairs, Yi Fan reluctantly withdrew his gaze. After closing the door and stepping into his bedroom, he settled himself before the computer. He retrieved his phone, located his mother Yi Xian's number, and dialed. This was Yi Fan's first call to his mother since arriving in the capital. The phone rang once before being answered, and a familiar voice emerged. "You little rascal, do you still remember your mother?" Yi Xian's tone was laced with reproach. "It's been nearly 20 days since you left, and not a single call. I thought you had been kidnapped." "Mom, why are you upset?" Yi Fan chuckled as he explained, "I've come a long way to the capital. I need to acclimate to the environment and the academic atmosphere. Plus, I must establish good relations with my new classmates." He refrained from mentioning the latter part, knowing it would provoke a barrage of questions from his mother. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian's voice softened considerably, and she expressed her concern. "Son, are you adjusting well in the capital?" If not, you can always return to Linhai for school. I can plead with the principal. You should be able to go back. No need. Yifan shook his head in refusal. Mom, I'm doing quite well here. By the way, you shouldn't just sit at home watching television all day. Remember to go out and exercise. It's good for your health. See, even Xiao Fan thinks so. A voice chimed in from the phone, tinged with exasperation. It was Luo Shan. All right, I understand, Yixian remarked, slightly annoyed. Honestly, I can't even watch television in peace without you all lecturing me. At this rate, the television station will go out of business. The call lasted nearly half an hour before concluding. Yifan pondered internally, system. What level of medical expertise is required to treat Parkinson's disease? In his previous life, his mother had been afflicted by this illness and had remained hospitalized after diagnosis. However, due to her prolonged inactivity, her bodily functions deteriorated rapidly, leading to her untimely demise within just over a year. Such a tragedy must never occur again. System, Level 9. Yifan fell silent for a moment, letting out a slight sigh before rising to the living room. He extracted the book Relativity, which he had read extensively, from his backpack and settled on the sofa to continue reading. In this lifetime, he would leave no room for regret. After 10 minutes of reading, he gained 1 experience point. Another 10 minutes of reading yielded an additional 1 experience point. Completing the book awarded him 100 experience points. The system's notification brightened Yifan's eyes. This was the most substantial completion reward ever received, totaling an impressive 100 points. Glancing at the time, he realized it was already 11:30 in the evening. He carried the book into his bedroom, placed it on the floor against the wall, and after lying down on his bed, he summoned his attribute panel. Host, Yifan Knowledge, Level 3, 02000. Intelligence, Level 3, 02000. Physical Strength, Level 3, 02000. Medical Skill, Level 3, 02000. Virtue Points, 0 Experience Points. 142 to level up again. 2,000 experience points are required. At the current rate of experience gain, it will take just over a month. Furthermore, as each of the 4 abilities increases by 1 level, the experience required for advancement escalates exponentially. If Level 3 demands 2,000 experience points, what might Level 9 require? It is quite daunting. However, Yifan is not one to dwell on trivialities. As the saying goes, Rome wasn't built in a day. Those with ambition will ultimately succeed. With gradual accumulation, success will come in due time. As dusk quietly descends, the world envelopes itself in silence. With the advent of dawn, the clamor returns to the realm of humanity. In the sprint class, good morning, good morning. Yifan presents a thermos filled with lemon water to Ning Shi, saying, this is for today, I added mint leaves. Do give it a try. Thank you. Ning Shi receives the thermos, feeling an inexplicable flutter in her heart. No. She chastises herself, striving to regain her composure. You can ask whatever you wish, please do not hesitate. Yifan perceives the subtle awkwardness in the girl's demeanor and takes the initiative to speak. His voice low and soothing. Do you feel that our way of interacting is somewhat peculiar? Or perhaps you think I harbor inappropriate intentions towards you? Ning Shi's voice is barely audible, but upon realizing the latter part of Yifan's statement, she hastily clarifies, no, not at all. I didn't mean it that way. How could you possibly have such thoughts about me? It's just that our interactions feel a tad unusual. Why couldn't I entertain such thoughts? At his words, Ning Shi looks up, finding herself captivated by Yifan's profound gaze. Her cheeks flush crimson as she stammers. What did you just say? Yifan's lips pressed together slightly. His eyes reminiscent of a lake stirred by a gentle breeze, reflecting the brilliance of countless stars while solely mirroring her graceful figure amidst a riot of colors. I asked, why couldn't I have such thoughts about you? This time, Ning Shi comprehends his words distinctly. Her eyes widen slightly, and she becomes momentarily dazed. She is not naive. She understands the implication, and her mind goes blank for an instant. The gentle, azure depths of her eyes appear somewhat vacant, as if entranced. It was merely a jest. Must her reaction be so intense? A light-hearted comment snaps Ning Shi back to reality, and as she exhales deeply, a fleeting pang of disappointment courses through her, though she remains oblivious to it. Regaining her composure, the girl cannot help but feel a mix of embarrassment and annoyance, turning her head away. Who jokes like that? How excessive. Yifan's lips moved slightly, his eyes brimming with affection. Once one has gazed upon the vast oceans, no other waters can compare. Apart from the majestic Wu Mountain, no clouds are worthy. Xiaoxi, I truly harbor feelings for you, undeniably. However, I cannot yet divulge this truth. Do grow up swiftly. Chapter 73. She is not your match. Noticing Ning Shi's indifference, Yi Fan's eyes curved slightly as he inquired, Xiaoxi, the results will soon be announced. Are you feeling nervous? A bit, came Ning Shi's succinct reply. She felt no irritation towards Yi Fan. He seemed perpetually cheerful, and that smile was, quite frankly, unappealing. Indeed, it was unappealing. In truth, there is no need for you to feel anxious. Yi Fan had anticipated Ning Shi's response and continued, regardless of whether you secure a spot. It is not of paramount importance. Why? Ning Shi's eyes flickered with curiosity. Let me pose a question first. Go ahead. Even if you secure a place in the mathematics competition, can you guarantee that you will be among the top 3? Meeting Yi Fan's gaze, Ning Shi gently shook her head, confessing, I lack confidence. The students eligible for the mathematics competition are all prodigies. Moreover, this time it is a national competition for high school students, boasting immense prestige. The contest has attracted mathematical geniuses from across the nation. Given the circumstances, even if she were to gain a spot, she had little faith in achieving a top 3 finish. In fact, she would consider it a success if she did not place last. With a smile in his eyes, Yi Fan replied, then there's no reason to be anxious. Securing a spot is merely an opportunity to experience it. If not, it is of little consequence, for ultimately, everyone will sit for the college entrance examination. As for guaranteed admission, not necessary. His calm tone was laced with confidence, tinged with a hint of audacity. A look of confusion crossed Ning Shi's face. What do you mean by everyone will eventually sit for the college entrance examination? If there is guaranteed admission, who would still take the exam? Yi Fan exhibited remarkable patience as he elaborated. This year's college entrance examination reform has introduced a genius list. Such an honor is far too significant for these top students to forego. Indeed not. Ning Shi nodded in realization, her dark tresses swaying gently as her porcelain-like face flushed with a rosy hue. Had it not been for Yi Fan's reminder, she would have forgotten about this matter. Reflecting on it now, it was indeed true. The genius list. Among millions of candidates nationwide, the top 100 will emerge victorious. What an exhilarating prospect. Geniuses are inherently proud. They cannot possibly relinquish such an opportunity, for it comes but once in a lifetime. Were she in their position, she would not let it slip away. Though she did not care for fame, Ning Shi simply wished to prove herself. As the two conversed, Lin Dajiang entered the classroom, holding a report card. The students promptly straightened in their seats, their eyes fixated on the report card, anticipation shining in their gazes. Lin Jiang raised the report card in his hand and remarked with a smile, it appears everyone is eagerly anticipating the results of yesterday's test. Since that is the case, I shall announce them shortly. Don't. Teacher Lin, Professor Lin, Grandfather Lin, please don't keep us in suspense. Hearing these complaints, Lin Jiang chuckled even more joyfully and said, all right, I was merely teasing you little rascals. Now, let us begin to reveal the scores from yesterday's test. Ding Yu, 75 points. Wang Shua, 65 points. Su Qiaoyu, 90 points. Gasp. The students exchanged incredulous glances, astonished beyond measure. 90 points? That means, out of 20 questions, Su Qiaoyu answered 18 correctly. How impressive. Upon hearing her score, a flicker of joy crossed Su Qiaoyu's face. She felt quite satisfied with her performance. Given Yi Fan's capabilities, he would undoubtedly secure the top position, while she had set her sights on attaining second place from the outset. During the test, when faced with challenging questions, she had chosen to skip them. Ultimately, she managed to solve 18 questions within the allotted time, without even having a moment to check her work. As she was urged to submit her answers, it seemed luck was on her side. Remarkably, all 18 answers were correct. This score should firmly secure her second place. How can it be so high? Ning Shi hung her head, her delicate face displaying signs of anxiety. Su Qiaoyu's score weighed heavily on her, instantly sapping her confidence. Don't worry, your score hasn't been announced yet. Just relax, Yi Fan comforted her. Remember what I told you earlier, grades aren't everything, and neither are rankings. Ning Shi's beautiful eyes sparkled, her soft voice tinged with a hint of gratitude. Thank you. This simple expression of thanks brought a smile to Yi Fan's lips. The days spent together had not been in vain. The bond between him and Ning Shi had undoubtedly deepened. Lin Jiang continued, Ning Shi, 90 points. Wow. Oh my goodness. Another 90 points. Are we boys even allowed to live? Could it be that the two esteemed young ladies were about to monopolize the spots in this competition? Su Qiaoyu's expression turned perplexed as she glanced at the girl in the back row, her feelings quite complicated. How had Ning Shi's mathematical skills improved so remarkably? Their physics scores were nearly identical, and it was her superior performance in mathematics that had kept Su Qiaoyu firmly in first place. In previous monthly exams, her math scores had always exceeded Ning Shi's by more than 10 points. Yet, in such a short span, Ning Shi had caught up. Su Qiaoyu furrowed her brows slightly, her gaze landing on Yi Fan beside Ning Shi, murmuring to herself, "Is it all because of you?" Sensing Su Qiaoyu's gaze, Yi Fan cast a casual glance her way before redirecting his attention back to Ning Shi. "How do you feel? Are you satisfied with your score?" "Very satisfied." Ning Shi nodded, her cheeks adorned with a blush, revealing a delightful visage that exuded innocence. Yi Fan's eyes brimmed with affection as he murmured, barring any unforeseen circumstances, "You and Su Qiaoyu should be tied for second place. Let us first await the teacher's verdict." Ning Shi gently acknowledged, her voice imbued with an ineffable sweetness. Silence. Lin Dajiang's voice pierced through the classroom, abruptly halting the murmurs. "Yi Fan, 100 points. A perfect score?" Again, all eyes, including Lin Dajiang's, turned toward the nonchalant Yi Fan. How could one individual be so formidable? When did Class 2 of the Science Department produce such a prodigy? To this day, many remained unaware that Yi Fan was a transfer student, as the concept of transfer students scarcely existed in the realm of Jinhua students. Unperturbed by the collective gaze, Yi Fan remained composed, his expression unchanging. This peculiar atmosphere lingered for over 10 seconds until Li Dajiang's voice broke the silence, redirecting everyone's thoughts. "As you all are aware, the top scorer of this test is Yi Fan. As for the second place..." Lin Dajiang paused thoughtfully, then continued. "Ning Shi and Su Qiaoyu are tied for second." "Tied for second? Aren't there only 2 spots? One for Yi Fan, but how will the remaining spot be allocated? Surely, we can't divide it in half." Even Yi Fan felt a twinge of confusion as he awaited Lin Dajiang's explanation. Meanwhile, Ning Shi's palms were already clammy with anxiety. Though she understood that her nervousness was futile, her thoughts raced uncontrollably. Adjusting his glasses, Lin Dajiang spoke slowly. "Given that there are only 2 positions, it is certain that Yi Fan will secure one. As for the other spot, I propose a competition between Ning Shi and Su Qiaoyu. I will prepare a test paper consisting of 10 questions, each worth 10 points. Whoever scores higher will claim the remaining position. Do both of you accept this arrangement?" "Yes, yes." The 2 girls nodded eagerly. This was indeed the fairest solution. "Very well," Lin Dajiang said. "Prepare yourselves and come to my office after lunch to take the test. I will inform the teacher of your first afternoon class, so there is no need for concern. Let us proceed with our lesson." After class, Yi Fan stood to excuse himself to the restroom, only to feel a soft hand grasp his arm. Ning Shi, with eyes as clear as a tranquil lake, gazed intently at Yi Fan, her expression tinged with shyness. Moments ago, when she witnessed Yi Fan's deep contemplation, she instinctively seized his arm, only to realize her actions afterward. She yearned to withdraw her hand, yet her body seemed to betray her will. "Ning Shi, what are you doing? Are you not aware of the difference between the sexes?" "Oh no." Embarrassment washed over Yi Fan as he observed Ning Shi's increasingly flushed face, prompting him to take a seat once more. Just as he settled in, her small hand on his arm withdrew as if jolted by electricity, leaving him slightly displeased. Had he known this would occur, he would have remained standing. "Yi Fan, we did not mean to," Ning Shi stammered. Yi Fan, without responding directly, smiled and inquired, "Do you wish for my assistance with your problems?" "Yes," she replied. "Are you worried about the exam this afternoon?" "Yes," she affirmed. At his words, the smile in Yi Fan's eyes deepened, and he discreetly glanced around to ensure no one was eavesdropping. He then gently patted the girl on the head, his lips curving into a smirk as he whispered, "Do not fret, she is no match for you." Chapter 74. Because you are not Ning Shi, rest assured, she poses no threat. The earnestness on Yi Fan's face caused Ning Shi's porcelain-like cheeks to flush with the soft hues of dawn. How could he possess such unwavering confidence in her, even surpassing her own? Moreover, just moments ago, it seemed he had indeed touched her head. "Oh my," she gasped, realizing the impropriety of such an act in the classroom, though truth be told, it would be inappropriate anywhere. "Why?" Yi Fan chuckled, his laughter as warm as the moonlight enveloping her. "Because you have me." Such tantalizing words only deepened the rosy tint of her cheeks, her voice laced with shyness. I wasn't referring to that. I meant to ask why you touched my head. Coughing slightly, Yifan's momentary embarrassment flickered across his features, but it was fleeting. The next instant, he blinked innocently, his heart steady and his face unflushed as he replied, "Did I? Perhaps you are imagining things. I certainly did not touch your head. Didn't you?" Ningxi's eyes sparkled with confusion, her fair face etched with doubt. She was certain he had. Could it be that she had conjured this sensation? Recalling her late-night study session from the previous evening, she reluctantly accepted the possibility. It might truly have been an illusion. Indeed, one must avoid late nights. "I apologize. Perhaps I was mistaken," she murmured. Yifan nearly broke into laughter, his shoulders quivering slightly, though the amusement in his eyes was hard to conceal. How endearing and charming she was. Was this girl raised on sweetness? "Little she, may I step out for a moment?" Yifan, wary of Ningxi's potential misconceptions, explained in a hushed tone, "Do not think too much of it. I am not avoiding your questions, but nature calls." Ningxi's face instantly resembled a ripe apple, tempting enough to inspire a desire to take a bite, her voice barely above a whisper. You go then. Why tell me?" Yifan scoffed inwardly, recalling who had just pulled at his arm moments ago. Nonetheless, the sensation of being drawn in had been rather pleasant. Exiting the classroom, he made his way to the restroom before heading down to Yang Ting's office. "Knock, knock. Come in," Yang Ting called, glancing up in surprise as Yifan entered. "What a rare visitor. What brings you here?" "A request for leave," he replied. Yifan's response nearly left Yang Ting gasping for breath. "You wish to take a leave?" Yifan, quite nonchalant, pulled up a stool and sat across from Yang Ting, stating directly, "Teacher, I need to request leave for 2 individuals." Upon hearing this, Yang Ting almost spat out blood. What had she just heard? A leave of absence, or rather, a leave for 2? Was he aiming for the heavens? Yet, who could scold Yifan, such a prized student? Yang Ting, unable to muster harsh words, smiled and inquired, "Why do you need to request leave for 2 people?" "The test results from yesterday's competition have been released. Ningxi and Su Qiaoyu from Class 1 tied for 2nd place. Teacher Lin intends for both to retake the test, scheduled for the afternoon." Yifan's tone remained unwavering. "Thus, I plan to utilize the morning classes to address Ningxi's weaknesses and provide her with focused guidance. A last-minute effort is better than none. Furthermore, this is for the collective honor of our class too. After all, there are only 2 competition spots across the entire school. If both are claimed by our class, it would reflect well on you, Teacher Yang. Don't you agree?" Yang Ting opened her mouth, but found herself at a loss for words. His reasoning was sound, his logic clear, and his arguments compelling. He left no room for refusal. "You seem quite invested in Ningxi, don't you?" Yang Ting, not easily deceived, immediately sensed an unusual undertone. Yifan maintained his calm demeanor, showing no signs of alteration. "Yes, because I have feelings for her and wish to pursue her. Is that response satisfactory, teacher?" Yang Ting was taken aback. What was happening? One would typically conceal such feelings, yet Yifan had openly admitted to them. He was certainly not following the conventional script. "Last month, I ranked 1st in the grade. Ningxi was 2nd. Yang Ting had never felt so speechless in her life. "Can I say something? This is excessive." Yifan, with a charming smile adorning his handsome face, replied, "Teacher, you need not worry. I will pursue her in college. For now, I am merely seeking to strengthen our connection." "But is Ningxi not exceptional?" Yifan interjected. "Of course," Yang Ting answered without a moment's hesitation. "Is Ningxi beautiful?" Yifan continued to inquire. "Absolutely," Yang Ting remarked. "That young lady has a fair and delicate appearance, possesses an excellent demeanor, is polite, and displays a strong ambition. She is truly a remarkable girl." "Indeed. I concur." Hearing this, Yifan nodded in agreement. "Therefore, I have already set my sights on Ningxi. Teacher, you must assist me, otherwise."
"You owe me a girlfriend like her." Only then did Yang Ting grasp Yifan's intention, as a flood of unnameable thoughts surged through her mind.
Was he actually waiting for her assistance? Her eloquence left her with an uncanny impression of confronting the old fox at home. At such a tender age, it was truly alarming. Indeed, the assertion that geniuses are seldom ordinary held profound truth. Wait. I did not say I would deny the leave," Yang Ting remarked, a mix of amusement and frustration evident on her face. After a moment's contemplation, she felt compelled to issue a caveat. "However, I must express my reservations up front. You may be granted leave now, and leniency may be extended to both of you in the future. but you must assure me that your performance will not waver in the slightest. Otherwise, no problem. Thank you, teacher. Can you let me finish my sentence without interruption? Yang Ting grumbled, her eyes fixed on Yi Fan's retreating figure, her teeth clenched in annoyance, yet tinged with admiration. Since Yi Fan had entered the office, the initiative had resided entirely with him. Was this truly a senior high school student? In the morning's intensive class, as Yi Fan returned to the classroom, the bell had already chimed several minutes ago. Upon spotting Yi Fan, Pang Xiaoping, standing at the lectern, did not inquire about his tardiness, but instead greeted him with a warm smile. Come in. Thank you, teacher. Yi Fan stepped inside, bypassing his seat and approaching Pang Xiaoping. Whispering a few words in his ear, Pang Xiaoping nodded slightly, casting a casual glance towards Ning Shi in the back row, speaking in a tone audible solely to the two of them. Well done. Keep it up. This young lady is exceptionally talented. What are you pondering, teacher? It truly is just extra lessons. It's not as intricate as you might think, Yi Fan replied softly. Still in denial? Pang Xiaoping's eyes flickered with reminiscence as he whispered, having lived a substantial part of my life, I have encountered myriad situations. The way you look at Ning girl betrays everything. All right, off you go. Thank you, teacher. The wisdom that comes with age is indeed undeniable. Yi Fan sighed inwardly, opting not to elaborate further. Upon returning to his seat, he winked at Ning Shi. Grab the type of questions you wish to inquire about, and follow me. With that, he strode out through the back door. Ning Shi, caught in a daze, stared at Yi Fan standing by the corridor railing, utterly bewildered. Brother, big brother. Classes were still in session, and the teacher was present. The girl glanced nervously at Pang Xiaoping at the lectern, but in the next moment, she was dumbfounded. The teacher was waving at her? Surely, this couldn't be a dream? Rubbing her eyes to ensure she was not mistaken, she hurriedly grabbed the test paper from yesterday, lowered her head, and rushed out of the classroom through the back door. Pang Xiaoping felt a twinge of nostalgia. At his age, experiencing such youthful beauty up close was a rare treasure. Two boys seated in the left side of the fourth row began to whisper among themselves. I envy her. The more I look at Ning Shi, the more beautiful she appears. Just look at Yi Fan's deskmate, and then look at yourself. It's instantly a blow to the heart. Where's my knife? What for? To stab you. Su Qiaoyu withdrew her gaze, a subtle ripple appearing in her gentle eyes. Are we having a private session? At this thought, a twinge of jealousy stirred within her. Why did Yi Fan show no inclination to glance at her, yet was so attentive to Ning Shi? Where did she fall short? If Yi Fan were privy to Su Qiaoyu's inner turmoil at that moment, he would offer a rather indifferent 7-character response. Because you are not Ning Shi. Chapter 75. Am I inadequate? In the cafeteria, several women in their 40s sat at the front row of tables, selecting vegetables while engaging in lively conversation, their faces aglow with gossip. A few dozen meters away, a young man and woman were seated together, creating an exceedingly harmonious scene. Look at that young couple over there. Don't they seem well matched? One woman remarked. The girl is so fair and delicate. She is truly lovely, and the boy isn't bad either. They certainly make a good pair. Oh dear. My son is about the same age as that young man. Look at him, already making advances, while my son is still foolishly engrossed in video games. Their voices were not particularly quiet, and every word reached Ning Shi's ears, causing a rosy hue to bloom on her fair cheeks, making her exceedingly charming. She and Yi Fan were merely classmates and friends. How had they been linked to the notion of being a couple? And what did they mean by making advances? These ladies certainly had no filter. Don't overthink it. Women of that age just love to gossip. Focus on your studies, she admonished herself. Just as Ning Shi was lost in her thoughts, Yi Fan's voice broke through, his low tone remarkably gentle. He pointed to the penultimate math problem on the test paper with his left hand and inquired, how do we solve this step? I don't know. Ning Shi replied, lightly biting her red lips, her eyes flickering with a hint of guilt. Yi Fan gazed at her with affectionate eyes, his long fingers delicately moving as he tucked a few strands of her hair behind her ear, the gesture imbued with the utmost tenderness, as if handling a priceless treasure. In truth, Ning Shi truly was his invaluable treasure. Her body stiffened, her cheeks flushed with visible intensity, eyes filled with panic as she slightly tilted her head to evade his hand. I can manage on my own. Yi Fan's lips curled into a subtle smile. This girl was far too easily flustered. Take your time. Listen closely. We first need to establish the equation for the hyperbola. Ning Shi felt her face burning. Yet she forced herself to regain composure and attentively listened to Yi Fan's explanation. She chose to temporarily forget the earlier incident. Right now, focusing on her studies was of utmost importance. For a full 10 minutes, Yifan elaborated on the entire problem-solving approach, detailing every step and the rationale behind each action, leaving no stone unturned. Do you understand now? He asked. Yes. Ningxi's eyes sparkled with excitement, and in her enthusiasm, she grasped Yifan's hand and exclaimed, Quick, give me a similar math problem. I want to try solving it. Gazing at the girl before him and stealing a glance at her delicate hand, Yifan's face broke into a subtle, enigmatic smile. He felt an irresistible urge to gently squeeze it with his left hand. It was soft, cool, and quite pleasant. Suddenly, Ningxi realized something was amiss and quickly withdrew her hand. Her eyes filled with embarrassment and indignation as she stared at Yifan. A hint of anger in her voice. What are you doing? Yifan raised a finger to his nose and chuckled lightly. I haven't done anything at all. You were the one who grabbed my hand first. It is not a good habit to play the victim. Ningxi's eyes widened in disbelief, her lips parting slightly. Me? The one playing the victim? How absurd. This person is utterly unreasonable. It was clearly her who had taken Yifan's hand first. A mere illusion. Yes. Everything was just an illusion. Well, it's not a big deal, Yifan said, waving his hand in front of Ningxi's eyes with a smile. We are good friends. What's wrong with holding hands? Besides, it's not like we haven't done it before. Rest assured, I harbor no ulterior motives. How ridiculous. The last two words echoed silently in his mind. Although Ningxi had already convinced herself not to dwell on such an embarrassing matter, she felt inexplicably defiant upon hearing Yifan's words. What did he mean by having no ulterior motives? Was she really that unremarkable? She worked so hard. Where was she lacking? Certainly not. Yifan, with a cheerful demeanor, affirmed, Xiaoxi is exceptionally outstanding. How could she possibly be lacking? Ningxi pressed her lips together and asked softly, Do you prefer girls like Su Qiaoyu? Not at all. This tutoring session had inadvertently strayed off course. Yet Yifan had no intention of redirecting it. In fact, this was quite delightful. Then why don't you have any ulterior motives toward me? Is it because I'm not beautiful? As soon as the words escaped her lips, Ningxi felt like a fool. She had spoken impulsively without thinking. Realizing what she had just said, panic set in. Oh no, Ningxi, how could you say such a thing? How embarrassing. The smile on Yifan's face widened. You are the most beautiful girl I have ever seen, without exception. Such candid words left Ningxi utterly flustered. Her delicate hands gripping the hem of her clothes tightly, a fine sheen of sweat appearing on her flawless forehead due to her nervousness. I don't have much time left. Let me explain the last problem to you. As she gazed at the profile of Yifan, Ningxi's heart raced. She was completely bewildered by him. He praised her beauty while simultaneously claiming he had no ulterior motives. What did that even mean? Lost in thought, she suddenly felt a gentle tap on her head. Looking up, she met Yifan's profound gaze. You cannot. Listen to the problem. Oh. The tutoring session continued unabated until noon. As the school bell rang, Yifan neatly set aside the exam papers and ballpoint pen on his desk. I'll go get lunch. Here is your meal card, Ningxi said, presenting the card before Yifan. Acknowledging her with a glance, Yifan accepted the card without hesitation. Accepting it was one thing. Utilizing it was quite another. At that moment, the cafeteria was devoid of any students aside from Yifan and Ningxi. Within 2 minutes, Yifan returned, balancing a tray of food. Eat well, so you can perform splendidly this afternoon. Ningxi nodded earnestly, but her eyes widened in surprise as she caught sight of the dishes on her tray. Fish-flavored shredded pork, braised eggplant, sweet and sour ribs. Each was her favorite. How did Yifan know this? It must be a mere coincidence. Knock, knock. Come in. In the office, a girl sat beside Lin Dejiang. Several food containers emitting enticing aromas from the desk. The moment Yifan laid eyes on her, his gaze flickered. He recognized her as the reckless driver who almost collided with him that day. Ningxi stood beside Yifan, politely nodding to Lin Dejiang. Teacher, am I too early? Not at all, not at all. Please have a seat, Lin Dejiang replied, setting down his chopsticks with a gentle smile. Once Su Qiaoyu arrives, we can commence the exam. All right, teacher, Ningxi responded, gracefully moving to sit by the wall, exuding an air of tranquility. Upon seeing Ningxi for the first time, Lin Ryu was taken aback. Her skin was as fair as snow, her features exquisite, and her long hair cascaded to her waist. The ethereal aura she radiated made others feel inadequate, rendering them hesitant to approach. How beautiful. Such a stunning girl exists in this school. However, upon noticing Yi Fan, her expression instantly transformed with fury. Why is this bothersome guy here again? The previous incident had led her grandfather to warn her against driving for a year, leaving her seething with anger towards Yi Fan, wishing she could devour him whole. I have my driver's license, and I own a car, but I simply cannot drive. All of this was due to Yi Fan. Unperturbed by Lin Ruiyu's glare, Yi Fan sat comfortably beside Ning Shi, casually crossing his legs. Lin Ruiyu's irritation intensified as Yi Fan ignored her. She gripped her chopsticks with increasing force. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed as the chopsticks snapped. Ning Shi stared in astonishment, her eyes wide with surprise. Yi Fan, on the other hand, was left speechless. Was it really necessary? If Lin Ruiyu were privy to Yi Fan's thoughts at that moment, she would undoubtedly retort, "It is necessary." Cough. Lin Dajiang interjected, casting a glance their way. "What are you doing? Just focus on eating." Having spoken, he looked up with an apologetic smile and introduced, "This is my granddaughter, Lin Ruiyu. I sincerely apologize for the incident last time. I hope your arm has healed. It's all better now. Thank you for your concern." "Teacher," Lin Ruiyu replied, her expression indifferent. "Ah, so you are Yi Fan?" she said, fixing him with a defiant glare. "I take full responsibility for what happened last time. But you cannot absolve yourself of blame either. Why didn't you?" "You're right on all counts," Yi Fan interjected, cutting her off. Lin Ruiyu's face flushed with anger. Had her grandfather not been present, she would have made sure Yi Fan experienced the wrath of her six-stage combat skills. Ning Shi gently tugged at Yi Fan's sleeve, whispering, "Do you know this sister?" "Indeed," Yi Fan nodded. "Allow me to introduce her. She is known as the Road Killer." Chapter 76. I desire lemonade with a forceful thud. Lin Ruiyu slammed her chopsticks onto the table, standing up in a fury. "Road Killer? This is intolerable. Sit down." Before she could voice her protest, Lin Dajiang's authoritative voice rang out, admonishing her with an air of unyielding authority. "Look at yourself. What kind of behavior is this?" "Grandfather." Lin Ruiyu stomped her foot in frustration, glaring daggers at Yi Fan, her chest heaving with agitation. Lin Dajiang sighed in exasperation, clearly troubled by the situation. Yi Fan remained silent, a smile playing on his lips. Ning Shi tilted her head, her eyes darting curiously. It soon dawned on her that last week, Yi Fan had encountered a car accident on his way to school, and this must have been the incident in question. Lin Ruiyu had lost her appetite. Her gaze fixed on Yi Fan, a tempest of emotions swirling within her. Taking a deep breath, she declared, "Jinhua is a prestigious high school. How can it have a student like you?" Yi Fan appeared oblivious to her words, offering no response. Lin Dajiang furrowed his brow, about to speak. When Ning Shi stood up, with a gentle nod towards Lin Ruiyu, her soft voice rang with sincerity. "Sister, Yi Fan is truly exceptional. Your words are unjust." Her cool demeanor was laced with a subtle vibrancy, captivating all who beheld her. Lin Ruiyu was momentarily silenced, taken aback that this striking girl would defend Yi Fan. Meeting Ning Shi's clear, luminous gaze, her ire dissipated, and after a brief silence, she responded, "Sister, do not be deceived by him." "Sister, I know Yi Fan better than you do," Ning Shi replied, shaking her head lightly, a gentle smile gracing her delicate features, reminiscent of morning dew, refreshing and enchanting. Her grace was unparalleled, an ethereal beauty that evoked a poetic reverie in Lin Ruiyu. Yi Fan's previously restless legs stilled, a subtle smile curving his lips. His gaze deep and profound, akin to an abyss, eliciting a breathless admiration. Was Ning Shi defending him? Ning Shi was attending to him. Seeing that Lin Ruiyu had ceased to speak, Ning Shi offered a polite smile and returned to his seat. Lin Dajiang cast a stern glance at his granddaughter, his displeasure evident, and turned to Yi Fan, stating, "You may return to the classroom." "No need." Yi Fan gently shook his head, explaining, "I have already taken leave. If the teacher does not mind, I can assist in proctoring during the exam." "Very well." Lin Dajiang shifted his gaze to his granddaughter, who was visibly distressed, and remarked, "Are you going to eat or not? If not, you may go home." Lin Ruiyu, her teeth clenched in frustration, stood and left the office. After her departure, Lin Dajiang shook his head and explained to Yi Fan, "Do not take Ruiyu's behavior to heart. She has been spoiled by her parents since childhood. Her nature is not truly malicious. She simply has a sharp tongue." "Teacher, I am not so petty," Yi Fan said half-jokingly. "If I were the type to hold grudges, I would have collapsed on the ground, wailing, rather than walking away that day. Haha, Lin Dajiang chuckled, his admiration for Yi Fan deepening. He appreciated his understanding of social dynamics and his ability to navigate situations with grace, qualities that were rare at such a young age. In the corridor, Lin Ruoyu, in her haste, collided with Su Qiaoyu, who was preparing for the exam. With genuine concern in her eyes, Su Qiaoyu softly inquired, "I'm so sorry. Are you all right?" "It was I who bumped into you. I should be the one apologizing," Lin Ruoyu replied. As she gazed at the gentle girl before her, Lin Ruoyu felt her anger dissipate significantly, albeit with a hint of confusion. How are there so many beautiful girls at Jinhua High School? She pondered, recalling the earlier encounter and now this one. Although Su Qiaoyu might not possess the same beauty as the previous girl, she was certainly not lacking. "It takes two to tango. I share some responsibility," Su Qiaoyu added. Lin Ruoyu glanced down the hallway, noting that only her grandfather's office was visible. After hearing the mention of an exam, she began to piece together the situation. "Are you headed to the exam?" "Yes," Su Qiaoyu confirmed with a nod. "Do you know Yi Fan?" "I do. What are your thoughts on him?" "A humble and composed individual with outstanding academic achievements. He is truly remarkable." Lin Ruoyu was momentarily taken aback by this response. What enchantment had that bothersome fellow cast upon these girls? Why were they all praising him? Noticing her reaction, Su Qiaoyu gently asked, "Is something wrong?" "No, it's nothing," Lin Ruoyu replied, forcing a smile. "Best of luck on the exam." With that, she turned to leave. Su Qiaoyu watched Lin Ruoyu's retreating figure for a moment, then, dismissing her thoughts, proceeded towards the office at the end of the corridor. Upon entering, she caught sight of Yi Fan seated beside Ning Shi, and though surprised, she first greeted Lin Dajiang. "Teacher, I have arrived." Lin Dajiang gestured towards an empty table nearby and stated, "The space has been prepared for you. The examination duration is 100 minutes. The individual with the highest score shall secure the final competition slot." As he spoke, he produced 2 handwritten papers and raised them towards Yi Fan. "You are in charge of maintaining order." "No problem," Yi Fan replied with a nod. Once the 2 young women were seated, he placed the papers before them and announced, "It is now 12:27. You must submit your papers punctually at 2:07. Manage your answering pace wisely." Although his words appeared directed at both, Yi Fan's gaze remained fixed solely on Ning Shi, neglecting to acknowledge Su Qiaoyu even once. "Very well, the examination begins." With that, Yi Fan turned and pulled a chair closer, positioning himself a few meters away, his eyes narrowing slightly. The afternoon sun gradually crept up the window pane, casting warm shadows that filled every corner of the office. Meanwhile, Lin Dajiang circled behind the 2 women, feeling rather impressed. Both Ning Shi and Su Qiaoyu demonstrated exceptional mathematical prowess. Until the final scores were revealed, he could not ascertain who would emerge victorious. Conversely, Yi Fan harbored no trace of anxiety, his demeanor remarkably serene. Victory or defeat bore little significance. It proved nothing of consequence. Time passed swiftly, and as the clock struck 2:07, Yi Fan's voice rang out, "Time's up. Please submit your papers." Ning Shi and Su Qiaoyu promptly set down their pens, rising to place their papers on Lin Dajiang's desk before standing silently by, awaiting the final verdict. Yi Fan approached Ning Shi and quietly inquired, "How do you feel?" "Not bad." The girl responded, a hint of ease in her tone, clearly satisfied with her performance. "Rest assured, she cannot surpass you. Keep your voice down. It could have negative repercussions." Ning Shi's eyes curved slightly, her delicate features displaying a touch of playful reproach. Their hushed exchange stirred a sense of discomfort within Su Qiaoyu. In that moment, she felt superfluous. Observing Yi Fan's rapt attention solely on Ning Shi, Su Qiaoyu seemed to suddenly grasp an unsettling truth, no matter her own brilliance. She could never become Ning Shi. Yi Fan's gaze was entirely consumed by Ning Shi, leaving no room for anyone else. Was there any point in competing? With a complex expression, Su Qiaoyu cast a glance at Yi Fan, the sound of her internal sigh echoing in her heart. Fallen blossoms are affectionate. Flowing waters are indifferent. Ultimately, it is but a grand illusion. To strive against such odds? No, her pride would not permit it. Lin Dajiang graded the papers with remarkable speed, placing his pen down within mere minutes. However, his brow was furrowed, a peculiar expression adorning his face. Yi Fan noticed the anomaly in Lin Dajiang's demeanor and inquired, "Teacher, what is the matter? Is it another tie?" At his words, both Ning Shi and Su Qiaoyu looked up at Lin Dajiang, eagerly awaiting his response. Under the watchful gaze of the three, Lin Dajiang offered a wry smile and remarked, "You've indeed guessed correctly. It's a tie." What? What? The two girls exclaimed almost in unison. What is going on? This is quite a coincidence. Lin Dajiang explained. Ning, she scored 9 out of 10, achieving a score of 90, and so did Su Qiaoyu. You both made a mistake on the final question, hence there is no distinction in this examination. When it came to the allocation of competition slots, he hesitated for a brief moment, pausing for 3 to 4 seconds before continuing. The teacher will create a new exam. You two will take it once more. Given the circumstances, this was the only fair solution. At that moment, Su Qiaoyu suddenly spoke up. She slightly inclined her body towards Lin Dajiang and said, "Teacher, I will forfeit my place in the competition. I previously participated in a mathematics competition and did not perform well. I lack a genuine interest." Lin Dajiang displayed a look of surprise on his face. "Are you certain you want to give it up?" "Yes," Su Qiaoyu replied softly. "Very well, it is settled then." Ning Shi's eyes flickered as she nodded at Su Qiaoyu. "Thank you. Good luck." "Absolutely." The two girls exchanged a smile, creating an inexplicable sense of harmony. With the final slots determined, both Yi Fan and Ning Shi were informed about the competition details. They were to gather at the school gate at 8 o'clock the following morning, as they had already missed the training sessions and would proceed directly to the examination. As the bell rang, students began to hoist their backpacks and depart from the school. Ning Shi maintained her usual pace of leaving late, and Yi Fan naturally would not leave early. Upon exiting the school gates, a radiant smile appeared on the girl's face, her steps imbued with joy. "Are you this happy?" "Of course. How could I not be happy about securing a spot?" Ning Shi retorted, two charming dimples adorning her cheeks. Yi Fan chuckled in response, his voice carrying a hint of admonition. "You can review more problems tonight, but don't stay up too late. Otherwise, it will affect your performance in tomorrow's competition, understand?" Such a good girl. Would you like some candy from your brother?" "What are you talking about?" Ning Shi nearly retorted at Yi Fan, hastily correcting herself. "No, I'm not a child. I want to take your candy." After saying this, she didn't forget to shoot him a fierce glare, though it lacked any real menace and instead appeared adorably naive. Yi Fan shrugged innocently, a smirk curling his lips. "Little girl, your reactions are quite quick." Upon reaching the alleyway, just as Yi Fan was about to step inside, he noticed Ning Shi had come to a halt. "What's wrong?" At his words, the girl's cheeks flushed with a hint of crimson as she whispered, I want to drink lemonade."